This course has been updated for iOS 15, 16, and 17. Let me explain to you how these updates work and why you shouldn't worry about this course being dated. And that's because UIKit is pretty mature, right? It's been around for 15 years. Apple's kind of already moved on to this new SwiftUI world they're focusing on. So to put it bluntly, like UIKit doesn't really change much year to year. So the concepts and code in this course is still valid, even though it's a couple years old. Now in this course, we simulate the take-home project, so we're building one project throughout the whole course. So the update sections for iOS 15, 16, and 17 are attached to the end of the course as you see here, and we do them in order. And I structured it this way for a couple reasons. The first is that it's pretty rare that a project can only support the latest and greatest iOS version. Right now that's 17. 99% of the time you're going to have to support iOS 16, maybe even iOS 15. So it's good to see how stuff was done prior to the iOS 17 world. And seeing the updates over the years come up, you get to see how a project evolves, right? How we can support older and newer versions of iOS, and how we can go back and maintain the project and delete the old code that's no longer valid. So this update section, again, is a great peek into how a project evolves over the years. That being said, the differences you'll see as you go through the initial section of the course before the updates are changes in Xcode. And I address that by including a What's New in Xcode video each year. As you're going through the initial section of this course, you may see warnings and deprecations. Don't worry about those as you're going through it the first time. We address those in the update sections and handle them accordingly. So this course has been updated to iOS 17, but again, UIKit barely changes, so the updates are minimal, but that is how the updates work. This is the course I wish I had when I was earlier in my career just getting started out. So what I'm going to do in this video is give you a quick course overview and then get into some of the details of the course later on. And like I said, this course is based around a typical project that you would get in one of these take-home interviews. And throughout my career, I've done probably 10 to 15 of these and passed them all. I've also given one as an interviewer to hire a junior iOS developer. So I kind of took all that experience and knowledge and put it into this course. And really the aim of it is if you understand all these concepts, like you have a really good grasp on them after you've done the course, you're ready to be a junior iOS developer. Like start applying. But it's not just for those that are, in the job hunt or trying to get that job. Like at the end of the day, we're building a project together. You're going to see how everything comes together holistically, and we're covering a bunch of different topics. So, you can end up with another portfolio piece or just another batch of code that you can reference for future projects. Now, this course is going to be about 38 videos long. So there's a lot jam-packed in here. So let's talk about what you're actually going to learn in this course. First things first, we're building our UI 100% programmatically. And, I don't have anything against storyboards, but it's just the truth. If you learn how to build your UI programmatically, you're just gonna have a better understanding of what's going on. And we're also using no third-party libraries, like we're writing everything ourselves. Now, the common thread you'll see in all these take-home projects is you're gonna have to do like one of the most common iOS developer tasks, and that is, make a network call to an API, retrieve the data, parse the JSON, and display that data in a pretty UI, right? So you're gonna have to do that in pretty much every take-home project. So of course we're gonna hit that. So we're gonna use Codeable to parse our JSON, among some other things. And when you do networking, you open yourself up to a lot, right? You have like loading states, memory management and capture lists, right? Weak self, image caching, right? You see all these images. You don't want to be downloading those images every time they come on screen. So we're going to cache those. Pagination of network calls. As you can see, you're scrolling down. When you hit the bottom, we're bringing in the next 100 users, right? And that's very common in apps. Also, there's empty states, right? What happens when somebody doesn't have any followers in this case, right? You got to show that empty state. And then everybody's favorite task, we're going to handle all the errors properly. And we're even going to create a custom reusable alert to show rather than the default one. And we're going to dive into collection views with this course, also with a search controller, so you can search the list of followers. And as you can see on the screen here, things are animating around, moving. That was possible before, of course, but you had to do a lot of like batch updates, and it was a little wonky. Now with the diffable data source that Apple released with iOS 13, that makes that a lot easier and much more efficient. So we're definitely going to dive into that new feature. It's kind of like the new way to do collection views. We're also going to touch on project organization and how all this ties together. And I think that might be the most beneficial thing, right? A lot of us out there, we've done one-off tutorials, but seeing how the whole app comes together, all this stuff interacts, I think that is a very valuable thing. Another key skill we're going to touch on is composition and child view controllers and how to kind of build your app in a way that you don't have these massive view controllers. Now, again, we're going to build this 100% programmatic UI. There's no third-party libraries at all. And if you look at this printout here of lines of code in my view controller, you can see the longest view controller is 200 lines of code. And I didn't even go crazy like over abstracting things. Like this is just normal abstraction. Now, admittedly, this isn't the most complex app. I get it. But I know a lot of you out there are struggling even with simple screens on having these, 700 line view controllers. So I think this is going to be a key skill. And here's an example of it with the user info screen. This top part here with the avatar, the header, the bio, that's its own view controller. These two components below it, those are its own reusable view controllers. And then even within that, see the view that has the SF symbol and this is public repos and then the count, like that's a reusable view. So by using child view controllers, these reusable views, like this is how we're avoiding the massive view controller. And I think this is a key skill that a lot out there need help with. And now here's more just rapid fire stuff you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn persistence by like adding something to favorites. We're gonna create our own custom alert that we're gonna show. Of course, we're gonna dive into some table views, some swipe to delete action. Also, we're going to dive into dynamic type a little bit. As you saw earlier, we're going to use some SF symbols, UI stack views, date formatters, delegation and protocols, Safari view controller. There's just so much packed into this course. Now that you know what you're going to learn, let's talk about some of the details of this course. And first of all, who is this course for? Like, what is the skill level? It's not for absolute beginners. For example, I'm not going to stop and explain an optional. I'm not going to explain how an array works or how a for loop works, right? So I assume you have a basic understanding. That being said, this is not crazy advanced. I would consider this intermediate. Like I said, the target is for people that are trying to become junior developers, right? They've already done the basics. Now they're trying to make that next step. So it's not crazy advanced. So if you have the basics down, I think this will be very helpful. I mentioned this earlier too, but really at the end of this, you're going to have a portfolio piece. And what I think is also valuable is a code base that you can always go back and reference. Like I go back and reference old code bases all the time when I'm building features. So this can be very, very helpful for that as well. And a real quick note on just the general learning, like ask any developer out there. If you work on 10 different code bases, you're going to see 10 different styles, 10 different paradigms, 10 different like ways of building it, right? So I do not claim that this is the way, the best way, right? This is just one way. And back to like working on a lot of code bases, that is how I developed my style. I worked on one code base, took what I liked from there, took what I like from this code base, took what I like, and I built my own style based on that. So I do want to stress that this is just one way to do things. So take what you like, leave what you don't, and develop your own style as you work on other code bases. So let's answer some questions here, right? Why am I doing 100% programmatic UI? Like I mentioned earlier, I just think you learn more. I think the storyboard can be magic for people that are just learning. When you build it programmatically, you have a better understanding of what's going on. Why is this in UIKit and not SwiftUI? Well, SwiftUI is a couple years away from being relevant in the job market. And like I said, I was targeting developers that are on the cusp of becoming junior developers, or maybe they're already earlier in their career and they want to like learn right now. SwiftUI will have its day for sure. It's going to be a bit. I am requiring iOS 13 in this course, and that is to help future-proof it a little bit. Plus, I wanted to really dive into things like the diffable data source, dark mode, all that stuff. I didn't want to have to do all the like iOS 12 conditionals, iOS 13 conditionals. So this is iOS 13 forward. Why no third-party libraries? Again, kind of the same logic with the programmatic UI. You're just going to learn more. And when you learn how to like write it yourself, things like networking, we're not using Alamo Fire or anything like that, then you can make a better, more informed decision when it comes time to use the library. I'm not saying never use libraries, but if you've written it yourself, you can understand the trade-offs like, oh, I've written that myself before. We don't need to bring in a library. The perfect example in this app, all we're doing is basic GET requests for networking. You don't need to bring in Alamo Fire to do basic GET requests, right? So, but having that knowledge to know that is key. So it also helps when you're turning in these take-home projects, from personal experience. You kind of judge the ones that have 7 third-party libraries in just this small project. It's like, did you even like write anything or just do a library for everything? So it does look better on you the less libraries you use. So I did want to teach it that way. Some quick notes on a typical take-home project that you could do for a job interview. They usually say, hey, take 2 to 4 hours to do this. They try to be respectful of your time. So they don't necessarily expect you to go above and beyond like we're going to do in this course. Like this course is going to take us way longer than 2 to 4 hours to complete. But again, I want to do this for educational purposes. I wanted to teach everything. And then you can kind of decide when you're doing your take-home project, like how above and beyond do you want to go with your time? And then also about this being a portfolio piece, I know when we're building this, you're going to think, oh, it'd be really cool if this app did this, because we're dealing with GitHub and followers and you can do a lot with the API. But it's good. I think this is going to be a very good starting point for you to take this project, build upon it, and build an even better like portfolio piece. Because like I said, I know when we're building this, you're going to be like, man, I wish this app did this. I wish this app did that. Build it. Let's kick this off from the very beginning. You just had your initial phone screening with the recruiter. The call went great. A couple days later, you get that email that says, hey, so-and-so, love chatting with you. We want to see what you can do. We would love to move on to the next phase of the interview. So here's a take-home project we would like you to complete. Here's all the details. So here you are. Now's your time to shine. Let's showcase what you can do. Let's dive into this project brief and talk about what we're going to build. But before we do that, let's talk about kind of the wide variety of take-home projects that you can get. And real quick, you're probably only going to get a take-home project from a smaller company or a super small startup. You know, the Googles, the Apples, Facebooks of the world, they're not giving take-home projects. So just so you have that context. So I'm going to talk about two types that you can normally get. And the first one is where you get a full-blown design spec, as you see here. Like, here's an example of one I got from DoorDash in early 2017, so almost 3 years ago now. And you can see I had a very specific screens, very specific design to build. And even the features of the app were very specifically laid out. So there was no like nuance in what I had to build. You know, of course, there's nuance in how I built it, how I structured my code, right? Of course, that's what I'm being judged on. But that's going to be there no matter what project you give. So I would call this I don't want to call it easy, but this is the easier of the two, because again, you're getting exactly what you need to do. We're not going to do that type of take-home project. Like I said in the intro, we're going above and beyond, right? I want to teach this in like hard mode. So if you do get an easier one, you know, hopefully you should be good to go because you've got practice on the harder one. So that leads us to the second type of take-home project, which this one is, and that is the more open-ended one. And they're open-ended intentionally. And that's because at smaller companies and startups, maybe the iOS team is only 1, 2, 3 people, right? So you have to wear many hats and you'll probably have a lot of input on the product. So these open-ended ones want to see like what type of product you build. They don't want you to just follow the instructions on the code, right? They want to see what kind of design you come up with, how you structure the information, what information you choose to show. So that's the type of project we're going to do. Because again, I feel like that's the more nuanced, where the more learning is. Again, that other one is almost like paint by numbers when it comes to building the product. Of course, the code is different. So anyway, that's what we're going to build. But those are the two main types. To be honest with you, I think the more common one is the one where you get the full-blown design spec and super detailed instructions. I think that's more common, just so you're aware of what's out there. But again, we're going to go above and beyond in this course. So let's move on to this brief, right? We just got that email. We're pumped. We passed our phone screen. Now we got the brief. Let's open it up here. So you see, overview. This project is intentionally open-ended. We want to see what you create when it's all up to you. The project will be assessed on your code quality, UI, UX, and overall quality and feel of the app. So kind of like I just said, we want to see what kind of product you create all on your own. Down to the app premise here. This kind of tells you what the app is supposed to do. The user can enter a GitHub username and retrieve a list of that username's followers. Okay, so I type in a name, hit the API, get the list of followers. Okay, got it. The user can search within these followers for a specific follower. Okay, so I'm going to get a big long list of followers. I need to be able to search through it. Okay, I kind of know where I'm going to go with that. The user is able to tap on a follower from that list to get more information about that follower. Okay, so I got the list of followers, cool. Tap on it, new screen with their information. All right, sounds reasonable. The user is able to save favorite username searches so they don't have to type them in every time. This needs to persist between app launches. Okay, persistence. Looks like I just need to save a username in order to query. Right, because I need to pull in their data. So it looks like I'm probably just going to be saving a username in user defaults. We'll revisit that. Right now, what I do in my head when I get this is I don't figure out exactly how I'm going to do it. I try to get a rough idea, like, okay, I'll probably do that. Of course, things change, but as I'm going through, I'm like, okay, this is a very doable project. Like, I understand what's going on. So if we scroll down to the requirements here, 100% programmatic UI, no storyboard. All right, I kind of like storyboard, but all right, I get it. Okay. No third-party libraries. All right, never done that before. But the reason why I wanted to do no third-party libraries was because, I've given a take-home project before, and even on a small project, when you get one that has like 7 libraries in it, it's just like what, I mentioned this in the intro. You kind of judge that. It's like, wow, you brought in a library for every little task. Like, that's probably not good on this small project. Like, what are you going to do on like a huge project? Whereas a project that got submitted with no third-party libraries, like that was more impressive. Now, I do want to be clear. I'm not preaching like you should never use third-party libraries in any of your take-home projects. No, obviously don't use 7, but 1 or 2 is probably fine. But I do want to say that it probably will be more impressive if you don't use any. And that's why I wanted to teach it this way. Again, like I said, this course, I know I say it's based on the typical take-home project, but we're kind of doing the hard mode of the typical take-home project. Because it's like training, right? You want to train way harder than you actually play the game. So that's kind of the idea here. All right, scrolling down to details, use the GitHub API. No authentication needed. Okay, so we're not doing OAuth to verify anything. Cool. We're going to use the followers endpoint in the user info endpoint. Okay, that makes sense, right? Because I had to get the list of followers, and then now I got to get all the info about the user. We're going to dive into that in a little bit once I finish the overview. Okay, when showing more information about a user, what information you display is up to you. If you were creating this product, what information do you think users would want to see? So this is where, like I said, the nuance comes in, right? The test here is, if you're creating a product, like, what information do you think, as somebody using GitHub followers that wants to see list of followers, like, what information about a GitHub user do you find valuable that other developers would be searching for? So that's kind of the test there, is to see what information you display and how you display that information, right? Because of course you can make one giant screen with a million things of information. It's like, well, that, yeah, you got all the information on there, but there's, you don't want to overwhelm the user. So this is the test here to see, again, what type of product you create. And then moving on to the design, kind of like I just said, we want to see what kind of design you come up with. We don't expect you to be a professional designer, but we believe our developers should have a rudimentary design knowledge. And like I said, typically a take-home project is for a small startup, smaller company. The iOS team is probably going to be very small. So you're probably gonna have to wear many hats. You may contribute to design, you may contribute to the product. So that's why having these overall skills is good in this situation. And I do want to stress real quick, I don't want to scare people off that you have to know all this stuff. Like I said, in this course, we're going above and beyond, right? What we do in this course is going to be way more than what's needed for the typical take-home project. But like I said before, I want to teach and I want to train you on all the hard stuff, so you're ready, right? Most likely you're going to get an easier project than this, most likely. So again, don't be scared that holy crap, I don't know any of this, I'm way overwhelmed. Again, we're going above and beyond here. And then, please don't hesitate to ask any clarifying questions about the project. You're definitely going to get this, and feel free to ask. If you do have questions, shoot them an email, ask them. You'll get a due date, February 18th, whatever, that's just a made up date. But, and oftentimes, I forgot to put it in this brief, but oftentimes they'll tell you we expect this to take 3 to 5 hours, 2 to 4 hours, some time range, right? So they do let you know, how much they expect you to spend on it, right? And again, they may say 3 or 4, and it's up to you, right? Everybody's got different living situations. If you choose to take it and spend 12 hours on it, that's up to you. Just know that you're competing for a spot. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to recommend anything. Just, you're in competition. Just keep that in mind. Best of luck. Can't wait to see what you create. Okay, so that's the overview. Let's scroll back up. We're going to talk about how I started piecing all this together. So starting with the app premise, right? Because this tells me what the app does. And now if I pull up the handy dandy iPad, my iPad sketches here, you can see how I started designing this. And by the way, you don't need an iPad. Pen and paper works fine. But you can see I was like, okay, I need to enter a username, pass that name over to, in this case, is a collection view, and show the followers, right? That's the first kind of requirement. The first kind of decision I had to make, right, when we're talking about creating this product is how do I want to display these followers, right? Okay, the basic easy thing is a list table view. Okay, cool, but that's kind of tedious, right? You can, on a list table view, you can probably only show 10 to 12 at a time, maybe even less, depending on how big your cells are. Okay, and my initial thought actually was to make a cool, like the modern day, app store looking thing where each user was in a big card, it looked beautiful, you just swipe through it. But remember, followers, a person could have 3,000 followers, right? So swiping through 3,000 beautiful cards, that's a bit tedious, So that's why I felt like this grid collection view was the best way to display this information, right? Because you can, 100 users, you can scroll through pretty quickly in this type of format versus swiping through cards, or even the list view will kind of get tedious. So that was the first design decision I had to make was, okay, how do I actually display all these followers in the best way possible? So like I said, that's how I landed on the grid view. You can see I added the little favorites heart up here and the search thing. I knew I was going to have the navigation controller with those kind of default buttons up there. Also putting it in a tab bar because I knew I was going to have the favorites down on the left. So I knew the one piece of the tab bar was going to be the search screen. The other piece was going to be the favorites. So you can tap back and forth. So I knew I was going to put this into a tab bar. And that's, as you see here in the lower left, that's the table view of favorites that we're going to pull from user defaults. In my mind, I was like, okay, I'm just going to need a username. That's why you see Sean, Steve, Jordan, whatever. And then when they tap on Sean in that table view, it's just going to pull up the same search screen. So we're going to reuse that search screen, whether they get to it from typing in a username or tapping on a favorites. And then here in the lower right, I kind of have my I knew I wanted it to be a modal, right? I knew I wanted them to tap on the follower and a modal would slide up that they can dismiss or take an action on. So you see, I knew I kind of wanted the avatar in the upper left and the name real big. And then after that, I just started listing the information that I thought I would want to show. There's no like design here, right? I was just like, let me just throw the information here. And while we're here, let's talk about how I decided to put that information in. So here we are at the GitHub API documentation. If we scroll down to users, click on user, get a single user. This is where we're going to talk about what information we want to display. And I'm going through this exercise to show you how I decided to show the information I wanted to show. Again, if you go back to this GitHub design here, you can see I kind of wrote in all the information I want. And what I did was I just went to the GitHub documentation. And the great thing about the documentation is you can see the JSON response you're going to get back. So this is all the data I'm going to get back. And I went through and just kind of picked out, what data I wanted to display. Because again, we're creating our own product. It's up to me. That's part of the test. And actually, I don't know. I don't like looking at it like this. What I did, and a little trick here, this URL here is actually the users you can see. And that's just for Octocat. So I like to look at real data. That's kind of like dummy data. So if you go to your terminal and type in curl, so curl is how you can kind of ping an API. And then, so type in curl space command V for that, except we don't want Octocat. We want SALLEN 0400. You can type in whatever user you like, but this will pull up real data. And let's make this bigger so people can see it. So this is, me, all the stuff I would get back on my user. So what I did was I pulled this up and I literally just went down the list. Yeah, I want to show the login. Avatar, definitely going to need to show the avatar. So I get that URL. This is all kind of, weird stuff up here. The other URLs that you can type if I want to get other stuff. But yeah, I want to showcase the name. I want to showcase the company, maybe the blog, location, how many repos, how many followers they have, that kind of stuff. So how I came up with this information is literally going through this list and kind of building the product that I thought was best. And the funny thing is, if we go back to the GitHub design, you can see here, I have company, blog, email. You see this top thing. But if you notice in the final design, I don't have that. What ended up happening as I was building this, and my point is that sometimes things change, is that most of the users didn't put in their personal email, didn't have a blog, didn't have a company attached to them. So that was coming back null very, very, very often. And, of course I could hide the UI based on null, but it was just very inconsistent. So I felt like it wasn't as useful for the product. So that's why I removed it. Again, these are the type of decisions that you can make. And then also, have the discussion, because the second part of the interview usually is, okay, let's talk about your take-home project. So if you can intelligently talk about your decisions and the reasoning why you got rid of them, whether they agree with them or not, the fact that you can articulate your thought process is the key here. So again, I want to talk about my thought process a lot and how I came up with this. So that's why we went through this little exercise here. So back to my iPad design, as you can see here, we talked about that screen where I wanted to show all that information. You can see my first iteration, I had the GitHub button, the blog button, and the follower button all at the top small. But why I moved away from this was because I thought the bottom, which would be all the rest of the information, would just be like a wall of text. And I didn't like that. So we moved on to this design here, kind of what you saw in the final design, where I kind of made little cards for each little section, right? I logically grouped, right? You have this header information with the name, location, bio. Again, the company, email, website, the repos, and get the GitHub profile. So again, I logically grouped each information together and then made a little card around that. And then, like I said, this website company email section was causing a lot of problems. So I just decided, it wasn't worth it for this project. So again, those are the decisions you'll have to make. So you can see how I actually started with the design on creating this. And then here you can see what I ended up with in the final. And I used Sketch to build this. So I went from this app drawing in the iPad to going over to Sketch to, fleshing out this design in Sketch. So I hope that illustrated the process a bit to where, you get the initial brief in the email, how you dissect the brief a little bit, how you start sketching it out on pen and paper or iPad, whichever you choose, and then how you kind of build it from there, how you dissect the JSON to see actually what information you're going to get, what you want to display. I hope all that helped to show you the process. That is how I got to this Sketch design that you see. And then from here on out in the course, when we start building, we're going to be using this Sketch design for reference. But I wanted to go through all this to show you how I got to that Sketch design. And hopefully that was helpful. So in the next video, we're going to start building. Let's go. All right, let's get this show on the road. Let's start building this project. What we're going to do in this video is a lot of the initial setup. For example, we're going to get our project up and running and just show a view controller with deleting the storyboard. There's some setup to do there, especially new in iOS 13. There's the scene delegate. We're going to talk about that at a high level. I'm going to explain why Apple decided to split up the app delegate from the scene delegate. And then to finish off the video, we're going to import some assets in the app icon. And the assets will have the light and dark mode. So we'll start talking about dark mode. And then lastly, I'll show you how to download SF symbols because we are going to use those in later videos. So I just want to get that download out of the way as the initial setup. So first things first, let's create a new Xcode project. By the way, I'm assuming you know how to download Xcode. This is an intermediate course. So go ahead and open up Xcode. Do new Xcode project. And I'm going to make my Windows full screen and a single view application. You can name this whatever you like. I'm going to name it GH Followers. It's probably a logical name there. Your team should be you. Mine's Sean Allen. Organization name. I mean, it can be whatever you want. If you have a team and organization, that's fine. Your organization identifier, usually this is my website, seanallen.co. Language in Swift, and then user interface. This is a big one. Storyboard. Make sure it's not set to SwiftUI. I believe it's SwiftUI by default. So make sure you have Storyboard. Even though we're deleting Storyboard, SwiftUI will pull up, SwiftUI with the preview pane and all that stuff. So Storyboard, hit next, save it to wherever you like. I have my chapter code. By the way, in this course, you're going to get the sample code is going to be broken down like where we left off in the chapter. So if you screwed up the app later on, you can go back to chapter 8, download my sample code and be good to go. Have a clean working copy right at that state. So save it wherever you like. That's where I'm saving mine. And here we are. We have our blank project. Before we dive into deleting the storyboard, let's click off the landscape left and landscape right. We're not going to mess around with landscape. On a take-home project, they're not going to expect it to actually conform to landscape mode as well, most likely, because that actually usually takes a lot of work depending on the UI of the app. And unless, you never know, right? Maybe the company you're interviewing for, their app is specifically in landscape. So might be a different story. But again, I think that's an edge case. So we're going to not mess around with landscape mode as well. Same thing with the iPad. We're not going to do that as well for this current course. So let's get rid of the storyboard. After all, we're doing this 100% programmatically. So the first thing right above, actually the first thing, let's make a ceremony of it, right? Let's delete the main storyboard here. So click on that, right click, delete. Yes, move that thing to the trash. Now we're back here, so that's gone. But here the main interface, as you see, I have like an arrow pointing to it. It says it's going to look for main. It's going to look for the main storyboard, and we don't want that, right? We want to kind of remove any reference to the main storyboard, and there's one other place besides here. So let's delete main. That way it's not looking for main storyboard. You'll get a crash if you don't delete that. And then the other place there's a reference to it is in the info plist. So here on the left, you click on your plist, click in the plist, do a Command F to find, and type in main. I've already done that. Little spoilers, I was practicing this. So you type in main up there, this will pull up, and so you see delete this here, this little minus button next to storyboard name, main, hit that minus button, that gets rid of that, and now we've removed all kind of like references to the main storyboard, so the project's never going to look for a main storyboard. That's what we want. So now we're ready for some code, but before we do that, let's talk about what I kind of alluded to in the beginning, why Apple split up app delegate and scene delegate. Like iOS 13 introduced this brand new way of scene delegate. And if you've created a project before without storyboard, you've done everything in the app delegate, right? You see here's your example of app delegate. You notice it's a lot shorter than it used to be, right? App delegate used to have things like, did enter background, will enter foreground, those type of lifecycle stuff. That has all been moved to the scene delegate here. So if I click on scene delegate, I see scene, scene will enter foreground, scene did enter background, that kind of stuff. And here's why. Basically, the introduction of the scene delegate allows for multi-window operations. If you look here on the screen, I have an iPad up, and you can see I have an example where I have 2 instances of the app GoodNotes that I did my sketches in for the design here. Before, you could have 2 apps side by side, but they had to be different apps. Well, now you can have 2 of the same app, 2 instances. And the scene delegate is what kind of allows that, because there's a little bit of a paradigm shift. Before, your app used to have a window, and that window would be displayed. Now your app has scenes. and you can have multiple scenes. So for example, when you see the two GoodNotes apps right next to each other, that's two scenes of the GoodNotes. So the app still has one app delegate, but you can have multiple scenes. Because for example, if you have two scenes up, this whole will enter foreground, did enter background, like, well, which scene was it? But now if each scene has its own delegate, now I can bring one of these GoodNotes scenes down, and now that entered background, but the other one's still up, right? So you get how it separates it, right? You're allowed to have multiple windows or scenes, of your app at once. And it seems like Apple's kind of going that way, as you see with the iPad. To be honest with you, I'm not sure this is going to come into play with Catalyst. If you can have multiple windows open of the same app in Catalyst, maybe. But definitely this new multi-window paradigm, this is why the scene delegate came into play. I think that's good foundational knowledge for you to know at a high level. You can dig and do more research on the scene delegate if you like. But I think if you understand this is what allows multi-scenes of your app, having the GoodNotes side by side, I think you're good to go. So now let's start writing the code here. In the scene delegate, now we have our window, right? This window used to be in the app delegate, now it's in the scene delegate, because the scene delegate is going to be how we kind of configure our UI for each scene. So we're going to delete all these comments just for cleanliness. Get rid of that. So right here, this guardlet underscore. So just for knowledge, right? Anytime you're initializing a variable with an underscore, the variable exists, you're just not giving it a name. So we want to give that a name because we're going to use it. Like if it's just underscore, we can't use it. So we're going to call it window scene. So guardlet window scene equals scene, which is this scene here from this will connect to is very similar to the did finish launching with options in the app delegate. It's kind of like the first thing that runs. So now we need to configure our window with the window scene and all that stuff. So this window here is what we're using on line 13. So window, it's going to, not the window scene, window equals, we're going to initialize a UI window here. And then if you see that, we're going to get a frame. So the frame we're going to initialize it with is the window scene, what we just created on line 18, window scene.coordinate space dot bounds. And basically that makes it, fill up the full screen. And every window has a window scene. So we want to set our Windows window scene to this window scene here on line 18. I know there's a lot of, similar words there, but window, not window scene, window scene equals window scene. Again, that's what we have up here. And then now that we have our window configured with the scene, we need to set our root view controller. Like this is the view controller we want to show. For right now, we're just going to use this default view controller that you get when you start a new project. We're going to change that in a future video. But again, we just want to get up and running and showing a view controller, right? This is the initial setup. But we do want to do window.root view controller, right? So the window needs a view controller to show equals UI view controller, not UI view controller, I'm sorry, just the view controller, which is again the name of this view controller here on the left. We're going to name that something different later, but this is what we're going to show for now. And then what makes everything all possible is to do window.make key and visible. So that's what actually shows it. Now, to make sure we're showing this view controller right here, let's go into that view controller and just give it a funky background color just to prove that that is in fact this. So if we do view.background color equals .system pink, cool. And now if we run our app, we should pull up a view controller and it should be system pink. This is the initial view controller. And there you go. Beautiful, pretty pink, system pink. So it is working. We've got rid of the storyboard. We have this set up here in the scene delegate. If I go back to it, again, so when I get into the next video, which is the navigation, this is where we're going to put our tab bar controller that holds everything. But for now, it's just that view controller. So that is about the code for this video. Now let's talk about importing the assets, the app icon, dark mode, and SF symbols. So to do that, let's click on assets folder right here. Let's make this smaller. We don't need it to be that big. If you click on the app icon, you can see all like the app icons this takes. And you can see it's for iPad apps, the App Store icon, Spotlight search, all this stuff. And also in this course description, you're going to see some files you can download. And you will have the assets there, the app icon and the assets for the app in there. So make sure you download that. Wherever you downloaded that to, pull that up and we're going to use those. Okay, so I have my folder up. You can see all the app icons here. Now, sometimes you can like highlight them all and drag them all here and it'll put them in the right spots. I don't know. That never worked for me. I actually just tested it a little bit ago. It still doesn't do exactly what I want. So this is tedious. I'm going to do the first couple and I'm going to fast forward through me doing it because you can kind of get the picture. So if you see here in the upper left here, iPhone notification, 20 points. So I need 20 point, 2x, and 3x. So here's my 20.2x. Drop it there. Here's my 20.3x. drop it there. Same thing over here. You see iPhone settings is 29 points. I need 2x and 3x. So 29.2x, there it is. 29.3x, there it is. And then you just rinse and repeat through this whole thing. And if you're wondering where I got the exact app icon dimensions and all that stuff, the design tool I use is called Sketch. Again, I'm going to include the Sketch file in the course downloads. And Sketch actually has a kind of a template for iOS apps. And you just kind of upload your icon. It spits out all the correct dimensions that you need. So that's how I got this. But again, one last one before I fast forward. You can see iPhone Spotlight is a 40 point. I need 40.2x and 40.3x. Drag it there, and I'm just going to fast forward. Okay, now as you can see, I have all my icons filled in. And I do want to note that I have seen a lot of people turn in their take-home project app and it doesn't have an app icon. You know what your app looks like when it doesn't have an icon. It's got that like little grid diagram. Again, we want to go above and beyond. We want to showcase attention to detail, even if it's something simple. Like you can see, all I did was put the GitHub logo and I typed out followers underneath it. You don't have to do anything crazy, but make sure you include an app icon, even if it's very, very basic. That's, again, small attention to details. So now let's import our assets, and we're going to talk about the dark mode asset and the light mode asset. So again, same thing here, the folder app assets, you can see, we'll move this over to the right so it's readable here. You can see I have like avatar placeholder dark, 2x and 3x, avatar placeholder just light, 2x and 3x. And the reason 2x and 3x, those are for Retina displays. 1x is for non-Retina display. The reason I don't have any 1x is because Apple hasn't released a non-Retina display in like forever. I think the iPhone 4 was the first Retina display with 2x. So unless you're supporting the iPhone 3 for some reason, don't worry about 1x. I guess one of the later iPads was not Retina, but either way, Retina screens have been around for a while, so the very minimum for Retina is 2x, and then a lot of the newer ones are even 3x. So that's kind of why you don't see a 1x version. Anyway, back to the assets. So let's use the example of the avatar placeholder. We're not going to import the dark one yet, because I'll show you why. So bring in the 2x and the 3x, and you'll see it'll make the same asset. It'll just give me a 2x and a 3x right here. Now, if I pull back the right pane, again, you see this is universal, this asset right here. Down here on the right, under Appearances, if you click Any and Dark, now you're going to get a dark version. So if we go back to our Finder here, I have avatar placeholder dark, and I drag that to the 2x, drag that to the 3x. Now I have a dark version. So for example, when we create our cell that's going to hold this placeholder, I just have to create UI image, with the name avatar placeholder. And because I have this set up here, iOS is going to know like, hey, if the phone's in dark mode, use the dark asset. If the phone's in light mode, use the light asset. And real quick for some design context, in the light mode, you can see it's a lot brighter because against a white background, that's going to be more faint. And again, this is like a placeholder. We want it to be like very light and almost hardly noticeable. And the same thing for dark mode, right? If I use this light icon on a black background, it's going to be real bright and stand out too much. But so you want to make it darker on the dark background. So again, it looks faint and you can barely see it. So that's kind of why those colors are what they are. So let's finish this out with the rest of the assets here. Same thing. Let's do empty state logo, light, drag that in there. And then again, make sure it's clicked. Appearances over here on the right, Any dark. Now we get our dark mode options. Let's get our empty state logo 2x, empty state logo dark 3x. Cool, that's done. And now we need our GitHub logo. This is for our kind of like our title. Now we have the light version. Again, make sure we get the option for the dark, Any dark, and throw in the dark mode GitHub logo. So there's the 2x and the 3x. So now our assets are in place. We have light and dark mode versions of them. So again, automatically, it's going to use the right asset based on what mode the phone is in. And lastly, let me show you real quick where to download SF symbols. We're not going to use them right now, but I want you to have the program downloaded so when we use it, we can just get right into it. Because again, this is like the setup video. So if you just pull up a browser and just literally type in SF symbols download. So make sure you go to the developer.apple.com one, click on that for the human interface guidelines. This will tell you all about SF symbols if you want to kind of, read through that. But the very first link here, download the SF symbols app, click on that. It's downloading. Actually, I'm going to cancel that because, no, stop it. I already have it. So let me pull up SF symbols real quick. There we go. So once you download it, open it up. Here's the SF symbols app. And you can see on the left here, you have all kinds of like, connectivity, transportation. It's broken down by category and stuff that you can use. Or you can do all, and it's very searchable. So up here on the right, you search arrow, it'll pull up, everything with like an arrow in it. And what we want, at least for how we're going to use them, is we want this string that's below it. So when we do decide to use our icons, like for example, folder, we're going to use this folder icon right here. It's literally just called folder. But we're going to use this string for folder to identify and tell Xcode, like, this is the SF symbol we want. So again, that's how we're going to use this app. So that wraps up the initial setup. Again, back to the scene delegate here. This view controller is what we're showing. In the next video, we're going to dive into the navigation, how this is going to be a tab bar controller that holds navigation controllers, that holds view controllers. Like, it's going to hold the entire, navigation foundation of our app. That's what we're talking about next time. Can't wait. In the last video, we left off showing that pink view controller. That was it. This is the video where we're going to lay down the foundation for a navigation. But let me kind of explain how all this navigation works. Because we have a tab bar controller, as you see in the design. That tab bar controller is going to hold two navigation controllers, each one, one for the search tab, one for the favorites tab. And in those navigation controllers, we're going to hold view controllers. So it's like containers holding containers, right? Like I like to use the Russian doll analogy, right? You pick up one, you open up a Russian doll, there's another one in there. You open that up, there's another one in there. That's kind of how this navigation works. So what we're going to do is we're going to build it out in code. I'm going to describe it as we go. And at the end, once we build it in Xcode, I'm going to blow out all the views so you can see exactly like, the tab bar controller holding the navigation controller, which is holding the view controllers, right? So hopefully this all makes sense if you're not familiar with like how these containers of containers like work. So the first thing we want to do, like I said, we want to get rid of this view controller here. I said this is the generic view controller. We're going to get rid of it. In its place, we're going to put a UI tab bar controller. And again, we're going to come back and change this. This is just a placeholder now. So when I delete this view controller, Xcode doesn't, yell at me. So in order to start building this foundation, we actually kind of have to start backwards, right? Because like I said, this tab bar controller is going to hold our navigation controllers. The navigation controllers are going to hold the view controllers, right? And the view controllers I mean is like this initial search screen that you see here, right? In the navigation controller, you push on to the collection view of the followers, etc. So if I ran this right now, nothing would show because the tab bar controller like doesn't have anything in it. So in order to build this, we kind of have to work backwards. I have to build the initial view controllers so I can build the navigation controllers, right? Because they go in there. So then now I can build the tab bar controller. This will all make sense in a little bit. So the first thing we're going to do is create that search for view controller that you see here. That's what this is going to be. We're not going to build out that screen yet. And then the other view controller is going to be the favorites list view controller, again, that you see here. Again, we're not building out the screen. We're just getting the placeholder there. So let's start there. And then, like I said, we're going to build the navigation controller, then the tab bar controller, and put it all together. Okay, so in your project and get a followers file, do Command N. That'll bring up a new file. We're going to do Cocoa Touch class, hit next. And yes, you do want it to be a subclass of UI view controller. And we're going to name this search VC. And some people type out view controller. I just find that to be redundant and cumbersome. I like less clutter. I just do VC, name it whatever you like. So I'm going to call that search VC. Make sure it's a Swift language. Hit next and save it to where you need to save it. Cool. And while we're here, we're going to get rid of the comments. And like we did before with the test, we want to make sure we're showing the right view controller. So we're going to give it a color. So view.background color equals .system pink. That'll give us that color. And then we'll make like the favorites one blue so we can see it in the tab bar controller, blue and pink back and forth. Okay, so now the same thing. Make sure you have the GitHub followers folder selected. Command N, Cocoa Touch class. Now we're creating our favorites, and I like to call it favorite list VC because it is a list of the favorites. So favorite list VC. Again, make sure it's the UI view controller. Make sure it's in Swift. Hit next. Save it. Same thing we just did. Delete the comments for cleanliness, and make this one blue. View.background color equals .system. And by the way, I don't want to hover over this. So this whole dark mode implementation that we're going to be doing it as we go. It's not like we're not going to do anything and then at the end, we're just going to convert everything to dark mode. We're going to be building dark mode in as we go. So the reason I use system blue and not blue is because these system blues and system pink, those are colors that automatically adapt. It's like a slightly different shade of blue, whether it's dark mode or light mode, to make sure it looks really good, right? This is like the default Apple stuff. And you know, Apple really has that attention to detail. So you're not getting the same blue in dark mode and light mode. The system will actually adapt it. So that's why we're using like the system colors. And I'm going to show you more about that in a little bit. So now that we have our view controllers created, right, our search VC and list VC, now, and this is what we're going to put into our navigation controller, right? Because a navigation controller just can't show by itself. A navigation controller has to be holding an array of view controllers. Right now, our array is only going to hold one view controller, but you know, that can change. So back to our scene delegate here. Now let's create the two navigation controllers, because like I said, the tab bar is going to have a search tab and a favorites tab. And each one of those tabs is going to house its own navigation controller. And then, like I said, those navigation controllers are going to house their array of view controllers. So to create that, and by the way, we're going to refactor all this at the end. I'm going to kind of write some spaghetti code to explain it, and then we're going to refactor. It's going to look nice and pretty and good code. So let's do let search NC, short for nav controller, equal UI navigation controller. We get the autocomplete, initialize it. We want to initialize it with a root view controller. Remember I said a navigation controller has to have something to show. So that root view controller, because it's a search NC, is going to be an instance of a search VC. And again, we're going to refactor this now. This is kind of placeholder stuff. And let's do the same thing for the favorites list. So let favorites NC equals UI navigation controller, again with a root view controller, and this is going to be a favorites list VC. So same thing. So again, we're just creating the navigation controller that holds those. So now we want to put these navigation controllers inside the UI tab bar controller. So again, I told you this is going to be messy for a little bit. It'll all come together. So let's actually do this here. Let tab bar equal UI tab bar controller, and then we're going to replace this and call this tab bar now that we created up here on line 23, because we want to customize this a little bit. We want to do tab bar dot view controllers equals, and it's an array of view controllers. So make our array here real quick. And this is going to be search NC, and then also favorites, favorite list NC, I'm sorry. Favorites NC is what I called it. Man, too many similar names. So there we go. So we have our search NC on line 20, and then favorites NC on line 21. Okay, so now we have the foundation. Like I said, our tab bar controller is holding the navigation controllers, which are holding the view controllers. So when we run this, we should see a pink and a blue screen as we tab back and forth. So let's run it and see what we got. So as you can see, we have our system pink. This is our search VC. It shows up first because that's what we put into the array first. You see it's a navigation controller because it's got the nav bar, and you see our tab bar at the bottom, but wait a minute, there's no icons. But wait, if I click, so the functionality is there. There's just no like icons or titles there to let me know what I'm clicking on. Fun little mystery game though. Like, ooh, how many tabs are there? But let's go back and fix that. And this is part of the kind of like the refactoring as well. But our general foundation is working. Again, tab bar controller, holding navigation controllers, which are holding view controllers. So now that we need to do some customization on these objects to get the titles and the icons and all that stuff, now we're going to start our refactor. So we know we're going to have to kind of create our view controllers here. So I actually like to separate this out. We'll scroll up here into a function here. So func create search navigation controller. And this is going to return a UI navigation controller here. So, and we're going to return this navigation controller with the search VC in it. Oops, I forgot the old parentheses there. So let's go ahead and let search VC equals initialize a brand new search view controller. And this is going to replace what's up here, up at the top, but we're doing it down here now. So in the view controllers is actually where you configure the tab bar like title and icon. So search vc.title equals search. And this is also like the title that goes at the top of the nav bar. And search vc.tab bar item. Again, now we're configuring the tab bar item at the bottom, and it's going to be a UI tab bar item. If you initialize that, you can see we have a couple options here. We're going to use the system item. So down here, these last two, title, string, image, selected image. If you were creating your own custom tab bar with the custom images, maybe you got some cool tab bar icons, this is where you would initialize that with. We're going to use the system stuff because again, we're using a search icon and a favorites icon, and Apple has those by default. So that's what we're going to use. So .system item, and if you hit the dot right here, you can see bookmarks, contacts, downloads, favorites. You know, this is all the most common types of icons. So we're going to use search. and the tag is going to be 0. So that's going to be the first one, right? It's 0 index. It's going to be the one on the left. And then we want to return, right? Because we're returning this UI navigation controller here on line 33. So return, we'll initialize the UI navigation controller. And again, with the root view controller, this time we're using the root view controller number 34, or on line 34 here, just called search VC. Again, that we configured with a title and a tab bar item. So fill this out with search VC that we created right there. Now we're going to do the same thing for the favorites navigation controller here. So again, I like 2 spaces in between. You're going to get some style stuff too throughout this video. I like 2 spaces vertically in between my functions. On this huge screen where I got to have my text very big for you, it may seem excessive, but in normal text size, I like it. It's better. So func create, and this is going to seem repetitive, but we're going to talk about that. Create favorites navigation controller. Again, this is going to return a UI navigation controller. Like I said, this is going to seem like very similar code, and I do this intentionally. So let favorites VC, or list VC to be consistent, equals, and again, we're initializing a favorites list VC. We're going to configure it very similarly. Favorites list VC dot title equals favorites, and favorites list VC dot, again, is the tab bar item equals UI tab bar item. Initialize that with the system item. This time, if you hit dot, there's going to be a favorites. Pretty convenient. And then this time the tag is going to be 1 because this is the one. And if you had like 4 more of these, it would go like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then again, return UI navigation controller, root view controller is favorites list VC, the local one. Real quick, let me actually do that real quick. Let me redo that, because oftentimes you'll see like variable names very similar to the class name. I don't know if people pick up on this, but when you do the autocomplete and you fill in the view controller and you start typing favorites, you can see one has an L next to it and one has a C next to it. This L means it's the local variable. The C means it's like the class, and you can see it's capitalized here, whereas this one's lowercase. So that's how I always know which is which. You can see like the local variable or the class one. Local meaning it's local in the scope. It's this one we created on line 43. So we want to use the local one. Just a little tidbit there. Maybe you didn't know that. So back to like these 2 functions are very similar, right? Except, so you could write a function that took in like 5 parameters, right? We would need to know the type of view controller that got sent in. We would need to pass in the title. We would need to pass in the type of system item. We would need to pass in the tag. And when it comes to that, like if I have to create a function that takes 5 parameters, I would much rather just, keep it simple and write a very similar function. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this is where like the art of programming comes in. Like if you just blindly follow the don't repeat yourself rule or make everything crazy, flexible and reusable, you can take that too far and your code can become more convoluted than it has to be. So again, there's no black and white, right or wrong answer. It's just, it's very nuanced and also probably very subjective and opinionated. Like some people may prefer passing in 4 or 5 parameters. I personally don't like that. I think it becomes more confusing. Okay, so we have our search controllers kind of refactored. So let's delete these 2 up here. We no longer need those. Now we just need to kind of refactor out this tab bar initialization. So let's do that as well down here. Slide up here. So func create tab bar, and then we're just going to pass in this function to the root view controller of the window. So this is going to return a UI tab bar controller. And then let's go ahead and yank this code out because this is what we're going to kind of use up here. So delete that code, bring it back down here, paste it. So we do want a tab bar to be that, and then we're going to start configuring this tab bar. Before we throw in the view controllers, we want to configure this with the tint color. Because we want, if you saw in the design, or it's actually not on the design, but in the video, we want the tint of our tab bar to be green just to kind of go with the overall style. And if you do it here and use the tab bar appearance, it's going to make it like app wide. So let's do UI tab bar dot appearance. Again, so appearance is like overall appearance. We're going to do this again with like navigation controller too. Dot tint color, and that's going to equal dot system green. So there you go. And now we just need to initialize this tab bar with our view controllers, except now we don't have those variables of search NC and favorites NC. So this is where we're going to call these functions that we created here, and they're going to create those. So now we're going to do create search navigation controller and create favorites navigation controller. And you could probably like, let's actually do this just because these long names, like I try to not do those when I need to. So again, create search NC. If we're going to use NC and VC, let's be consistent for abbreviations. So create search NC, create favorites NC, and let's just, because these are very long names, unnecessarily long. Sometimes a long name is fine because it's very descriptive, and shortening it would make it confusing. That's not the case here. So now the last thing we want is to return that UI tab bar controller. So return tab bar. And then now, so here again, we have the function that creates our navigation controllers. We're using those functions to create our tab bar. And then now up here, instead of just passing in tab bar, now we can do just create tab bar, and it will run all those other functions. So again, we've refactored that out of this will connect a scene, because again, this is a very important, this may be a bad analogy. It's almost like the view did load of like your whole app, right? So I like to keep this clean and not super cluttered. That's why I moved all this code out of there into its own functions. So now when we run it, we should see the tab bar with the icons and the titles, and it should be looking good. Okay, so here's our search screen, the system pink. You can see the tab bar is there with the search and the green tint. We tap on favorites. Now that gets the green tint in blue. So there we have it. Our foundation of the navigation is all set up. And again, I know I've said this before, but I want to repeat it. It's the Russian doll analogy, right? Where you have the tab bar controller that holds two navigation controllers. For example, when I click on search, I'm looking at the search navigation controller. When I click on favorites, I'm looking at the favorites navigation controller. They're two separate things. And a navigation controller is essentially, I look at it like a deck of cards. Like if you imagine a stack of deck of cards, but each card is a view controller. So whenever you push a new view onto the stack, view controller onto the stack, you're basically putting a new card on top of the deck of cards. And that's the one you see, whatever's on top. And then when you go back, you're popping off that view controller, or that top card of the deck of cards, to reveal the view controller underneath it. That's what's happening when you're going back and you're pushing new views on. And so like a view controller can only have a navigation controller may only have two view controllers in it, or it could have 20, right? So that's the stack. And that's also, if you understood what I just said, how you're just like popping and pushing on top of a stack, like that is like the data structure, a stack, kind of in a nutshell. But that's how navigation controllers work. So you kind of see that Russian doll analogy where it's just containers holding containers. So hopefully that cleared up a bit. What I did say I was going to do is I was going to blow it up so you could really see it. I almost forgot to do this. The coolest part of the video, almost forgot to do it. So down here in Xcode, there's this debugger here, this view debugger, where it will pull up your app while it's running. Has to be running to do this. And if you see this, it doesn't look like much. But if you grab it and spin it, like, wow, now your views are popping out. And there's this little slider down here that can like pop out the views more in the lower left. And you can hit this plus button to zoom in, zoom out. Let me get rid of this bottom part so it's kind of, I can zoom in a little bit to show you. But here you can see in the upper left, you see you have our scene back here. You have the UI tab bar controller, which is holding the UI navigation controller. And this is the favorites navigation controller. And then it is holding the favorites list VC. So again, tab bar controller holds navigation controller, which holds the view controllers. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can kind of see that. This view is also great for debugging. You know, if you're building a screen and you can't figure out like what's going on with the view, oftentimes it's behind another view. So again, this debugger tool is very, very useful for debugging complex UIs, but it also illustrates very nicely how these views are nested within each other. So hope that all made sense. On to the next video. We left off last video getting the navigational foundation built for our app. As you can see here, we have the favorites tab and the search tab. What we're going to start the process of now is actually building this search screen that you see currently on the screen. But if you look on the screen, like we have that green button at the bottom, and then if I pull up the user info screen, you see we reuse those buttons. So what we're going to do in this video is start creating some reusable components. We're going to create a button that we're going to reuse, and then we're also going to create a custom text field that has that text field all formatted, even though currently in the app, that is the only place that text field is used. So I like to do that, even if it's only used in one place. I still like to make it an object. And the reason being is it yanks that stylization code out of the view controller. And two, just what I found in my career, it's good to make things reusable because you never know when you're going to need to use that. Maybe the product people come in and they want a new screen and it has a bunch of text fields and you already got that taken care of. So those are the reasons I like to do that. And throughout the app, we're going to be creating a bunch of custom components like this. And this is kind of just the first taste of it. So let's get to it. Let's build the button first. So again, do Command N to pull up a new file. We're going to do a Cocoa Touch class. Next. Make sure it's a UI button. Remember, you might have to change it from UI view controller or another one. And I'm going to name this GF button. And I'm going to talk about this prefix real quick and why I like to do this. This is actually a very common practice. Some people like it, some people are against it. But the reason being is it identifies it as something we have created. And GF stands for GitHub followers, by the way. That's the name of the app. But for example, Aluna, the company I work for, we do everything AL. Sometimes in my tutorials, I do SA button, like Sean Allen button. And Facebook, you'll see FB this. So the idea is to let it know that you built that here internally. So you know that, hey, GF button, that's an internal button. We built that. Because sometimes when you bring in, frameworks or third-party libraries, they have their own components. So hopefully they name it something that is easily identifiable. Unfortunately, as much as I love Lottie, they named like their animation view that does the animations just animation view, right? You can see how that could potentially collide with maybe an animation view that, you wrote internally if you're not, tagging it with your little code like GF. So again, that's just a common practice. I like it. It's easily identifiable. Some people may not. We're going to be naming all our custom stuff GF fill in the blank. So that's why we do that. So hit next and we should have our, save it, create it, I'm sorry. And we have our blank GF button. As always, we get rid of the comments and we start from scratch here. So let's scroll up a little bit. No, we can't. So the first thing you need here is your init methods. So if you start typing init, you're going to get some autocomplete. And here's the default initializer with the frame, because you're initializing a button like, with the frame, like how big it is. Anytime you're overriding, so because this is a subclass of UI button, right? We're creating our own subclass of UI button called GF button. We have to override the initializer if we're going to do custom stuff in it, which we are. If we weren't doing any custom configuration, we wouldn't have to override the init because there's nothing going on here. So how you make sure you always call the default one is by calling the super. So super.init. Super basically means, and then we want to initialize it with the frame that we pass in. Super basically means we're calling the superclass or the parent. So by what happens in this function is we're calling the normal init method that is on UI button. Like we're making sure all that happens first. So everything Apple built into the default UI button, we're calling that. And then we're doing our custom code in here, right? So it's kind of like whenever you subclass an object, you're kind of building on top of the existing object. So example, we're building our GF button on top of UI button. Another way to flip that is that like GF button is like a child class of the parent class UI button. We're going to come back and fill in that custom code in a second, but as you see, Xcode is yelling at us. Required initializer, init coder must be provided by a subclass of UI button. Basically what this means, and you can hit the fix to have it fill in for you. Basically what this means is we have two initializer methods, and this one gets called, the coder one, when you initialize this GF button via Storyboard. Now, of course, we're not, using Storyboard, so that's why we just put fatal error, this could not be implemented because we're not using any storyboards. However, when you're subclassing things from UIKit like UI button, UI label, you have to handle the storyboard case. Again, we're not going to write any code in there, but Xcode will yell at you if you don't have the initializer. But the key takeaway is this is what handles initialization via Storyboard. Now we're going to start implementing our custom code here that I put up there, and we're going to do this in a private func called configure. And I do just the generic configure because this is going to be private. By private, it means it can only be called in this class. So basically, like I can't, if I initialize a button outside, in a view controller or something like that, I can't call like my GF button dot configure. Like I can't call that because that's what this private does. Because I don't want people calling this configure method outside the initialization of this button. So that's what we're going to do here. And we're going to do, this is we're going to set up the look of the button. So layer.corner radius equals 10. And then we're going to configure our title label now because we want all of our title labels to be like the same font and the same color. Because if you look at the design, like the background of the button can change, but the title is always white. So title label dot text color equals dot white. So there's that. Now let's set the font. Title label dot font
equals UI font. And here's where we're going to get into some dynamic type stuff. And we're not going to do a whole dedicated video on dynamic type, but we're going to kind of weave it in as we implement it. So if you do UI font dot preferred, can't type, dot preferred font for text style, that's what we want here. So let's go to some documentation real quick. The human interface guidelines. This is the typography section. This will tell you all about some typography, but here's the key piece of information right here. Choosing fonts to enhance your app. Use built-in text styles whenever possible. The built-in text style lets you express content in ways that are visually distinct while retaining optimal legibility. These styles include headline, body, callout, several sizes of title. Anyway, but basically this is how you get dynamic type. And what is dynamic type? Pull up the phone here. You see in the settings, if you go to like display and brightness, scroll to the bottom, you'll see this text size. And you can see you can make your text size smaller or larger. And if your app is not adapting to dynamic type, then your app won't respond. Your fonts will always be the same size, which the user has, clearly stated like, hey, I want my font to be bigger. I want my font to be smaller. Now, sometimes you'll see in this project, we don't use dynamic type for everywhere we have words because sometimes it doesn't make sense, but sometimes it does. And we'll talk about the nuance of that decision. Here in our button titles, we do want that to conform to dynamic type. And in order to do that, you do preferred font size for text style. And these are all the text styles here. If you type the dot, you can see body, callout, caption, footnote. These are all the different styles. Now you may be wondering like, well, we're going to use headline real quick. I just don't want Xcode to yell at me. So if you're wondering how do I know what all these look like? There's an amazing repo, and I use this for the colors we're going to talk about. So I'd recommend downloading this and putting this on your phone. It's called Semantic UI. And if you look here, basically all these semantic colors, right? We talked about the system pink, system blue. It'll just list all the colors in a table view, and you can switch your phone back and forth from dark mode to light mode. Pro tip, you can add that into Control Center. So you can just swipe down from the upper right or however you get to Control Center, flip to dark mode like super fast. So in this app, you can switch back and forth between light mode and dark mode, see how all these colors change. And there's a ton of colors. I'm probably scrolling through here on an app, but this also has fonts. If you look here, you can see large title, headline. You can see what the fonts are. You can even see what the SF symbols look like. So I highly, highly recommend going to this repo. Link will be in the course information, and downloading this app and putting it on your phone. While I was building this project, I was constantly opening this up, flipping back and forth between light and dark mode, because you'll see there's like all different shades of gray. There's like primary gray, secondary gray, tertiary gray, and seeing what those look like on light and dark mode super fast. This is an insanely valuable app. Go download this right now. I promise you, you will use it a ton. So back to our button, we have our text style, which is headline. Essentially, headline is like bold, and we want our button titles to be bold. And for auto layout purposes, we want to translate our auto resizing mask into constraints equals false. Basically what this says is to use auto layout. And when you're doing your UI programmatically, which we haven't got into yet, we will get into that in the next video where we start building that screen. One of the things you need to do is always set those into false so you actually use auto layout. It's actually kind of annoying. Like every time you create, like if you were to create a UI button or a GF button in your view controller, you would have to make sure you had this line of code. So by putting it here in the actual GF button class, anytime we initialize a GF button, because we know we're going to use auto layout and do our constraints programmatically, so I don't have to type this out every single time. Every GF button that I make is going to have their auto resizing mask into constraints is going to be false. So that's why I do that. And by the way, you don't have to do this. I'm going to start doing this is lining up my equal signs. I like the way it looks. I think it looks nice and clean. Some people disagree with it. You don't have to do it. I'm going to do it. So now that we have our basic configuration, again, what we're doing is we're setting our corner radius to 10, as you see in the button here. Our title label is going to be white, and our preferred font size is going to be headline, and we translate our auto resizing mask into false. So let's make sure we call configure up in the initial initializer. So the basics of this is done. However, as you saw in the design, we have different colors. I don't want to have to do GF button dot background color equals this every single time. So we're going to create a custom initializer. So in our view controllers, when I initialize a GF button, I can pass in a color and a title, right? Because the background color and what the button says is going to be different every time. So by creating that custom initializer, I can just do that all in one line. And again, you'll see how this comes into play when we build the search screen in the next video. So to do that, let's go ahead and we're typing out another init method. So init, and then we're just creating our own one. So we're going to do background color. So we want to pass in, that's going to be a UI color. And we're also going to pass in a title, which is a string. So, and just like we did up here, where we had to call the super init, super.init. And this time we don't have a frame to pass through. Like up here on line 13, like we got a frame, so we just kind of pass through that same frame down to here. But this time we're just going to do .0. So cgrec.0, normally when you initialize the button, you have to give it like a height, width, X and Y coordinates. Well, we know we're going to do all that with auto layout constraints, so we can initialize this with a frame of 0. So now we need to set our background color and title. So we do self.backgroundColor equals background color. And what's going on here is we're setting the background color of the button equal to whatever we passed in right here, this background color. I know they're the same name, but that's why. This one being in blue and having the self before it. So self means this button, this GF button. So this GF button's background color, and that's blue. Blue lets you know it's like a default thing, is going to be equal to the background color that we pass in. So that's how that goes down. So same thing with title. Self.set title. And then we need to pass in a string. We're going to pass in the title that we pass in here. And then for control state is .normal. So there's different states of buttons like press and all that stuff. Normal is what you have to use most of the time. So yeah, we're setting our title to whatever we pass in and background color. So what this is going to allow us to do, and again, you'll see this in the next video, is when we initialize the GF button, we can use this initializer and right away just pass in whatever background color we want and then whatever title we want it to be. And our GF button is set all in one line. We don't have to do all this configuration in the view controllers. Again, you're going to see this come into play in the next video. So the last thing we need to do to make this complete is call configure that we wrote down here. So what happens here is, again, we pass in the background color and the title. It sets that right here. And then it also calls configure as well. So it sets up all the corner radius, the font color, and the constraint stuff. So this is the GF button. And again, we're going to use this a lot. So you're going to see how much time this saves when we just initialize that real quick. And then one quick note I forgot to mention about the dynamic type is this is for like the default SF font, the system font in Apple. That's the font we're using. Because what we're actually going for this to feel like an Apple app. That's why we're using a lot of the default stuff. However, I know you out there, may be dealing with a lot of custom stuff, custom fonts, all that stuff. I'm not discouraging custom fonts. That's perfectly fine. Just know that there's extra work that you have to do. And there is a way to have your custom font conform or make it available for dynamic type. But again, there's extra steps there. I'm not going to get into that. I just wanted to let you know it is possible. So now we're going to do something very similar for that custom text field that you see on screen. You see it's got some rounded corners. We have some font sizing. We have the placeholder value. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So back to our GitHub followers folder here on the left. Again, Command N for a new file. Cocoa Touch class, hit next, make it a subclass of a UI text field. And we're going to call this again, GF text field. Now, because we don't have a lot of text fields in this app, we're just going to call it the generic one. In projects, I've done something like AL authentication text field, AL onboarding text field. Like you might want to get more specific because a lot of apps have more text fields, but for us, we're just going to name it that. And then same thing, we're going to have the required init. A lot of this will be very similar, but that's fine. It's good. Repetition is the key to learning. So super.init, and then again, pass in the frame. We're not going to have a custom initializer on this one, so this will be a little simpler. And again, we're going to get the required initializer. Remember, this is kind of like to really put it simply, this is the storyboard initializer. And now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to call create our configure function. And it'll be private because I don't want people to configure this or call configure outside of this file. So private configure. And now we're going to start, let's make sure we call it. I always kind of forget to do that. Now we're going to start writing all the stylization code. And especially with text labels, because you got like keyboard stuff, return types, all that, there's a lot of stylization code. So this is why these are great to just make a custom text field and yank all that out of your view controller. Well, I forgot to put func. Might need that. All right, so let's start writing this custom code. So the first thing I want to write so I don't forget is the auto resizing constraints equals false. Then we're going to do, so I like to space out my code. You'll see how this works. I'll come back and explain this, but we're going to do layer.corner radius, same thing, equals 10. Let's be consistent. And I like to logically group these. So corner radius is around the edge of the text field. So now I'm also going to talk about the border. As you can see here in the design, it does have a little border, a color to it as well. So layer.border width equals 2. Layer.border color equals .system. Actually, I forgot. When dealing with layer.border color, you have to use .cg colors. So in order to do that, you have to do the full UI color .system. We're going to do system gray 4. And again, how I came up with this shade was using that semantic colors app. Scrolling through there, looking for the kind of gray I wanted, and then use that. Because this gray in light mode is different than it'll be in dark mode. So, and again, you can flip back and forth between dark mode and light mode on that app to see the difference. And then, like I said, when dealing with the layers, you have to do .cg color for core graphics. And then continuing with the logical groupings, now we're starting to deal with like the text. So we're going to do text color of this label equal, and then back to the colors things. There's a color called .label. I know that doesn't sound like a color, but it is. So what .label is, this will be basically black on light mode and white on dark mode. It's kind of like the standard UI label color. So that's what we're going to use for, the color of the text in there. And then now we're going to use tint color. So what tint color does is tint color is the blinking cursor. So we want that to be the same color as that. Again, black in light mode, white in dark mode. Text alignment. We're going to make this center where they enter the username. I don't want it like a line left. It looks weird. So just .center for the text alignment. And again, we're going to use dynamic type for this. So the font is going to equal UI font.preferred font for text style. And we're going to use title 2, again, because I want this to be larger and bigger. And then now we do want to adjust the font size to fit width. And that's going to be to true. So basically what this means, if somebody has a really long username, the font will kind of shrink to make sure it fits in the text field. And we do want to have the minimum font size equal to 12. So I want it to shrink, but I don't want it to go down to like 4-point font. Like the minimum is 12. So just to keep it looking good. Next, we want to set the background color to tertiary system background. Again, you can look at the semantic color app to see how I got that. I wanted it to be like a very lighter color. I didn't want it to blend in with the background, but not super bold. So that's how I came up with this. Now we want to set up the auto correction type, right? Because we don't want equals dot. You can see the different types you can do. Default, no, yes. I don't want auto correcting, right? Because usernames, all kinds of weird stuff. I don't want the annoying auto correct. So we're going to turn auto correct off for this text field. So you can see all the difference that we haven't even gotten into keyboard type stuff yet. We're going to do that in a later video. But you can see how like a label, there's a lot to customize. So that's why, like I mentioned before, and I just want to reiterate, even though I'm not reusing this label, I still like putting all this code into a custom, GF text field label. Because if I didn't, I would have to have all this styling code in my view controller, and that's just clutter that's unnecessary. So the last thing we want to do is the placeholder text. So again, type placeholder equals, and then give it a string, say enter a user name for our placeholder text. And I know I kind of rattled through that pretty quickly. You may be wondering like, oh, how I kind of came up with this. You got to remember, I've already coded this project before, so I know like what is going to be there. How I figured it out, because I want to talk through my thought process, is again, I designed it. And then, as I'm building it, I'm like testing things, right? Like I didn't know exactly I wanted system gray. I tested a couple colors. Okay, cool. System gray is the one I wanted. Tested different border widths. Yeah, okay, two feels the best. Same thing with quarter radius. Same thing with all this stuff, right? There was testing and tweaking that went into this. I guess I don't want to portray that you have to have all this figured out before you start typing. There's a lot of trial and error that goes into building and tweaking this. That's typically how it goes. Again, of course, when I'm teaching the video, I don't want to go through all that trial and error on the video, right? I have all my values. And you're going to see that a lot, especially when it comes to laying out the UI with all the custom constraints and stuff. Like we're going to be doing a lot of like padding and all that stuff, and I'm going to have the numbers dialed in right away. That's because I went through a lot of trial and error tweaking. So that is normal. So the last little bit of cleanup I like to do here is line up my equal signs. Again, you don't have to do this. So this is going to be the longest one. So I always kind of try to line it up with that one. It's just the easiest way. Yes, this is tedious. This is why people don't like it. It's tedious. I get it. I am not going to act like it's not tedious. But I just really, really think it makes the code look a lot cleaner, a lot easier to read. And again, some people think it's harder to read because their eyes have to go back and forth to like make sure which lines up. But that's why I do like the logical spacing. Again, this is just my preference. You can choose how to do it how you like. But this is our GF text field. We can't really run it because we haven't built one yet. But in the next video, we're going to utilize the GF button in the GF text field to quickly build our search screen. Because right, we've done a lot of the styling right here because it's basically just a text field and a button. So it's going to go real quick in the next video because we've done this work up front. So let's get to it. We left off in the last video, we had just completed our custom button and custom text field. So in this video, we're going to get to see the fruits of our labor, right? We're going to get to utilize those objects that we built. So you can see once you have all that stuff, kind of pre-built, you'll see how quickly building screens is and how clean it can be. This is also going to be the first video where we get into programmatic UI and programmatic constraints and how to lay all that out. So we're going to dive into that as well. At the end of the video, we're just going to have our search screen looking exactly like you see on the design. So let's go to our search VC. All this in here is that system pink background. We're going to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. As you can see up here in the design, we basically want to lay out three elements, right? We have our logo at the top, we have our text field, and we have our get followers button. So the first thing we want to do is initialize those three objects. And I like to do, when I'm creating my objects, this is just a personal preference and a style thing. I like to do them in order of like appearance from top to bottom. And I try to do that with my functions too. Sometimes it doesn't always work out, but I try to keep my functions in like the order that they're going to kind of be called in. But anyway, so we're going to say let's logo image view equal, and this is going to be a UI image view, just a plain old UI image view because there's nothing custom about it. We're going to make some custom image views later in the course, but right now that's just a regular UI image view. And now here's kind of where you're going to see the magic of our custom objects here. So let's username text field equal GF text field. So there you go. So just by doing that, we get all that customization because when we call this initializer, if we go back to the text field, GF text field, this is what gets called when we just do that initializer. And if you notice in our initializer, we're calling configure. So configure gets called on our GF button, and then all this styling happens. So that's what's going on with our custom objects here. And you're going to see that even more in play here with the let. I like to call these generic names if I can. So call to action button. You could say get followers button, something like that. But what if the title changes to something different? Now your get followers button doesn't really line up with the new title of the button. That's happened to me many, many times. So that's why I try to get these generic. So call to action button is going to be our GF button. Now you can see when we do our initializer, we get the autocomplete. And since we have our custom initializer here with background color and title, that now shows up in the autocomplete, right? If we didn't write that, we would just be able to initialize it with a frame. But we're going to initialize it with the background color. That is going to be .system green, like you see in the design. And then the title we're going to pass in is get followers, just like that. So you can see, like, I don't have to, with this custom initializer, just pass in a color, pass in a title, we're good. I don't have to configure all that in my view controller. And then just like in the text field, this is what gets called. I'm setting the background color for what I passed in, setting the title for what I passed in, and then we also call configure, and it configures all this other stuff that we set up as well. So again, just in that line of code, our GF buttons are completely stylized. We just have to lay it out. And I know I was sorry, I like to do, again, the two vertical spaces. I just deleted the background color, but we have to do that actually. So view.background color equals .system, system background. What this is going to be for light mode, this is going to be white. For dark mode, it's going to be black. Again, we're implementing the dark mode as we go. So if you did background color .white, it would always be white. But now with system background, it's going to adapt. And the other thing, if you look at this design, you notice this initial page doesn't have the nav bar at the top, right? We wanted it clean. We didn't want the nav bar. That was just a design choice. You could have the nav bar if you like, but you'll see if you put it in, it kind of looks weird. So we want to hide the nav bar on just this screen. So if we did that in view did load, that would work. But we're going to do it in view will appear, and I'll tell you why here in a second. So let's write our other lifecycle method, view will appear, and make sure you call the super. Anytime you're overriding something, most of the time you're going to want to call the super, right? The only time you wouldn't want to call the super is, again, if you didn't want the parent function to be called where you get all the functionality for free. So super.view will appear, and then we're going to pass in animated that you see up here. And we're going to do navigation controller .is navigation bar hidden, that's what I thought it was, equals true. Now, the reason we're doing that in view will appear is because as the name of the function says, like this is what happens every time the view will appear. View did load only gets called the first time the view loads. So what happens is if we did it in view did load, it would look fine. And then we would hit get followers. It would pull up our collection view of follower list. And then when we hit back, the navigation bar would be there because the navigation bar is there on the next screen. We're gonna code it so it is. Because view to load doesn't get called when you go back because the view has already been loaded. However, in view will appear, this gets called every time the view appears. So if I go back, back to the search screen from the follower list, this is going to get called. So I want to make sure I hide the navigation bar every time this pops up. And once I test this out later in the course, I'll be sure to point that out as well. Because basically when we go to the follower screen, we're going to have to set navigation controller.isNavBar hidden to false. Like we're going to want to show that, and you'll see that later. So to lay out this screen, I'm going to break each item down individually. You can kind of refactor this how you like. There's many different ways to do it. For educational purposes, I'm going to break each one down individually in its own function, like you'll see here. So the first thing we want to lay out, again, I like to do top to bottom. And first of all, you know what we got to do before we forget, line them up. So let's call this func configure logo image view, right? So when you're building your UI programmatically, this is going to, I guarantee you're going to forget to do this all the time. I still do. You'll configure everything. Nothing happens until you add that view to the sub view. So view.add sub view. We want to add logo image view, right? This is the equivalent of, if you're used to Storyboard, that line of code is the equivalent of grabbing a UI image view out of the library, dragging it onto your view controller and dropping it. That's adding the sub view. So imagine you write all this configuration code and you forget this line. That's like configuring it, but forgetting to add it to your view controller in Storyboard. So I do this all the time. I'll forget to add it to the sub view. It happens, but you got to do that for everyone, and you'll see that. And like I mentioned before, when you're dealing with programmatic UI and auto layout, you have to do the logo image view dot translates auto resizing mask into constraints equals false. Now you're going to notice I'm not going to have to do this line of code for my GF text field and GF button, because remember, we put that line of code in the custom object. But this is just a regular UI image view. This isn't a custom one, so that's why I have to write that line of code. And then the last thing we want to do is logo, not the last thing, but the next thing, logo image view dot image equals, and we're going to initialize the UI image named. Scroll down here to the autocomplete, pass in the string, and this is gh-logo, not loho, logo. Actually, great segue. I did that by accident. We're not gonna do this right now because these aren't being reused, but this is what's called stringly typed. And this is a little dangerous because stringly typed, that's not like an official term. It's kind of like a nickname that the community has given it. But like I just did, right? I had loho right there. That typo will crash my app. This is why the strings are kind of dangerous. So oftentimes you'll see anytime with stringly type with maybe like segues, well, we're not using Storyboard. You'll see with later, we're going to kind of refactor these into constants. That way I don't have to type it out every time. I'm not going to do this right now because we're not like reusing this name. You'll see us do more with this later, but that's anytime you see something stringly typed, you should automatically kind of think to put it into a constant. So if you have to type it again, like for example, if we had to initialize 5 images of GH logo, I would have to type it out every time. But if I put it into a constant, into a variable, now I would do something like images.logo, and it would autocomplete. I don't have to retype it. The string is only typed once where I define the constant. Again, that was a little impromptu side note because I did make a typo there. But that is setting the image to the logo that we see. So now comes the fun part. Now is where we get to lay out all the constraints programmatically. So to do that, you want to do nslayout constraint.activate. You may have seen, and I've done this in previous videos, I'm constantly learning myself and improving, where I did them all individually, and then you would see like .isActive equals true. You would see that at the end of it, and like it's very repetitive. Well, the more efficient way is to do ns constraint.activate and then put an array of constraints in there, and this all activates it. This is the more efficient, better way. A rule of thumb when laying out your constraints is, again, rule of thumb doesn't mean it's 100% accurate, but almost all the time this is going to be true, is you want to have 4 constraints per object. Usually it's a height, width, and x coordinate, y coordinate. Like those are the 4 things auto layout needs to know to where to put something. So you're going to see 4 constraints on everything. If you find yourself having 7 constraints on an object, you're probably messing up. Or if you find yourself having 2, like something's missing. Sometimes on labels, you only need 3. Again, there's edge cases where you can get away with only having 3, but for the most part, you're going to need 4. So let's do, so for this image, I know it's going to be a square. As you see up here in the design, it's going to be at the top. So let's do logo image view dot top anchor, because this is what we're pinning to the top, dot constraint. So this is where we're setting the actual constraint value. And there's a whole bunch of these. These are kind of confusing. I get it. I always do, or not always, for the most part, equal to another anchor. So anchors were introduced in iOS 9. It's a much easier way to write constraints. So basically, this is what I'm pinning it to if you're familiar with doing constraints via Storyboard. And then I got to give it a constant. So what I want to make this, what I want to pin it to or equal to is the view.safe area layout guide, because at the top right, you got the notch to deal with. So we want to make sure we're doing the safe area layout guide on the top. We don't necessarily have to worry about that on the sides, because remember, we're not doing landscape. You have to worry about safe area on the side and landscape, because when you rotate the phone, you know, the notch is on the left. View.safeAreaLayoutGuide.top anchor. This is super long here. And the constant we want is 80. Again, remember what I said is that like I have all these numbers dialed in. This took trial and error to try to figure it out. And then logo image view dot center X. So we're centering it in the X here, right? Dot constraint. And then now I don't need a constant, right? I just need equal to another anchor, as you see there. And then I want this to be equal to view.center X anchor. So basically what I'm saying is center this in the view. And if this is a little bit confusing, you're not quite following along, trust me, we're going to be doing constraints like this like 100 more times. So through repetition, I believe you're going to start to get it. Even if it is a little fuzzy right now, we're going to get a lot of practice at this throughout the course. Oh, by the way, we need comma since we're passing in an array. I kind of forget that sometimes. So comma, comma. So basically, this is an array of constraints that we're activating here. So again, we have our top anchor, which is where it is on the Y coordinate up and down. We know where it's at on the X coordinate, side to side, center of the view. So we're missing height and width. So logo image view dot height anchor dot constraint. And now we can just pass in a constant, right? Equal to constant, because we're just passing in a number. And it's going to be 200. And same thing for the width, because this is a square image. And I actually recommend, if you're creating your own assets, like do your best to make them square images. Those are just so much more easier to lay out and deal with, like aspect ratios and all that stuff. So logo.imageView.width anchor, same thing, dot constraint, equal to constant, 200. So we're done configuring our image view. Again, we've added the subview to the view. And the view is like the view that comes with the view controller. Every view controller has like the view, the main view. And then we're setting the auto resizing mask into constraints to false. That means we're going to use auto layout. And then we set the image to the GH logo. And again, this is going to flip back and forth between dark mode and light mode because we did that earlier with our assets. And we set all our constraints. Again, X, Y, height, width. So let's run this and see what we got on our search screen. Oh, I almost forgot. I do this all the time. We did not call the function configure logo image view. So now when we run it, we should see our logo placed nicely. And yep, there we are. Looks great, right? You see it's dead center. It's 80 points from the safe area, so the bottom of the notch, and it's 200 by 200. That looks good. How I came up with the 200 by 200 is the smallest width of the phone, the iPhone SE, the old iPhone 5 model, is 320 points. This is where it helps to know like how many points each phone is. Like the iPhone X, yes, X, or iPhone 11, they're all 375 wide. You know, the plus ones are like 414. They get a little bigger. Having a general idea of how wide each one is will kind of really help you when coming up with, you know, kind of these numbers. So I figured 200 by 200 would look good on all screen sizes. Of course, you could conditionally adjust it based on the screen size if you really wanted to get detailed. But again, back to this whole like take-home project, they only expect you to work on this for 2 to 4 hours. They don't expect all this super fine detail, but you could go above and beyond if you choose to. So that was our logo image view. Now we just have 2 more items to lay out, right? We have our text field and our button. Remember I said we're gonna get a lot of practice at constraints? Well, here we go. So next up, 2 spaces here, func configure text field. And same thing, first thing we have to do, I want to drill this into your head. View.add subview username text field, right? That's the first thing you need to do. And then because we've done all our styling in the custom field, we're just right on to constraints. We don't have to mess with anything. So ns layout constraint.activate. And again, if you've done this before and you've kind of like done this differently, like I said, I'm breaking this down into each item, the image view, the text field, the button for, educational purposes. There's other ways to refactor and organize this, of course. So again, we need X, Y coordinate, height, and width. So I always like to start with the top. So username, text field, .top anchor, .constraint. Is going to equal, now we're pinning it to the bottom of the logo image view. So there's going to be logo image view dot bottom anchor, and the constant is going to be 48. We want a space of 48. Again, I've tweaked that and dialed it in. So that's where it's going to be in the Y coordinate, right? It's pinned to the bottom of the logo image view. Now we want to handle kind of the width and the X coordinate where it's going to be. We can do this by pinning it to the edges. So we're going to pin it to the leading edge and the trailing edge with a space of 50 here. So you'll see username text field dot leading anchor. Again, this is like pinning it to the left and pinning it to the right in Storyboard. Leading anchor dot constraint is equal to view dot leading anchor, and the constant is going to be 50. We're gonna because we want it to be spaced in, so we want a lot of space on the edge. And then you'll see what this looks like. I'll explain it here on the design. Username text field dot trailing anchor dot constraint. Again, the constant. So when you do the trailing anchors, and sometimes on the bottom, like you have to do the negative constant. That kind of catches me off guard sometimes. Sometimes I'll forget to do the negative sign and it'll be all messed up. And I was like, oh, it's got to be a negative number. So, and then now username text field, now we need the height. Because we have the width, we have where it's at on the X coordinate, we have where it's at on the Y coordinate. Now we just need the height, and we're just going to hard code that at 50. I like my text fields to be pretty tall, nice and fatty, meaty, if you will, for the tap. Same thing with my buttons for the most part. So dot height anchor dot constraint equals 50. So if you look at the user interface guidelines, they'll recommend any button, any touch target should be at least 44 points high. So at least 44 points high. So 50 makes it a nice fat target. That's what I like. That's just personal preference. So now let's call configure text field in the view to load. Let's run it and see what we got. And there you are. See, there's the 48 points from the logo pinned to the top. You can see the 50 padding on each side. It's pinned to the edges, and then it's a height of 50. So now the layout is starting to come together. And like I said, if you feel like I think I'm not going fast, but if it feels like I'm going fast, we're going to do these constraints so much, you're going to get it by the end. The last remaining piece is the button. So again, same thing. A lot of repetition here when doing constraints via programmatically. So func configure button. I should be more specific in case there's ever another button on here. Call to action button. A good thing about programming is always trying to like future-proof your screens. Of course they may not always all change, but the longer you've been doing this, you realize that like things always change, right? Oh, can you add a button to this screen? Can you add something to this screen? Like as you're building the product, things always change. So like we did before, what's the very first thing you do? The equivalent of Storyboard, you got to drag the button onto the Storyboard. That's what's going on here. View.add subview call to action button. And again, remember, call to action button is what we defined up here. And look, we already know the background color is going to be green. We already know the titles get followers. So I don't have to like configure this at all. So we're right on to constraints. So again, repetition, ns layout constraint dot activate. And we're going to pass in this array of constraints here. So normally I've been pinning the stuff to the top, right? I pinned the logo to the top of the view. I pinned the text field to the bottom. In this case, I want the button to be pinned to the bottom. So we're not going to actually pin the top to anything. So we're going to do call to action button dot bottom anchor dot constraint equal to view dot, again, safe area layout guide, because again, we have the home button indicator. Top and bottom, you got to deal with safe areas in our specific app because we're not messing with landscape. The left and right, you can get away with not using the safe area layout guide. The bottom, and the constant is -50. So like I said, on the trailing in the bottom, you got to use negative numbers. So now that's where it's going to be on the Y coordinate, right? We're pinning it to the bottom of the screen with a padding of 50. And so let's do similar to what we did with the text field. We're going to pin it to the edges, except we're going to have a number there. Call to action button dot leading anchor dot constraint, not a multiplier. I mean, you could use multipliers. I just prefer constants. I mean, either one's going to be fine. View dot leading anchor, and the constant there is 50. Again, very basically, we want it to be very similar to the text field. We want it to be all lined up nice and neat. Okay, call to action button dot trailing, again, repetitive, dot constraint, and make sure. So I wish that autocomplete would always be the top one because it's the one I use the most, but hey, can't complain too much. Trailing anchor, and again, the constant, because it's trailing, -50, and then again, we have our Y coordinate, it's pinned to the bottom. We have our width and X coordinate because we're pinning it to the left and right. We just need our height now. Call to action button dot height anchor, and again, it is of a constant, equal to constant 50. So we're going to give it a height of 50. And then the last thing we need to do is configure call to action button. And if we run it again, our layout should be complete. And there you go. As you can see, I'll put the design right up next to it. Very similar to the design. We have our logo at the top, the username text field, and get followers. And like I said, because we did all the styling in our custom GF button and our custom GF text field, our view controller is relatively small, right? There's not a lot of, we're at 68 lines of code right now, but really we're just adding the sub view and laying it out. We're going to do some other stuff on this screen in the future, but hopefully you can see the power of creating those custom objects, the custom button, the custom text field. And if this was your first time doing constraints via programmatically, again, if it's a little fuzzy, we're going to be doing this a lot. So you're going to get plenty of practice. But yeah, we now have our nice layout here. The next thing we're going to do is start configuring the keyboard a little bit for when they enter a username, and then also pass data to the next screen so we can start building that beautiful collection view that I showed with all the followers. So onward. We finished up last video by just creating our UI on our search view controller. The point of this video is going to be to pass the username we enter in the text field to the next screen, the follower list VC, so that eventually we can take that username and query to get all the followers for that username. So the whole point of this video is passing data. However, there's a few steps along the way that we got to do to get there, right? It's not just a clean path. For example, when you click into your username here, the keyboard slides up, great. So you type in whatever username you want. Oh crap, there's no way to get rid of the keyboard. When I hit return, like nothing happens. I can't hit the button. Even if I did hit the button, there's no button action to like do anything. So we got some work to do here. So the outline for the video is this. We're going to handle the keyboard stuff, dismiss the keyboard, hook up the return button. We got to give the get followers button an action so it actually, does something. And then we have to pass the data, pass the username to the next screen. And we actually have to create the follower list screen as well. And we'll wrap up the video that way. So let's get started. First up, we're going to tap anywhere on that text field to dismiss, and we're going to use a tap gesture to do that. Actually, if I pull back up the UI, there's a couple different ways to do this. I've done it before where there's like an input accessory view above the keyboard that maybe has like a dismiss button on it, and I create an extension so like all my text fields have that. That's one way to do it. We're going to keep it simple here and just tap anywhere on the screen to dismiss the keyboard. So to do that, we'll stop that. We're going to add a tap gesture recognizer. Again, so when you tap anywhere, we'll dismiss. So let's create that function here. Func create dismiss keyboard tap gesture. And so we're going to start off with let tap equals UI tap gesture. Now, there's a bunch of different gestures you could implement, right? Swipe gestures, pan gestures, etc. You see this one's going to be a tap gesture, but you can see UI swipe, swipe gesture recognizer. There's that. So you can look into gesture recognizers more if you like, but we're just going to use the basic tap gesture recognizer. To initialize that, you need to take in a target, which is going to be the self.view. And the selector is going to be hashtag selector. So selector is like the action. You're going to see us use this again when we add the target to our button, the get followers button, which tells us to actually like do something. So you'll see that. And the Objective-C method we're going to use is UI view.end editing. And we're not passing in any parameters. That's what this like parentheses underscore colon is. We're not passing in anything. So we can clean that up a little bit. And if you're wondering what end editing does, like where did I come up with that? Google. But anyway, open in developer documentation and you can see. So it causes the view or one of its embedded text fields to resign the first responder status. So I don't want to go down the whole rabbit hole of the responder chain. At a high level, what that means is like what view is going to intercept the tap target on the, when the user actually touches the glass of the screen, what view is actually going to act on that action. And right now the text field is the first responder. So when you resign first responder status, the keyboard will dismiss and we're back to the normal view. So that's what that does. And after we create the gesture, we have to like put it onto a specific view. And the view we're going to put it on is just the overall view, right? We want them to tap anywhere. In theory, we could add this tap gesture to the logo UI image view, and they would have to tap the logo. Just to let you know what you can do. That's bad UX. But anyway, so we're going to do view.add gesture recognizer. And the gesture recognizer we're going to add is the one we just created on line 34. So tap right up there. Now, if we call this function here in view.load, create dismiss keyboard tap gesture. So now if we run it again, once we pull up the keyboard, we should be able to tap anywhere on the screen and the keyboard dismisses. So enter username, SSSSS. We're going to tap up here in the upper right somewhere, keyboard dismisses. Pull up the keyboard, tap down here in the lower left, keyboard dismisses. So again, this is just one way to dismiss the keyboard. Like I said, I've used the input accessory view before. We're going to keep it simple here. So that is complete. However, now we just have this return key, and the return key doesn't do anything. If you didn't know, you can actually customize this return key to say something, to do something, like a done button, a go button, a send button, whatever is applicable to what you're doing with that button. We're going to turn on to a go button. So let's do that. So if you weren't aware, all this keyboard customization and stylizing is attached to the text field. So in theory, like if you had 3 text fields, each text field would have a different keyboard type, right? You could, like if you were entering a name and a phone number, you can change the keyboard type for the phone number text field to just be a number pad. So we have to go back into our GF text field, our custom text field. And in all this customization, we need to add one more thing, and that would be, you can do keyboard type right here. And that is going to equal, I'll do dot, I'll show you all the options. I mean, ASCII, numpad, default, email address. This is a big one because a lot of apps require email, and the email address keyboard is just more convenient for entering an email. But you can see there's a bunch of different keyboard types. And I forgot, we're actually just changing the return type, not the keyboard type, but still, I'm going to leave this in here, even though this was a mistake, because it's good learning for you to see all the different keyboard types and a good practice to make sure you have the right keyboard type to what you're entering in the text field. Again, ours is still default, so we don't need this. And I did mistype that. We're looking for a return key type. That's what we're looking for. And my spacing's all messed up now. Placeholder, get back down there. So return key type, not keyboard type. But again, I left it in, good learning, is dot. Now you can see, this is what the keyboard return key is gonna say. Continue, done, emergency call, go, Google, join, next, right? There's a whole bunch of them, route search. We're gonna go with go, because that's what we want. We wanted to say go. So that is just customizing what the keyboard return key says. We haven't hooked it up yet. That's the next step. Now, in order to take an action when this go button is pressed, the search VC will need to conform to the UI text field delegate. And we're going to talk more about delegates and protocols throughout this course. At a very, very high level, think about a delegate. Like a delegate just sits back and listens, basically. And it's basically, once it's listening to something, like this delegate is going to listen to this view controller, it's going to say like, when this action happens, I will act on this. And in our case, our action is going to be tapping the return key, and then it'll wait for that to happen, and then the view controller will take an action. That's super high level. We're going to get into it more throughout the course. But so this is also a personal preference here, is when I conform to a delegate, whether it be the UI table view delegate or scroll view delegate, in this case, the text field delegate, I like to put those in extensions. This is just to compartmentalize the code and organize it. Doesn't change the performance at all. It's a personal preference, a code organization thing. A lot of people love it. Some people are against it. Take it or leave it. So I do extension, and then this is going to be on the search VC. And again, UI text field delegate. Text field delegate, there we go. And then once I conform to this, well, I should get an error here in a second. Maybe not. Oh, I haven't set the delegate yet. I thought I was going to get an error. So actually, let's do that since I mentioned it before we actually write in the function. Basically, remember I said this, when you conform to a delegate, you're sitting there listening. Well, you have to tell the view controller like what to listen to. So in our case, we want it to listen to the username text field, like right when the return key gets entered. So in our configure text field, we have to set the delegate. This is a very common mistake. A lot of times people try to conform to a delegate without like setting the delegate. And essentially setting the delegate is saying like, hey, listen to me. But if it doesn't know who to listen to, it doesn't act on it. So in order for us to actually act on this UI text field delegate, we have to do username text field dot delegate equals self. And again, self being the search VC, that's self. So now we're listening to this text field, if you will. So the text field delegate has a bunch of functions, but if you just start typing should, you're going to get a text field. Here's where you get all the delegates, like did end editing, did begin editing. So you can see like how you can take action when stuff is going on. Should clear, should end editing, did end editing. We're going to do should return. Text field should return. So basically this happens when you press the button. And we're just going to print something real quick. Print did tap return, just to make sure it's working. So let's run the program again. This is where we're going to, crap, I got to return true. Return true, sorry. Now we're going to run it. And this is just to make sure our delegate is all hooked up and working. And then once we pass the data, we're going to call that pass data function right in here. So tapping on the username text field, you see our nice go button down here. Let's tap on go, and you see we printed did tap return. So our UI text field delegate is all hooked up, working. Again, we're going to replace this print statement with our function that says, basically pass the data to the next screen. We haven't written that yet. That's what we're going to start working on now. Before we can pass data, we have to have like a destination to pass that data to, right? And that is going to be our follower list VC, which as you see here on the screen, that is going to be the collection view of all the followers. In order to get those followers though, we need to know what username to make the network call on. So that's what we're doing here. So again, GitHub followers, Command N, and you may notice, we'll talk about this after we create this. So there's going to be UI view controller again, and this is going to be follower list VC. Next. Yep, create it. So now you may notice this is getting a bit unruly here on the left. We're going to refactor that in a little bit and talk about architecture and all that stuff. Again, one thing at a time. So follower list VC is here. So when you're passing data, essentially you have to have a variable on this screen to set. This will make sense in a little bit if you've never passed data. So what we're doing on the follower list VC is we want to pass a username. So that means the follower list VC has to have a username variable. Var username, and it's going to be of type string. And there we go. So this username will be set when we pass the data to it. So now that we have that, let's go back and actually pass the data. So back in our search VC, you can see here, well, first of all, there's two ways to get there, right? They can hit the go button on the keyboard, which we just did, and they can also tap the get followers button. So we have the go path done on the keyboard. Let's actually add a target to the call to action button, which will pass the data. When you add a target, just like we talked up here about the gesture recognizer, where you have an action, a hashtag selector, we have to pass in a function. So our function is going to be the function that actually passes the data. So let's create that function first. So when we create our button target, we have a function to give it to, and you'll see how that all ties together. So let's create our function up here. And real quick, if you notice that I'm putting these functions up here, it's because I typically like to keep all my UI configuration stuff towards the bottom, only because most likely when you come back and you're adjusting a screen, most likely you're kind of messing with the logic. You may not be messing with the existing UI. So I like to kind of push that towards the bottom. Again, personal preference thing, just letting you into my mind. So the next thing is going to be function push, because remember we're talking about the navigation controller. We're pushing a new view controller onto the stack. Back to a couple of videos ago with that a deck of cards reference, we're pushing a new view controller onto the stack. So the terminology with navigation controllers is push and pop. So when you go back, you're popping that view controller off the stack to show the view controller underneath it. So push follower list VC. And we're going to fill in this function with code in a bit, but I wanted to get that there so when I create my button target, I can actually give it a function. And anytime you're using hashtag selector up here, the function you create is going to have to be an @objc function. And that's because when you use hashtag selector, this is still kind of remnant from Objective-C, so you have to expose this function to Objective-C there. So now we want to add our target to the button. So now in the configure call to action button, we're going to add the target. So call to action button dot add target, as you see, again, target is going to be self. Action, like we said, hashtag selector, and then see how it says it takes in an @objc method. That's why we just did that. And it's going to take in push follower list VC, and it's going to be for dot touch up. So It's kind of weird. Like touch up inside is like the normal button tap, but there's all kinds of different button taps you can do, like, you know, drag enter, drag inside. To be honest with you, I've never used anything else besides touch up inside, so it's kind of an edge case to use the other stuff, but at least you know they exist, the kind of different taps you can do on a button. So we added basically what this line of code says, adding the target, is whenever we tap the get followers button, the call to action button, push follower list VC is what's going to be called. And right now there's no code in there, but that's what's going to be called when we tap the button. And then push followers VC, let's actually go ahead and do it now, is what we're going to call here in text field should return. So this push followers VC function is going to be called when the user taps go on the keyboard or when they tap get followers button. So now let's pass some data in this, this function. So first of all, we need to create the follower list VC. Let follower list VC equal capital FOL follower list VC, right? The class type, we're creating a new one. And now we just need to, now that we have the object of the follower list VC, remember our follower list VC now has a username variable. So we can do follower list VC, the lowercase one, right? The local one, dot username, because it has that, equals username text field dot text. Now, if you're astute, you may be saying, oh, we're opened up to some errors. What if it's an empty text? What if it's all kind of crazy characters? We're going to get into that text validation in a little bit. For right now, we're just testing. They call it like the golden path or the happy path, right? The no edge cases, not accounting for weird things. Like we just want to make sure the happy path works, and then we go in and handle the edge cases. So we also want to set the title of this VC. So follower list VC dot title equals username text field dot text, and you know we got to line these up, and then now the navigation controller that we're already in, we want to push the follower list VC on top of the stack now that we've configured it. So push navigation, or I'm sorry, navigation controller dot push view controller, and is going to be the follower list VC that we just created, and animated is going to be true. We want to see it slide in. So this is, again, we got to do some text validation and some error checking real quick. But for the happy path, this is what you need to do to pass data. You create the object, configure the data you want to pass. In this case, we're passing the username text field dot text, setting the username and the title, and then you push that VC onto the stack. So one last thing before we test. If you remember, we set our navigation controller is navbar hidden to true, right? Because remember I showed the last video when I went back, it appeared on this search screen. We don't want that. So this is kind of like view controller specific when you hide it and unhide it. If we didn't adjust this on this next screen, the navigation controller would be hidden because that was set on this previous screen. We need to go to the follower list VC. So in view to load, now we want to show the is navbar hidden is true. And we also need to set the background color. View dot background color equals dot system background. Okay, so now, again, we're showing the view controller and we set the background color now. So now if we test it, we should go in there. So now if I type my username in, actually it doesn't matter what username I type in because we're not doing any validation, we're not making any network calls, it's gonna work. If we hit go, now we push that and you see the navigation controller up top, we got our back to search, sallen0400 because we set the title there, so we're passing our data successfully. If we tap back, we don't see the navigation controller here, we're all good. However, if I hit go again, this is the old way, right? We want to show those large navigation titles, right? So let's do that real quick. That's one line of code. So back to the code here, you do navigation controller dot navigation bar dot prefers large titles. That is going to be equal to true. So let's run it again real quick, and we should get those nice new in iOS 11. So I guess they're kind of old now. It doesn't matter what I put in here. Hit go. Now we get the nice text here. However, our search is blue, right? We're kind of going for this green tint, this green hue everywhere. So we don't want to see the search blue. We want the search to be green, just like the rest of our app. So let's go back and fix that. And because we want all of our navigation bars to do that, remember we talked about this with the tab bar, like the appearance thing. So in the scene delegate, we're going to do that. We're going to create a new function here called configure navigation bar. Configure navigation bar. Configure navigation bar, UI navigation bar dot appearance. Remember when you do dot appearance, that's like overall. So that means all of our UI navigation bars are going to have this dot tint color equals dot system There's too many systems. System green. Wow, it takes a lot of autocomplete to get to system green. System green. So now when we run this, all of our navigation bars are going to have this. And remember, the navigation controllers, which hold navigation bars. So if you remember, we have two navigation controllers, one in the search and one in the favorites VC. They're both going to have this because we set it there once. If, I did it before I tested it. I forgot to call configure navigation bar. So up here in the, we'll connect to configure navigation bar. Now let's run it and type in a random username, hit go. Now our search is system green, just like our tab bar, again, for that cohesive feel. It's not blue. So we successfully passed the data. Now let's work on kind of cleaning it up, doing that little bit of text validation that we talked about earlier. So let's head back to our search VC. And to do this, we're gonna create a computed property, because what we want to do here is in our past data, right, in this push follower list VC, we want to add a guard statement real quick that basically, just to put this in like normal human speak, it's basically said, hey, if our text is valid, right, if there's actually text there, then go ahead and push the follower list VC. So we're going to do a guard statement to do that. So when you use a guard statement, you need kind of a conditional. So we're going to use that computed property to get that conditional, and that is to just real simply see if the user name text field is empty. So to create a computed property, var is username entered, right? You'll see why I named it this way. We'll talk about that in a little bit, because originally I had something like is username empty, but you'll see why I decided to name it like this. It makes it more understandable later on. So to do a computed property, you have to give it a type, and then you do open and close curly braces, like you're doing a function, and then you have to return something for a computed property. So return, and what we're going to return is username text field dot text dot is empty. So what this checks for is like, hey, if the username is empty, this is going to return that. So this is going to return true if it's empty. So we don't want is username entered to be true, right? We want the opposite of that. So if we put the exclamation point here, that's going to return the opposite. Now that may seem backwards. Like I said, I did have is username empty. You could go either way on this. This is a small thing. But you'll see why, because I think it reads better at the call site when it just says is username entered in the guard statement. I'd rather have the slightly confusing thing up here than in all the logic of the code. What I like to do real quick too is when there's only like one line for return, just for cleanliness, I like to put these on one line. Again, only when it's relatively simple and straightforward. Okay, so now that we have our conditional to guard against, let's go down into the where we're passing the data, and let's enter this guard statement. So I look at guard statements like a line in the sand. I know that may be an American or US kind of term, but basically what that means is like nothing below this line is going to happen. That's kind of the point of a guard statement, and you'll see how that comes into play here. So I like to do guard is username entered, else return. And for right now, we're just returning. In the next video, we're going to create a custom alert. So you will see, we'll handle errors in here. And actually, let's go ahead and make this 2 lines, because we're going to add a print statement here. And we'll talk about this here in a little bit, because I want to make sure that, hey, this worked. Print no username. So again, back to the naming and why I named it this way. I think, because yes, I get it was kind of confusing doing the bang here to make it false or make it like the opposite. I just think it reads better in the code when you say, hey, guard is username. Whoops, I wrote this backwards. Else that, sorry. Guard is username entered. Okay, if else, then handle the error. If it is entered, cool, move along. And that just reads better to me. Whereas if I name this like is username empty, then I would have to put the bang down here. And now you have to do that mental gymnastics of like, wait, which one is it? I just don't like that. I like to name it nicely at the call site. Again, just a little tidbit there. So let's make sure this is working. So if we run this, we should print no username, and we shouldn't move on to the next screen when we don't enter anything. So let's tap get followers, which is also a test of our button that we haven't tested yet. And okay, so we didn't move on to the next screen, and you can see in my my printout here, no username. So the guard statement in the computer property is working for some very, very basic text validation. Now, onto the topic of regular expressions, because this is when you get into some like serious text validations, I'm going to include a Swift file, a common string extension that I use for validating emails. They're great making sure the email format is right, making sure it has an @ symbol, making sure there's a dot something at the end, like a .com, .co, something, right? There's email validation. There's also password validation, right? So, hey, my password has to have one uppercase letter, one number, no special characters. There's all kinds of weird password requirements. And as you see these on the screen right here, this is what regular expressions are. You see the string that looks like a bunch of gibberish, all kind of characters. I think for the purpose of this video, for somebody who is a junior developer trying to get their first job, you do not have to understand how regular expressions work, right? Like it still boggles my mind. I mean, like look at it, like it's ridiculous. However, know that they exist and know how to use them, which you'll see in this string, the string extension, because you're going to have to Google every single text validation. And it's just, the regular expressions are very, very tricky and difficult. Know that they exist, and they exist for every language. So if you Google something like even a specific password format, you're probably going to find the answer. So again, know it exists, know about it, take a look at the Swift file for the string extension, practice it, use it. The other kind of validation we could have done here, right? We're checking for a blank username. That's really the only check we're doing. As you see here with this regular expressions, we could have checked to make sure it's a valid format of a GitHub username. However, I didn't go down this path because this gets into some really tricky regular expressions, because here's the constraints for a GitHub username. It has to be alphanumeric. It can have dashes in it, but the dashes can't be consecutive dashes, and it can't begin or end with a dash, and minimum 39 characters. So that's a tricky regular expression. I felt it was beyond the scope of this, but again, I want you to know it exists. And I think the main point here in this take-home project, and when you, again, get to the second part of the interview where you talk about your take-home project, it does show value, even if it's not in your code, if you say, yes, I know that's there. I know how to do that. Yes, I know where to find that. That wraps up this video. What we're going to do next video is actually create a reusable custom alert, and we're going to show that alert here when they don't have a username. And I do want to say that this custom alert is above and beyond. I guarantee you no take-home project is going to expect you to create custom alerts. However, I do feel like it's an interesting topic. I get asked about it a lot, so I want to show you this. And I do think if you do create your own custom alert on the take-home project, it'll be impressive. So let's get to that in the next video. Last video we left off passing some data from the search screen to the follower list screen, that being the username, so we know what to query. And then we also talked about some text validation, ways to do some checking. Here with this guard statement that you see here, is username entered? We just did a print statement. This video is going to be all about creating this custom alert that you see here. And the reason we're doing this now, I know this seems early in the course to be doing something kind of, secondary, but in the next couple of videos, we're going to start talking about our network calls. And I definitely want to have this error ready for when we start handling all the errors within networking. I want to have this ready because we're going to reuse this custom alert all throughout the app. But before we dive into actually building this thing, let's actually take a step back and talk about should you even do this at all? Again, I want to be very clear. A take-home project, 99% of the time, is not going to require you to do custom alerts, right? This is extra credit above and beyond. But I want to do it because it's a very common topic that I want to teach. But I also want to talk about the trade-offs, not just the take-home project, right? Take that away. Just building custom elements in just general development. There's always a trade-off. As you see with this, custom alert, it looks a lot better than the Apple system alerts, but that comes with the trade-off. Anytime you build a custom element like this, now you have to maintain it. Now you have to update it. Now you have to constantly make sure it can handle all the different situations that the Apple default system area can already handle, like a cancel button and an OK button, right? So there's trade-offs. Is this alert looking prettier than the system alert, worth all the maintenance and upkeep that you're gonna have to do throughout the life of the app? That answer may be yes, that answer may be no. The point I want to express to you is that anytime you build a custom element, it comes at a cost. It's up to you to decide if that cost is worth it. Now let's talk about actually building this thing, and we're going to break this down. I'm going to switch to a light mode version, even though I think the dark mode one looks really cool, because it's easier for us to break down. Because in the light mode version, you can see the transparent background, right? That is the view controller. We're going to give our view controller a 75% transparent background. The white circle you see, or square, you see, is a container view, just a UI view. You can see we have a title label, a body label, and then a GF button that we've already created. So that's the basic structure. We're basically creating one simple view. But we're also going to take the opportunity to create some reusable views that we're going to reuse later on in the app. And that is the GF title label, and then also the GF body label. So we're going to create those custom elements right now. So go over to your GH followers folder, do Command N again for a new file. Cocoa Touch class is going to be a UI label, and it's again going to be GF title label. And I like to name these, like I said, generic rather than like GF error title label. I guess you could do that, but because we're going to reuse this anywhere there's like a title in the app, I want to keep it generic. And go ahead and create it. And again, if you're worried about all these files on the left and how we're going to organize it, we're going to do that in the next video. So we're going to do the typical init stuff. I'm going to go through this a little quicker because this is now the third custom object we've created, and we're going to create a bunch more. But we do our typical init, right? Init with frame, super.init, passing the frame of frame. And now we're going to get yelled at, right, for our custom initializer. Or required initializer. Again, remember this is like the quote unquote storyboard initializer. And what we're going to do right away with the GF title label is we're going to create our custom initializer, because sometimes the title label is align left, sometimes it's centered, like in this error message. Align left would be the example of the user info screen that you see here. And then also the size. We're going to pass in a font size. This is an example of when we're not going to use dynamic type. So this is kind of like the nuance. I'm going to give you my thought process behind the decision. Whether you agree with it or not, that's fine. Our titles, anything in a GF title label is always going to be big and bold. So I'm not worried about dynamic type getting bigger or smaller. We always want it big and bold. On the other hand, when we do the GF body label, like which is in the error message of the alert view, or in our user info view, the bio, right? That's a lot of text. When it comes to that, I want that to conform to dynamic type. So you can kind of see the nuance of like when to use it, when not to use it. Again, at least in this circumstance. So with that said, the custom initializer, let's do init. We want to pass in a text alignment, because again, we're going to pass in .center or .left, whatever it is. And that is going to be an NS text alignment. You see there. And then we're going to pass in a size. But instead of just size, like, because this is an initializer on the overall label, right? This could mean like, what size is the label? Like, that's kind of confusing. This is where naming matters a bit. So I'm going to call this actually font size, just to be specific, so we know what we're passing in. And that is going to be a CG float. And then with the initializers, we do self.text alignment. Equals text alignment. And remember, the reason I have to do self here is because they're named exactly the same. So if I don't designate this one with self, it doesn't know which one I'm talking about. Another way to fix this is to not name them the exact same thing, but neither here nor there. Oh, I forgot to call the super init. That's right. Super.init with the frame of .0, like we've done before. And then now I want to set the font on my label. So self.font. I don't have to put the self in there, but it looks weird having one with self and one without self. So self.font equals UI font. And again, we're not going to do the preferred font type because that's where we get the dynamic type. We're just going to do system font of size and weight. So the size is going to be the size we pass in, font size. And then the weight, we're going to do .bold. Here's where you can see you can do heavy, light, medium, regular, semi-bold, thin, right? There's a whole bunch of weights you can do, but we're going to do bold, again, because we always want our titles to be big and bold. That's the design choice we went with. So now that we have that custom initializer, we need to just write the configure function that we've been writing in the other one. So func configure. And before we, private, I'm sorry, we got to make this private because we don't want to call configure again out in the wild, only within this file. So let's make sure we call configure here and then configure after the custom initializer here. So now let's talk about like how we want to configure our title labels. So the first thing we want to do is set the text color, and that is going to be equals .label. Remember, .label is just black on the light screen and white on a dark screen. And then adjust font size to fit width. We do want to set that to true. And again, what this does is, because our title labels are only going to be one line. So, if it's a super long username, for example, it'll shrink a little bit to try to fit in that label. And here we can tell it how much we want it to shrink with a minimum scale factor. We're going to do 0.90, 90%. So it'll shrink a little bit, but not too much. And just based on our design, whoops, I got to do 0. You can do 0.9. Tested this out on design. This seems to work. Again, you can scale this however you like to. What I just found is on the big title labels, if you let it go down to like 60 or 70%, then it looks like really, really small and doesn't even look like a title anymore. But again, you can mess with this. And then let's talk about the line break mode. So this is how, if it does become too big, how does it break the line? And we're going to do by truncating tail. So what this means is if the username is too long, it's just going to break it off by like ... after it shrinks it down to 90%. There's other ways you can do it by like word wrapping. So if your label was multi-line, this is how you word wrap the label. Again, our title labels are only one line. We don't want to mess with word wrapping. So we're just going to do that. And then do the constraints. Translates auto masking constraints in equals false. And then we will line these up. I'm not going to line it up all the way with the constraint one because that's like kind of pretty far out there. Again, you don't have to line up your equal signs. It's totally my preference, and I am pretty flexible with it. Which is not consistent. I know, I get it. Anyway, this is our GF title label. So here you go. Again, as you see here in the image, it's going to give us that title that you see in the alert. The next label we're going to build is the GF body label. And again, these are labels that we're going to use throughout the app. So back to the GH followers, Command N. And like I said, I'm picking up the pace a little bit on these custom objects because, we've done 4 of these now and we're going to do many, many more. So you're going to get practice. So GF body label. And here's where the good and the bad, right, comes into play when you do your UI programmatically. So you get a lot of copying and pasting powers, right? When you configure a label and all that stuff via Storyboard, you can't really copy and paste that. However, here you can, but with great power comes great responsibility. Copy paste errors are a thing, and they're actually pretty hard to debug. So just be very, very careful. But we're going to walk through this. So I just copy and pasted our whole title label. We got our override init. That's the same. Our required init is the same. That's the Storyboard. Our custom initializer is going to be different because our body text label is going to use dynamic type. So we're not going to pass in a font size because we're going to use the preferred font that you'll see. We'll get to it in a second. So just remove this font here that we are no longer passing in. We still want to pass in a text alignment because again, as you can see on this custom alert, it's a center alignment. In our bio on the user info screen, it's a line left. So we definitely want to pass in a text alignment when we configure this label. Now, if we go down to the configure, our text color is not .label, right? As you see in the alert, it's like a gray, light gray. Well, there's a color called secondary label, which is going to be this light gray. And again, if you want to see where I got those, remember that Semantic UI app. I love that app. Definitely put it on your phone. Like I said, you're going to use it a ton. We want to adjust the content size to fit width for sure. We want to be a little more forgiving with our body text because, right, like as you see, there's a lot more text here. So I'm going to take this down, let it go down to 75% of the size to make sure it fits. Line break mode is going to be by word wrapping, right? Because we're not just going to truncate the tail. We're actually going to wrap it around. And you're going to notice I'm not actually setting the number of lines. You may have done this in Storyboard where you set the number of lines to a label to 0 or to maybe 5 to set that. I'm actually going to save that bit of configuration for when I actually use the label because, depending on the situation, it could be different. I don't want to always hard code my body labels to always be 4 lines of text, right? You don't know when you're going to use these. So by not including that in this configure, I can configure that again in the view controller, but it's better to configure one little thing than all of this. So the last thing we need to do in this configure after we kind of adjusted all the existing ones is to put the font. Remember we had the font for the text label up here. Well, now we're going to do font equals UI font. Now we're going to go back to the preferred font for text style, right? This is where we're getting that dynamic type. And there is a text style called body. Imagine that. So that is going to be the size that you see. Again, the Semantic UI app will show you that. So now we have our body label. Back to the design. Now we have our title label, we have our body label, and we have our GF button. Like, we're ready to go. So we need to create the view controller because again, the alert is going to be a view controller that's presented. So do Command N on your GitHub followers folder, Cocoa Touch class, back to a UI view controller. And this is going to be the GF alert. If I can't type, alert VC. Hit next, create, add it to the pile of files. Again, we're going to fix it. And delete all the comments as usual. Now back to kind of some of the other screens we built. I like to initialize my objects in order. And the first thing we want is that white container view. Well, at least in light mode, it's white. So let container view, and this is just going to be a normal UI view. I haven't made because obviously this is the only place we use it, but I haven't made a reusable container view yet, like a GF alert container view. That is something I'm going to leave if you choose to kind of take it on your own and build that. Because one of the feedback I've gotten early in the course is they would love some homework, a little bit exercises, some extra stuff for you to do on your own. So I'm going to try to start, sprinkling that in throughout the videos here. And this is an example of one of them. So now we want the title label. Again, I like to go top to bottom. So let title label equal GF title label that we just created. And we're going to initialize this with the text alignment. Text alignment is .center. And the font size is 20. Now remember, I've already like dialed these numbers in. It did take some trial and error to find out what numbers worked best. Let body, we'll say message label. Like error message is probably a better way. Message label equal GF body label. And again, text alignment .center. And then now the button. So let action button. Again, I like the generic names there instead of like the OK button or something like that, because again, the name can change. Equals GF button, again with our custom initializer. This time the color is going to be .system pink. I know it looks red, but I just like the way the system pink looks. It kind of looks red. Anyway, and then the title string is going to be OK. We're actually going to create a custom initializer on this where we pass in the title. So that's just kind of hard-coded in there for now. So you can see we have our UI elements. We're going to go down later to actually, do all the constraints like we did with the search VC. But first, because of that custom initializer that I talked about, right? Because when we initialize this alert and call this from any view controller, right? Because you imagine any view controller should be able to show an error. We're going to pass in what the title should be, what the message should be, and what the button should say. That's going to happen at the call site. So because of that, I'm going to need those variables. For example, var, I can't just call it title because every view controller has a title, right? That's what shows up in the nav bar. So we're going to call this alert title, and it's going to be a string. And then we need a var message. That is also a string, not a sting. And then var button title. That's also a string. So now let's create that custom init. So just like the other objects, init, we want to pass in a title, which is a string. We want to pass in a message, which is a string, and then a button title, which is a string. And we got to call the super, so super.init. And when you're initializing these view controllers programmatically like this, you need it doesn't have a nib, and there's no nib in the bundle. So now we set these variables to what we passed in. Just again, similar to our other custom initializers. So self.alert title equals title, self.message equals message, and self.button title equals button title. And we line these up because that's what we do. Okay, so now that we have our initializer, that's all done and good to go. Okay, we need our required init for the storyboard init. Yep, got it. And give us 2 spaces here. Now we're ready to start kind of laying out the UI. The first thing we need to do in view to load is set the view background color. Again, if you look at the design, you can see that the background view is a black, but it's at a 75% opacity. So we need to do view.background color. And again, another little bit of homework for you. If you want to put this color into a constant, you'll see how we do that later in the course. You can do that. This was the only instance of this color, so I just went ahead and initialized it just as a UI color. But again, you never know. You might want to reuse it. So this is just 0, 0, 0, black is 0, and then the opacity is 0.75. So that's what's going to give us that 75% alpha opacity, same thing. So that's what we're doing there. And now we can start configuring the elements on the screen individually, just like we did with the search VC. So again, we're going to start with the container view, the white square that holds everything, because that is going to go in the view controller, but the title label, the body label, the button, that's actually going to go into the container view. And you'll see how we do that, because before we've been pinning everything to the view. So now we're going to kind of get some hierarchy, if you will. So func configure container view. And again, this is the opportunity if you would like to create a GF alert container view and refactor that all, so you have it, similar to this. That's the homework should you choose to do it. And you're going to see me kind of lay out some of the stuff in here, and you can kind of see why I like to refactor those out, because it gets a lot of this configuration code out of your view controller. So what's the first thing we do? You remember? We got to add the subview. Don't forget this. I guarantee you, you're going to do it. View.add subview is going to be the container view. And now we're going to start breaking down the corner radius and then the border. So container view, actually, container view dot layer dot corner radius equals 16. And again, these are numbers I've dialed in. Container view dot layer dot border width equals 2. And the reason this has a border, like look on the white version, like you don't see the border because the border color is going to be white. But what happened is because the black transparency on dark mode and then like the black background, like it blended in too much. So we're giving this a white border. So in dark mode, the alert really pops against the black background as you see here in the design. So container view dot layer dot border color equals, remember we have to do the full UI color dot white dot CG color for core graphics. This is because we're dealing with the layer of the view. It's kind of like a level down. And then lastly, we do the container view dot translate auto whatever into false. It's a mouthful. So we do that into false there, and then line these up. So that is our UI for the container view. Now let's start doing the constraints for the container view. And then I forgot the background color. Container view dot background color equals, and again it's going to be dot system background, right? Because we want it to be white in light mode and black in dark mode. So now that we have the UI all set up, and again, so if you were to refactor this, all this functionality here would be refactored out into your GF alert container view, if you choose to call it that. And then you would just get right into the constraints, which we're going to do now. So remember ns layout constraint dot activate, and we pass in an array of constraints. Which again, remember the rule of thumb is we want to do about 4 constraints per item. Again, that's a rule of thumb. There are some exceptions. So let's think about this. Look at this design here and let's see how we want to position this. So looking at this, we know we want it dead center of the screen. So let's take care of that first. So container view dot center y anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to view dot center y anchor. So again, we're centering it vertically. We do the same thing horizontally. Container view dot center x anchor dot constraint equal to view dot center x anchor. So again, now we're centered vertically and horizontally. And now we're going to give it a hard-coded height and width. So container view dot height, or we'll do width first. Width. Can't do that. Width anchor dot constraint equal to, and this is going to be 280. Again, I've dialed in these numbers. Now remember, the smallest width is going to be 320 on the iPhone SE. Remember we talked about the kind of the diagrams, but it's just an error message. Like you never really want it to span the entire width. Like imagine like the big wide iPhone X Plus. You know me and my naming. You don't want it to span that. So I think having a hard-coded height and width here is good. And to be fair, you probably could go above and beyond to really make this custom and have the height kind of adapt to the height of the error message. But ideally, your error messages shouldn't be like a paragraph long, like, right? This should be very short and concise. But that would be one way you can take this, more above and beyond. Constraint equal to, and then height is 220. Again, I've dialed in these numbers. So now let's just call configure container view. That's the first element. So now from here on out, we are going to put the title label, the body label, and the button inside the container view. So let's do the title label. Same thing, func.configure title label. And then remember we want to add the subview, except this time we're not adding it to the view, right? We're adding the subview to the container view. So there's some view hierarchy stuff you got to worry about here. So we're going to do container view dot add subview, and that is going to be title label. So now little curveball, gets a little trickier. And then all the UI is configured, right? We did that in the subclass of the GF title label. So now we just need to set what the actual text is. So title label dot text equals, it's going to be what? Alert title. Remember, this is what we passed in. And if for some reason, right, this is an optional, maybe for some reason they don't use this custom initializer, they use another initializer, we can put at least a default setting in there. So we're going to do alert title, and then the double question mark is called nil coalescing. It's another way to unwrap optionals. Basically what this says is use alert title. If alert title is nil, use this, and you give it a default value. So this would be a blank string. We're just going to type in something went wrong. So when this alert shows up, like something went wrong, right? So this is kind of like our default backup title, if need be. But we want to, hopefully it's always going to use the alert title. That's the plan anyway. So that's it for UI alignment. Now let's get into the constraints. So let's do ns layout constraint dot activate. Again, we're passing in the array. I like to use four items here. So we're going to pin it to the top here. Title label dot top anchor dot constraint is now it's equal to, we want to pass in a constant here. So it's going to be equal to, again, this is where we were normally pinning it to like the view, but now we're pinning it to the container view. So again, if you've done your layout in Storyboard, you're doing the same thing. Just like when you're pinning stuff in Storyboard, you're just typing it out. So it's not much different. So we want to make this equal to the container view dot top anchor, and we want to give it a constant of 20. Again, I've dialed in these numbers. So title label dot leading anchor dot constraint is equal to container view dot leading anchor and the constant of 20. And title label dot trailing anchor dot constraint, again that, and container view dot trailing anchor, and then remember trailing would do -20. Now we're going to do something real quick after we do in the height. So again, we got to pin to the top, we got to pin to the sizes. So we got our X coordinate and our width. Now we just need a height, and we're going to just hard code the height because again, the title label is just one line. We know our font size is 20. So we're going to just give ourselves a little bit of padding, but for the most part, we're going to hard code it. So title label dot height anchor dot constraint is equal to constant 28. Now you're going to notice here, we have a style going on in this alert. We have 20 from the top, 20 from the left, 20 from the right, or the trailing. And we're going to do that with all of our elements. It's kind of like padding. If you've ever built like a website in HTML and CSS, right? You have certain padding values. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a variable. We're going to say let padding equal, well, padding, it's got to be, you got to tell it it's a CG float, equals 20. So now I have this variable called padding, a constant that I'm just going to pass in. And the benefit here is, say we want to change our design. We want to change this padding to like 10, right? We want to make it smaller. Well, instead of changing, because you're going to see we're going to use this 20 padding like a lot. Instead of changing that in 9 different places, you just come up and change this padding variable right there to whatever you need. And you can quickly tweak your design. So now you're going to see we're going to have padding, and we're going to be reusing this in the other elements too. Now this one, remember, is negative padding. Be sure to keep the negative there. That's a big one. So now we have our title label. And if we do that, let's go configure title label. So if you see what we've done, we've placed the container view in the view controller. And now we've placed our title label in the container view pinned to the top. So now I'm actually going to mix it up a little bit. I know I said I like to go top to bottom. So after title label should be body label. But however, if you look at the design, like we know that the title label is always pinned to the top. We know we want our button to always be kind of pinned to the bottom with the padding. So that just leaves the space in between. So what I want to do is I want to pin the button to the bottom and then have the body label just fill up the space in between those. Now, the thing with Programmatic UI, like the order matters. So if I tried to add my body label and configure all the constraints right now, and then do my button, like I would get an error because I'm trying to configure my body label to a button that hasn't been configured yet. So the order in which your constraints are applied matters. And because of that, we need to configure the button next, because we're going to pin that to the bottom. So func configure action button. And again, more of the same. We have to do container view dot add subview action button. Remember I said we're going to get a lot of practice at constraints? Well, here we are. And we got to give our button its title. So action button dot set title. And now it's going to be button title, right? That's what we passed in the custom initializer up here. So the button title, and again, we're going to use no coalescing. So again, the backup is okay. And that is going to be for control state normal. And then we got to give our button a target, right? Because what happens when you tap the button? Well, all of our errors, again, this is just kind of the basic alert, right? We don't have the functionality to have like, a cancel, an OK button to do like different actions. Our OK button is just going to be to dismiss the error. Like we're going to show the error, like, okay, I know, hit OK. Again, this is what I talked about at the cost of creating the custom stuff. Because when you use the default Apple one, you get all that like done, cancel, all the customization of that alert is already built in with Apple. You don't have to build your own. So again, is the nice looking alert worth the cost for you to decide? So we have to give this a title, or I'm sorry, a action or a target. Action button dot set or add target. This is adding an action. It's going to be self hashtag selector, and then you see we need that obj Odell Beckham Objective C method again. So we're going to write that real quick down here. It's going to be dismiss VC, because it's just gonna, when you hit OK, it's just gonna dismiss this view controller. And then this looks a bit redundant. I get it, but we want to do this because we want to pass in animated is true, and then we don't need the completion handler here, so we're not doing this. The reason I have animated is true is because here later on we're going to implement how this view shows up, right? Remember we talked about it earlier, how it's not a modal that slides up. We're just going to make this appear. Well, we want it to be animated, and we're going to do this like cross dissolve animation, so it looks like it fades in. So we definitely want to see this animation here. So I call dismiss VC there, and then this is for for .touch up inside. Okay, so that is our targets on the, oh, whoops, yep, see, there's the error. I got to do at objc, and there we go. So now we are ready for our constraints on the button. So ns layout constraint dot activate. And again, we're going to start with the bottom because that's where we're pinning it to. So action button dot bottom anchor dot constraint is equal to that and a constant. So that's equal to container view dot bottom. And then the float is going to be negative padding, right? Remember I say we're going to be using this padding a lot. We're also going to use this on the trailing and leading for the button as well. So action button dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to container view dot leading, and then it's going to be padding. Right now you can see why when I just go and change the padding up top, if I want to adjust it a little bit, it's all going to work out there. Oh, need a comma. Again, these are an array you're passing in, so make sure you add those commas. So action button dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to, I don't know why that moves around sometimes, container view dot trailing, and remember it's negative padding. And then now we got to give the button a height. Action button dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 44. All right, you feel like you're getting enough practice on these constraints now? It is tedious, I know, when you do the whole layout, but I'm starting to really like the programmatic layout. Even though my projects are still a mix of Storyboard and UI, I don't know, I like doing them both. So now we have our action button. Let's be sure we call that configure action button. And now let's do the body label, the final piece of the puzzle here. So func configure body label container view dot add subview, and that is going to be body label. I'm sorry, message label. Message label. We do need to do a little bit of configuration here by setting the number of lines. Remember I talked about that, how I want to do that at the call site because every situation is going to be different. First, let's set the text here. Message label dot text. Again, same thing what we did before. We want it to be message, or give it a default value of unable to complete request. It is a generic message to the user, but it's better than sending them nothing or having it crash, right? Now we do the message label, like I was saying, number of lines, and I'm going to set that equal to 4. Because again, I know I've written my error messages, so like they're not super long. Okay, so that is it for the UI configuration of the message label. Back to the UI and the constraints. So ns layout constraint dot activate, and we get 4 constraints here. And so we want to pin this to the bottom of the title label, and then also the top of the button, and then the leading and trailing edges of the content view. So message label dot top anchor dot constraint is, this one, equal to title label dot bottom anchor, and then the constant is going to be 8. Again, I've dialed these in. Message label dot leading anchor dot constraint is equal to that, and is going to be equal to the container view dot leading anchor, and there's going to be padding, right? We want that 20 padding all around. Message label dot trailing anchor dot constraint. Nope. See, I picked the wrong one. That's what I said. I wish the default auto completion, it moves around. That's kind of annoying. Container view dot leading anchor equals negative padding. I'm sorry, this is trailing anchor. Yes. Again, sometimes when you're doing so many of these constraints, like you can do those typos like that because it's very repetitive and tedious. And by the way, there are like third-party libraries out there like SnapKit or Tiny Constraints that make this less tedious. But again, we're going no third-party libraries. So again, we're pinned to the top, we're pinned to the edges. Now we need to pin to the top of the button. So message label dot bottom anchor dot constraint equal to, sorry, it's always tricky picking the right one. Action button dot top anchor, right? Because we're pinning it to the top of the action button. And again, -12 when you're dealing with negative when you're dealing with the bottom anchor, and 12 is the number that I have dialed in. And now if we call configure action button, body label, or what do we call it? That should be configure message label. Again, confusing naming. It's called a body label, but this is the message label. I got confused there. So again, make sure the naming is on point. Message label. So we have the general UI all set up. Now we need to figure out how are we going to call this? So like I said before, we're going to be using this custom initializer, but we want to do this on every view controller. So this is where an extension on UI view controller comes into play. This is going to be our first extension. And sometimes you want to subclass something, like sometimes you want to create a special type of view controller that has certain behaviors. That would be a subclass. However, when you have a behavior that you want on every view controller or anything, like maybe every button, you want to have this one pulsate animation, then you make an extension on UI button. So that's the difference between like extensions and subclassing. A subclass is more for a specific subset of buttons you want to have a behavior. An extension is when you want all UI buttons to have a behavior. So again, followers folder, Command N, add it to the stack of files here. We're just gonna do a Swift file, call this UI view controller. So what I do here for my extensions is I type out the full name of the type, and then I do a plus and then ext. So I know this is my UI view controller extension. Add it to the pile of files, like I said. So we're going to import UIKit. And by the way, importing UIKit also imports Foundation. So if you find yourself importing Foundation and UIKit, it's redundant. I used to do that all the time. So now we want to do an extension on UI view controller. So we'll create that. And now we're going to put in the behavior to show this alert controller. So now in any view controller, I can just call this function and it will show the alert. Okay, we're going to call present, because remember, this is modally, we're presenting it. If it was like a navigation controller, would be like pushing it. So present GF alert on main thread. This is going to be the key here, on main thread. We're going to talk about threading more when we get to the our networking calls, but this is a big deal because oftentimes you're calling these alerts, again, back to the network calls. When you go to make this call, you're calling it from the background thread, and it's illegal to present a UI element from the background thread. So if I didn't put this actually in the function call here, if I just called this present GF alert and we didn't do it on the main thread here, every time I called this, which again, when we're showing errors is like every screen, I would have to wrap it in like moving it to the main thread. And that gets annoying. So we're going to actually just do it here. So it's always going to be presented on the main thread. And again, if you're not familiar with main thread and background thread, we're going to talk more about that when we do our networking. And like I said, when we present this, we're going to want to pass in the title, which is a string, the message, which again is a string, and the button title. This way we have complete control over what we show on our alert, like when we present it at the call site. So here's where we're going to wrap this to put it on the main thread. So dispatch queue, man, call it a function, right? It's kind of tricky to like talk and type at the same time. Anyway, dispatch queue.main.async. This is a quick way to throw things onto the main thread. Like I said, if I didn't do this here, I would have to call this every time I called this function, which is a lot with all the error handling. So now this is actually very similar to when we passed data in the last video. So we create the view controller. So let alert VC equal a GF alert VC. And if you see, we do the initializer here. We get our custom initializer that we created, where we pass in a title string, message, all that stuff. And we're just going to pass through what we passed here originally. So this is going to be title message, and button title. So we're just passing it through into here. So now we've created the alert VC. Now we need to configure it. Alert VC dot present. I'm sorry, modal presentation style. Modal presentation style equals dot, and you can see this is how you can present this. We're going to do over full screen. And you see here it says a view presentation style in which it's presented, the presented view covers the screen. And we're doing that so it doesn't show like the card view, especially in iOS 13. And now we need to do alert vc.modal transition style. Now here's the animation, right? You know how like it, we'll do this here. Cross vertical, cross dissolve, flip horizontal, partial curl. There's a couple different types. We want to do cross dissolve. So this is going to make it look like so it like fades in, right? It's not just going to flash on the screen. The alert is going to have a quick fade in when we show it. So it's a lot smoother that way. And then again, very similar to how we passed the data before. Now we're going to call, instead of navigation controller.push like we did in the last video, we're going to do just present, and then you pass in a view controller to present, which is the alert VC. And animated is true because we want to see that cross dissolve animation. And then we can just get rid of the completion handler because we're not doing anything once it completes. So now every view controller, self, because we're in a closure here. And by the way, these GCD closures and stuff like that, you don't have to do the capture list, the weak self. We're going to get into that whole weak self here later. But these GCD ones and the UI view.animate closures, you don't have to do the weak self stuff 99% of the time. There's always edge cases. But so yeah, so now any view controller can just call present GF alert on main thread. You pass in the title, you pass in the message, you pass in the button title, and you're good to go. So let's see this thing in action, right? We've coded a lot. We haven't seen anything. So back to our search VC, right? Where we had this print no username. So what we're doing here is when we press go or get followers, we want to check to make sure is username entered. And if username is not entered, instead of printing no username, we're just going to call present GF alert on main thread. The title is going to be empty username. And the message is going to be, please enter a username. We need to know who to look for. Smiley face emoji. By the way, Command Control Spacebar will pull up your emoji keyboard. And there we go. You don't have to do that, obviously. We're just going to have a little fun. And then the button title, again, is going to be OK. So now that will present our alert. So let's test it. We're going to run it on the iPhone 11. All right, here we go. I'm going to tap Get Followers when I have an empty username. And you see there's our alert. Please enter username. We need to know who to look for. Okay, now let's test it on dark mode real quick. Side note, if you didn't know, when your app is running, if you click this little control thing, environment overrides, click on that, you're going to see you can change it to dark mode on the fly. You can switch between light and dark. So we want to go back to dark mode. So let's pull back our simulator. Now we're in dark mode. So now you can see what our alert looks like in dark mode. Again, we're going to hit Get Followers. Let me move this over here now. And then now you see that white border. So you see what I was talking about. If we didn't have that white border, that error message would really blend in with that, black transparency background. So we put that white border on there to make it really pop in dark mode. I really like the way that looks. So again, please enter username. We need to know who to look for. And you can see how the colors and the label all configure in dark mode automatically. And then again, remember when you tap OK, that calls that dismiss view controller. You saw it do that, watch it like slowly animate in, that slow cross dissolve out. If we didn't have that cross dissolve modal transition style, it would just flash away and flash on. Pretty jarring. So we wanted to slowly fade away. But that's it. That's our custom alert. You're looking at it. Like I said, we're going to use this a lot throughout the rest of the app. I wanted to get this in place before we did our networking because we're going to use it a lot in the networking stuff. So on to the next video where we kind of organize these files. Last video, we created our custom alert view controller, and I'll admit that was a pretty long video. This video will give you a little bit of a break. This will be shorter because we're going to talk all about project organization. And actually, I shouldn't say all about because we'll be continuing to thread it in throughout the videos as the project grows and grows and grows. I'll be talking about it. We'll be creating new folders and all that stuff. But I do want to throw out one giant disclaimer here. This is project organization. This is a very subjective topic, right? Like how you organize something and how you like things to be placed. like that's going to be different for everybody. Like we all know, like programming is a highly opinionated profession. Like you've been on Twitter, right? You've seen it. So again, this is just my way. Just like I said in the intro, this is how I do it. Doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, but at least you can see how I do it, how I organize my projects. So what we're going to do is we're going to create some basic folders to start. Again, we'll be adding folders to this as the project grows and expands. And then we're going to talk about the architecture. We're using MVC for this project, and I'll give you my little architecture rant. We'll get into that. But first, let's start organizing this giant pile of files over here on the left. Now, I know many of you out there might be looking for the textbook answer, right? You want a nice clean model folder, a nice clean view folder, and then a controller folder, right? Get that nice MVC folder. That ain't happening. That's just not how I organize my code. I find that to be, I don't know, I think you have to like dig too deep for that. So anyway, let's start creating some basic folders here. So the first folder I create, if you go hit on the GitHub followers folder, do new group to get the folder, is I do one called screens, which again is basically the view controllers, right? So this could easily be called controllers. I get it. I call mine screens. So the screens we have right now are the search VC. So let's drag that in there. We have the favorites list VC, drag that in there, and we have the follower list VC. The only screen we're missing is this user info VC you see here. That'll come later. And the reason I do the screens folder is because I do like to logically group things based on like actual screens in the app. Even though a lot of the screens are made up of like reusable views, but this way I know that like, hey, what screen is that? Because that's how, I don't know, at least in my development experience and career, like we refer to things as like, oh, it's the login screen, the whatever screen. So that's how I logically organize things in my head. So that's how I like that to reflect in my folder structure. So the next folder I typically do, and again, we're not going to do every single folder right now, we'll build those as it grows because that's more logical, is a custom views. So new group, and again, this can be the views folder, right? And we're going to get into the whole MVC definition, what is what, later in the video, but I want to get this organized first. So you do custom views, and that's where we put in things like this GF button, GF text field, title label, body label, this kind of stuff goes into custom views. And we'll break this down later as we build more of these. Right now I'm just going to keep these 4 in there, but I'll break this down even further into like labels, buttons, views, more specific on like what they are. Because as you can see, we have 2 labels already, and I believe we're going to add another label later. So I break it down even further into that. But for now, custom views is fine. And then you see we have, I'll make this bigger, we have our UI view controller extension. I always make a folder specifically for extensions because typically, I mean, you're not going to see it so much in this project, but in my typical projects, I have a lot of extensions. Like the string extension I just showed you. There's usually always a date extension for all the date stuff you got to do. There's always a view controller extension. There's usually a UI view extension. So the extension folder usually gets pretty big. You're not going to see that in this project. I think we're going to have 2 extensions, but I always have the extensions folder. And you're seeing all these are at the top level right now. Eventually, again, as the project grows, we're going to, organize it as we go. But, I'll have like extensions, utilities, and I'll put those all in one like helper type folder. But again, I think like why I'm doing this kind of over time is I think if I created my whole structure right now with nothing in it, it might be more confusing than helpful. However, I feel like if we build this organizational structure as we're actually building this stuff, that'll make more sense. So let's drag the UI view controller extension there. And then even though this alert VC is a whole view controller, not just the view, I do put that in my custom views. And then usually I'll have like a view controllers folder in there because you're going to see later on in the video, like I mentioned in the intro here on the user info screen, that little card that has like the GitHub repo stuff, like that's its own view controller. The header with the username and bio and all that stuff, that's its own view controller. So those reusable components I like to put into the custom views in a view controller folder. And again, this organization will get more granular and more in-depth as we expand and build the project. And then lastly, just because usually this will be like the folder structure, all this stuff right here, I'll usually create a folder, new group, just called support. And that's where I put in like the app delegate, scene delegate, all this extra stuff kind of goes into the catch-all. So I'll open those back up just to show you all the organization. So that is the basics of our organization. Again, we're going to go in depth as the project expands. So let's shift the topic to the architecture and the MVC, because that's what we're going to use. Why we're using MVC, what MVC is, and just my general thoughts on architectures. So I want to start off with this tweet by Sam Jarman, another developer out on Twitter. Give him a follow. He's a good follow. It says, "We're still getting this wrong, folks. Design patterns are abstract ways of arranging code meant to be applied to your unique code base and requirements. Here's the key thing. It's not a template that you have to contort your code into." So here's my spiel on like architectures, because I think a lot of people that are just learning at least I guess based on the questions I see in my comments and on Twitter, everybody's so focused on like MVC, Viper, MVVM. Which one is it? And then you got to contort your code to fit that template. And that's what the picture says. You know, iOS developers, any design patterns come along and they're like, is this a code template? Like there's no code template. Like these architectures are just a guideline, right? Like nothing's perfect. You try to, you know, again, a guideline is the best word to put it. Like you don't have to contort and squeeze your code into this strict box. Like that's not what it's all about. Really, all that matters, like here's what it's all about. Like, is your code easy to understand? Is it like logically organized, kind of like we just talked about? Is it easy to kind of navigate and reason about how your code is structured? And then the big one, like, can it be expanded on? Because you can structure your code so it's just this like tightly bound, very coupled thing to where if you were to add a new feature to that, you just can't because everything's so tightly coupled, right? Whereas, you know, if your code is easily to expand upon, whereas like we're doing, we have all these reusable components, right? Our title label, our body label, you're going to see more and stuff of the reusable stuff. Like that means your code is expandable, right? You can easily build features into it. So really that's, you know, what you have to do in a nutshell. Like I think people are too focused on what architecture do I use? Like it's just, I mean, I use MVC. MVC is Apple's recommended architecture. It's like the classic. I think MVC will work, you know, 90% of the time if you do it right. A lot of people's gripe with MVC is that you get massive view controllers. It's too messy. And again, like I showed in the intro, here's my lines of code on this project. Like my largest view controller, you see this whole project, and I'll admit it's not a crazy complex project, but it's not like nothing. And my longest view controller is 200 lines of code. And again, I know many of you out there like may struggle with a 500 line view controller on just a basic view. So if you use what we're doing, right, the typical MVC where you're abstracting all your views out of there, right? Like the key here is like, does my view controller need to know about this? That's something you should always ask yourself. And the key is yanking that out into a GF title label, right? And then just use that. So anyway, proper MVC in my mind, you're not going to get massive view controllers. Again, as always with anything in programming, there's always exceptions, right? Nothing is absolute. For the most part, you'll be fine. But anyway, sorry I went on a little bit of a rant there. I think most beginners out there focus way too much on architecture. I'm not going to say it's not important, but like Sam says, it's not a template to contort your code into. It's a guideline. That being said, let's talk about MVC because that's what we're using. We're using the guideline of MVC. We're not, you know, shoving our code in the MVC small box. So talk about model. So what models are anything like your networking layer, persistence, your objects, like we're going to use a follower object and a user object, a little sneak peek to what we're going to build next video. So that kind of stuff is like your model. And then your views are what we've been building, right? We've been building the GF title label. If you went ahead and did the homework and built the GF alert container view, right? Like those views, this custom stuff, that's your view stuff. And then the controller is essentially the view controllers, right? The search VC, the stuff like that. So again, back to what I said a little bit ago, I think one simple thing that will really help you just conform to MVC, it's not crazy complicated. Always ask yourself, does my view controller need to know about this? And if the answer is no, think about abstracting it away. And again, that's not a absolute rule of thumb, right? This is just a guideline, something you strive for. I'm not saying that if there's one line of code your view controller doesn't need to know about, you're bad, you're wrong. Like, no, chill. So let's use this example of that container view, right? Here in the code I wrote, if you didn't do your homework, you see that all this, configuration of the UI, right? We're setting the corner radius, we're setting the border. Like the view controller does not need to know about that. So that stuff should be abstracted away. And the stuff a view controller does need to know about is like how to lay it out, right? Like the constraints. View controller's got to know about that. What text to show on the GF title label. View controllers got to know about that. So again, I think just conforming, again, at this beginner level, you're trying to get your first job, just conforming to that. Does my view controller need to know about this? I think will go a long way towards, cleaning up your code. Backing up to the big picture here, I know I just went on a little bit of a rant, but I said it earlier, like programming is like there's 100 different ways to do like everything. And it's a very opinionated profession. So I just want to stress, like what I say is my opinion. It doesn't mean another way of doing things isn't correct. It won't work. Like there's 100 different ways to do things. Do what works best for you. And a little note about taking advice, like for me, like you have to remember everybody's advice in the way they do things, their style has been shaped by their experiences. For example, my career, I spent my whole career at early stage startups, contracting, and independent app development. So all that is based off of like literally like creating projects from scratch, building the initial MVP, getting the initial launch going. That's a different programming environment than somebody working at Google on a team of 150 iOS developers, right? Those development practices, habits, styles are going to be completely different than the small company, small iOS team, small startup style. And like, they're just not, I'm not saying one is better than the other. It's just, there's different phases of development, and throughout each phase, going from initial product to billions of users, all through that spectrum of time, like, different phases require different coding practices. And again, when you get advice from someone, maybe they've spent their whole career at a large company and that's all they know. So just remember, you're getting advice from that angle. And when I give you advice, you're getting advice from the small startup, building the MVP from scratch angle. And it's your job to kind of discern like where their advice is coming from and is it applicable to what you're doing. Anyway, another little rant on like how to take advice, but I think that all comes into play with this architecture stuff because there's so many opinions out there about this. And I kind of go on this rant because I empathize with you out there just learning. Like, you're probably getting so many different like thoughts on especially something like architecture that you don't know what to make of it. And to be honest with you, like, nobody does, right? It's because it's so different for everybody. Like, it's just the common programming thing, right? It depends. It's a horrible answer, but it's always the truth. Like, what architecture should I use? I don't know. It depends. It's like opening up a toolbox and saying, what tool should I use, without knowing what job you have to do? Like, it's a ridiculous question. So anyway, that's my architecture rant. Hopefully you got a little bit of MVC. We're going to be building out this folder structure more and more as the project grows. On to the next video, which is going to be planning our network calls. In the last video, we discussed project organization and just the MVC overall architecture of our app. In this video, we're going to move on to the beginnings of making our first network call, right? Because where we're at in the app is we're passing the username over to the follower list screen. Now that we have the username, we need to make the network call to get the list of followers, right? That's where we're at. So we're going to do some planning to prepare for our network calls and kind of set up our model, right? We're going to have a follower object and then eventually a user object for when the user taps on the follower and pulls up the user info modal. So we're going to work on setting up those models and just discuss our network call overall before we go ahead and write that network call in the next video. So here we are looking at the GitHub documentation. If I scroll down again to the right, this users, kind of what we talked about last time. And then if I scroll down over again on the right, make it above my head here, you'll see followers. So we're going to click on that and list followers of a user, right? So you can see we're doing GitHub users. We're going to pass in the username and then do /followers to get their list of followers. And if I scroll down to the response, you can see here, if you're astute, you may notice that this is different than the user information we got. Because remember, the username had things like followers, public repos, company name, email. This doesn't have that. It has a bunch of URLs to get like other stuff. But right now we're going to create our follower object. So if you look at the collection view we're going to build, like, what does the follower object need? Well, you can see we just need the avatar and the login. So if I look at the JSON, I have the login here and I have the avatar URL. Cool. So our follower model is actually going to be relatively small because we're just taking from the list of followers. So actually, let's talk about, you see here this page 2, page 5. Let's actually talk about pagination real quick, because if you saw in the app, when you scroll down to the bottom, well, first of all, we're pulling in 100 users. And when you scroll to the bottom, we're pulling in the next 100 users. So let's talk about pagination and how I found pagination. Like, we're not going to build it now. We're just going to talk about like where I got it. So it actually took a little bit of digging, and this may be the case for whatever API you're using. I had to click on guides up here on the right. And if you scroll down a little bit here, you'll see one of the categories is traversing with pagination. Sounds like what we wanted. So when I clicked on that, this gives me the information here, the basics of pagination right here. So you can see the default, I'm going to get 30 followers back by default. Now, that's what I started with, full disclosure, when I was building this, but it felt like I was making so many network calls because in my collection view, like scrolling through 30, like doesn't take very long, right? So I decided to land on the number 100, and I don't know, that's just what I landed on. You could have done 75, you could have done 60 to minimize like the data going back and forth on each network call. Maybe that would speed up the network call a little bit, depending on how many you're getting back, but I decided to use 100. And again, back to the second part of the interview, I think having that conversation saying like, yes, I decided to use 100, but if we discover the network calls are taking too long, maybe we can drop that down to 50, 60. We can kind of turn that knob to dial it in if need be. So cool, here's where I know I can specify up to 100. It says a maximum is 100. And it says, let me see how to do that here. Changing number of items received. Passing the per page parameter, you can specify how many items you want on each page to return, up to 100 items. So here you can see per page in my URL is going to equal 50. Well, that's our example. We're going to put 100 in there. And then if we scroll up a bit, I kind of scrolled past it, but now you can determine the pages, right? So you can pass in the page as a parameter. Like the page is always going to start at 1. So for example, if I wanted the second, let me back up. So when we do our network call, we're going to get page 1 and 100 users. But now when we do the pagination, when you scroll down to the bottom, as you see on the screen, when we get to the bottom of that, now we want to get page 2 of 100 users. And then when you scroll down, now we're getting page 3 of 100 users. So we're going to do that in code in a later video, but I wanted to show you like where I discovered how to do the pagination in the GitHub Documents API. So again, the page gives me a page of how many users. We can specify that. We're going to specify 100 users. So again, back to like why I'm going through this. This is like the planning of the network call. You want to look up all this stuff before you start coding, just to make sure you know what you're trying to do is possible and it's feasible. So let's go back to the reference where we were. Again, back down to users and the followers. You click on that. So again, if we scroll down, we can see here this followers URL. This is kind of what we're going to use here. So they do give you the URL here, but it doesn't have the base URL of the api.github. You can get the actual URL by doing this followers URL right here. What we're going to do the curl for my actual username here. So again, type in curl in your terminal, paste that in, delete the octocat name. You can type in your name if you like, SALLEN 0400. And because again, I always like to see like the actual network thing that I'm going to get back. So as you see here, here's a list of, I have 200 something followers, but we only got like the first 30 because we didn't specify a page number. But you can see, here's my list of followers. You can see we're going to get the login, we're going to get the avatar URL, and then all this stuff doesn't really matter. Like we're not going to use that. So now that we've kind of seen this URL in action, we have an idea of the data we're going to get back. Let's construct our first model. Let's construct our follower object. So back in Xcode on GH followers, do new group, because now we're going to create our model folder. And in that model folder, so now right click on the model folder, do new file, and I just do a Swift file. Like I said, we're building out our folder structure as we go from here on out. So this is just going to be called a follower. Create. It's going to be a struct called follower. And because we're going to use Codeable in our networking, got to conform to Codeable. And it's going to have a var of a login. And that's going to be a string. And it's going to have a var of, so when you use Codeable, this is a good thing. I'm just typing these in. I should really show these. Let me go back to the internet. When you use Codeable, come on. Actually, we'll just pull up the terminal. Same thing. When you use Codeable, your variable names have to match what's in the data structure, with a caveat that we're going to talk about in a second. So login has to match that login. I can't like say username. I can't like have a capital L. Like it's got to match perfectly. Again, there are exceptions. There's also wrappers you can write around this so you can like convert them. I'm just talking about the straight up Codeable transformation. So again, to keep this super basic without writing wrappers around it and all that stuff, would do that. So, and then here, avatar URL. So I'm showing you the habit I do. I literally copy and paste from the JSON response to make sure that I don't get it wrong. So I copied the avatar URL, pasted that in, string. Now, here's the thing. See avatar underscore URL? If you know your Swift best practices, we don't use typically underscores in our variable names. We use camel case. This is called snake case. We use camel case. Camel case like humps of a camel. So our avatar URL would actually look like this in Swift. Now, luckily, Codeable encoders and all that stuff, they have a way to encode, like they automatically convert snake case, which would, again, was the avatar underscore URL, to camel So that's why I can write this variable like this. However, I can't say like avatar name URL. Like it's not going to convert that. So you do have to, again, have the exact same name. However, you can have it in camel case and everything will work fine. One thing to note though, if I pull up my followers here, if the login can come back null and I don't make this an optional, it's going to crash. I'm not making these optional because I know in the return, login and avatar URL aren't going to be null. Because even if the user doesn't upload an avatar, GitHub throws them a default one. So like for a user to exist, like the user has to have a login and an avatar URL. So we're safe to not make these optional because we know they're always going to be there. Now, of course, again, super edge case caveat, something could go wrong with the server where you're getting back null. Like I get it, but we're not going to worry about crazy edge cases right now. So we have our follower object here. And also real quick, before we go on to the user object, like this is all we need here, because what's going to happen when you tap on the follower cell, we're going to, in did select item, we're going to pass the login, which again is essentially the username, to the user info screen. And then we're going to use that login to pass in as a parameter to get that user's info. So that's why this is all we need for follower. We don't really need anything else. So that's it for followers. Now let's talk about the user. Let's create that real quick, just the beginnings of it anyway. New file. And again, user is what's going to fill in this user info screen that you see here, right? Follower fills in the collection view that you see. User fills in the user info. So Swift file, call this user. And again, it's going to be a struct called user, conform to codable. And we're going to talk about what variables we need here. So let's go back to the GitHub API. Right now we're on followers. Let's go to get a single user. Go back to users here. Get a single user. Again, I like to just grab this URL here. And, you know, don't get me wrong, the documentation is good and we're going to use it here in a second. But I don't know why. Maybe this is a little quirk in me. I like to see the real data here. So curl and then Command V to paste, get rid of AutoCat and put in my username. Again, you can use yours if you like. So good. Now I'm looking at my user information. So it's hard to do on this screen, but you know, when I'm working on my ultra wide, I would have this on the right and my model on the left, and I just type that up. We're gonna have to go back and forth a little bit here. Actually, you know what? I can probably just superimpose this in post in editing, so you can probably see what I'm doing here. I don't know. We'll see how I edit it. Forgive me if it's a little off. But this is how I do it. I have the JSON up on the screen or easily accessible. I have my design over there, and I build my model based on what I'm going to need. Looking at the design in the JSON, like I know I'm going to need the login. So var login. And like I said, I would get in the habit of copying and pasting. I'm not doing that just because the way my screen is, it would just, I don't know, it'd be a cluster. So I'm going to go ahead and type it, and I know these are going to be correct, but when I did it, I was safe and I copied and pasted. So this is going to be a string. And then like we just did before, we're going to need the avatar URL. Nope, not capital. There you go. String. And then now we're going to need the name. And again, you can see I'm kind of just going, I'm looking at like the user info header view right now and kind of putting it in order that it's going to appear. So again, name is going to be the string. Now, here's the interesting thing is I know, like I talked about earlier, login and avatar URL, they're going to be there. Name, this is the person's real name. That's optional. You don't have to put that. So I'm going to make that an optional because when it does come back null, we'll be able to handle that. Same thing with location, var location. That is a string, and that is optional because they might not put their location. Same thing with a bio, var bio, string. Bio is optional as well. And then we have public repos and public gist. So var public repos. And again, I can use camel case here. And that's going to be an int. And var public gist. That is an int. So the way I'm getting the type here, now I got to go back to the documentation. So if I'm on a user, so I look here, public repos, you can see that's an int. Public gist, that's an int. Same thing with followers and following. Whereas, you know, these are strings in red. You know, site admin, that's a Boolean, right? So here's where you can see like the types are by analyzing the JSON in the documentation. So really everything's going to be a string that we're going to use except for, you know, repos, gists, and followers. So back to Xcode. So the data we're dealing with now is that, as you see on the screen, that kind of GitHub card design. So we have public repos, public gists. Now we need their profile, which is in the JSON is just the HTML URL, which again is a string. And that is going to be there for sure. Same thing. The reason we're not making public repos optional is because Like it's either, if they don't have any, it's going to be a 0, right? So it's always going to be something. It's not going to be null. Same thing with HTML URL, based on the same principles. Like, hey, if a login exists, the HTML URL exists. And again, I know there could be crazy edge cases. But now we do the same thing. Following, that is an int. Var followers, that is an int. And then var created at, that is a string, because that is the date. And again, the same logic applies, like created at. Oh, almost had a typo. This is why you copy and paste, folks. Right? If the user exists, it had to be created at some date. So that is why these 3 are optional: name, location, bio, because you may not have to have those, right? If I didn't make these an optional with this question mark, when I made the network request, if location would have came back null, it won't work. So there's our user model. And again, I always like to put up the design side by side so you can see you can see where the login goes. You can see where the avatar URL goes. You can see where the name goes, location, bio, right? Like you can see how we're going to convert our data that we get back into the design. And I always like to put those side by side, one, to make sure I'm not missing anything, just to make sure everything, looks like it's going to fit. So that is the preparation for the network call. Again, we created our user model, our follower model. We put it up side by side with the JSON and the design to make sure everything was good. We copy and pasted. So we're all set up to actually start creating our network call. And actually the reason, like you can make your network call without creating your model first, but you would just get back this JSON. You have to turn that JSON that you get back, because right, this is what we get back, this JSON you see here. That's what we get back from making the network call. What the app does is the app takes that JSON and converts it into objects that you can use in the app. Those objects being a user. That way you can do user.login, user.bio, right? Same thing with follower. It takes the JSON we get back from the follower response and converts it into our follower object. So I guess the point I'm making is we did the models first because once we make the network call, I want to have our objects done. So now that we have the objects, now we start populating the UI with those objects. So that wraps up the video. On to the next one. Last video we left off completing our user object. This is a quick video to fix 2 little bugs that some students discovered throughout this process. So thank you to those students that have discovered it, commented on it. We're going to fix it. The first one is real quick, and it involves that organization video we did. Remember how we created this support folder? Well, I threw the plist in there, and that causes some issues with the plist pathing. Like you may have seen this. You see this warning we got up here. If I click on that, it says default 568 image, cancel, whatever. We're like missing that. That has to do with moving the plist out of there. So if we drag the plist just out of the support folder, because this messes up the pathing of like things for the plist. So don't put the plist in the support folder is the moral of the story. Do a Command B to build. Successful build, let's run it just to test it to make sure the plist, because if you run it with the plist in that folder, like it won't work, and you get that warning. So running it, everything's good to go. There we are. So that's a real quick fix. And to be honest with you, what happened was in my original build, like I didn't have that support folder, and while I was filming, I just kind of like was like, I forgot about the support folder. Let's add that. And yeah, so that's what I get for going off script. But anyway, take that plist out of the support folder and you're good to go. Now the next bug that popped up has to do with the way to navigate that I like never use personally, so I didn't think to test this. But type in a username on your search VC, go to the next screen, the search screen, and then in order to go back, you can grab from the left and like swipe back. And as you can see, you can like swipe halfway and then like go back and not actually complete the transition, right? You can play with that swipe. You'll notice when you do that and you go back to like the follower screen, like swipe halfway across, and then go back to the follower screen, the navigation bar disappears. And what's causing that, if I go to screens here, if I go to follower list VC, you'll notice in view did load here, this is where we're calling the navigation controller is navigation bar hidden equals false. Well, so view did load happens when we're on this follower screen. However, once we start swiping back, view will appear gets called on the search VC. And if you remember in the search VC, in view will appear, we're hiding the nav bar. Remember, we're going back and forth. But because we're not fully completing the transition, like this gets called, so we're flipping it to true. But when we go back to the follower list VC in that swipe, like midway through the swipe, like view to low was already called. View to low is not getting called again. So we're never flipping the navigation bar like back to hidden again. So this is a weird bug. Again, I don't use this navigation, so I didn't see it. So thank you to Brett who found this. And so we're gonna fix that real quick. So as you might have guessed, the solution is to put this navigation bar code into view will appear. And then there's one more step after this that we're going to do too. So type in view will appear, super dot view will appear as animated, and we're going to cut the navigation controller is hidden into view will appear. This way, like I said, when you're going like halfway back through the animation, now view will appear will be called, and then the nav bar will show back up again. But if we test this, as you can see, it's a little snappy. It's a little jarring. Like you'll see, we'll go back, the nav bar disappears, and then if you cancel the animation, the nav bar just like appears, right? It's kind of jarring. So in order to handle that, we're not going to use this is nav bar hidden equals false. And real quick, by the way, backing up, the only reason this is like an issue is because we're going back and forth between a view controller that doesn't have a nav bar and a view controller that does, or I mean, it has a nav bar, but shows the nav bar, right? We're hiding it and not hiding it between two view controllers. So that's why this is like even an issue, right? If everything had a navigation bar shown, no issues at all. So we're going to use a different function here. So still on navigation controller, you can call set nav bar hidden. And here we are on the follower list VC. So we want that to be false. Whoops. And animated will be true. We want to animate that. So we're going to use this same function on the search VC. Again, in view will appear. We're not going to use is hidden, but we're still going to do the same thing. We want it to be hidden on this search VC. Equals true, animated is true. Now, if we run it and test it, you can see the animation. We're kind of pulling the screen back, but the nav bar doesn't disappear. It's still there. And if you cancel the animation, it's still there. And then if you go ahead and complete the animation, the transition back to the search VC, that's there, smooth sailing. So small little tweak. And again, it's because I never use that navigation style. So I didn't even think to test it, right? It worked fine the way I do it. This is why there's whole like QA departments, right? It's very, very hard for one person to QA test an app, right? To do every single edge case. That's why it's great to have a lot of people test your apps because everybody uses the phone in a different way. And this is a perfect example of it. And I wanted to include this video because I think it's a good demonstration of that. So the bugs are fixed. I'm sure as we go through the next, 30, 40 videos, there may be more impromptu bug fix videos, but I actually like that idea because it kind of shows kind of the reality and how you can go back and easily fix these bugs. On to the next video. Now that we've got those little bugs out of the way, let's move on to what is arguably the most important topic in iOS development, and that is the whole process of network calls, right? Using a network call to hit an API, get the JSON back, parse that JSON, and turn it into an object that you can display into the UI. So we're going to do most of that in this video, right? We're going to create our network manager, which is going to be a singleton. Yeah, I said it, singleton. And we're going to talk about like the pros and cons of a singleton, why many people hate the singleton. Some people think they're okay. It's a very controversial topic. We're going to discuss all that. Then we're actually going to write out our network call, parse the JSON we get back using Codeable. So if you're not familiar with Codeable, we're going to talk about that. And then finally, we're going to call the function in the follower list screen and print out the array of followers that we get, right? Because what you need for a collection view or a table view, you need an array of objects to show in that table view or collection view. So what we're going to end this video with is getting that array of followers. So then in the future videos, we can go ahead and start building that collection view. So let's talk about that dirty singleton word. Like I said in previous videos, programming is such an opinionated profession. You're gonna get all kinds of different opinions. This is a hotly debated topic. Like I said, a lot of people hate them. Some people are like, yeah, they're fine. I land in the camp of I understand their dangers. We're gonna talk about their dangers, but using a handful and using them properly, I think is no big deal. So I'm in the camp of like use them in moderation. So let's talk about what they are real quick. And for that, let's pull up some good old Apple documentation, managing a shared resource using a singleton. So basically a singleton is like I said, globally accessible. You can kind of think of it as like a global variable. For example, our network manager, there's going to be one instance of that network manager that can be accessed from all over our app. We're going to talk about that a little more in a second. But you create these to provide a unified access point to a resource or service that's shared across the app, like an audio channel, or a network manager, to make HTTP requests. So that's what we're going to create. And I wanted to kind of just define singleton real quick. And we're going to talk about the pros and cons, and that'll help you understand kind of fully what they are. So the pro really boils down to convenience. Like it's just nice to have one global thing that's shared across your whole app. Like it's pretty easy to access that. So that's kind of like what the pros really boils down to. But the cons, like the exact same reason is that it's a con. Like in this example, you have like one global instance of something. It can be accessed and mutated, changed from any part of your app. Like any Swift file can have access to this, which again, very, very convenient. but I said it before, with great power comes great responsibility, right? That opens yourself up to many, many errors. And it's kind of difficult to debug sometimes because anything in your app can change something. Let's say you have a variable on your singleton like username. Well, anywhere in the app can change the username, and that's globally mutated. So you can kind of see how you're opening yourself up to danger. Especially when working on a team, like if a new developer comes in and they don't know this object is a singleton, they may change it thinking they're changing just a single instance of that class, and then they changed it everywhere. So like I said, they're dangerous. And then another thing is they can kind of become like catch-alls. Monolith is a common term in programming that just means like a giant file that holds everything, like just a catch-all place. One place I see this happening sometimes, I'm kind of guilty of it too, is a very common singleton that I use in my apps. We're not going to use it in this app because we don't have the concept of like a logged in user, but I usually have like a user session in my app, right? That manages the login user. It has like their, maybe their username, their JSON web token or JWT, which is what you need to have the user to authenticate. And the user session, makes sense to be a singleton, right? Having access to that user object with all their information attached to it, accessible from all the screens in your app, because at least in the app that I was creating, the user is very prevalent. Like we're using it everywhere for all kinds of network calls and stuff like that. But the danger there is that can sometimes, like I said, become a monolith where it's kind of like the catch-all. So that's another danger of it. But again, I believe using them in moderation, using them correctly is fine. Some people will say it's a bad word, it's the devil, never touch them, that's bad. And that's a fine opinion. So with that singleton discussion out of the way, let's actually start creating ours. So I do a new folder, new group, called managers. And this is actually a common thing. I've even mentioned this on Swift News before, that a lot of times apps can end up having like 10 things called manager. Like we're going to have network manager, persistence manager. So be careful not to let like all the managers like get out of hand. But new file, it's going to be a Swift file, hit next. And it's going to be our network manager, create. There we go. Class, network manager. And the first thing we need to do is let shared, this is how we're going to access it, equal, and we're going to initialize a new network manager. And in order to make this, so part of the things with singletons is you want to restrict it so there can only be one instance of it, right? Singleton, it's in the name. So to do that, we need to make our private init. So we make the init private so it can only be called here, right? So private init, and it's just empty, and empty curly braces here. So essentially this little bit of code is what creates the singleton. So as you see here in like the preview code, spoilers, when we access this, we are going to access this using network manager .shared whatever the name of the function is. Oh, and real quick, this has to be static. And what static means is that every network manager will have this variable on it. So you can just do network manager .shared. So like I said, this is the basics of a singleton. These two lines of code are what makes it a singleton. So let's start writing our functions out now. Func get followers, and use some argument labels here for username, because we're going to pass in the username. And that's going to be a string that we're going to pass in. And then we're going to pass in page, because if you remember, right, when I talked about preparing for the network call a couple of videos ago, we need to know, is this the first page of 100 followers? Is it the second page of 100 followers? We need to know which page to get. Whoops, not two. And that's going to be an int. And now we're going to everybody's favorite topic, closures, completion handlers. Like I use them interchangeably. Like it's the same thing to me, right? If you hear me say completion handler, know that I mean closure. And same thing. Sometimes you'll see it called completion handler here, or completed, or closure. I like to do completed. That's just me. And this needs to be at escaping. We're going to talk about this in a little bit here. I'll explain it. And like I said, I'll explain all this, even though I'm typing it out pretty quickly. And this is going to return something. So think about what it's going to return. After this network call is done, we need to either return an array of followers, like it was success. Everything went swimmingly. We have our array of followers, return that. Okay, so that's the first thing, follower. And it needs to be optional because like I just said, we could get an error. We're not guaranteed to return an array of followers because we could get an error. So that's going to be optional. And then on the topic of that error needs to be a string, and that's optional as well. Because if everything goes great, we get the followers, we're not returning an error. So that's why each one of these is optional. It's kind of like one or the other, right? If we have followers, we're not going to have an error. If we have an error, we're not going to have followers. And then this needs to return void. And the parentheses, open up our function, and now we have our function, we're good to go. I know I went over that quickly. I'm going to explain each part of it as we go because it'll make more sense when you can see like the whole function rather than just the signature. But don't worry, we're going to explain every bit of it. The first thing we're going to need in order to make a network call is we're going to need our URL. Like we're going to need to know what endpoint to hit in the API. So let endpoint equal, And in a network manager, you typically have a base URL because when you're working with an API and you're making like 10 different network calls, 99% of the time, the base of the URL is going to be the same. Like you'll see here in the GitHub documentation, if I go to schema here, which is kind of like the layout, all API access is over HTTPS and access from this, HTTPS api.github.com. So that is our base URL. So I'm just going to copy that, go back to Xcode, and we're going to create a base URL variable here. So let base URL equal, and it's going to be a string, right? And so we're going to do that. Now in this specific situation, we can even take ours a little bit further. I want to give that disclaimer because this may not always be the case. Like most often, if you're working on a fully fledged GitHub app, like this would be your base URL, that's it. But I want to show that you can extend this should it happen. This may actually like not make your app more future-proof. Again, I'm just letting you know all that, but for this current app, this app's functionality, we can do this. So it's just /user and then / at the end. So that's our base URL. You know what we got to do, right? Got to do it. So now when we're creating our endpoint down in our function, the first thing we do is base URL plus, we're going to use string concatenation where we're like adding 2 strings. And now the string that we want to append to that base URL is the follower URL that we want. And in order to do that, let's go back to the GitHub API. So again, users, followers, and here's the endpoint for followers. So you see it's users, and then you pass in whatever username, and then it's followers. And then if you remember, we can add the per page and page equals. Remember that? So let's go ahead and copy this and back to Xcode. We're going to paste that in. So now this username is like their filler. So what we do is we pass in this username, and we use string interpolation to do that. So / parentheses username. And what this is saying is like fill in whatever string we pass in here for the username / followers. Now remember, we want to add parameters, right? We want to say how many per page and then what page we're on. So do that question mark. And this is getting into like URL, like formatting, not necessarily Swift development. So we want per _ page. That is going to equal 100. We're kind of hard coding that in. I guess if you wanted to, you could create a variable that says like let, per page followers equal. That way you just had to change that variable and it would automatically change this. It's fine, or you can just change it here, whatever you prefer. And then for the next parameter, page. Remember, so page is going to equal the int that we pass in here, page. So that is our endpoint. That's the URL we're going to hit. But we don't just pass up this string right here. We have to actually convert that into a URL object. Like Swift has a built-in URL type. So we're going to do a guardlet because it returns an optional, because we want to handle the case. You're going to see when you deal with network calls, a lot of error handling, and that's what we're going to talk about. We want to make sure we actually get a valid URL. So guard let URL equal URL, and it's from a string, not URL with file path, just URL string here. And the string we want to pass in is the endpoint that we created up here. So endpoint and else. So basically, if this returns a valid URL from this, we're going to have a variable called URL that you're going to see we're going to use in our network call. But we want to handle like, hey, if this doesn't return a valid URL, we need to return an error. And to do that, like we're not going to call our alert from here. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said when we built the alert, we wrapped it in the main thread. Because if we called the alert from here, it's getting called from a background thread. Like you can't do that. So what we want to do is we want to pass the error message as a string in the closure to our view controllers that are using this, because the view controllers can present the UI. So we're just going to tell the view controller what the error message is, and it's up to the view controller to present the UI around it, the alert. So, and in order to do that, you call completed, and you'll notice you need to pass in 2 things. So the first thing we're going to pass in is nil for the followers, right? We're not having an array of followers right now because we don't even have a good URL. So the array of followers is nil. And then the error message, I'm going to type in a string right now. We're going to come back and refactor these error messages so it looks nice and neat, one thing at a time. This username created an invalid request. Please try again. So now that we have a good URL, we can go ahead and start writing our URL session data task to actually get the information back from that URL. And to do that, let's do let task equal URL session. And then you see .shared. So .shared is another example of a singleton. So anytime you see like .shared, .standard, those are singletons. And Apple uses them, quite a bit in their code. So they can't be all that bad, right? Data task. Now we want to do with URL with the completion handler, not just with the basic URL. And the completion handler, like I said, is we're going to get back the data, the URL response, the error. So the data is actually the JSON that we're getting back. So the URL we want to pass in is URL, what we just created here on line 21. And the completion handler, if you hit return in here, now you got to give these things variable names. You can call them whatever you want, but it's pretty standard to call this data, response, error, right? Nothing too tricky. And a good stylization thing, if you like, is some people don't like parentheses on their in their closures like that. So here we have the start of our network call. And what I like to do, because I always forget this, right? If you go ahead and type out all your code, figure everything out, I guarantee you're going to do this in your career. You're going to forget to do task.resume. So this is what actually starts the network call. So many times you'll write out all your code and forget to just type task.resume at the bottom. And why isn't it working? And well, that's why. I also want to back up. Like this is the spot. Now that we kind of have the structure, and what we're going to do in this this closure here is we're going to basically parse the data, or handle the response if it's bad, handle the error if it's bad. We're going to basically handle these three variables in this block of code right here before we start the network call. Now, again, I want to back up to a bigger picture about what I'm teaching here. What I'm teaching here is like the basic native way to do network calls. Because this can be tricky, like this is why like Alamofire, Moya, this is why all those things exist. Many people write their own, networking frameworks. There's many different ways to write this. What I'm teaching you is like the fundamental basic native way. There's definitely ways to refactor this and abstract this. Like in fact, Swift 5 just came out with the result type that cleans this up a bit. We're actually going to refactor this in a later video to use the result type. But again, I wanted to teach the basic foundational knowledge first before we started abstracting things away and all that stuff. Consider this like the long division way of doing it, right? That's a good analogy. So like I mentioned before, we're just handling these three variables, data, response, and error. The first thing we want to do, like if there's an error, okay, just get out of here, right? So if let underscore, and basically these are all optional. So we got to unwrap all these optionals. That's why you're going to see things like if let and guard let and all that stuff. So if let blank, and I'll explain that in a second if you don't know what that means, equal error. So basically if the error exists, right? Because if there's no error, this is going to be nil because it's an optional. So basically what if let, and this blank means we're just not giving it a variable name because we're not using it. We just want to check to see if it's nil. If it is not nil, then we want to call our completion handler, completed. It's completed. Remember, every time we call completed, we got to pass in two things, either an array of followers or an error message. So the array of followers is going to be nil because we got an error. And then the error message, I'm going to make generic. We're going to talk about this in a second. Let me type this out before I forget it. It's like, unable to complete your request. Please check your internet connection. Because oftentimes when this error happens, there's like no internet. If there's an error from the server, like a 404 error, a 500 error, or whatever, that's going to be in the response. So like it would have been like, hey, the network call worked, but the response is just bad from the server. Whereas an error is like, hey, this thing didn't even work, which usually means no internet. Why I say usually and why I'm doing the custom error message, which again, we're going to refactor all these strings out. Like it's going to look ugly for a little bit, but we'll fix it. And it's because this is general and vague for the user. I fully understand that. However, the way we've done our UI with the alert and how it's like a fixed thing, like if you do, because you could do error.localized description, which will print out an error. Oftentimes this can be like a whole lot of gibberish, depending on what comes back, and it may not fit within our UI. So this is, I'm kind of doing a contrived example where I'm making sure all of our error messages fit within our UI. Again, if you wanted to take this above and beyond in our custom alert, you could make it adjust to whatever the height of the error message is. You could do that. Or like I mentioned in the beginning, this is the cost of having the custom alert, right? The Apple alert will adapt no problem. You don't have to do anything. So again, there's always trade-offs. So that handled the error. Now let's handle the response. Again, we got to handle the data, the response, and the error. So we'll do guard let response, because we're going to use this, equal response. So basically what we're doing here, the way these work, if you're not familiar, we're creating a new variable name based on this variable. So basically this response is like the new variable name we're going to use. Like up here, when we say guard that URL, this is the URL that we can use in the rest of the scope, which we use down here. So that's the same thing. I know it can be confusing to like use the same name, but that is the convention, weirdly enough. So guard that response equal response as, we have to cast it to an HTTP URL response. And then if we do a comma, we can kind of check that. And then we can make sure that also, if there is a response, now we want to do response dot status code equals 200. else do this. So basically what this line of code is saying, if you're not familiar, hey, is this response not nil? If it's not nil, go ahead and put it as a response. And then a secondary check on that, if the response is not nil, let's check the status code on that response. If you're not familiar with the HTTP status codes, that's kind of like the 404 error, the 500 error. Pulling up the internet here, I have the wiki. I'll link to this in the course, but you can see that 200 is okay. That's what we're checking about. But you can see there's 205, 204, 300s, 400s, 500s, right? Every one of these requests is like a specific error. And if you want to really go above and beyond, you can give, so basically what I'm checking for, hey, make sure I get a 200 back. A 200 means everything went okay. And if I get a 200 back, proceed. And we'll give a generic error that handles all the other codes. If you were really going super detailed, you could give a very specific error message for each one of those codes. Like you would check against a 404 error and give the specific 404 if you'd liked. Again, that's really going above and beyond for the take-home project. Like in a real product, you may want to do that. So all we're checking for is, hey, did we get the status code 200, which means we're good to go and we're going to move on. So else, this is what happens when we get something other than a 200. And for that, we're going to send the error. So we're going to do completed again, nil for the list of followers, right? Because we got a bad status code. And we want to pass back the error. And the error is going to be invalid response from the server. Wow. The server, please try again. So again, we're just doing kind of simple, short error messages, and we want to return. And I forgot to do the return up here too, because if we get the error, we want to return out, we're done. We don't want to do any more of the function here. So again, we're handling our error. If we get the error, bam, send that. We're handling a bad response. If we get a bad response, we're sending that error message. So we went ahead and handled the bad cases first. So now we want to handle our data, and then data can also be an optional. So we want to do one more check to make sure we actually have good data. And then once we have good data, we're going to parse that JSON, create our follower object, and that's what we're going to call completed and passing in the array of followers. So down here, very similar here, guard let data equals data else. So this is what we're going to do if leet data. Guard let data equals data. If we don't get good data, we need to show an error. Completed. And again, nil for the array of followers. And the error message is the data received from the server was invalid. Please try again. And again, these are error messages. You can type in, whatever you like. And then again, if we get the error, we're done. We're returning. But now, again, the whole point of guard statements is if this data is good, now we have a variable called data. And now down here is where we're going to start parsing that JSON. So the encoders and decoders can throw an error, so they have a try in front of them. So we use the do, try, catch. If you're not familiar with that, this is a way to handle the errors. So we're going to talk about that here. So do, and then open curly closed, and then I put the catch in right here already. And then so do, and then the try will be in here, which you'll see. And then if the try fails, that catches the error, and then you handle the error in the catch block. It's common error handling. So we want to do let decoder equal, it's a JSON decoder. So decoder is taking the data from the server and decoding it into our objects. Encoder is taking our object and converting it to data. So we're going to be decoding data. So decoder, initialize that. Now, remember when I talked about converting from snake case to camel case on our object? This is where we set that. So we do decoder dot, so you can do data decoding strategy, date decoding strategy. We're going to do key decoding strategy because the key is in a dictionary, a key value pair. So the key decoding strategy equals dot, and you can see convert from snake case. There's a couple other ones, default keys. We want to convert from snake case. So now is where we create our array of followers. So let followers equals, remember I said this decoding throws, so you got to put a try in front of it. Try decoder dot decode. And in the autocomplete you see at the end over here on the right, it throws. That means it throws an error. So that's why we're doing the whole do, try, catch thing. So decode. And then now you have to pass in something that conforms to the decodable protocol. And if you remember, if you go back to our follower object, that's why we made it conform to codable. When you conform to codable, you actually get encodable and decodable. Codable is the combination of the encodable protocol and decodable protocol all in one. So we're getting them both here. And so back to the network manager. So the follower object does conform to that. So we want to do an array, click in here, an array of follower, and then you have to do dot self because you're showing the type there from data. is the data that we have here, the valid data that we have here on line 38. So data. So again, what this line says is, here, we want an array of followers. We're declaring that constant. So we're going to try to decode it. And the type we have is an array of followers. That's our type. And we wanted to create that array of type follower from data, which is up here on line 38. So that's what that line says. So if this all goes well, we have followers, and that'll be an array of follower objects, that we complete. It'll have a login and an avatar URL. So if this all goes swimmingly, now we call completed, except now instead of nil for the followers, we're going to pass in followers. And because everything went great, we're going to pass in nil for the error message. Now remember, if try fails, it's going to throw an error, and it throws an error in the catch block. So in order to pass the error message, again, completed, nil for followers, because again, bad stuff happened. And then we're going to do the same error message here. The data received from the server was invalid. Please try again. A little copy paste action. Oops. So there we go. And now we're done. We've handled everything. So like I said before, I want to reiterate, this is like the long division version. This is the very fundamental, rudimentary way to do this. There's many ways to refactor this and abstract it away. But like I said, I wanted to teach it this way first, and then we can work on abstractions. Like I said, we're going to refactor using the result type in a later video. And also, if you're anything like me, all these strings look really ugly. We're refactoring that next video, but we're good. Just to recap what we did here, we created our endpoint, which is the URL that actually, let me back up even further and talk about the function signature. So we're passing in a username, which is going to help build our URL to hit, because we need to know the username to get the followers. We also need to know the page, like, hey, is this page 2, 3, 4 for our pagination of our scrolling? And then we're also using a completion handler, closure. That completion handler is going to pass in is going to return either an array of followers or an error message. And again, it can be nil because it's one or the other, right? If we have a follower, we don't have an error message. If we have an error message, we don't have an array of followers. So we create the endpoint we're going to create our URL from, with this URL string from the endpoint. Once we get a valid URL, if we don't get a valid URL, bam, return the error message. If we get a valid URL, now we're on to the task. And then we create our URL session with that URL. So we hit that API, it comes back, it's going to return data, response, and an error, right? And these are all optional, like they can be nil. So we got to start handling all those objects, right? If the error exists, then we're just going to return an error message, back out, we're done. If the response, we're only going to move forward if the response is valid, it's not nil, and it has a response code of 200, which means everything's okay. If those conditions hit, we're moving on, we're moving down the list. If those don't hit, bam, throw the error message, we out. Next one, making sure the data is not nil. Cool, if the data is not nil, then we move on to the parsing. If the data is nil, throw the error message, we bounce out. Okay, now we get to like the good stuff here, where we're setting the decoder. We're creating a decoder, a JSON decoder, and this is new with Codable in Swift 4.2. We set our key decoding strategy to convert from snake case. And then here's where we're actually using the decoder, right? We want to create an array of followers. We have to try, because this function throws here. So we want to decode from the data, again, the good data we got up here, decode that data into a type of an array of followers. And then if that goes well, we're going to call our completion handler where we pass in the followers and not pass in the error message because that's nil. And then if, we'll throw the error message. If not, again, make sure you call task.resume. That's what fires this off. So the only thing we have left to do now is actually put this into our follower list VC, test it, and we're just going to print the array of followers to show that, hey, we actually have this. So over in our follower list VC, we're just going to do this in view to load because we're not even on this screen yet. So it's going to look sloppy for now. Actually, we'll do that. So like I said, network manager dot shared, this is the singleton, dot get followers. What is the string we want to pass in? Username. Remember we were passing data from the search VC. So the data we passed is what we want to pass in. So username. And the page, so this is the first time we're doing it. So it's going to be page 1. You'll see once we do pagination, we're going to be incrementing that page every time we hit the bottom. But for now, page 1. So this is where the completion handler comes in. Remember I showed you like the sneak peek? So if you hit return here, you're either going to get, similar to how we name data response error, you get to name these whatever you like. So I'm going to name this followers, and string is going to be error message. So followers. So remember back in the network manager when I said, hey, completed, followers is nil, here's the error message. That's what's actually happening here in the follower list VC. This is the followers or the error message we get, right? Because we're going to get one or the other. So the first thing I want to do is to check to make sure we have followers. Because remember, it's one or the other. If we have followers, error message is nil. If we have an error message, followers is nil. So I want to do guard let followers equal followers. Again, so we want to make sure this is actually a value. Else, so if that's not the case, that means we have an error message. And then we'll just print, well, actually, no, we can do this, right? We can do present, because we built this. Present GF alert on main thread with the title. I'm just going to do test. The message, what we'll say, bad stuff happened. The message is going to be the error message, right? Because we're passing that through. Oh boy. And we'll force unwrap that for now. Button title is going to be okay. We're force unwrapping that because, again, we know it's one or the other. Like if we don't have followers, like we know we have an error message. And we'll do self. Now, I'm not getting into the whole weak self capture list. We're going to talk about that in a later video. We're just testing to make sure we have this. And then I return if not, because I want to show you what happens when we have an error and when we don't have an error. So if we get past this guard statement, right, that means we have valid followers. So we want to just print. We're going to print two things. We're going to print followers.count equals, and then we're going to actually, followers, it's going to be the local one that's unwrapped, .count, and then print, we're actually just going to print followers, like the whole array. Do a command B to kind of get rid of all of our errors, hopefully. Build succeeded. Okay, cool. So, like I said, we're calling this, we're either going to get followers or an error message. We're handling, if we get followers, cool, we can move on down to here. If we don't get followers back, we're going to present the error message. And then this is where we'll actually do all the collection view stuff later time. So let's run this and see what we got here. So here we are. Let's try typing a bad thing first, right? So if we just type gibberish, right? The username doesn't really exist. Get followers. Okay, bad stuff happened. Invalid response from the server. Please try again. So you can see our error messages are coming through. That's because the response code was bad because this user doesn't exist. So cool. You see our alerts looking nice. It's working. We're passing the error message properly. And if we go back and now we actually type in a legit name, a super legit name, 0400, hit get followers, and bad stuff happened. Invalid response from the server. Please try again. Okay, so do some debugging here. Stop this. Okay, so we know invalid response from the server. If we go back to the network manager, that would be this one. So the response is invalid. So I probably got a bad response code. I always double check everything from the start. Oh, jumped out right away. So you see our base URL. Remember, so copy paste errors are a thing. Be very, very careful. So remember how I added the users onto the end of this, saying that we could do this. But before, when I copied and pasted this URL, I included this users. So you see, our URL really reads api.github.com/users/users/username. So it's a bad URL. We just want this to start with username because I included that /users up here. Because again, this is the prefix for both the get followers and get the users. So hopefully now when I run it, this should be good. Leaving in the mistakes. We're not going to edit that out. So again, Sean Allen 0400, run it. No error. Okay, cool. Okay, yep, we're good to go here. You see giant text because of my thing, but okay, so followers.count equals 100. Cool, that's right, we wanted 100 followers. And then you can see my array of followers. It's a follower object. Here's the login, here's the avatar URL. Login, avatar URL. I don't know, maybe some of you might see your name in this list, maybe, I don't know. But here's my first 100 followers with their name and the avatar URL. And you can see it's a follower object. So as you can see, we have, I'll make this bigger. We have our followers. So right, anytime you try to build a table view or a collection view, you need that array of objects first. We have that. We've made the successful network call. We've handled all the errors. But again, if we go back to the network manager, all right, we can get rid of you now. This looks sloppy, right? All these, I just hate seeing a lot of red strings everywhere. That always is just like a trigger for me. So in the next video, we're going to quickly refactor these error messages into a enum called error messages that we can use, and it'll look real nice, and it makes it reusable, and the code will just read a lot better. So we'll take care of that in the next video. We left off last video with a successful network call where we got our array of follower objects. So we're good to go there. Before we move on, like I said, we're going to talk about kind of refactoring all the strings in the network manager and then, refactoring into the result type. So we're going to do those steps before we move on to like creating the collection view and all that stuff. So let's look at the network manager again. Like look at these strings. Just not good looking, right? We want to make this a lot neater. So we're going to refactor this into an enum and work with that. Before we do that though, I want to address a quick bug that was discovered. If you go into custom views, go into GF button. I made the mistake here, just complete oversight on this title label.text color. It should be set title color. We'll talk about that. I knew that. It's just, I don't know, this like title label.text color reads right, where this bug actually got me though was that like the default color for the title on these custom buttons is white. So it was an easy oversight. And again, I want to leave this stuff in here to see how easy some stuff can be to kind of miss. So the proper way to do this is set title color white, it can be whatever you want, dot for control state, dot normal. That's how you properly set a button title color. And actually, like I mentioned before, the default color is white. So you don't even really need this line of code. Like in theory, like that's how you can do it because we're going for white. However, because I know a lot of you out there may be like coming back to this project and reusing code, I want to leave this line of code. I want to leave that line of code in there. So you know that if you want to change your title color, you just need to change this color. So I wanted to address that real quick before moving on. But back to the network manager. Look at all these strings. Now, some of you out there may be familiar with the concept of error.localizeDescription. So you may be wondering, like, why are we even writing our own strings, right? The error comes with a string that tells you what happened. You're right, it does. Why we're not doing that is it's a product decision. And let me actually print out an error.localizeDescription to actually have that up in visual. That way you can see what I'm talking about. So down here on line 46, we're letting our followers, right? We're trying to decode the data into our array of followers, right? We just talked about that last video. What happens if this fails, like if our decoder can't do it, it's going to throw an error. It's going to go into this catch block and return this string. Well, instead of this string here, actually, let's come in, just comment that out. Instead of that string, let's do completed, pass in nil, and then we're going to pass in error. Make sure it's the non-optional one, because the optional one is this guy. We don't want that one. So error.localized description. So the next thing we need to do is mess up our decoder, right? Break your code on purpose? What are we doing? So in order to mess up our decoder here, you go to the follower object, right? Because remember I said these variable names had to be exactly or, converted from snake case. So let's just mess this up, just make it so it's not going to match, right? Throw a bunch of gibberish in there. Now let's run our app. The app's going to run fine, but when we try to decode that list of followers, it's going to say, hey, like I can't decode this. You're going to get an error. And then we're going to print out the error.localizeDescription, and you're going to see what that prints out, and then we'll continue our discussion. So here we are, enter username, SALLEN0400, hit get followers, and we get an error. But now you see, we passed in the error.localizeDescription. And this is a minor detail, but I think it's important. See how it says bad stuff happened. The data couldn't be read because it's missing. Okay, that's actually a human readable error message. Sometimes they're not all human readable, but typically the error.localizeDescription, at least in my opinion, is meant for the developers, right? A lot of times you'll do print statements with the localized description so you can see what's going on. This is a very good developer error message, right? As a developer, you can say like, okay, the data is missing. Cool, I get it. But imagine being a user and you thought the app was working, you type this in, and it says the data couldn't be read because it's missing. Like they're going to think like, wait, my data is missing? Like what happened? The whole point is that like the developer errors that you may get from error.localizeDescription may not be, I'm not even gonna say may, most likely aren't the errors that you want to surface to the user, especially because like a lot of times you want to be very like friendly and gentle with your error messages because, right, like something went wrong with your app for the user. So you want to take that opportunity to kind of like make them feel at ease and not get frustrated with your app. So again, very, very often you don't want to pass the error.localizeDescription because you want to have good error messages for the user. Error.localizeDescription, great for developers. Maybe not so much for users. So back to the code. So that is why I choose to write my own error messages. So let's go back down here. Let's get rid of this line and go back to where we were. And then let's talk about refactoring out these not so good looking strings. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an enum with an associated value of a string. And that's what we're going to convert this to. So in the GH followers, create a new group. We're going to create a new folder because other stuff is going to go in this. Remember during the organization video how I said that we're going to kind of be building our folder structure as we go. That's what we're doing here. Utilities, that's going to have some stuff in it. So new file, and there's going to be a Swift file called error message. Hit create. And again, enum error message. And again, it has an associated value of a string because that's what we want to do here. Wait. Got to jump in real quick. This is editing, Sean, by the way. I noticed I was misspeaking during this section when I talk about the associated value of the enum. I keep calling it associated value, but really it's the raw value, and there's a minor difference. So I'm taking this opportunity to give a little bonus lesson real quick. So pulling up the documentation on enums, you see you have associated values. And if you look down here with the enum, so what I just talked about, we're declaring a type after the enum right here. We're associated values. You declare the type after each case, like you see here, like the UPC is an int. The QR code is a string. So you can determine different types after each case. That's the associated value. I kept saying that, but again, I misspoke. What I meant was, if I scroll down here, I meant to say it's the raw value, which is kind of like a twist on the associated value. Whereas like I talk about here, you define the type up here after the enum, and then all your cases conform to that one type. So again, raw value, all the cases conform to one type. Associated value, back up here, each case can have a different type. So minor difference, and again, I just misspoke. My apologies. I will make sure to annotate it every time I say associated value when I really meant raw value. My bad. Let's get back to the video. And so now we need the cases of our error messages. Don't worry about this error message just yet. So the way I find my cases, right, is I go back and look at what my error messages are. So the first one, this username created an invalid request. Please try again. So I'm going to name this one invalid username. So go back to the error message. The first case we're going to have is case invalid username. And that is going to equal a string of that. And I just go right down the list here. The next one is unable to complete your request. Please check your internet connection. So I'm going to name this unable to complete. And you're going to see here in a second how we actually use this. Unable to complete. And we're going to tab these over because we got to line these up. All right, what's the next one here? Network manager. And we're going to talk about the pros, why you would want to do this as well. So the next one, invalid response from the server. Please try again. So I'll say invalid response for this error message. Case valid response. And that is that. So the next case is the data received from the server was invalid. Here's one good reason why. Now see that this is the same error message. Cool. Now we're only going to have to, kind of have this abstracted away once. So the next one is case invalid data. Command V. There we go. Let's clean this up a little bit. Back to our network manager. So now we can replace all these strings with this enum. But the first thing we need to do, if you remember in our get followers function here, remember we're returning two things, our array of followers or an error message, which is a string. Well, instead of passing the string, we're going to pass in the error message type that we just created, right? No? Yes, error message. That is an optional. Real quick, since I just said that's an optional, remember I said we're going to be refactoring into the result type in the next video. I'm kind of showing this thing like in stages of evolution. And the reason being is because, the result type just came out in Swift 5. So you may go into a code base that hasn't fully adopted the Swift result type. So you may be seeing it done this old way. Like I guess this is the old way to do it prior to the result type. So I want you to at least see this and see how it was done. In the next video, you can see kind of like the new way. That way you're exposed to both of them. So that was a little sneak peek at videos to come, but let's get back to this. So now we're returning a type of error message. So you can see, cannot convert value of type string to expected type error message. I'll finish the message for you. So basically what this is saying is like, hey, this is a string. I'm expecting an error message. Like what are you doing to me, Sean? That's what Xcode's saying to me. So now this is our username is invalid. So now instead of passing that string, we can pass in invalid username. So I'll do a Command B so we get all our autocomplete there. And that's another benefit. As you see, you got the autocomplete. So this is the unable to complete request. So now this is going to be unable to complete. There we go. And this is the invalid response from the server. So invalid response that we had there. And now this is invalid data, which we have, dot invalid data. And then, like I said, the reusability, right? Now I just reuse dot invalid data. And it's great. You can see you get the autocomplete. But another good reason, well, one, it just looks way neater, right? You had all those strings now. Now look how neat it looks. So one is just the cleanliness and readability of code, all right? Because you don't have to read out a whole long string. You just know you're passing in the invalid username error type, the unable to complete error type. But another perk to this is if you go back to error message, like all your error messages are in the same spot. And here's like here's a concrete example of like why this is important, because as developers, you know, we tend to not think about error messages very much, right? When you're coding, like you don't worry about that. You're like, oh, whatever, let me just throw in a quick error message real quick. And what happens is very often those real quick error messages end up sticking. And then you start like beta testing with your users and you find out your error messages suck, basically, right? They're not very descriptive. They don't help the user out. They're just not good. So oftentimes you'll hand off those error messages to like a copywriter or somebody else that's better with words than you are. And so it's great when they come up with all these error messages, instead of you going all throughout your code, right? Because this is one network call. Imagine a code base with 10 network calls, and there's also error messages all throughout the code base. Now you're just tracking all these down, changing them. Well, when you do something like this, you have all your error messages neat in one spot, right? So it's very, very easy to change them as you go. So that is definitely a big perk of this method. So how to actually make this work here now, if we go back to network manager, follower list VC, where we're actually calling our network call, right? Remember this is returning followers, or now we get back an error message. Well, now the error message we're using here, right? We were passing in a string when this was a string, but if I do a command B, like it shouldn't let us do this. Yeah, I can't do this because now this is of type error message. This isn't of type string, right? Where message is expecting a string. Well, we can access the string in the enum if I go back to error message, right? So this is the enum, or I'm sorry, this is the error message. The thing that's of type error message is invalid username. However, invalid username has something called a raw value. And that raw value is the associated type, which is this string, right? So it just happens to be a string, right? It could be an int, and the raw value that we set could be a 5, right? It doesn't have to be a string, but that's just what it is. So again, invalid username is of type error message, but it has a raw value that's of type string. So that's what we need to access here in the follower list VC, error message dot raw value, and that will give us the proper error message, the string we need. So let's just run this real quick to test that. And then we'll talk about leading into the result type here in a second too. So just type in a bad username, get followers, invalid response from the server, please try again. So we successfully refactored our strings out there. And again, back to the network manager, just looks a lot nicer, a lot cleaner code, easier to read. Now I want to reiterate talking about the result type just to really drive this point home. What result type fixes is, you see how you're either getting a follower back or an error message, and they're both optional, right? Because you never know, like, are we going to get one or the other? So result type fixes this kind of ambiguity, right? Because the result type, you're just going to get back a success or a failure. It really simplifies things. But again, just to reiterate, the result type is brand new in Swift 5, so it hasn't been out very long. So many code bases that you may be trying to get a job and going into may not have fully adapted the result type yet. So I want you to see this way. Next video, we're going to talk about the result type. And after that video, you'll be writing the modern Swift way to do it. So on to the next one. Last video, we left off refactoring our error messages into this pretty little enum you see here called error message, right? And we left off with this being like the old way to do things. And by old way, I mean before the result type was introduced in Swift 5. And remember, I said I wanted you to see the old way because many code bases out there probably haven't adapted the new result type quite yet, so you still may see this. But from here on out, we're going to do it the new way using Swift 5's result. So as a quick overview, throwing the result type up on the screen here, it's basically an enum that returns two cases, a success case and a failure case. And the success case can have a generic, which is any type. It's called success, but it can be, like, for example, with us, it's going to be our array of followers. In our other network call, it's going to be our user object. So that's kind of the value that you want. Whereas the error message that you return in the failure case has to conform to Swift's error type. That's kind of the only caveat there, and we're going to handle that. So now that you see like what it is, let's talk about the value and what this does for us. And it really boils down here to line 18, what we're kind of returning from our closure. You see here we have our array of followers, which is an optional, and then our error messages, which is an optional. In this, and in our completion handler here on line 22, you see we have to either pass in nil or a value. And right, we're kind of flipping back and forth, right? Like if the array of followers is nil, then we pass in an error message. If the error message is nil, then we pass in an array of followers, right? But we're dealing with two optionals. So that's where the value of result comes in, is because in this case, right, there's like actually four situations you have to handle, right? Because the two optionals, in theory, they both could come back nil, or they both could come back with a value, and then the situation where one has a value, one doesn't have a value, and vice versa. So by both these being optionals, it's kind of confusing because you have to handle four cases, whereas really, like, there's only two cases, right? Success or failure, and that's what the result type sends you. So let me demonstrate that at our call site here in the follower list VC. Again, real quick, this is messy in the view did load. Once we do this for real, we'll structure the code correctly. But again, so you see at the call site, we're getting this followers array and this error message array, and these are both optionals. And how we're doing it right now is kind of cheating a little bit, right? We're checking to see if we have followers, right? Garlet followers equals followers. And we're just assuming that if we have followers, we know, or I'm sorry, if we don't have followers, we know we're going to have an error message, right? We're just assuming that error message is going to be there. And here we are. You see, we're force unwrapping that based on that assumption. As you can kind of tell, that might be a little dangerous, right? You never know. Maybe followers will come back nil and error message will come back nil. Now you'll get a crash. So you can see kind of the danger here. And again, the result type solves this by just, instead of getting back an array of followers or an error message, you're just going to get back one result type. And that result type is going to have a success case and a failure case, like you see here, again, up on the screen. So it makes the call site a lot less ambiguous, and you're going to see that. We're going to start implementing it right now, and you're going to see the benefits of it. So the first thing we're going to do is go to our error message, because remember, again, putting the result type back up here, our failure case has to have an error, and it just has to conform to the error protocol. So back to our error message, we have error message. Remember, this is the raw value that is a string. We can also make it conform to a protocol by doing comma error. So now it's conforming to the error protocol. And I like to rename this real quick too, because error message kind of insinuates that it is just the string, but we want this to be the GF error. I think that's a better name. So we're going to call it GF error, and it has a raw value of a string, and it does conform to Swift's error protocol. So now we can use it in the result type. So now that we have our error taken care of, let's go back to our network manager. And here in our get followers, remember now instead of returning the follower array and error message, we're going to implement the result type. So you type result, see, you get the autocomplete. And then these angle brackets indicate that it takes in a generic, and the generic is going to be, takes in two things. So this is actually very similar to what we have here, but you'll see at the call site, it's much simpler. So again, the value or success case that we want is going to be an array of followers. Just like we had before. And then comma, it's going to be a GF error. And I have too many brackets over here. So, and that's not a bracket either. Okay, so I typed that out a little weird, but you get it. So again, very, very similar. Again, you have to say this is going to return a result, and it's going to have an array of followers and a GF error. And again, we can use GF error because it does conform to the Swift error protocol. If you do see this in other code bases, you may just see error. Like that's fine too, that you just get the default error. But as you saw, we made our own custom error with GF error. So as you see, Xcode's yelling at me, extra argument in call, extra argument in call. So basically our completed is messed up now, because remember we used to be sending back either a follower or the error message. Now we're just going to send back a case of the result type. So we have to adjust all of our completeds in each of these scenarios. And it's really, again, it's really similar. So our network call isn't going to change too much. Again, you see the benefits at the call site. So again, completed, and then now you pass in .failure, and then the error we're going to pass in is .invalid username. Now remember, this is .failure because this is when a URL comes back like nil, right? The URL didn't work. So instead of passing nil for the followers and then passing the error message, you're just saying, hey, this is the failure case, and then here's the error that I want to attach to that failure case, the invalid username that we're passing through. So again, very similar. Completed, again, this is a .failure, and then GF error is .unable to complete. So like I said, the network call error is not too much different. .failure, .unable to complete, and got to make sure I get these parentheses here. Careful of that. So same thing down here. Failure, and then .invalid data. Cool. Parentheses. And then here's where we're actually going to pass in the success, right? This is when it happens. So again, what we're doing is here is we're getting rid of like all the optionals. So when we get to our call site, we don't have to deal with optionals. And so completed success, right? And you see in the autocomplete, our success case is an array of followers, right? You get the autocomplete there. And that knows that because we declared that up here, that it needs an array of followers. So again, we're going to pass in the followers that, remember, we got here on line 46 from our decoder. And then same thing down here, dot failure, and is dot invalid data is the one that we want to pass through. So our network call is all up to date. Let me do a command B, build failed. Oh, I forgot a parentheses up here. Yeah, the way I was doing it led to some parentheses error, but that's fine. Xcode will let you know. Man. Oh, we got to build failed because our call site is messed up, but that's fine. I want to stick here for a second and review our network call. So again, where our completion handler is returning a result type now instead of, you know, the array of followers or the error. And then we just adjusted all of our completion handlers to showcase that, where we're passing in either the failure case or down here the success case when we actually get it. So now let's go adjust the call site here on the follower list screen. This is where our error is. Basically, it's saying like we don't need this. So now I can get rid of these two, and now this is where it gets simplified. And you can see that instead of getting either an optional followers and an optional error message, I just get back a result. Not with a capital R, with a lowercase r. And that's me naming that myself. And actually, you know what? That's just me editing the current one. Let me actually type it out so you can see the autocomplete. So you can see like what it would look like if you did this from the start. .get followers, and you can see for string username page 1, and then now you can see I'm getting back a result type in the autocomplete that has a follower or an error. So if you would hit enter there, and then you would just name that, you know, result. So at the end of the day, you get the same thing I ended up with here, but I wanted to spell it out for you. So let's delete that, get back to our code here. So now that we have this result, which is, again, it's a enum with either a success case or a failure case, we need to use a switch statement to handle the success or the error. So let's do that down here in our code. I'm going to make a lot of space because this is like our new code up here. So again, this is us just testing this out. This whole get followers method is going to be refactored, abstracted. It'll look nice in later videos. This is us just testing things and getting the refactor working. I just want to reiterate. For example, you know, there'll be weak cell for, you know, captureless and all that stuff. But again, I always compare it to like a workshop. Like if I was building a wood chair in like a wood shop, while I'm building the chair, the workshop's messy, there's sawdust all over the place, right? Like that's what I compare like this stuff to. It's like I'm working in my workshop, there's sawdust everywhere, it's messy. By the end of it though, we're gonna have a nice, clean, polished chair, but don't judge me on my messiness. So anyway, we need to switch the result here. So switch result, and then the two cases for result are case.success, and then you do let followers, because that's what it returns, right? The success case returns an array of followers. So that gives us access to that as a constant. I don't know why I always misspell followers. And then the other case.failure. And then the error, again, let error, because that's what we want. So actually we need some colons after this. And then down here, this self-present GF alert, right? That's what we did when there was an error. So we don't need to like put it in a guardlet to make sure we have a follower value. So we're gonna cut this out here, paste that in here, and as you see, there's a bunch of errors here going on right now, but instead of error message, we no longer have an error message, but we do have access to this error that we declared right here. So instead of error message.raw value, it's going to be error.raw value. And remember, the error we're passing through here back to our network manager is, you know, either the invalid username, unable to complete, and then as you remember, when we go back to raw value, this is the string it yanks out from the raw value. So back to our follower list. So we have our failure case taken care of. Our success case is we're just gonna do what we did here. Print followers, and we can delete all this. Now, of course, that's what we're doing in the success case right now. Once we actually start building our collection view and everything like that, the success case is gonna be where we set our array of followers to our retrieve followers. We'll configure our collection view. We'll do all that stuff. There's obviously going to be a lot more in the success case once we actually start building this, but I wanted to showcase now with the call site using SwiftUI's result, you can see how much cleaner it is. And I also feel like it's more straightforward, right? You don't have to like decipher the guardlets, the iflets, like what are you unwrapping? What's the success case? You have it very clear here. Hey, if it was successful, do all the stuff with the followers, which again is going to be configuring the collection view, all that stuff. If it fails, present the alert. This reads so much cleaner than the previous one. And again, it's very straightforward, easy to understand. You're not dealing with optionals. So this is the new Swift 5 way to do it using the result type. And again, just to reiterate, remember before we had a array of followers that was an optional and an error message that was an optional, and you have to do the unwrapping dance. No more. Super simple, super straightforward. That is the result type. That's what we're going to use with our future network calls going forward. So now you know how to do modern Swift. On to the next video. Over the last couple of videos, we took care of our network call. We have our array of followers. Now we're ready to start building this collection view that you see here. So over the next couple of videos, we're going to be building the cell. We're going to actually be building the collection view, talking about the diffable data source, implementing the search controller, like all that stuff, downloading the images. We got a couple of videos ahead of us, but this first video, we're going to start off with step one, and that is creating our collection view cell. And as you see here, it's actually a relatively simple cell, right? You saw in the design, you have that grid view. Well, the cell is just a square UI image view. We're actually going to create a custom GF avatar image view. And then a title label, which is just the name or the login. So it's a relatively simple cell. So let's get started building that. And I like to build my cells first, just as a side, because I don't know, once I get my table view or collection view going, like I like to have the cell ready to go, right? Because you know, when we're building, we like to test along the way. Well, you can't really test the table view until you have the cell. So that's why I always do the cell first. That said, the downside to doing that is we're going to build this, lay out our UI, and we're not going to be able to like test it or see the fruits of our labor until we get the collection view set up. So we're going to do a lot of code here, but we're not going to get to see it in action until a couple more videos. All right, so we need to create our cell file. So in the custom views, let's go ahead and start this now. New group, and we'll kind of clean this up over time as well, but call this cells. Like I said when I did the organization, usually in my custom views, I have it broken down like buttons, labels, cells, you know, view controllers, whatever it is. So now inside the cells folder, do a new file. It's going to be Cocoa Touch class, hit next. It's going to be of subclass UI, not table view, collection view, man, a lot of collection view cell. There we go. And then I call it the follower, follower cell. I don't know why I never put that other O in follower. So next, create that in cells. So now in our cell file, we have this follower cell blank, ready for us to get started. So the first thing I like to put in here, and I do it because I want to make sure I don't forget it, is to use the reuse ID. If you're familiar with Storyboard, you ever build a table view or a collection view, like you would have to, you know, go set the reuse ID in Storyboard and then make sure that lined up with what you had in your self-road index path. So instead of like setting this in Storyboard, you just set this here, and we're gonna do a static let reuse ID equal, and then call it follower cell. So now that I have that very important piece out of the way, now we go back to how I usually do this, right? I start declaring the UI elements that I'm going to need. And again, back to the design real quick. It's a square UI image view and a title label. So let's create that right now. Let avatar image view equal UI image view. And we're doing this for right now. We're actually going to go create that custom GF avatar image view. But for now, we're going to put that in there. And then let username label equal, it's going to be a GF title label. And again, we're going to use our custom initializer. So the text alignment here is going to be center, right? We want it centered under the picture. So dot center, and then the font will be size 16. So now we have our title label, size 16. We have our elements good to go. Before we move on any further into like laying out the screen, I want to create this GR avatar image view. What we create right now is going to be quite simple, but we're also going to be downloading images onto this avatar image view. That's why we wanted this as a subclass. So anytime we use an avatar image view, we can call download image on it to download, you know, the avatar from the URL that we have. So that's why I want to make this custom. So again, back to custom views, do a command N on the folder, Cocoa Touch class. It's going to be a UI image view. And we call this the GF avatar image view. Hit next, create it. And so just like the other objects we created, we're going to start with our init with frame. We're not doing a custom initializer on this. Super.init, again with frame, we're going to pass in frame there. And here we're going to make sure we call configure, which we don't have yet. So let's do our private func configure. And we're going to fill in our custom configuration code. So we'll call configure, and we should get an error for the storyboard initializer. Yep. By the way, I just kind of call it that. That's not like its official name. It's just what I call it. Okay, now in our configure, let's set up how we want this GF image view. So the first thing you may notice by looking at the design is the corners are rounded. So we want to mess with our corner radius. So layer.corner radius equals 10. Now, the thing is, when you actually put an image in here, like sure, the UI image view corner radius is going to be rounded. It's not 16, it's just 10. I don't know why I did that. However, when you put an image in the UI image view, you have to do eclipse to bounds in order to get the image corner radius. Because what would happen is like, yeah, our UI image view would have the corner radius, but the image would still look like a sharp square unless we did the eclipse to bounds. So eclipse to bounds, I'm going to set that equal to true. Line these up. And then now we want to set the image, right? And the reason we're setting an image is because we want to give it a placeholder image. Remember in the assets, we had a placeholder image with the little GitHub logo. Just to show you that real quick, in our support folder, go to the assets, and the avatar placeholder. So you see we have the little GitHub based on the light and dark mode. This is what we're going to show, while it's loading, or for some reason an image doesn't come back. We still want to show this placeholder rather than just a blank square. So we see we have our placeholder name. I just copied that because we're going to use it by creating a UI image view here. So back to our GF avatar image view, up here, say let placeholder image equal UI image, yeah. And we're just going to initialize it with a string. I'm forgetting an extra I there, little typo action. UI image, get the autocomplete. We want to pass in a string. And then, like I said, I just copied and pasted this from the assets to make sure I don't have a typo. So our image is going to equal placeholder image. And we're going to force unwrap that because we know this is actually in our bundle, right? Like if we were downloading this image from the internet, we would absolutely not force unwrap it because there's no guarantee we would have it. Once it's in our bundle, right? It's in our assets, it's going to be there. Again, there's always crazy edge cases where that may not be the case. I get it. For the sake of this, we're going to force unwrap it. So the last thing we need to do is the translates, the constraint thing. Again, it's a mouthful. I don't like saying it every time. Translates auto resizing mask into constraints. Set that equal to false. So again, we don't have to do that in the view controller. Get our spacing lined up, clean things up a bit. So now we have the beginnings of our GF avatar image view. So again, we're just configuring the corner radius. We're setting the eclipse to bounds. So the actual avatar image will also have a corner radius. We're setting it to a placeholder image, and then we're adjusting our constraint or masking into constraints to false. I say this is the beginnings of it because we're definitely going to revisit this class when it comes to actually downloading the avatars from the URL we have. So now that we have this custom image view, back to the follower cell, this is no longer a UI image view. This is a GF avatar image view. And then you have to initialize it with the frame, and we'll do .0. Because we can do .0 because we're going to be adjusting all this via constraints. So just like our other objects, we need our initializer methods. So call init, and we're init with frame. Same thing, super.init, we're going to pass in frame. And same thing we just did, right? It's going to yell at us. Let's go ahead and write our private func configure. Do a command B so Xcode yells at us. Like I want you to yell at me, Xcode, come on. Give us our storyboard initializer. And now we want to make sure we call configure in the init right there. And I always like to do 2 vertical spaces between my variables, between my list of variables and my init methods. Okay, so now we want to start typing out our configure. And all we're doing in this configure method is laying out our constraints. So before we do that, like the first thing we have to do, don't forget, add subview the avatar image view, and then add subview username label. Now I'm going to do this a little bit differently. If you remember in like the previous screens, remember how I would break out each one into its own function, right? Like I would have a configure avatar image view, layout to constraints. I would have a configure username label, layout to constraints. This is just personal preference. I'm not going to do that here because it's only 2 objects and I want to simplify it. This is one of those kind of gray areas where if there's a lot of items on the screen, I may break them down each individual configuration. If there's only 2, I'll probably just do that in the same function. There's really no hard and fast rule. It's just kind of like my thoughts, my style, my opinion, my preference. If you want to break them out, perfectly fine. If you want to combine them like I do, perfectly fine. So time for constraints. We haven't done constraints in a while. Let's get some practice. So ns layout constraint.activate. And we want to pass in again, 4 constraints here. So the first one, now we're doing the avatar image view. So we want to do avatar image view dot, well, let's actually look at our design again real quick. You can kind of see in the cell, like the top of the image view is kind of like pinned to the top with a little bit of padding around the cell. Now, the interesting thing with this constraints is that the avatar image view, we always want it to be a square. So that's going to be the little twist we're going to put on this one here. So avatar image view dot top anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to the content view. Remember, all the cells have a content view. So content view dot top anchor, and the constant is going to be 8. We're going to do 8 all around. And actually, you know what, while we're here, because we're going to use 8 a lot, same thing, let padding equal, again, we got to tell it it's a CG float, or else it'll think it's an int or something. CG float equals 8. So now we want padding. And again, so we have the top anchor pinned 8 points from the top. And now we're going to do the left and right, the leading and trailing anchor with 8 padding as well. So avatar image view dot leading anchor dot constraint. Content view dot leading anchor, done. Constant is padding. We got to do commas here. I always forget that. We're passing in an array, so we got to do commas. And then avatar image view dot trailing anchor dot constraint equals content view dot trailing. And then if you remember, when you do trailing, it's got to be negative padding. And then now here's where this is a little bit different, right? Because we have our top, left, and right. So the left and right gives us our width, right? Based on how wide the cells are. And the way we're going to construct our collection view is like the width of the cell is going to be like based on like how wide the screen is, right? Like an iPhone SE screen is a lot skinnier than an iPhone Pro Max, right? So the width of the cell can vary. However, we always want the height to be equal to the width because we want it to be a square. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Avatar image view dot height anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to another anchor, and that's going to be avatar image view dot width anchor. And then they're not going to be constant, right? So we can just get rid of that. So that takes care of our avatar image view. And the next one is the username label. And again, like I said, I'm doing this a little bit differently, just like the overall layout, but it's all the same. It's really just a visual style, like which you prefer or how you want to compartmentalize your code. But I'm going to username label dot top anchor dot constraint. Now for this one, again, if you look at the design, we're going to pin this to the bottom of the UI image view. So the GF avatar image view. Avatar image view dot bottom constraint, right, we're pinning it to the bottom. And the constant is going to be 12. And like I keep repeating this, but I have these numbers all dialed in. It took some trial and error to find out how it looked good. So that's one thing I want to talk about too, real quick, and just a little side rants is, I know when you're watching this, like it seems like I have it all figured out, which I do. Like I've already built the course. Just know when I was building this, there was so much trial and error, so much like tinkering, figuring things out. Remember, these videos are highly edited, you know what I mean? So I just want to be very clear to not give off the perception that in order to be a programmer, you just have to sit down and type code forever, not think about anything, just have everything memorized. Absolutely not the case. These things take time and trial and error to build. So with that little thing out of the way, now we're going to use our padding. So username label dot leading, we'll address that error here in a second. I'm not sure what's going on there. Dot leading anchor. Oh, we need a comma. That's what it's telling me. I couldn't unsee the error. Leading anchor dot constraint is going to be again equal to content view dot leading anchor, and again padding. I mean, another way, there's so many different ways to do these constraints. Like you could easily just make this equal to the width of the image view. I mean, there's so many different ways to do constraints. So I know if you have questions in the comments, like, could I do it this way? If it works, the answer is probably yes. Dot trailing anchor, like I said, so many different ways to do these. Dot constraint, content view dot trailing anchor, again, negative padding. And now we just need a height on our label here. So username label dot height anchor dot constant or constraint equals to a constant, and that is going to be 20. Now, how I came up with 20 real quick, there's just a little side note here. So you know I'm passing in the font size of 16. So if I made my label height 16, there's letters that kind of hang down in the alphabet, right? The Y's, the G's, J. Couldn't think of that for a second. So if I made my label 16, the bottom part of those letters would get cut off and you wouldn't see it. So I always give my labels a little bit of padding, if you will, to account for the letters that kind of go below the baseline. So that's why we're doing height of 20 on our label. So let's make sure we are calling configure right here. So we should be good to go on our table view cell. Well, at least for the layout, I forgot one thing. So this is the func I use to actually set this in the cell for item at index path kind of function. So I do set, and then it takes in a follower, and it is of type follower. So I'm going to explain this real quick right here. And then we're going to do, for now, just the username label dot text equals follower dot log in. That's funny. Sorry, that made me laugh. I forgot to go back into our follower model and get rid of the gibberish we did on the when we intentionally broke our model. That's funny. Leaving that in. We're not editing that out. So follower.login, not okay. So this is also where we're going to set our avatar image view, but we're going to do that later. So basically what this function does when I call it, when I configure my cell, I'm going to say set follower. I'm going to pass in the follower that's at the index path, and it's going to yank out that follower's login and set the username label to that text. Again, later on, we'll set the avatar as well, but that's more involved than just setting a text field. So this wraps it up for our cell. Again, we laid everything out via the constraints, and then we set up the function that we're going to call to actually fill in some of the values here. And then as you can see on the screen, that's what the cell looks like, just to remind you, because we can't build it and run it to double check it. We'll see the fruits of our labor in a future video once we get our collection view all set up, which we're going to start tackling with collection view, diffable data source, the brand new hotness. We're going to start that next video. See you then. Last video, we implemented the very first building block of our collection view, and that was our custom follower cell. Over the next couple of videos, we're going to break up building the actual collection view because there's a lot going on here. And instead of creating like an hour-long video, I decided to break it up into a couple different sections so that we can focus on each kind of task, because we're going to have the initial setup of the collection view. We're going to discuss the collection view flow layout and create our custom 3-column, grid. Then we're going to talk about the diffable data source, get all that set up, get the collection view working. And then after that, we're going to come back in and clean up the follower list VC, because remember back to that sawdust analogy, it's going to be a mess and we're going to clean it all up at the end. So that's what's going to happen over the next couple of videos. We're going to break it up. So let's get started. So heading over to our follower list VC, the first thing we got to do is initialize our collection view. Var collection view is going to be of type UI collection view. We can force unwrap that because we're going to configure that right away in view to load in a configure method that we're about to write. And the reason we're declaring it up here with our variables is because there's other functions that we're going to write later in the course that are going to have to access collection view. So like I just mentioned, we're going to create our configure method on that collection view. So func configure collection view. So the first thing we want to do in this configure method is to initialize our collection view. And I'll tell you why in a second. So collection view, because normally I say the very first thing you want to do is view.add subview. Well, this time we need to initialize the collection view first. So collection view equals UI collection view. And we get the autocomplete on the initializer. We want to initialize this with a frame and a collection view layout. So the frame is actually just going to be view.bounds. So we don't really have to constrain our collection view if we want it to fill up the whole view, because we're basically saying, hey, the frame of the collection view, no matter what size the view is, you just fill up the view, and the view fills up the whole screen on all the phones. So we're going to fill up the whole view, and then the collection view flow layout, we're going to pass in as just the default UI collection view flow layout and initialize it. And we're going to come back, like I mentioned earlier, and create our own custom flow layout that we're going to replace that with. But for now, so Xcode doesn't yell at us, we're going to put that in there as a placeholder. Now we want to do view.add subview, and that's collection view. And the reason we wanted to initialize the collection view first, because if we did view.add subview first, our collection view would be nil, because we haven't initialized it yet, so there'd be nothing there. So you have to initialize the object, and then you can use the object. Like I said, if we did this one first, we would be trying to use the object before we initialized it. So can't be doing that. So now let's configure the collection view.background color. And usually it's going to be system background like all the other stuff. But for debugging purposes, we're going to use it's kind of been our debugging color, right? Because when we run this, we want to see the pink background to make sure like it's there, right? If we just did system background, we wouldn't know if it was really there or not. And then the last thing we need to do for now is register the cell. So collection view .register, and you see there's a couple different kinds of register you can do, but we want to register the cell class, and the cell class we want to register is follower cell .self and with reuse identifier. Now remember we set this on the follower cell. If I go back there, remember we set it up here, static let reuse ID equal follower cell, and because it's a static variable or constant, we can access it like this, follower cell .reuse ID. And that's going to pull in that string. And that is the setup for now, just the initial setup. Let's make sure we call this. And you know what, while we're here, so call configure collection view. This view to load is bothering me, right? Remember I said we're going to do a lot of cleanup in a future video. I at least want to clean up the view to load. This just triggers me. I don't like it. So real quick, let's do that. Let's create a function called configure view controller. Figure view controller. And we're going to yank out, the background color, the navigation controller stuff, because that's specific to this view controller. And do Command V there, and then make sure we call it before we forget. Configure view controller. And then lastly, this network call. Again, this network call isn't 100% done yet. We still got to do weak self, and there's a lot more stuff that goes in here. But I do want to yank it out for now. So we'll do func get followers. No, not a space. And paste this in here for now. And then now you're going to start to see the view to load read like a list of commands. I did a video about this. Maybe you haven't seen it. So I'll go ahead and go through my little spiel again real quick. So get followers. And again, these are like temporary like placeholder names for now. Once we come back and redo everything on this, we'll elaborate on this. But for now, I wanted this looking at least neat for me to work on. But again, back to the view to load spiel. I like my view to loads to read like a list of commands, right? I don't like to have any logic in my view to load. I mean, sometimes there's like minimal logic, right? Just like I said before, there's no absolute rules. Sometimes I break that rule, but for the most part, I like my view to loads to read just like a list of command, because I think that gives you a good idea of what's actually going on the screen. If you have a clean view to load, right? You can be like, hey, okay, we're configuring the view controller, we're configuring the collection view, and then we're getting followers. Like, it's nice and neat. And then same thing, if you go to the search VC, hey, well, there's a little bit of logic here, but again, not an absolute rule. We're configuring the logo, configuring the text field, configuring the call to action button, creating dismiss keyboard, right? Everything is just logically in order. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes you can't make it that neat and tidy, but I try to strive for that. Again, because it just makes your code more easy to reason about, in my opinion. If I can just look at your view to load and just see, it's like a table of contents in a book, right? And if I wanted to dig deeper into chapter 2, configuring the collection view, I can command click on that, jump to definition. Here I am. Now I'm in chapter 2, digging into that specific section. Whereas if this was just nothing but logic, you have to it takes time to kind of read through all that logic and figure out what exactly you're looking for. So again, that's kind of a good analogy I like to use, is it's like a table of contents for your view controller, and it's nice and organized. So that's my view to load spiel. And let's run this to see if we get that pink background on the collection view. So let's enter a name, SALLEN0400, get followers. There we go. Okay. Well, I was like, what is this? Remember, we're still printing out all of our followers with this print statement here on the follower list VC here. Yeah, right here, this print statement. So I got scared for a second. I thought that was a bunch of errors, but it's not. Let's go back to our simulator. So yeah, we have our background is pink, fills up the whole view. So we are good to go there. That's not the look we're going for, obviously. But again, this is the initial setup, the foundation, if you will, of our collection view. In the next video, we're going to talk about the collection view flow layout, to how we're going to get this, three column grid that you see on the screen. There's a little bit of custom work that needs to go there. And then after that, we're going to do the diffable data source and plug all this together, and we should have a working collection view in a few videos. See you in the next one. We left off last video getting the initial foundation for our collection view up and running. Now in this video, we're going to start working on our flow layout. Well, real quick, what a flow layout is it kind of determines basically how your collection view looks. For example, we're going to go with a 3-column look that you see here, this 3-column grid. So we're going to configure our own collection view flow layout to give us this look. There's a little bit of basic math involved, but the collection view flow layout isn't too bad, and hopefully you'll see that once we get the code up and running. So first things first, let's create our function that is going to give us the flow layout here. So func create 3-column flow layout. We're being very specific with our naming here. That is going to return a UI collection view flow layout, because what we're going to do is once we have this all laid out, we're going to replace, let's do this right now. Replace that with create 3-column flow layout. And it's going to give us an error saying like I didn't return anything yet. So return, again, just temporarily, UI collection view flow layout, and initialize that. So right now that's returning the default flow layout that we had in there, but we're not going to do that. So looking at our collection view, you can see we want 3 columns. So logically you may think, okay, we're going to take the width of the view and divide that by 3. And that's how big our cells are going to be. And that is the general idea we're going for. But this is where the basic math comes in, because there's also, again, like looking at this collection view, we have insets on the left and the right of the screen, because we don't want the cells pushed all the way up against the screen. We want a little bit of padding there to let it breathe a little bit. And then also there's minimum spacing in between each cell. I mean, you can set that to whatever you want, but you'll see that there's math, right? If we just divide by 3, it's not going to fit, because we're not accounting for that padding and we're not accounting for that minimum spacing in between. So that's where the math comes into play. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to take the full width of the view, and then we're going to subtract out the padding on the left and the right, and then we're going to subtract out the minimum spacing in between the 3 columns. That will give us like our total available width, and then we're going to divide that total available width by 3 to get the nice 3 equal columns. So that is a big picture of what we're going to do. Let's code it up. So first things first, say let width. Remember, we want the overall width. That's what we're going to start with. I know we're going to have to line these up. Equal view.bounds.width. Remember, the view is the view that's on the view controller. So that's the total width of the screen, whether that's an iPhone 5 screen or an iPhone 11 Pro Max screen. That's the width. Let's create a padding. So what this is going to be the padding. It's actually the UI edge insets that we're going to use, but we're just creating a variable for that real quick in a CG float. We put a space there, equals, and equals. And the padding I'm going to use around all the edges on the left, right, top, bottom is going to be 12. Let minimum item spacing, and that is also a CG float. Boy, I really misjudged my equal signs. Line those up. I'm not using the shortcuts either, right? If you hold down Option, you can give you multi-cursors, and then you can just tab like that and delete like that. I don't know. It's my keyboard shortcut game isn't on point when I'm trying to like teach and everything too. My mind's elsewhere. So we're going to make that a 10 for now. And you'll see where this comes into play once this all comes in. Basically, we're giving ourselves all these variables so we can do our math. So if you remember, I said we're trying to come up with our total available width. And again, that is the width of the whole screen that we have here. We want to subtract out our padding on the left and right. So we're going to have to multiply padding by 2. And then we want to also subtract out the minimum item spacing in between each to get our width of each cell. So now let's actually compute our available width. Let available width is going to equal, now it's going to equal width minus, and then this is where the very basic math in. I mean, we're talking basis subtraction and order of operations. So now we want to subtract out padding times 2. And the reason it's times 2 is because we're going to have this padding on the left of the screen and the right of the screen, like you see here. And then we also, once that's done, we want to subtract out the minimum item spacing in between. So now we're going to also subtract out minimum item spacing times 2. And the reason I'm kind of doing these in variables and not just like doing the math in my head, because it's basic math, right? 10 times 2. It's basic math, but you want to put these in variables because, like, I don't know, maybe in your design, you want the minimum item spacing to all of a sudden be 5. Now you just change it there and everything adjusts. You don't have to like go through and change everything. Same thing with the padding. If you ever want to tweak the padding, you just tweak it here. All the math still works. You're good to go. So again, what this available width is giving us is the full width of the screen. We're subtracting out the padding on either side of the screen, the left and the right. And then there's only 2 minimum item spacings, right? Because if you have the 3 columns, there's in between the left and the middle, and then in between the middle and the right, right? Those are the only 2 middle spaces you got to take out. So that's why we're taking out minimum item spacing times 2. And this can work, again, right? If you had a different number of columns, obviously that number is going to be different. But that's why we specifically said, hey, we're creating a 3-column flow layout. You could make this flexible enough to take in any amount of columns. Unnecessary for what we're doing. And then lastly, now that we've done our math, we want our actual item width. And our item width is going to be the actual cells. That's what we did all that for, is determine how wide our cells are going to be. And remember, like I said earlier, the width of the cell is going to be different depending on how big the screen is. Remember, we talked about the iPhone 5 width versus the iPhone Pro Max width. Vastly different. So that's why we want to adapt to that. And this is going to be very flexible for all screen sizes. So let item width, and that is going to equal available width divided by 3, right? Remember, like I said at the beginning, in a perfect world, it'd be nice if we just did the view divided by 3, but we got all this padding and minimum spacing to deal with. So that's why we had to do this little bit of very basic math. And now that we've figured out all the values, now it's a matter of like putting those values into play. So let's create our layout. Let flow layout equal UI collection view flow layout, and the initializer is going to be just blank. And now we're going to start configuring it. Flow layout dot, remember I said we're going to do the insets section inset, and that's going to be UI edge insets, and then you see we can get the top left, bottom right. Again, this is like the padding all around. And you see we have the padding up here, so we're just going to copy that and then paste in padding, paste in padding, paste in padding, paste in padding. Seems redundant, but I'm sure you could write a wrapper around that to make that more convenient, or an extension on UI edge insets. If you wanted to do that, I'm fine with this for now. Like if I was using this a lot, I would probably do that, but only using it here. So now we want to do flow layout dot item size equals CG size, and do the initializer. And you want to give it a width and a height, and it's going to be a CG float. CG float because, again, like padding, CG float, all this UI stuff typically deals with CG floats. So the width is going to be our item width that we took all that time to calculate our item width. That's what we want the item width to do. And again, backing up big picture, the flow layout basically, like you see, you put in the padding, you put in how big your items are, basically determines the flow of the collection view. Now the height, right? So we have our width, cool. However, our height, right, because we have to deal with the square avatar image, and then there's space at the bottom for the label. So what we're going to do in order to make this dynamic, right, you could put in like 150, and that'll probably work, right? But it's going to be 150 whether it's on an iPhone 5 or an iPhone Pro Max. So you don't really want to hard code that, even though it would work. It would look a little different on each screen. In order to make it look the same, we want to do item width. So basically we're going to say this is going to be a square right now. However, that's not really going to work with our current layout because, right, we have the avatar and then the label at the bottom. So it needs to be a little bit, rectangular, like high. It needs to be more height than width. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little plus 40 here. And what that plus 40 does is it buys us a little extra space for our label. Remember, our label is like 20 points high, and it just gives us some extra padding. I think you could probably do like 35 and that could still work. Like you're just really dialing it in there. But essentially what that gives us is basically kind of like a vertical little rectangle that's just slightly taller than it is wide. Again, just to give us enough space for that label. And that is going to be our cell size. So now we don't want to return the default one. We want to return the flow layout that we just created here on line 51. So now going back up to our configure collection view, now when we pass in the flow layout, we're passing in create 3-column flow layout, and then that is down here, which creates that flow layout. Now, back to, we're going to do this in another video, but for now, hopefully, I'm hoping like red lights went off right here, because you're looking at this, and this is a way that kind of always like triggers my spidey senses, if you will, right? Anytime I see nothing but white and blue, right? Because basically what the color codes, and you may have a different theme in your Xcode, so the colors may be different, but you know what I'm talking about. So like anything that's green like this means it's like a variable on the follower list VC, or it's a function on the follower list VC. When you see the things in blue, like that's not something custom like that I wrote, right? Or that's not directly related to the view controller. So all this, basically what I'm trying to say is like this can be refactored out into like another function. So you would just call that function here, kind of like a spoiler alert, it's going to be a file called UI helpers. I usually create one of those for little stuff like this. So it'll be like UI helper dot create 3-column flow layout, and all this code will be out here. We're going to do that in another video, but I'm hoping again, the red lights went off because back to the whole, like, does my view controller need to know about this? And no, the view controller does not need to know about all the customization of your flow layout. And again, what always kind of triggers my alarms are if I just see blue and white and maybe red for strings. Basically, if I see no green, I know I can probably refactor it out. Again, not an absolute rule, but most of the time that will be true. So that is our flow layout set up. Again, we can't quite see the fruits of our labor just yet because we don't have the data source set up, right? The data source is what tells the collection view what to show. So right now, if we ran it, we're still going to see the old pink collection view that we saw in the last video. Again, just to verify that. Get followers, cool. Because again, like I said, it doesn't know what to show yet. So we're doing this piece by piece. In the next video, we're going to actually implement the new hotness in iOS 13 diffable data source that will actually fill in our collection view. And by the end of the next video, you should be able to see our collection view up and running. And then, like I said, we'll come back and clean up all the sawdust on this screen and make this screen actually like good code. So see you in the next video. Last video, we set up our collection view flow layout, and by the end of this video, we'll get to see our work in action, because in this video, we're going to implement our data source using the new diffable data source in iOS 13 to actually give our collection view some data to show. And then by the end of the video, we're going to run this and actually see the collection view in action. So diffable data source, brand new iOS 13. I'm assuming many of you out there haven't had a chance to play with it yet. So let me explain what it is, what it does at a high level so you can have an idea. Basically, it's a new way to handle your data for collection views, and it really shines when your data has to change a lot. And, our example, you see as we're searching through the collection view is changing and shuffling around. Another common example that they used in the WWDC video, which I'm going to link in the description of this video. I highly recommend going and watching that dub video. So I'll link to that. But in that video, they showed another very common table view, because this diffable data source is available for table views and collection views. So what you see here is the table view of a bunch of different Wi-Fi networks. And you can see as the Wi-Fi networks kind of come in and out, like the table view is constantly adjusting. So doing that the old way, you may be familiar with these methods, this, cell for item at index path and number of items in section. Same thing for the table view, number of rows in section and cell for row at index path. That's the old way to do it. And to be honest with you, if you just have a straightforward table view, like we're going to have later in the course with our favorites list, we're not going to use diffable data source for that. We're going to use that old way because it is very straightforward, very simple, very easy to reason about. But like I said, where diffable data source really shines is when your collection view or table view needs to be really dynamic. And the old way of doing that was with a bunch of batch updates and managing index paths, and it was actually kind of error prone and just clunky. So again, luckily in iOS 13, Apple introduced this diffable data source. And essentially what it's doing is you're no longer dealing with keeping track of the index path. The data source has hash values for your section and each of your items that you're having in your collection view. And what it does is it takes a snapshot of your data and UI before you make any changes. And then when you make new changes, it takes another snapshot of that. And then, it does the magical diffing behind the scenes to basically implement those changes and animate them smoothly like you see here in our collection view. So all that animation stuff, we're not doing anything with that in our code. We're just implementing the diffable data source, and then you got to flip an animation flag to true, and then that animation happens on its own. So pretty cool stuff. So that's the diffable data source at a high level. Again, as we implement it, hopefully it starts to make more sense when you can see it in action. So let's start implementing it. Here up under our collection view, var data source, so UI collection view, diffable data source, and it does take in two parameters that are generics. And they have to conform to hashable, because like I said, the way it kind of assigns these IDs to your sections and items, right? It's no longer using index paths, it's assigning these unique IDs, and that's how it's comparing the two snapshots. They need to be hashable. And if you're not familiar with what a hash function is, at a very high level, a hash function takes in a value, runs the hash function on it, and then spits out a fixed value on the other end. So for example, you could take a list of first and last names, run the hash function on it, and map that to 1 through 100, like numbers over there. So that's what UI diffable data source uses in order to give the sections and the items in the section, those unique IDs. So when we're passing in the two parameters that must be generic, they both have to conform to hashable. So first thing we need to give it is our section in our collection view. Right now, our collection view only has one section, but we create an enum called section, and the first case is main. We're just going to call it the main section. But if your collection view had 3 sections, you could list out the 3 sections here. So the first parameter our diffable data source is going to take is going to be a section. Now, enums are hashable by default. So that's why we put that in an enum. Now, the second parameter needs to be our follower object. So this is going to be follower. However, it's going to say type follower does not conform to the protocol hashable. So let's go to our follower object and make it hashable. So we can, because we're in a situation where the underlying types of our follower type are hashable. So we just have a string and a string, right? Login and avatar URL. These are both hashable. So new in, I believe, Swift 4.1, you get you basically don't have to type out the hashable function or the hash function, whereas you used to have to do that. But now, as long as the underlying types are hashable, you kind of get that for free. One quick note, and I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole. A quick note on that too is, I've gotten some comments here and there saying, oh, I wish you would have explained this more. It's always so tough to like determine what rabbit holes and what tangents to go down, because as you kind of can see in programming, like I could spend the next 15 minutes going down the hashable rabbit hole and explaining all that, right? So I'm trying not to go down these rabbit holes or only going down the ones that I think are super pertinent. So anyway, that's kind of my reasoning behind if you see me not explaining something so much, is because that is a slippery slope, right? If I went down every thread, these videos could be like an hour long. So it's a tough balance to explain enough but not go too far, just to let you know inside my head. But anyway, you could write your own hash function if you didn't want everything to be hashable. So right now, I guess we could just have login hashable because GitHub is going to have unique IDs, right? Like you can't have the same login on GitHub. So login is a good hashable thing. We could, if we wanted to, create like a UUID object, if we really wanted unique IDs. If this was just name, right? And somebody could have the same name. Then you would need something unique like a UUID. Or let's go to our user. Like say we wanted to make our user hashable, right? And we only wanted login. Like we don't need all this stuff to be hashable as well. So then maybe we would write that hash function just for the login object. So there is some slight optimization there. Here's a screenshot of what that code looks like, just so you have an idea of what it is. Call that combine on the hasher, and then pass in the variable name that you want to actually run the hash function on. But again, that is a slight optimization on this. Our follower is so simple and small. We're just going to live with just the hashable conformance. So back to our follower list VC, and we're going to, let's do a Command B. This should work now. We need to force unwrap that. Again, for the same reason we force unwrap the collection view, we're going to be configuring it right in view did load. All right, errors be gone. Okay, build succeeded, errors gone. So again, to recap that, we created our section, which is our main section of our collection view. And so it has to know about our section and it has to know about our items. So that's what we did. We passed in our section, which is going to be main, and we're going to have to pass in a follower. So that's declaring the data source. Now let's create our function that actually configures that data source. So down here, again, we'll clean up this view controller in a bit. Func configure data source. Data source equals UI collection view diffable data source. And then if you do the open parens, you do get the autocomplete. I'm not sure if this is an Xcode thing or what, but you notice you see the two angle brackets with just blank variable names there. Like it's not filling in. Like if I go back up here, like it should say section follower. Like it's not filling that in automatically. Again, I don't know if that's something. I don't think it's something I did. Maybe I'm missing something. If you know, let me know. But I couldn't figure that one out. And I always had to go back and like put it in myself. So it's a section and follower. And then the collection view we're using is our collection view variable. Cell provider. Now this is just like the closer that we need to, you can just hit enter here, just like we renamed like data, response, and error in our network call. So hit return, call this collection view. This is just us naming the variables that we need. Index path is going to be called index path. And then this empty thing is our follower. Again, it's empty because remember the autocomplete didn't have our follower in there. So I had to enter that myself. And then the rest of this code is actually very similar to the cell for item at index path. We're going to create our cell from a reusable cell and kind of configure the cell and then return the cell. Let cell equal, and then we're type collection view. And we want to use the local one, right? We want to use this one that we determined there. Collection view. Start typing DQ, DEQ, and you'll get the autocomplete on the reusable cell. That's what we want. Again, this is very similar to the old cell for row at index path or cell for item at index path. And the reuse identifier, right? We already have this. We have the follower cell dot reuse ID, right? We determined that on our follower cell. And then for index path is just the index path that we determined right here. We named it that. Now, right now, this line of code is just a regular default cell. This is not a follower cell, right? It has no idea what kind of cell it is. So we need to cast this as a follower cell. So as follower cell, there we go. So now we've created our cell. Now we're going to configure our cell, which we've set up in our follower cell. If we go to that, you see this function called set follower. So what I'm going to do in the follower list screen is call that set follower. And what we're doing here is, cell.set, and we're passing in the follower, which again is the one we got returned here. So follower. And what this does is basically for every follower, I send that follower information to the follower cell, and then through this function right here. And then this function is going to set the username text label of the cell to the follower.login. And then eventually we're going to have another line of code that sets the avatar based on the avatar URL. That's coming in a future video. So back to our follower list screen, that's what's going on here. So again, we create our cell as a follower cell, and then we configure our cell. And some people you may see like, they may configure the cell right here. They may do something like cell.username label equals, whatever, cell.avatar. They may configure their cell right here. I'm just in the habit of making that one line of code and always having that function on my cell, to handle that. So now that we've created our cell and then we've configured our cell, now we need to return the cell, right? Because it needs to know what cell to use. So just one space there. So now this error will shut up about saying, hey, you're not returning a cell. So now that we have our data source configured, let's call this function here. Configure data source. And right now all this is doing is this is just saying like it doesn't know anything about this array of followers that I got back from the network call right here. This array of followers we got back. It knows nothing about that just yet. All the data source knows is that like, hey, I'm going to be dealing with the follower object, and I know like what cell what type of cell, right? We're going to use a follower cell. I'm going to know how to configure it, but I don't know anything about that yet. So now's where the data comes in. Now's where we kind of feed it the follower array. To do that, we're going to create a function called update data. And update data is what we're going to call every time we want to, remember I talked about those snapshots. Every time we want to take those snapshots and adjust our collection view, we're going to call a function called update data. So this is where that snapshot stuff is going to take place. So func update data. And we're actually going to expand on this function in a later video when we get into like, the sorted value and all that stuff when we do the search controller. But for now, just showing the initial collection view, which is going to be update data. So let's initialize our snapshot. So let snapshot equal ns diffable data source snapshot. See, we get the autocomplete there. And just like before, it takes in the two generics of our section, right? Because it has to know about the section of the collection view, and it has to know about the individual item. And the individual item is going to be a follower. And again, remember, these have to conform to hashable, which we've already taken care of. So we're going to initialize that. So now we have our snapshot. So now we need to configure that a little bit. And like I said before, it needs to know about our sections and our followers. So snapshot.append, you see append sections, and the identifiers here, it's going to be a follower list vc.section because we've declared it of type section, and this is our enum up here that we've said. And now while we're up here, we only have one case, it's .main. So this takes an array of sections, as you can see here, but our array is only one, so .main. So now it knows about our sections, right? We've added our sections to the snapshot. Whoops, I need to make this a var, my bad. So that needs to be a var. So lets are constant, you can't change them. Vars are variables, you can change them. That's basic Swift stuff. Hopefully, you don't need to cover that. So now that we have our sections, now we need to add our array of followers. However, we don't really have our array of followers yet, right? Remember, we go back to our network call, we just printed it out. Like we have our array here in our result, but we didn't do anything with it. We just printed it out. So what we need to do is initialize our array of followers. I like to separate my collection view stuff here. So let's do var followers, and it's of type array of follower equals, and right now it's an empty array. So we've initialized an empty array of followers. So now in our network manager, upon success, instead of just printing the followers, we can do self.followers. And I did use self in the closure. Again, we'll get to weak self in a bit. We'll handle that next video. So self.followers equals followers. And the followers is the local one that we got here. So basically this followers that I'm passing back in my success case, I am setting equal to the followers array up here. So now once we run our network call, right? So remember, we do configure view controller, configure collection view. We're going to get the followers. Then we're going to configure our data source. We're actually going to call update data here to make sure we actually have our array of followers. Because if I call it somewhere else, now you get into some like race conditions where you might not have that. But if I call it right here, now I know for sure I've got my followers. So now I'm going to call update data. So now when I update data, I know I have my followers. And again, like I said, we're going to change this function later. So we actually just pass in the array of followers. This is just getting it working. Like I said, we're in the wood shop. Sawdust is everywhere. We'll clean up later. So snapshot.append items. And you see here, now we pass in our array of followers, which is the followers array that we have up there, the one that we just created right here. And then again, we set equal to the followers we got back from the network call. So now here's where all the magic happens. Now, once you have your snapshot set up, now you hit apply. And that's when it applies the changes, animates the difference, and all that stuff. So you do snapshot, or I'm sorry, data source dot apply. This is the magic function, function. So apply snapshot animate with animating differences. So the snapshot is going to be snapshot that we just created up here on line 93. Animating differences, true. We want that sweet, sweet animation. The completion handler, we don't need it. We're not doing anything after it completes. If you wanted to do something after the collection view change, that's where you would do it. Now, look where we're calling update from, right? We're in our network call, we're in the closure, so we're on a background thread. In the WWDC video, which again is linked in the description that I watched, they said this was safe to call from a background thread. However, when I did that, I got errors. Or not errors, I should say, I got warnings. So I just threw it on the main thread, dispatch queue.main.async, just to get rid of the errors. Because when I was building this course, I didn't want to have any warnings, any errors. I wanted it to be very clean. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah. WWDC video says you can call it from the background thread. Xcode gives me a warning, so I'm going to listen to Xcode. So do self.data source there. And anytime this is one line, you can keep it like this if you want. When it's one line and simple, I like to do these all in the same line. And again, my text is huge just for the video. If this was normal text size on my computer, it wouldn't even look that long. So this is our update data function here, right? So again, we create the snapshot. We got our section, our followers, we added that to the snapshot, and then we do self.datasource.apply the snapshot. So remember, like I said back in the beginning, it takes a snapshot of what your current data is, takes a snapshot of the new data, and then it converges them. So when we call update data, it's going to basically add all the followers here. So we should have, fingers crossed, we should see our collection view working, and it'll have all the placeholders for the avatars. But the collection view should be working. So I don't know. Let's see. So enter a username, SALN0400, get followers. Well, it's pink. Okay, it's working. I don't know. Maybe you like that look. Let's fix that real quick. If you remember in our collection view, I'm glad that worked first try. Not gonna lie. System background. So now it should look relatively normal. Run it again. Again, SALN0400, get followers. Okay, so now there is our placeholder avatar. You see the names. We're scrolling down. We have 100 of them. Eventually we're going to load in the new 100. We're going to get those avatars in there. But our basic collection view is up and running. You see our flow layout, right? Where you see the padding on the right, the padding on the left. We got the minimum spacing. And then just for funsies, let's run this on the iPhone SE. Just to show that collection view flow layout in action, right? Even on a squeezed screen, it should work. Should being the key term here, right? Hopefully. 0400. Get followers. And there we go. Even on the squeezed iPhone 5 screen, right? Everything looks a little good. So, I see a lot of dots on the titles, so maybe you might want to tweak the minimum title size. There's all kinds of levers you can pull. Maybe you want to set it instead of size 20, maybe size 18. I don't know. There's all kinds of levers you can pull if you find that you're running into that a lot. But yeah, so we had it on the iPhone SE and on the iPhone 11 Pro. Look good both ways. Our collection view is set up with diffable data source. And again, if that was a lot to take in, I'm not gonna lie, I've watched the dub video twice. I've read a bunch of tutorials on it. I've read a bunch of blog posts on it, and it's just now starting to solidify, right? And I've built this, so it's not super. I don't want to say it's hard, but it's just a new paradigm, a new way of thinking, a new way of doing things. And I think as long as you remember that, this snapshot thing is the key, right? So the key things to remember is you have to pass in the section and the items. And those sections and items go through that hash function to give it a unique value. And that's how diffable data source tracks it. It tracks all those unique values in the section and the items. And then it takes a snapshot of that data, takes a snapshot of the new data that you changed, and then it magically merges them kind of behind the scenes. And then you just hit data source.apply to do all that. And then you see the animating differences to true. That's what gives us the sweet, sweet animation. So yeah, it's kind of the new way of doing things. And like I mentioned before, at least, this is brand new, so we'll see how this plays out. But at least for me, I think when I have a very straightforward table view or a very straightforward collection view, like for example, if we weren't doing the search function and all I was doing was just showing a list of the followers, I probably wouldn't do diffable data source. However, when you need to be highly dynamic, again, like this search thing or the Wi-Fi listings that we saw earlier, diffable data source shines. It's amazing. Like I said, I'm curious if we're all going to end up using this, even for the basic table view and collection view. I guess we'll see how it plays out. It's brand new. Hope you enjoyed that. If you have any questions, leave comments in the videos. What I'm finding as I release these videos is that the comment sections are actually becoming quite valuable. A lot of people are asking very intelligent questions, so be sure to participate and check those out. We'll see you in the next video when we actually clean up some of that sawdust that we were talking about. So see you in the next one. We ended last video getting our collection view up and running using the new diffable data source. In this video, we're going to go back and clean up the view controller a little bit, especially talk about the weak self and our network call. But that topic requires kind of backing up a little bit and talking about a very important topic in Swift, and that is memory management and Arc with automatic reference counting. This is an important video because this is a very, very common, arguably the most common interview question for iOS developers. They typically ask this during the phone screen when they're asking you a couple like warm-up Swift questions. This is going to get asked like 80% of the time. They'll say, explain memory management in Swift or something along those lines. And they want you to explain automatic reference counting and how you have to use the weak keyword and how all that works. And that's what we're going to talk about in this video. So automatic reference counting. It basically does what the name says. It keeps account of a reference. So what is a reference? When I initialize an object, here's a developer object, for example. Say I create a developer object with the name Sean. That has a reference of 1 in memory. And what Arc does is it keeps count of all the reference, automatic reference counting. And it cannot deallocate an object from memory unless that reference count gets to 0. So again, I create this developer object. I create one called Sean. Reference count is 1. Sean goes out of scope, or I make Sean nil. The reference count goes to 0, it can be deallocated from memory. So that's the basic example of when the reference count is always 1. However, what if you throw a little curveball? So I have my developer object, Sean. Now let's create another object that is of type MacBook that you see here. We'll name that Space Gray MacBook Pro. And then a MacBook has a property of an owner. And I'm going to make that owner equal to Sean. And then also in Sean, the developer has a property of a machine. And that machine is going to be the MacBook we just entered. So now you can kind of see we have strong references pointing to each other. The MacBook has a strong reference to the developer object Sean, and Sean has a strong reference to the MacBook object called Space Gray MBP. So you can see there's 2 strong references pointing to each other. So for each of these objects, the count is 2. Remember, automatic reference counting, we're counting each reference. So what would happen is if just Sean went out of scope or we made it nil, it would not deallocate because yes, Sean's reference count would go from 2 to 1, but remember, it's got to go to 0 in order to get deallocated from memory. So that is how a memory leak happens, right? We think we made Sean nil. We think Sean is gone, but the MacBook still has a reference to Sean. So Sean is not there, it's stuck in memory. That is a memory leak. So how you fix this, if we go back to our objects, you see in our MacBook object, we have the owner. You can make that a weak var. Put the keyword weak in front of the var where you declare it. Now that won't create a strong reference. It'll create a weak reference. So now Sean's reference count will only be 1. Even if the MacBook points back to Sean, like we talked about earlier, because it's a weak variable, the reference count won't increase. So now when Sean leaves scope or Sean, gets made nil, now Sean can be deallocated from memory because that reference count never went up to 2 because the MacBook one was weak, like I said. So that is automatic reference counting in a nutshell. Again, super basic examples. We're going to talk about a real life example here in our network call and why we have to use the capture list of weak self. But before we do that, back to that common interview question. Of course, I can't give you the exact answer. Every interviewer is going to be different. But if you can just explain how it keeps track of a count and how 2 objects can have a strong reference to each other, and that way the count can never go to 0, and that's what causes a memory leak. And then if you can say the fix for that is to, on one of the objects, make it a weak var, like we discussed. And that might be enough to pass that answer, or you can go deeper. You can say that's what it is in general, and then you could say like a common example of that would be on a network call, where we use self in the closure of the network call. So you have a strong reference between the network manager and the view controller. So now you need to make that weak, and that's a very common example. I think if you just rattle off the last 30 seconds of what I just said, high likelihood you're passing that question with flying colors. And on a side note, don't just memorize that and regurgitate it, like actually understand what's going on. That's kind of what I meant. Just a side interview tip, you should never just be like reciting what you read, right? You should understand what's going on. Because if you just have that little 30 seconds memorized and you just repeat that back, once they ask you a question and you just have no idea how to answer it, that's probably not going to be a good look. So actually understand it. Don't just memorize what to say. So let's dive into our code here and start cleaning up this follower list VC. Because I cleaned up this view to load in the last video, there's actually not much cleanup to do. Let's clean up that spacing there. But we are going to address, like I said, we're going to address the weak self here in our network manager network call. And then we're going to refactor out the 3-column flow layout. Because we're on the topic of memory management, weak self, all that, we're going to start with the network call. So let's take a look at our network call, right? We have our network manager.shared. That is our network manager, right? Where we have our network calls. So right now, our network manager has a strong reference to self in the closure here. What self is, in this case, is our follower list VC, right? So our network manager has a strong reference to our follower list VC. So this could cause a memory leak. So back to the solution, we would like to make this self a weak variable. And that's where the capture lists come in, where you do the open bracket and you do weak self. So this is essentially making self weak. And anytime you make something weak, it's going to be an optional. That's what all these errors are saying. So the fix for this is to, I'll even do the fix it so you can see, is to make it an optional. So make self an optional, right? Because self could be nil now that it's weak. So this takes care of your potential memory leak. Now, I don't like all these question marks and unwrapping. Now we're dealing with all these optionals. This line was introduced in, I believe, Swift 4.2, and it's an interesting line. I don't know if any other line in Swift is like this, but it's all Swift keywords. Guard let self equal self else return. There we go. So we're just basically unwrapping the optional of self. So now we don't have to have the optional values all down here, right? We've unwrapped it with that guard statement up there. And again, this was introduced in Swift 4.2, basically for exactly this purpose, right? This is, or at least this is where it's the most used. So now we have our weak self and we are unwrapping that optional to make sure we actually have it. And then we're going through and using this. So in all of our network calls, this is called a capture list. And basically, remember weak made this an optional? You can do unowned as well. And essentially what unowned does is it basically force unwraps the self. So you don't have to like unwrap it yourself. It's a little more dangerous. Weak is pretty much the answer you're going to use all the time. To be honest with you, I've never even used unowned. So couldn't tell you. I'm sure there are use cases to do it. Maybe that requires some further research, but I mean, weak self is pretty much the answer most of the time. So that's what we're doing here. We have our capture list. We're making the reference to self a weak one, which again makes that an optional. So that's why we have to unwrap the optional here with this guard let. Again, introduced in Swift 4.2 for pretty much this reason. And now we're good. We're safe from the memory leaks when it comes to this network manager. So that cleans that little bit up, and you'll see we'll kind of do this again in future network calls because we're going to make a couple more throughout the project, and hopefully that will kind of reinforce the idea. So the other thing we want to do, or the last thing I should say, to clean up this view controller, I'm just kind of double checking to make sure I didn't forget anything. Oh, one little thing I like to do, again, just for neatness, again, because it's just a one-line thing. I like to do that there. You don't have to do that. So now let's get rid of this. We're not getting rid of it. We're just moving it. So you remember me mentioning in the last video or 2 videos ago, I like to have a file called UI helper, because when you're building a big project, there's a lot of like little stuff like this. Sure, you could create its own file for each type, but what I found is it's usually like a one-off thing, and I just kind of put them in there. Again, project organization, highly subjective. If you would like a separate file for each type of UI helper, cool. I usually have just a UI helper in utilities that I kind of put these in. So Command N, Swift file, hit next. And again, UI helper.swift, create. So let's create the struct, struct UI helper. And then I'm just going to kind of copy and paste here. So let's go to follower list VC. We've got to yank you out. So X, Command X to cut. And then take that down, go back to UI helper. We're going to paste this in. The first thing we're going to do so we don't forget is make this a static so we can access it. So basically all UI helpers have it. So you can just do UI helper dot create 3-column layout. We need to import UIKit. So by the way, I think I mentioned this earlier, but if you just import UIKit over Foundation, UIKit brings in Foundation. So if you're importing both of them, that's redundant. So what you're seeing here is I don't have a view that a lot of this math is based off of. So we're gonna have to pass that in as a parameter. So create 3-column flow layout, and we'll do in view, and we'll pass in a UI view. And that is going to return the UI collection view flow layout. So this error should go away. Yep, nope, build failed. Where's my build fail? Oh, I think, yeah, because back here on our follower list VC, this doesn't know what this is. So we'll come back to that. So anyway, that's all we really had to do to get this out of here. So we have a static func, so we can call UI helper dot create 3-column flow layout, and then we'll pass in the view. And then because we named this basically the same name that was here, we don't have to change anything. If we would have named this like super view or something weird, whoops, wrong button. Now we would have to name this super view. I just wanted to do that to illustrate so I can show what I was talking about. But we're just going to call it view because super view is irrelevant there. So now all this code will work, except back in our follower list VC, instead of calling just create 3-column flow layout, we want to call UI helper and then dot create 3-column flow layout. In view is the view we're passing in. The UI view on the view controller. Remember, it's blue, so that's like kind of the default one. So this is the view of the view controller. Do a Command B. Build succeeded. Get rid of that error. So we'll run it again just to double check to make sure everything is working. But you see, we yanked out that huge chunk of code into our UI helper method here that just gets rid of all that code. And let's see if it's still working. Should be. So SALEN 0400. Get followers. And there we go. Still working just fine. Our flow layout looking good. Nothing changed. Again, we just abstracted the code out of there to get rid of it. Again, back to the whole philosophy, right? Does my view controller need to know about this? View controller did not need to know about that. So we yanked it out into a UI helper and then just called the function on that UI helper, passed in the view. Everything still works. And you see, we just cut out like 10 lines of code from our view controller. So right now the view controller is only at 81 lines. And looking nice and neat. We're going to add more to this, but you can see how neat it looks, readable. Everything's good. So our follower list VC is cleaned up for now. We're certainly not done with it, but that wraps up this video on Arc memory management. Very important. Like I said, this is if you're doing iOS developer interviews, this is almost 100% going to be asked at every single one. Like very, very, very common. So if you watch this video and you're like, I kind of get it, watch the video again and then go read some blog posts, and it'll all click. And I'll link to some documentation here in the description as well. So see you in the next video. Last video, we discussed automatic reference counting, some general memory stuff, and we added the weak self to our network call here. In this video, we're going to start populating our cells with the actual avatars. So on each cell, we're going to download the avatar image. We're going to get that up and running first, and then we're going to talk about caching the images, right? Because every time you're scrolling up and down the screen, if you don't cache it, it's going to download those every time a new cell comes on the screen. And that's just not very efficient. Whereas if we use a cache, we can download the image, put it in the cache, and then, if we need that image again, we pull it from the cache rather than making another network call. So we're going to talk about all that in this video. So head over to your GF avatar image view. And remember, I said we were going to do more here. So let's create a function called func download image, and then from, and then it's going to be a URL string. And so it's going to take in a string. And we're actually going to do our network call here. We're going to have a discussion on why I chose to do it here and not in our network manager. We'll talk about that after I get everything built and up and running. And then we'll have that discussion on why I chose this instead of that. So if you're wondering why are we doing this here, we'll talk about that in a bit. So for our network call, the first thing we need to do is get a URL from this URL string. So guard let URL equals URL, initialize the URL from a string, not file path URL, from a string. And that string is the URL string that we are passing in, and then else return. Now, you're going to notice something. We're not going to handle all the errors, and this kind of contributes into why I'm doing it here. Again, we'll have that discussion in a bit. Normally, if you remember in our network manager, let's go to managers, network manager. Here where I'm checking for the URL in just a normal network call, you see that I want to show the user an error, like, hey, this URL was not valid, and we want to let the user know. However, in our avatar image view, we're intentionally not handling errors. And the reason being is we're using our placeholder image as the error, essentially. It conveys the same message. And let's talk about that for a second. So if the user sees placeholder images, like we're using that to convey like, hey, something went wrong downloading the images. Of course, like you could pop up an error and say like avatar image not available, but doesn't that say the same thing as just showing the placeholder image? At least that's my take on it, my opinion. And the other thing is, right, remember, this download image is getting called every time the GF avatar image view shows up, which is every time a new cell comes on screen. So popping up our collection view here, you know, as you scroll up and down, if you're not familiar with how cell for item at index path works, every time a new cell comes on the screen, cell for item at index path gets called. So that means this is going to be called all the time. So if you can imagine, like, if we were popping up an error every time, you know, something went wrong, you know, there's 12 cells on the screen at once. You'd be popping up so many errors. It'd be just not good. So for that reason, and you're going to see throughout the rest of this network call, is we're intentionally not handling the errors. Because again, we're using our placeholder image to convey, hey, something went wrong getting the avatar, like it's not working, rather than bombarding the user with errors. We're using that to convey that message. So now let's continue on with our network call. Let task equal URL session dot shared data task with URL, get the completion handler though. So this is the same exact code as you see here in the network manager, right? This basically we're repeating this, except we're not going to handle all these errors individually. And again, this is contributing to the reasoning, which we'll talk about, why I am doing this here and not in the network manager. So again, we'll get to that. So we want to pass in the URL that we had here on line 35. And again, hit return here to get this, name it data, response, error, and I like to get rid of my parentheses. I know I'm probably not consistent in this and before. Also, real quick, one of the last videos in the course, we're going to go through and do what I call proofreading. I do this with all my take-home projects. Literally going to go file by file and line by line and clean up stuff like this. Or if maybe we have a comment left over, you know, it's kind of like back in school. If you were turning in a book report, right, and it was a really big project at the end of like the semester or something like that, you would go over that book report with like a fine-tooth comb to make sure everything was good. We're going to do that with this project as well, to do a lot of cleanup. And I highly recommend you do that with your take-home projects as well. Like make sure it's clean, make sure everything's on point before you turn it in. As somebody who's received a lot of take-home projects during our hiring process, you'd be amazed at some of these sloppy code bases people actually turned in. I mean, there's just like commented stuff out everywhere. Things aren't lined up nicely. It happens. Don't be that person. So now continuing with our network call, again, back to our network manager, we're repeating this stuff. We would need to handle the error, the response, and the data when they come back nil, except we're not going to handle the error, right? We're not going to pop up an error or show anything. We're just going to return. So it's going to look a lot neater and condensed here. If error not equal to nil, so that means if the error is something, we're just going to go ahead and return. We're done. Again, we're intentionally not handling the errors because the placeholder is our error message. Guard let response equal response as HTTP URL response, and then comma response dot status code. Again, this is the same code equals 200. We're making sure we got the 200 response. Again, this is the same exact stuff we've already done in the network manager, again, as you see here, but we're just not handling all the errors. So again, back to the image view. Now we need to do guard let data equal data, else return. And again, what we're doing here is making sure we actually have data. And then now we're going to actually, you know, we've done all these checks. We have our data. Now we're going to create our image from the data and move on. So I forgot the else here. And then I'm going to get rid of this error here. It says immutable value task was never used. Remember, like I said, you may forget to do this. So down here, we want to call task.resume. Remember, that's what kicks off the network call. So now let's actually handle our data now that we have it. So like I said, we have our data. So let's do guard let image equals UI image. And we're initializing this, UI image. We're initializing this from data. You see it has an initializer where you can pass in data. So the data we're going to pass in is the data we've checked to make sure we have. So copy and paste that in there. And then, so this returns an optional. So that's why we are guard letting it. So again, else. And then just like before, we're returning. So if like I said, if anything goes wrong with this network call, we're just getting out of here, not doing anything else, and just showing our placeholder. Like I said, the placeholder conveys the error message. So now that we have our image, we have to just set the avatar image view's image to this image. But now we're on a background thread, so we need to update this on the main thread because now we're actually updating UI. Just a real quick, I'm sure this should be basic knowledge, but in case you don't know, anytime you update your UI, you have to do it on the main thread. So dispatch queue.main.async to get on the main thread, self.image equals image, which we just had up here. Now you see we use self here in the closure, so we're going to have to do what we just talked about last time, weak self. And then since we're doing that, we're going to get a bunch of errors here, right? Because it's going to say self is optional. Well, we got one down there. But just like we did before, remember the guard let self equal self, else return. So again, we're just bouncing out at any bad sign. We're just bouncing out of here. And then now in our followers cell, let's go to our cells here, follower cell. Now down here, we can call, when we're setting the cell, again in the data source, we can call avatar image view dot download image from string, and the string we want to pass in is the follower dot avatar URL, right? That's on our model. So let's run through what's actually going to happen here. In our follower list VC, you see when we're configuring the data source, we're getting the cell. Every time this is configured, we're configuring the cell here with this cell.setFollower. This is how we configure each cell that comes on the screen. And so this goes into our follower cell, which will set the username text to login. Remember, this was already working. We've already tested this. But now we just added the avatar image view dot download image from the followers.avatar URL. So that's going to kick into the avatar image view. It's going to run all this. And again, it's going to do all this error checking, but we're not returning an error because we're going to show the placeholder, which we have up here. And if everything goes smoothly, we get an image, then we're going to switch to the main thread and show that image on the cell, and we're going to run the network call. So in theory, when we run this, we should see our avatar images populating in our collection view. Now we're not done. This is just the first step. Remember I talked about let's get it working and then we clean up, because like I mentioned before, we got to worry about the cache to really optimize this. We're going to make sure this is working first before we handle the cache. So SALEN 0400 get followers, and you see all of our avatars are pulling in. And as we scroll down, that download image is getting called as these new cells come on the screen. And like I mentioned, it's fine the first time you do it, like you have to download them from somewhere. But now as we scroll back up, that download image is getting called again on the images we've already downloaded. So that's the kind of the inefficiency. Whereas we're going to create this cache in order to, once we download an image, shove it in the cache, and then we'll do a check like, hey, is this image in the cache? Cool, use that image. If it's not in the cache, download it. So we're gonna implement that cache, and then we're gonna talk about more about what a cache is. So let's do it. So stopping this, let's go to our network manager. Up here, we want to create our cache here, and I'll tell you why. Because we only want like one instance of the cache, and this network manager is the singleton, so this network manager will have the one instance of the cache. Like if we were to create our cache here in our avatar image view, we would have, however many cells, because every time a new cell comes on the screen, we'd have a new GF avatar image view. So we'd have a bunch of different instances of caches, not the most efficient. So we're going to go to the network manager here, say let cache equal ns cache. And now, so if you've been around Swift for a while, probably not if you're still trying to get your first job. Back in Swift 1, we had a lot of NS stuff, like NS string, NS array, and that's because we were still working on the transition from the old Objective-C stuff, into Swift. Since then, Swift has gotten its own stuff, so you don't see NS as much anymore. Fun fact, NS stands for Next Step, which was Steve Jobs' old company back in the 80s after he got fired from Apple the first time. He created that, and then Apple ended up acquiring that company. So anytime you see NS, that's a remnants from Next Step, that company that got acquired into Apple. So I don't know, little fun fact. So NS cache, and this takes in a kind of like a key value pair, very similar to a dictionary. So the key is going to be of type NS string, and we have to use NS string and not string, again, because this is the NS cache. Again, Swift is slowly getting rid of all this NS stuff, but this is one of the few that are remaining. And so that's the key, and then the value is going to be a UI image. And we don't know about UI yet because we need UIKit instead of foundation. So bring in UIKit to the network manager. and initialize this cache. So now in our network manager, we have a cache. So how we're going to access this singular cache, right? We don't want a bunch of different caches. This singular cache, we're going to access by doing network manager.shared.cache. That's how we get that. And while we're here, because we don't want to do network manager.shared.base URL, most likely, let's make this private. That way, the only one we can access here is cache. So back down to the GF avatar image view. So we have our cache. So now, like I said, we want to check the cache first before we download this stuff in the download image. But first, let's actually create a variable for our cache, so we're not like just shorthand stuff. Let cache equal, we got to line these up, equals network manager.shared.cache. And we do that so now that when we use cache down here, we don't have to type out network manager.shared.cache every time. So just kind of shorthanding it. So now that we have our cache there, let's do the check for it. And we want this to be like the very first thing we do. We'll clean this up in a bit. So if let image equals cache dot object, you see for key, in the key we need to pass in a string. So we're going to make our string the URL string. You basically need a unique string. And of course, every URL that is attached to that image we're going to download is going to be the unique key there. So URL string, that's how we're going to identify each object in the cache. And as you can see here, cannot convert value of type string to expected argument of NS string. So what it's saying, like I mentioned back here on the network call, is that this is still NS cache, so it needs to take in an NS string. We tried to give it a string, which is a Swift string. So it's saying, I can't do that. So we need to convert this to the to an NS string. So create a variable here, let cache key equals NS string, and then we're going to initialize an NS string from a Swift string. It's kind of just a way to convert it here. And the string is going to be URL string. And then now we're going to look up the cache key. So that's how we're going to look that up. And then, so if we have that image down here in the if let block, we want to do self or just image. I don't think we have to do self equals. Yeah, we do have to do self because we named it image. Self.image. So we get the blue image equals image. And then basically once we have our image, we need to return out of here. Like return, we're done, because we don't want to run any of the network calls if we have the cached image. If we don't have the cached image, we're going to proceed through the rest of the function and it's going to basically, download the image. So now that we're running this initial check to yank it from the cache, we need to actually set it to the cache like once we've downloaded it. So as you can imagine, right, then we go through, we download the image, check all the errors. Hey, we get the image, and now we're setting the image to the actual image on the UI image view on the main thread. Here we can set that image into the cache, and we do that pretty simply by doing cache.set object. So this is very similar, if you've used like user defaults, which we're going to use in the future, very similar to that. So we're going to set the object. You can see we're going to set the image for a key, and as you can imagine, we already have that, right? We have the image here on line 52. Cool, just use that image. And then we have the key up here with the cache key, because we're setting that no matter what. So cache key, which again will be the URL that we have. So let's space this out so we can see this here. And again, I like to put this on one line. So like I said, running through this here, this is all of our like basic error checking. Oops, we need to do self. My bad. Self.cache, because we're accessing that. So again, to run through this function real quick. We're doing the network call, handling all the errors. That's basically what this little chunk is. And we're not even handling the errors. We're just making sure we return out of the function so we don't try to download the image if there is an error. So we're making sure we return out. And again, our placeholder conveys the error message. If we have good data and we get the image, cool. Now we will set that image into the cache, like that we have it. Remember, because ideally we're only downloading the image once. Right? Because once it's downloaded, it's in the cache. And then once it's in the cache, we're never getting past this line of code or this chunk of code right here. So this, in theory, this should only be called once. So we're setting that into the cache and then dispatch queue.main.async, going out to the main thread and setting our image to the image that we downloaded. And then again, if the image is already in the cache, just setting the image to that image and we're bouncing out. So let's run this to make sure it's still working, make sure I didn't break anything. And then we'll talk about more about why I put this network call here. So SALN0400, I guess casing doesn't really matter. And here we go. Everything working fine. We got all of our image and we should be able to swipe up super fast because we're pulling from the cache and not like downloading, right? We should never be able to like, have the loadings thing. So back to our code. Let's talk about, again, the kind of the reasoning on why this is here. because let me back up. Like I was torn on this. I refactored this out into the network manager. I did the result type and returned the image and then didn't really return an error. It was just, I didn't like that. Like I tried it, right? Because like you, my initial thought was like, hey, we're doing some networking. Got to go in the network manager. That's the initial thought. But I tried that. I did it. And the reason why it was a little weird is because we're not handling the errors. Right? The benefits of having this network manager here, one of the benefit, there's many, but is like, look, you go through all the different error types and you are parsing like what error it is, right? Unable to complete, invalid response. So having all this elsewhere, like all this parsing and determining what error to show, and then you just pass it neatly back through the result type, like we saw here, in our network call, right? You just pass it neatly back to the result type and you handle the success and the failure, and then you present the error that was parsed in the network manager, right? That's very valuable. That's awesome. This is super, super clean. However, for this, we don't need that value of parsing the error and handling all that. So I decided to put this here. And again, there's like I said, this is very down the middle. Like I could have gone either way. This is one of those decisions where you have to balance the trade-offs, and you may decide one way, I may decide the other way. Again, back to the whole like art of programming. I don't think there's one right answer. And let's actually back up a little bit to that word trade-off, because that's really every decision in programming has trade-offs, right? Almost nothing is like absolute perfect, the best decision. As a programmer, a key skill set you're going to develop is knowing the pros and cons of the many different choices you're going to have to choose between, and knowing the trade-offs of each, and then making what you think is the best decision given the trade-offs. And again, so in this case, in my mind, my opinion, the trade-offs are, yes, the bad thing is, yes, I am losing a little bit of organization by not having all my network stuff in my network manager. I get that. I understand that. However, I feel the benefits of having this here and not having unnecessary code in the network manager, right? Because when you do the result type, you have to pass in the error. Well, we're not handling the errors. We don't really care what the error is, but I still have to pass that in. So I'm going to have like a lot of this code that's like really unnecessary. That's what it really boils down to in my mind. Like it was unnecessary code that I felt was just much simpler to put here for the network call. And again, I understood the trade-offs. I know my organization like isn't going to be perfect. I know this one network call is in the avatar image view, not in the network manager. I understood that. I still felt it was more straightforward for the code base to be here. And I do want to reiterate, like this wasn't a slam dunk decision. I went back and forth on it like 3 or 4 times. I refactored it into the network manager, did the result type, and I was like, I just don't like that. So it was a tough decision. So if you disagree with this, like perfectly fine. I disagreed with myself 3 or 4 times before I landed on this. So, but I wanted to spend some time here discussing that because this is a good example of a lot of times programming decisions like this, like they're not cut and dry. Like, there's trade-offs and you have to decide which way you want to go. And like I said before, you could probably ask 5 different programmers this same question. You might get, they'll probably be split down the middle. So if you disagree with what I did, perfectly fine. You do some homework, refactor it out into the network manager and make this code base your own. But that is why I chose to do that. And I think that is the key lesson here. Like the actual decision that was made is not the important lesson. The important lesson is to be able to articulate that you understand the trade-offs. Like I'm not going to go through the spiel that I just did, but like I said, I knew I was losing organization. I knew I was gaining this, and that is why I chose that. Rather than I think a lot of junior developers just put this here, and if somebody asks them why'd you put that here and not there, they're like, I don't know. If you have a logical answer and you can reason about why, and you've explored the other options, right? That's the key. So say you did turn this into an interviewer, and the interviewer was on the other side of the fence where they were like, oh man, you should have put this in the network call. Your answer can be intelligent by saying, yeah, I know what you're saying. That was actually my first instinct as well. I actually even refactored it and did it. I ended up not liking it. I felt this was better for the code base, and here's why. If you can have those conversations, like you're golden. Like I said, the actual decision, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it's the important thing is to be able to articulate your reasons behind it and have those discussions about the trade-offs, because again, that's where the art of programming is. That's where the interesting discussions are. So that's kind of my rant on that, because I know if I didn't talk about that, so many questions in the comments would have been like, why'd you put this here, not in the network manager? It was a tough decision, but that's why we're here. And now, as you saw, we have our cache up and running. Everything works. We're downloaded. So we're good to go. But if we run it one last time, what we're missing here and what we're gonna do in the next video, again, get our people back up there, is, so we're cached, downloaded the images. When we scroll to the bottom though, we want to bring in the next 100. We're not bringing any new people in. We're only seeing the first 100 followers. So we're going to handle that in the next video. We left off the last video by populating our collection view with the avatars of our followers. We implemented a cache so we weren't making unnecessary network calls when we had already downloaded the image. And we left off showing that, we weren't downloading the next 100 users. So what we're going to talk about in this video, we're going to deal with pagination, and how we're going to accomplish that is we're going to detect when we're at the bottom of the scroll view, because at the end of the day, a collection view is a subclass of a scroll view. And once we detect when we're at the bottom, we're going to bring in the next 100 followers. There's some other little things we need to do, like some checks to make sure they still have more followers, right? Because we don't want to keep, if they have no more followers, we don't want to keep firing off a network call, right? So that's what we're going to implement. That's the big picture. Let's get to it. So over in our follower list VC, scroll to the bottom, and I scroll to the bottom because this is just code organization. Anytime I conform to a new delegate, I like to put that into an extension. Again, you don't have to do it. It's solely for code organization. The reason I bring this up is because we have to conform to, in order to get the scroll view delegate stuff, we can conform to the collection view delegate. More on that in a second. So extension.follower list VC. UI collection view delegate, there we go. So you could just conform to the UI scroll view delegate, and that would work fine, but the collection view delegate will give you the scroll view delegate. And the reason we're using the collection view delegate is because in a future video, we're going to implement the did tap. I'll show you here, did select, collection view.did select item at. We're going to implement that once we actually tap on the follower and go to a new screen. We're going to have to implement that, but that's later. For now, because we have the scroll view stuff here, start typing scroll view, and you can see all the actions in the scroll view delegate. We're going to use view, did, and dragging. And real quick, just to reinforce, basically what a delegate is, it's kind of sitting back, like waiting for an action. Like the example I just gave, the did select cell. Like it's waiting for us to tap a cell and then it acts. Here in the scroll view, it's waiting for us to end dragging, then it acts. That's like delegates in a nutshell. It sits around and waits to be told to do something. So now that we know the user has ended dragging, we have to do a little bit of math to detect when we're at the bottom. And the math involves like the whole content height in the scroll view. So what that is imagine you had 3,000 followers in your scroll view, right? The scroll view would stretch pretty far down, even though on your phone screen, you only see that section of it. But in reality, the scroll view is really big. That's the content height. And then we have to do some math with the actual height of the scroll view, which is essentially the height of the screen. The only way that's different is based on the different phone sizes, like the iPhone 5 versus the iPhone 11 Pro. And then we need to mess with the offset, the Y coordinate of the offset, which is basically how far you scrolled. So we're going to get into a little bit of that math to detect when we're at the bottom of the scroll view. So before we do that math, we're going to put these into variables. Let offset Y, and that's going to equal scroll view dot content offset dot Y, because we want the Y coordinate, right? Because we're going up and down, not left and right. If you were doing like a horizontal scroll view, then you would use the X axis. And then we need to see the content size. So content height, capital H, camel case, height equal scroll view dot content size dot height. And again, this is like the entire scroll view. If there's 3,000 followers, it's going to be pretty tall, like thousands and thousands of points. And then we need to see the height of the scroll view, which again, this is kind of like the height of your screen, to put it simply. Frame dot size dot height. And the reason I'm putting these into variables is because we're going to do a little bit of math with it down here. And then instead of like, saying, if content offset Y is greater than all this minus all that, like it just makes the math look easier to read if it's just like offset Y is greater than content height minus height, right? It's just easier to read. So that's why I do this. It's not necessary, but your code will be cleaner. And I want to illustrate this so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to bring in some print statements. You don't want to see me type out print statements. And then we're going to run this. And this way you can see like what I'm talking about as I'm scrolling. And actually, it's not going to work. I caught it before I did it, right? So we conformed to the delegate, but we didn't set the delegate to ourselves, to the follower list VC. So up here in configure collection view, we need to do collection view dot delegate equals self. We need to tell our delegate like what to listen to. We're listening to self. So let's run this now that the delegate's actually going to work. And it's going to print off some values as we're scrolling down that you can see. And hopefully it illustrates what I'm talking about here. So let's scroll all the way to the bottom. You can see the printouts going there. So offset Y is 4801. You can see content height, 5,465. And that's just with 100 followers. So you can see the content is really, really, really long, content height. And then height is 812, which again is the height in points of the iPhone. Offset Y is 4801. That's how far we've scrolled down, right? So the math you do is the content height, which is always, as you see, no matter where I'm scrolling, 5465, because that's what holds 100 followers. When it holds 200 followers, probably be double that. Then you subtract the height of the screen, to make sure you're at the bottom. And if your offset Y, which is how far you're scrolling down, is greater than that value, now we've triggered the delegate. And now we haven't triggered our conditional yet, but that's when we're going to fire off get new followers. So let's actually implement that math real quick, and hopefully this will all be cleared up. So let's delete these print statements and do if offset Y is greater than content height minus height. See, now you see why we put these in variables, right? This is a lot easier to read than if you were like spelling all this out. So if that is the case, now we want to call get followers. So now we need to adjust our get followers signature. Remember, we just typed this real quick while we were testing it. So we want to pass in the username, which is a string. And we want to also pass in a page, which is an int, right? Because that's what we're going to pass in. So down here, again, we'll just hit the old fix it, give us our username. Didn't quite fill all that in, but the username is going to be username. And then the page is going to be, well, what page? We can't hard code this to 2, right? That's what it would be in this case. So we're going to need a page number variable that we can kind of, like a counter, basically, right? So this way we can kind of keep count of that and then throw that in. So let's come up to the top here and let's get rid of this bottom. Let's create a page variable. So var page, and that is going to be an int. We can do some type inference here. So page equals 1. And then we need to update our initial get followers that we call right when we come to the screen. I don't know why that's not giving me the page, but whatever. From the username, and then the page is going to be page that we have up here. So now when we first come onto the screen, like we first load up a follower list VC, the page is 1, and that's the, come on, I don't like looking at errors. And that's the page we're passing in right away in view.load. So we're going to load the first page in view.load. However, we need to load page 2 here, but we want to load page. So now here we have to increment page. So we're only going to increment page if, we make this call. So page plus equals 1. So now page is going to be 2 when we hit this. And then we're going to pull in page 2. So we're going to do more in here for a second, but I want to stay on this page thing, right? Because you can imagine as we keep, like say we just went crazy with the swipes and kept hitting the bottom like repeatedly. Well, in our current code, page is just going to keep counting up 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 as we keep doing that. So we don't really have a check right now to we only want all this to fire off if the user actually has more followers, right? What if you went to a user that only had 4 followers and you pulled them in on the first time and then you kept doing this, you kept making the network call on pages and just not efficient, right? So like I said, we need some sort of check to make sure, do they have more followers? So let's create a variable for that because we're going to be kind of flipping this flag here. So var has more followers. And again, initially it's going to be true. It's going to be true right away because we're going to flip it to false when we meet a certain condition. So now that we have that, let's go back down here. And we only want this to happen again if the user has more followers. So to do that, we can do guard has more followers, else return. So what we're saying here is if has more followers is true, then we're going to go ahead and continue on. Else just return, bounce out of the function. We're done. None of this will get called. Okay, but as you see, has more followers is always true because we just set it here and we're never flipping it to false. So we need to flip it to false here in our network call. Now, if you think about it, when would has more followers equal false? Right, we're pulling in 100 at a time. So as long as our last network call got less than 100 followers, right? Say I have 200 something followers. We pull in the first 100, cool, we're good. We pull in the second 100, we have all 100. However, the third network call, say I have 250 followers, the third network call is only going to be 50 followers. So that means logically that like I don't have more followers. Now, of course, there is a situation where I have exactly like 400 followers. So in that edge case, you will make another network call, but then it will return 0, which is going to be less than 100, and then you'll stop. So here we want to check to see if they have less than 100 followers that are returned from this network call. So here in the success case where we get our followers back, before we do anything, we can check to see if there's less than 100 followers. So if followers, you want to make sure it's the local one here, followers dot count is less than 100, then I like to do this on one line, like I said. Then we have to do self because we're in the closure. Self dot has more followers equals false. So again, what we're saying here, like say I get back 86. Well, that means I don't have another page of followers because I only had 86. So now we're flipping our flag to false here. Has more followers equals false. So now if we scroll down again and hit the bottom of our scroll view, like we're doing here, now it's going to hit this, hey, we've hit the bottom of the scroll view, but has more followers is going to be false. So nothing is going to happen. This code won't execute. We're just going to return out of this function. Nothing happens. So this is how we're not just repeatedly, incrementing the page number and making network calls. So now that we have that check taken care of, there's one last thing we have to do, right? If you notice here on line 60, we're just setting our followers array, which again is what we're using, which is this right here that we're using for our collection view. We're just setting that equal to followers. So if you're following along, what you might be noticing is, yeah, we got page 2. Oh, real quick, I hard coded this. See, forgot to do that. We want to pass in the page that we pass in here instead of hard coded 1. Glad I caught that because it wouldn't have worked. So yeah, we're passing in the page. So when we increment page to 2 and 3, we're bringing in like the next 100 followers, right? Followers 200 through 299 or whatever it is, follower 300 through 399. So if we just set followers equal to the followers we get back, we're only going to see followers, 201 to 300, whatever it is. We're not going to see those first 100. So arrays have something append contents of, where you can essentially like add arrays together because that's what we want to do, right? We want to add the next 100 followers to our first 100 followers to create an array of 200 followers and now use that in our collection view. So to do that here, instead of setting it equal to followers, we need to do dot append, and you can see you can do just one element. Well, we don't want to append just one follower. We want to append a sequence of followers, which is an array. So append contents of, and now is followers. And again, make sure you do the local one because we want to pass in this one. So now what's happening is our followers array is going to have 100 followers. We're going to download the next page and just add that to the list of followers. And then we update data on our collection view, which here using the diffable data source, it applies all that. Remember, we're appending the new array of followers. And I know I just said that might be confusing. We're not like adding followers. Remember, the snapshot takes a snapshot of your old data and a snapshot of your new data. And our new data is full of all our 200 followers, not just the 100. And then it makes the changes. So in theory, after all that, when I run it, we should be able to swipe down and pull in the next 100 followers. We haven't done the loading screen yet. That'll be in a couple videos. So you might not see any like loading bars or anything like that, but you should be able to tell that we're pulling in new followers. Should be keyword. It's always scary, right? When you just typed code for a while and you haven't tested it yet. Usually I'm like constantly testing along the way, but in order to like explain things, sometimes that doesn't always make the most sense. So, okay, let's keep scrolling to the bottom. Scroll. We're at the bottom. Bring in the next one. There we go. You see, it took a little bit. Like in the future, we're going to, have a little loading spinner to let the user know, like, hey, we're loading these in. So now we got the next 200, and then this will be the good test, right? Because we should stop after this. So we hit the bottom. Okay, we brought in the next ones, but this shouldn't be a full 100 unless I got a lot more followers lately. Yeah, so see, remember I said I like 200 something followers. Now we're not loading in the next 100, right? It's hitting this has more followers flag is going to be false. So it's not loading in the next one. So that is pagination, bringing in, and then now we scroll up, it's a really long collection view now. But remember, because we cached all these images, like all these images are cached now. So as we scroll up and scroll down really, really fast, we're not making network calls. We're just pulling it from the cache. So you're not going to see any loading, any hiccups. super smooth performance because we cached all those images in the previous video. So that's pagination and how we're pulling in the next 100 followers. In the next video, we're going to start dealing with the loading screen that I just talked about, the spinner. It's not as simple as just throwing an activity indicator on there, although we do use an activity indicator. It's actually a whole view. And then also the empty states, right? Because what happens if we type in, let's go back. Hopefully my coworker still has no followers. She's the one I've been using, Wendy-Aluna. Get followers. Okay, good. Nobody followed her. Don't follow her on this video. You're going to mess up my example. Somebody's going to follow her for sure. But anyway, so see, we have nothing here in this screen. We want that nice empty state that I showed in the design that says, hey, look, this doesn't have any followers. You know, help her out, give her some follows. So we're going to implement that empty state in the next video, as well as the loading screen. So see you then. We left off last video implementing the pagination of our network call to pull in the next 100 followers. But as you saw in this demo, like we have a loading screen in this demo. We don't have that implemented in our app yet. So we're going to implement that little loading screen right now. And to do this, all we're going to do is put up a UI view that is the system background color. So white in light mode, black in dark mode. And we're going to give it like 80-something% opacity roughly. So you can barely see through it, right? We didn't want to just put up a big blank white screen with a spinner. That looks weird. But at the same time, if you just put the spinner with no kind of transparency background, like you can't even see the spinner. So this is why we settled on kind of the, you know, it's almost like dimming out the collection view to put up the spinner and then moving forward once it's done. So again, how we're doing that is just we're putting up a UI view and then an activity indicator in the middle of that UI view, and that's it. So how are we going to call this, right? There's a couple different ways you can do it. Similar to our reusable alert, you could make it its own view controller. However, I decided not to go that route. And that's because if you did that, you would have to set up a communication, whether that's delegates or notifications observers, some way for this loader view controller to communicate with our follower list VC, right? Because here on like line 56, you would have to tell it like, or I'm sorry, here on line like in between, before we make the network call, you would have to show it. But then you would also have to pass a message back to dismiss the view controller once our network call was completed. So rather than set up a communication path between those two view controllers, I decided to do it in an extension on UI view controller. This way, all my view controllers can easily pop up a loading screen. For example, we're going to have a function, you know, show loading screen and dismiss loading screen. And every view controller is going to have that. On that note, in a future video, right, because maybe we don't want every view controller to have a loading screen, right? Like not every screen in our app is going to have the capability to pull in data. So I think in a future video, let me back up even further. Later in the course, we're going to do like an optimization type video, because when you're turning in or when you're just building a take-home project, here's the path I take at least. And here's what I recommend for you is I build it, I get it working, I get all the functionality up and running, cool. But I'm not done. That's like halfway. Then I go back in and start, you know, going through each file. Okay, what can I refactor? What can I optimize? What can I make better, right? But I don't do that until I get the functionality working. So there's a lot of stuff we're going to do where, you know, we're going to get it working, but we're going to go back later and then optimize it. In programming, there's this concept of premature optimization, and that can get you in trouble. And basically what that means is it means that you're trying to write this perfectly clean, refactored, compartmentalized code like too soon, right? You're worried about that before you have your functionality working. So that's premature optimization, or at least one version of it. So anyway, I just want to give you a little sneak peek of what's coming. Like towards the end of the course, we're going to come back and just review the overall project and start optimizing, refactoring, making things better. And why I bring that up is because for now, like I said, we're going to do this in an extension of a UI view controller. Probably the proper way to do this would be to create a subclass of UI view controller called something like data loading view controller. We can figure out the name later, but that way any view controller that loads data via network call, however, you know, that will have the capability to show a loading screen. And then there's also like an empty state view that we're going to do in the next video. So those data loading view controllers will have the empty states, the loading screens, but not all of our view controllers, right? Whereas right now in the extension, every single one of our view controllers is going to be able to do this, which again, may not be a bad thing, but in a larger project, this extension on UI view controller may get pretty big. So you might want to refactor this out. And again, we're going to tackle that in a later video, but for now, we're going to put it in this extension on the UI view controller. So if we scroll down, let's create our new function called func show loading view. And the first thing we need is the container view, right? This is the background view that's going to hold our activity indicator. Now, the interesting thing about extensions, and this is why, subclassing into another view controller might be the better idea, is that you can't create variables in an extension, right? So let me do var container view, and there's a UI view that we unwrap. You'll see I'm going to get an error here. It's going to say extensions, extensions must not contain stored properties. So for right now, we're going to make this global, bear with me, but we're going to make it file private. This is kind of an introduction into like these keywords too. So remember, private was within the scope of the class, right? We've been using that on our GF button, etc. File private means anything in this file can use this variable. So we're going to do file private var container view, which is going to be of type UI view. Implicitly unwrap that because you'll see why. But yeah, like sure, this is a global variable, but nothing has, and the reason it's global is because, right, like it's not defined within something, right? It's just kind of floating out in no man's land, but it's file private. So that means nothing can access it unless it's in this file. And the only thing in this file is going to be the UI view controller. And again, in a later video, we're going to refactor this out, but we're doing this for now. So backing up too, just to clear things up, I do a lot of things like for educational purposes, kind of maybe take a certain path just to show different ways, kind of like how I showed, here's how you do network calls without the result type. Now here's how you do network calls with the result type. So I may kind of like meander and wander down the path, but that's for educational purposes. I want to show different ways of doing things. But again, we're going to come back in a later video, optimize it, so that way at the end, you're going to have an optimal project. The first thing we want to do in this loading view is to initialize that container view. So container view equals, and it's just a UI view, and the frame we're going to give it is view.bounds. So again, that's just it's going to fill up the whole screen. We don't have to like set constraints on it. And then we need to add it to the subview. So view.add subview, not add it to the subview, add the subview to the view. I told you, I always flip that around. And we want to add container view. So now we have the container view in the view controller's view, and it's going to take up the whole screen. So let's configure this a bit. We want to give it the background color of the system background. So container view.background color equals .system. This whole system thing, system background, right? So that's going to be, again, white and light mode, black and dark mode. Now we want to set the alpha to 0 to start, and I'll tell you why. So container view.alpha equals 0. Alpha, by the way, is the transparency. So the view is going to be there. You just can't see it. It's completely clear. And the reason we're doing that is because we want to animate that to the 0.8%. And again, it's because we don't want, when the loading screen pops up, we want like a subtle animation fade in that's real quick. We don't want it to just flash on the screen. That's kind of jarring. We want it to slowly animate in, as you see here that I'm displaying. So in order to do that, we have to start off at an alpha of 0 and then animate it to 0.8 right when it pops on the screen. So for that, let's use our animation block, UI view.animate with duration 0.25. That's just, again, something I dialed in. You can tweak that if you like. And then the animation is going to be container view.alpha equals 0.8. Now that we have the container view animating on screen, we need to add our activity indicator to it. So let's create our activity indicator. Let activity indicator equal UI activity indicator view, and then you initialize it with a style, and we're going to do .large. We want a big one. And then now we need to add the indicator view to the container view. So container view dot add subview equal, we want to add activity indicator. And then we need to set the activity indicator auto resizing mask to false. So activity indicator dot translates. Yep, equals. People in the comments have been saying to call it Tamic. I guess Paul Hudson has been doing that. So I'm just going to call that Tamic from now on. But I just start typing TRA and I get the autocomplete. But anyway, such a mouthful. And now we set the constraints on the activity indicator. And because we have a style of large, that kind of gives it its size. So we just need to center it. We're going to center it horizontally and vertically. So here we only need 2 constraints. So ns layout constraint dot activate. And again, normally I said the rule of thumb is to pass in 4, but this is one of those exceptions where you don't have to. So activity indicator dot center y anchor dot constraint is equal to right there view dot center y comma activity indicator dot center x dot constraint equal to view dot center X. So now we just basically centered that. And then now when we put this on, we want to call activity indicator dot start animating. So it animates right away. And then let's clean this up and let's test it. So let's walk through this real quick. So we initialize our container view as a UI view and fill it up, with view.bounds. Add the sub view to the view. Do a little bit of customization here, setting the background. We animate it going from 0 opacity to 0.8 opacity to give that subtle little animation that we'll see here in a bit. Create our activity indicator, add the activity indicator to the container view, set the tamic, whatever, set some constraints real quick, and then start animating. So if we go to our follower list VC, and then here, like I said, so when we want to call this, like as soon as we call this function get followers, we want to show the loading screen. So now because it's a extension of view controller, all my view controllers have this function. So I just got to type show loading view. So what happens, right? We call get followers, show loading view starts, and then network manager will fire off, right? It's going to go do the network call. And then once the network call is done, now we go into this completion block that all this happens in. So we're going to call here, we're going to call dismiss. Well, actually, let's talk about this too. I always do hashtag warning, call dismiss. So if you're like me, like I hate seeing warnings in my project. So I like to use this hashtag warning instead of to-dos in order to like let me know like, hey, come back and fix this. So right here is where we're going to call like dismiss loading view, right? So you got the process, right? Show it, make the network call. When the network call is done, dismiss it. So let's actually just show it to make sure we got this working. All right, SALEN 0400. Okay, get followers. There's our loading screen. You see how it's see the opacity, and it's not going away, but it's working, right? The reason it's not going away is because we didn't call dismiss yet. So now we have this permanent loading screen up. I can't scroll, but you can see how that opacity just kind of like looks like it fades out the background, without completely whiting it out so you don't see anything. See our animation spinner, and I don't know if you caught that that animation come in. Real simple tip here. Did you know let's run it again. Did you know in the simulator you can slow down your animations? So watch, let's type this in, SALEN 0400, and then let's go to, I believe it's in hardware. Nope, it's in debug, slow animations, right? So now animations are slow. So when you hit get followers, look at this slow-mo. You didn't see the that come in because it was already animated. You'll see it when we get to the next 100 followers once we implement our dismiss. But anyway, that was a little tip. Make sure you go back and turn it off though, because it gets annoying if you forget to do that. So you can do slow motion animation. So if you want to debug exactly how an animation is working, flip that on your simulator, you're good to go. So let's work on this dismiss function, right? Let's get rid of that. We got it working. Back to the UI view controller extension. And the dismiss function is quite simple actually. So func dismiss loading view. And we want to do container view dot remove from super view. So remember how we had to add the sub view to the view? Now we're removing that, and then we're going to set container view to nil. Container view equals nil. That way nothing is out there. Now you notice we're always going to have to call dismiss loading view from a background thread. Like I said, remember the cadence that happens, right? We show the loading view, we make our network call. Once the network call is done and we're in this closure, then we dismiss the loading view. So we're always going to be dismissing the loading view from a background thread in the closure. So back to our UI view extension, controller extension, we want to do dispatch q.main. We want to put it on the main thread basically, .async. Okay, cool. Now we're on the main thread. Cut, paste. So now back to the follower list VC. Instead of this warning, now we can call dismiss loading view. Oh, we need to call self here. So self.dismiss loading view. Do Command B, get rid of these warnings here. Build failed. Why did it fail? Nope. Oh, crap. Okay. So let's dismiss the loading view after we do guardlet self equals self. So now when we run it, our loading view should dismiss. And because I'm on a pretty fast connection, it should just like dismiss real quick. If you even see it on the initial load. Okay, you see it for a little bit. Now watch when we go to the, I'm going to actually slow down animations. So debug slow animation, scroll down, and then, well, slowing the animation didn't work quite well because the network call happened so fast. But let me actually turn that off so you can see it in real action. Okay, so we're not slowing animations. See our loading screen pop on for a second and then go away. So that was on, like I said, a very fast connection. Now let's talk about a slow connection and what you can do. So if you have your, let's stop this here. If you have your device plugged in, now you have to be on your device to do this. Let me unlock here. So if you go to Window, Devices and Simulators, you can see I have my iPhone X plugged in. You can see it. There it is. If you want to see my information, whatever. But you see device conditions, right? So if you go to conditions and network link. Now there was this network link conditioner that you could hook up to do this on your simulator. That was, I don't know, I always found that to be a pain. This is built right into Xcode now in Xcode 11. So you can see the network link, the profile is like 100% packet loss. You can do very poor edge network. You know, you can test bad network connections if you're on a good one like I am. So I'm gonna do very poor network connection, right? So if I hit start, you're gonna see like a little icon in the upper left of your phone here that I'll put an arrow to. That means like developer stuff is happening, right? So basically my phone right now has really, really bad network connection. So I'm gonna run GitHub followers here. And again, you see in the upper left, I got that gray icon indicating that, hey, something's messed up. So I'm gonna type in SALLEN 0400, hit go. See my loading spinner is up and see it's taking forever, right? Because I'm on a bad network and I don't know. I hope it's working. How bad is the network? Okay, there we go. We're coming in. Now you're going to start seeing the icons popping in, hopefully. I can't remember which build I had here. Yeah, there we go. So you see how long it's taking the icons to pop in. And this is because we're on a horrible, horrible network connection. Look, I think it says 1 megabyte down. So this is like really, really, really bad with a 10% like packet loss. So you can see these slowly populating. So this is an example of if you want to test your projects in poor network connections, you can do that with, again, various different types of poor network connections. So I definitely recommend testing your apps in this. I wanted to showcase this. Make sure you hit stop. See this stop button right here? Because if you forget to do that, right, you're stuck on your phone with this gray thing. But I'm pretty sure you can also just tap the gray and said, you know, network link condition active, very poor network is active, stop running this condition. Yeah, stop. So there's a way to stop it from your phone or an Xcode, but don't forget to do that. But anyway, that's our loading screen for right now. Like I said, we're going to refactor it in a future video, but we got it up and running. It's working. In the next video, we're going to talk about the empty states, right? Because what if you go to a user that has no followers? Right now, we're just showing a blank screen. We're not showing anything. So we're going to fix that in the next video. Last video, we left off creating our loading screen. In this video, we're going to create our reusable empty state view that we can show on a screen that is empty, right? So for example, as you see here in the design, when the user has no followers, we want to show this, you know, decent looking screen to let the user know, like, hey, you know, the network call didn't go wrong. This user just has no followers. And then we're going to do the same thing later on in the course when we go to our favorites tab and the user hasn't set a favorite yet. We're going to let them know, like, hey, you haven't set a favorite yet, why don't you go do that kind of thing in the empty state. And empty states are important, again, because it conveys to the user like what's going on, right? Without an empty state, the user would just see a blank screen and they'd be like, what's happening? What is this? So how we're going to implement this is we're going to create a custom UI view, a GF empty state view, and we're going to pop up that view anytime we realize there's an empty state. For example, in our follower list VC, we'll do a check here in our followers, right? Because we get back a list of followers. If it's 0, it was still successful. We'll still get back an array of followers from our network call. However, it'll be 0. So we'll do a check to see if the follower count equals 0. And if that is the case, we'll pop up the empty state view. So that's the plan. Let's get started. So the first thing we want to do is create our UI view. So in custom views, open that up. Now let's actually do this now. Remember I said we're going to do this as we go. So new group, call it views. New group, call it buttons, new group, text field. And like I said, this will organize it as we go here. So text fields, and then I believe we have one for image views and view controllers. So new group, image views, new group, view controllers. And again, this is project organization. If you disagree with how I'm organizing, perfectly fine. It's subjective. Organize your project however you like and how you think is going to be easier for other developers to navigate and find stuff in your project. So like I said, normally these custom views here have in a typical large project, there'll be a bunch of them. You'll see like we only have like, well, we have one text field. Oh, labels, I forgot labels. New group, labels. So these two go in labels. Anyway, like I was saying and this is an image view. Where's those at? Like I said, you'll create a lot of custom views in projects. So, you know, these folders will be more full. For example, we're going to have like 3 or 4 views in ours. But for right now, this is our first custom view. So UI view. So new file, CocoaTouch class, hit next, subclass of UI view. And again, this is going to be called our GF empty state view. Hit return. create it. And here we are. Let me pop up the design back on the screen. So as you can see, we have a message label, and then we have this image, which is of the GitHub logo that we're kind of just, it's there for decoration, just to be honest. And we have it kind of like off and to the right. So if you remember in our assets folder here, so go into support, assets, this empty state logo is the full logo, pretty big. So we're actually going to like constrain the image view kind of down in the lower right corner, so only part of it shows. It's just a stylistic choice. So back to our empty state view, do our initializers, typical, right? So init frame, super init with frame, pass in the frame, and we're going to get our storyboard error here, right? Cool, we got that. And then we're going to create our configure method. So private func configure. And how do we want to configure this whole GF empty state view? Well, the two things we're going to need, right? We're going to need that message label, and then we're going to need the UI image view that holds the logo. So our message label is going to be a GF title label. Because this empty state, we want it big and bold. We're probably going to change the font color because I think that's going to be too bold. But we definitely want that big, bold style of our GF title label. So let message label equal GF title label, initialize it with text alignment.center and font size of 28. Again, that's just what I have dialed in. And then let logo image view equal UI. It's just a regular UI image view because we're not doing anything with it. UI image view, initialize that. And in our configure method, we're going to add subview. We want to add the message label, and we also want to add the logo image view. Now remember, like I said, add subview, logo image view. Now remember, like I said, you could break this down into each item if you like. I'm going to start doing, on these simple ones where there's only two, I'm just going to start doing that in the same configure method. So the first thing we want to do with our message label is we want to set the lines of code because you see in the design, we don't want to have, like, it's not going to be 10 lines, right? But it's not going to be one line. And in our GF title label, we never specified how many lines, not lines of code, I said that, how many lines like the label is. So if we do message label.number of lines, we're going to make that equal 3. And then, like I said, we're going to change the color. So message label.text color is going to equal .secondary label. Again, to give it that like lighter feel to it. We don't want it to be like the big, we don't want it to be black on a light screen and then just white bold. We want it to be a little bit faded. So now, of course, right on our GF title label, you know, you could put this in the initializer. So you're passing in a color, you're passing in a number of lines. Like, that is an option. Again, there's so many ways to do things. You could do that. My personal preference is I tend to not like to have an initializer with a bunch of like 5 or 6 parameters. Now you could create some convenience initializers to, you know, make some default values. There's, again, so many ways to do this. I chose to just configure it at the site when it's a little different than our typical GF title label. So again, like, you should have to do this custom stuff like very rarely. And again, my point of view, I don't mind doing it as like a, you know, once in a while kind of thing, my opinion. So now that we have the message label configured, let's start configuring the UI image view. Logo image view.image is going to equal UI image. So we're going to create the initialize the image from a string, or named is the proper thing. And that is going to be the, and I always do this just to be safe, that is going to be the empty state logo. Double click on it, copy, go back to the GF empty state view, paste it. Again, when we optimize, we may put all these in constants so there's no strings running around, but we'll get there. So logo image view dot tamic, again, this crazy thing, equals false. So now that we have some everything configured here, we can go ahead and start doing our constraints. So ns layout constraint dot activate. Again, so now we're going to pass in the 4 constraints per item here. Get that cleaned up. So vertically, we want the message label to be centered, but a little bit up from the center. And the way to do that is to do message label dot center y. I had to think there. Center y dot constraint is equal to this with a constant. That's going to be equal to the view dot center. Sorry, self dot center y anchor. And then the constant is -150. And what this is doing is this is moving it up 150 points from the center, right? So it's going to be centered vertically and then just shift it up a little bit. So now let's do the leading and trailing. So message label dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to self dot leading anchor, and the constant there is 40. And this is a little bigger than usual because we want it to be more centered in the view. We don't want it to stretch all the way to the edges. You see in the design kind of the look we're going for. So message label dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to self dot trailing anchor and -40 because of the trailing. And somebody in the comments brought up a good point that I had never actually encountered before. Another side note, the comments are becoming very, very valuable in this course, and the course isn't even fully out yet. So if you're going through these videos but you're not reading through the comments, I highly recommend doing that. A lot of different ways are being brought up to do things. Just good discussions going on in the comments. Definitely check those out and be sure to contribute if you have other ways to do things. And then we want to set the height, message label dot height anchor dot constraint. That's going to be equal to constant, and that's 200. And I'm hard coding that because, right, we're passing in the message, right? This message is not dynamic. We know exactly what this label is going to say. It's only going to be 3 lines. So I know we can put a hard-coded height in there. It's not going to be dynamic. So that takes care of the message label. Let's start talking about the logo image view. Before we do that, pulling up the design, again, you can see, like you see in the assets again, what the empty state logo looks like, right? It's the big square GitHub logo. Well, if you look at the design here, again, it's pushed down into the lower right, and the image we had to make bigger to get the exact location. So these constraints are going to look like no constraint we've done yet. And again, this took a lot of tweaking and finagling to get it the look I wanted. So again, when I put in these numbers, know that this took me a good 5-10 minutes to sit there and change the numbers, tweak it, and dial it in. But this is what we ended up with. And I'll kind of explain how they work. So logo image view dot width anchor dot constraint is equal to, now this time we use multipliers. So we did self dot width, so the whole width of the view, and then we multiplied that by 1.3. So what this is saying is take our image and make the width of the image 1.3 times, so 30% larger than the actual width of the screen. And the reason we did that is to get the exact look we were going for, right? If we just kept it the same size, it didn't look like it did on the design. So we made it bigger, and again, we're going to move it down into the lower corner. And again, this is a square image, kind of like I mentioned. Oops, I forgot a comma up here. Like I mentioned, if you have the luxury of creating your assets or having close contact with your designer that's creating the assets, anytime you can make the assets square, it makes them so much easier to deal with, at least in my experience. Height anchor, and I'm not saying like the design square, but right, you can make it a PNG that is a transparent background, and the transparent background can be in a square, so you can deal with that. Anyway, just a little tip there that I've found. So again, same thing, equal to self dot width anchor and 1.3. Again, we're doing this because we want the height and the width to be the same. We want them to be a square. Now logo image view dot trailing anchor. So this is going to be on the right side of the screen. And oh, I forgot to mention, I was going to say something before I went on my little comment rant. The comment that was interesting was somebody brought up like, hey, is this going to work in a right to left language? And I had never localized an app into a right or left language, right to left language. So I wasn't sure. And it turns out as long as you use leading and trailing anchor instead of left anchor and right anchor, it will work when the UI gets flipped and is read right to left in like Arabic, for example. So that is why it's a good thing to use leading and trailing rather than right to left. And again, you read the comments, you'll pick up on that. So anyway, I forgot to mention that. So remember, now we're doing trailing anchor, and this is where it gets different. So constraint is going to be equal to this with a constant. So self dot trailing anchor. Now remember, we usually do a negative number for trailing. However, and that is to give us the padding on the left. However, we're pushing this image to the right. Again, look at the design. You can see that like half the image is like cut off. So we're pushing it over to the right. And again, this took dialing in, but I found 200 was the number that worked there. And then same thing with the bottom. So logo image view dot bottom anchor dot constraint equal to self dot bottom anchor. And again, normally when you deal with the bottom, you got to do negative to bring it up. However, we want to push it down. Again, looking at the design, you can see it's kind of sunk down. So now we do 140, and this should give us the look we want here. So now we call configure in our init here, configure, and this will give us our label, or at least the layout of it. Now, one thing we want to do though, right? We have this message label. We don't have a message. Like, what text is it going to show? So we want to create an initializer to pass in a message. So just like we've done before, let's create an init that takes in a message, which is a string. And we have to call the super.init with frame.0, just like we've done before. And the concept of convenience initializers has been brought up a couple times. We're going to address that in a later video. If you remember last video, I said we're going to go through and do some optimizations and talk about that. That will be one of them because making these convenience initializers is a slight optimization on this implementation. So little sneak peek, we're going to be doing a video talking about convenience initializers later in the course. And then message label.text is going to equal message that we pass in right there. And then we call configure again. And real quick, what the convenience initializer allows us to do is, remember, we have to remember to call configure here and here. We don't have to worry about calling configure once. So slight optimization there, but we'll get into talking about those and what they are so you fully understand convenience initializers again in a later video. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. So here we are. We have our GF empty state view. We're going to initialize it by passing in a string. Again, we're adding it to the sub view, doing a little bit of configuration, constraining it, and this should be all set up. So now let's talk about where we want to call it from. So we're going to do this in our UI view controller extension because we have multiple screens that want to use an empty state, right? Our favorites view and now this follower list screen. And if you remember from last time when we did the loading view, I talked about how in a future video we're going to create a data loading view controller that's a subclass of UI view controller, and we're going to move the loading views and the show empty state views out of there. But more on that later. So let's call func show empty state view, and we have to pass in some parameters here. We want to say with message, and that's a string. And we need to pass in view, UI view. And here's why, because you'll see when we write this function, we need to know what view we're putting in this in because we have to constrain it and add the sub view. So let empty state view equal GF empty state view that we're initializing, right? We get our custom initializer here with our message, and the message is going to be the message that we pass through here on line 56. And like I said, we need to do empty state view dot frame equals view dot bounds. And then we need to add it to the sub view. So view, which is the view we passed in here, which you see when we call this, it's going to be the view on the view controller, view.add sub view and empty state view. So again, this function, passing in the message that we want the empty state view to show, we need to pass in the view so we know where to constrain it and what view to add the sub view to. And we went ahead and created our empty state view with the message. Set the frame to the view.bounds. We want this to fill the whole screen. It's going to take that up. And there we did. We added the empty state view to the view. So the last thing we have to do is actually call this whenever we want to show the empty state view. So in our follower list VC, here in our network call, let's talk about where we want to do this. So we know we want to check if the followers array is empty, but we got to be careful where we do it, right? Because if we just do it at the top here, what if the user has 400 followers exactly? So the next time they make the network call, the followers is empty, and then we don't want to show the empty state view for that. So we definitely got to make sure we've already tried to append everything into the followers list here. So we're going to do it right here. If self.followers is empty, and by the way, is empty is more efficient than checking for .count equals 0. Little fun fact. So if self.followers is empty, we want to set our message. So let message equal, and then this is whatever we wanted to say. So this user doesn't have any followers. Go follow them. Smiley face. Command control space for the emoji menu. So there's our message. So now we need to show our GF state view. So show GF empty state view. Now with the string, we want to pass in the message that we just created there. And I just created this variable here, so this didn't end up being a super long line of code. And then in the view is self.view. Now, where you're going to notice I have to do Command B. It's going to tell me to use self here because we're in the closure. And that should kind of ring alarms a little bit, right? We're on a background thread. Anytime we're updating or presenting UI, we have to go on the main queue here. So here we'll do dispatch queue.main.async to get on the main thread. And we'll throw this in. How does this look on the one line? Okay, it looks fine. I mean, I know how it looks in my sample code that I built because, again, my text is always so huge for these videos. So I didn't know how it would look. But anyway, we'll throw that on one line. So, and then we'll do a return, because if we're showing the empty state view, like we want to get out of here. Like we want nothing else to execute. We don't want to call update data if that happens. So again, we make our network call. We do the usual stuff where we append the followers. However, after we append the followers, we check if that followers array is empty, then we're going to show our empty state view and back out of the function. So let's test this. And I'm starting to smile. Well, hopefully it works first try. I'm starting to smile because I remember like 2 days ago, I said, please don't follow this person. This is my empty state view tester. This is the moment. I intentionally didn't test this before, so I have no clue if anybody followed her, because I thought it'd be funny if someone followed her and I'd start yelling at them. So Wendy-Aluna, who followed her? Who followed her? Nobody. Good for you. Good job, guys. Good for you. So Wendy-Aluna, this user doesn't have any followers. Go follow them. And you can see our logo doesn't look quite right. So admittedly, I had to cut away and figure out what was going on, but I'll explain it, for your education. So if you remember how in the UI view controller.extension here, right, I just set the frame equal to view.bounds. That's just going to fill up the whole view because we don't really care about the top and bottom. Everything's there. However, in my sample code, the project I built before, I pinned it to the safe area. So that changed the dimension a little bit. So we need to go back to our GF empty state view, change these numbers to 170 and 40. So just again, remember I said these numbers, you got to tweak them to dial it into what you want. So again, there is a difference between the safe area and the view. So that's what caused that little hiccup there in the logo being too far down and to the right. So Wendy-Aluna, there we go. Now we got the logo looking how we want it. So yes, so this user doesn't have any followers. Go follow them, smiley face, with the faint little logo in the bottom. And let's, for funsies, let's see what this looks like in dark mode. Again, we got your environment overrides. Flip it to dark, and then go back to your simulator. And now here's what the empty state looks like in dark mode using the different icon as well. So that is our empty state. As you can see, it's reusable, and we're going to reuse that for our favorites tab as well when somebody hasn't selected favorites. In the next video, we're going to start implementing our search controller so we can actually search through our collection view and get that sweet diffable data source animation going. So that's next. Let's move on. We finished up last video implementing our empty state view for when the user had no followers. In this video, we're going to implement our search functionality on our collection view. So when you're typing in the search bar, you get the nice animations like you see here in the design, and we're going to implement that using a UI search controller. So let's get started. So here in our follower list VC, the first thing we want to do is create a function called configure search controller. So func configure search controller. The first thing we need to do is initialize our search controller. So let's create that. Let search controller, and I'm gonna have to tab these over. Go UI search controller, initialize an empty one. And then we need to set the results updater delegate. So search controller.results updater. I'll explain this in a second. Didn't tab over far enough. Thought I planned for that. Equals self. So let's option click into the search results updater here. Well, it's going to give me an error. I don't conform to that. So anytime we conform to the delegates, we're going to create a new extension here. And this is going to be like our search extension. So extension follower list VC, and it's going to conform to UI search results updater. Results updating, sorry. And we get the error, does not conform to the protocol. We're missing the stub here. We want to add the protocol stubs here. So update search results. So essentially what this is doing is it's letting the view controller know, like every time I change the search results in the search bar, it's letting me know like, hey, something changed. This is where a lot of our code's going to go. And then you have to, set the delegate here with self. The next thing we need to do is set the placeholder value. So search controller.search bar. So the search controller, it's like the view controller, has the search bar. So that placeholder equals, not self, whatever you want the placeholder to be. Search for a username, just to let them know. And then now to get this to show up, we need to do navigation item.search controller, right? Because the navigation item can have a search controller. You notice that search controller was optional, right? Let me do that again. Search controller. You see here, it's optional because the navigation item may not have a search controller, but we're definitely going to set that equal to the search controller that we just set. So, and let's make sure we call this. So call configure search controller. Now there's going to be no functionality yet, right? Because all the functionality is going to happen in this update search results. But let's test it to make sure we actually have this showing up. And like I said, there's going to be more code in here in a second, but we want to take baby steps here. So let's run this and see if we got our search controller like actually showing up. And we get the error because I have the placeholder in file. So, okay. Now let's run it and see what we got. So SALN 0400, get followers. And I have the search bar. I can click it. We have a cancel button. See, you kind of get all this for free, right? This is the built-in search controller. Like I didn't create the cancel button. I didn't do these animations. This is the default search controller. Remember, in a navigation item can have a search controller like we just talked about right here. So that's like the default behavior. So we have it showing up. We have no functionality. Actually, let me run it one more time because I want to show something that I might have missed. Because it can like obstruct the view if you want it to. So let's search. You see how it like lightly grays out the view? You see it's a very faint like black overlay. It's like a black overlay with like almost no alpha, right? It's very, very faint. Look, see, cancel. See, now it's full white. It puts that little like shade over it. I actually don't like that. I would rather my collection view still look the same. So you can do a Boolean flag here to get rid of that. If you like that, keep it. If you don't, enter this Boolean here. I want to show it off. And that Boolean is search controller dot obscures background during presentation. Of course, it messes up my equal signs. Again, if you find this super tedious and ridiculous, I get it. You don't have to do it. I'm going to do it. Equals true. So, no, equals false. So now when we run it, the collection view won't change the look of it. You won't see that faint black overlay. So now you hit search and the collection view looks the same. I just think that looks better. Again, subjective. All right, so let's stop this. And now we need to do a little bit of code here in our update search results. Because again, this is getting called every time I type a letter essentially in the search bar. So basically this search controller that gets passed back is going to have a search bar.text, which is in there. So this is where we're going to like actually filter the array and update our collection view here in this function. So there's a couple of checks we want to do first, right? We want to make sure we actually have text in the search controller.text bar, right? So guard, whoops, we're going to basically create our filter here. Guard let filter, if I can spell, filter equal search controller.searchbar.text. And you see this is an optional, so that's why we're using the guard let. So now that we have that, we also want to check to make sure that the filter isn't empty, right? Because we don't want to search on an empty string, right? I mean, anytime the search bar goes back, we don't want the screen to go blank. So we do dot filter, I'm sorry, I'll type this out first. Filter dot is empty else. And then we're just going to return here. We're not going to like pop up an error or anything like that. We don't want to annoy the user. So basically what this is saying is but hold on, we want to check to make sure it's not empty, right? So I put the bang in front of it. I wanted to type that out first to show the code, but we want it to make sure it's not empty. So again, what this line of code is saying here, whoops, I have too many of these now. Basically we're saying, hey, let our filter, let that equal the text that's in the search bar, whatever that is. If that's 1 letter, if that's 7 letters, whatever that text is, that is our filter. But then once we have the filter, we're also going to check to make sure that filter is not empty, right? So basically, if searchbar.text is nil or it's empty, we're just returning out of this function. We're not going to update our search results. But now that we have our filter here, we need a new array. We need a filtered array, right? Because as you see here, our collection view, that is our array of followers. Well, what's left in the search results, we're going to filter that array of followers based on this filter, right? So if I just type in S, we're going to filter out all the S's. So we need to create a new array of followers called a filtered array. And we're going to be switching back and forth between our array of followers and our filtered followers to show the correct one. So let's create that array. So var filtered followers, and it's an array of follower. And we're going to initialize that as an empty array. So now that we have our variable filtered followers, back down here, we can do filtered followers equals, here's where we're setting it, followers dot filter. And here's where we're using some, if you're not familiar with like filter, map, reduce, I'm not going to go down the whole rabbit hole on all of them right now. I'll link to some source material in the notes for this video if you want to dive more into filter, map, reduce. But there's like a long way to write this with this closure and all this stuff. To be honest with you, I've never written it the long way, so like I don't even know how to do that. I always do the shorthand with this, and you may have seen this before, right? Where you do $0, $0. So let me actually write out this line of code, and then I'll explain it, because it's going to be weird explaining it as I go. But once the whole line of code is there, it actually reads quite well. $0 dot login. So $0 represents, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just type it out. Dot login dot lowercase, right? Dot contains, we want the string protocol because we're going to be passing in a string, which is essentially the filter. Filter dot lowercase. Okay, so I know this may be weird looking. Let me actually get rid of this because I have too many of these now. Okay, so if you've never used like filter, map, reduce, this whole $0 and in a closure, this may look weird to you. This is actually pretty common syntax if you start using filter, map, reduce a lot. And again, this is like the shorthand way to write it. There's another longer way to write filter, map, and reduce. I don't know. People always just use it this way from what I've seen. I've never even written the long way, like I said. So let me explain what this line of code is doing, because if you're kind of new to this, this may be like, what is this? So what we're doing is we're setting our filtered followers, right? We're doing followers.filter. So we're going through our follower array, like our 100 followers, and we're filtering out based on our search bar.text filter that we created up here on line 126. So this $0, what it represents, anytime you're doing filter, map, and reduce, it represents the item. So you're essentially iterating through the array of followers. So you're going through all 100 followers. So $0 represents the item that you're on. So for example, this is the follower. And then, you're going to go through all 100 of them. So as you go through the 100 followers, you're going to check the login, which again is the username essentially. And you want to lowercase it just to like even everything out, meaning like you don't have to worry about if the person got the casing correct, right? Like that doesn't matter. So we're going to lowercase the filter, lowercase the login. That way we get matches. Casing is irrelevant at this point. So again, we want to check to make sure the followers login, and if you lowercase it, contains our filter. And again, our filter is lowercased. So essentially all this is saying is check the login name. If it contains whatever our filter is, throw that into the filtered followers array. So after this runs, we're going to go through all of our followers, and now filtered followers is only going to have anything that contained our filter. So basically the search functionality. So now that we have an array of filtered followers, we need to update our collection view. So remember we have that. We have the update data. Now, you see, I just call update data. If I go to update data, it's using the followers array right here. Well, okay, so we need to change our update data to take in an array of followers. Because again, sometimes we're going to use our normal follower array. Sometimes we're going to use our filtered follower array. So I do on, and then it's a followers, what we're going to call it. And it's going to be an array of followers that we're going to pass in. So now update data is flexible enough to take in an array of followers that we're going to pass in. So down here in this update data, we're going to have to update the first one too. Update data on filtered followers. So now we have a collection view with the new array of filtered followers, and it's going to update it. But we have update data up here as well. So we want to do update data on self.followers, because up here we want to do like our actual follower array. The only time we're using the filtered follower array is when we're actually we're updating the search results. I always like a little space right there. So again, this function real quick, we are creating our filter by taking the text out of the search bar. We're making sure it's not empty. And then we're creating a filtered followers array by filtering our existing list of followers based on the filter we created. And then we are updating our collection view on the filtered followers. So this should work if we run it. All right, SALEN 0400. Cool, here's that. Now we start typing, I'm just gonna type S. There we go. A, there we go. L, okay, we have no SALs. SAM, there we go. So you see the search is working. Here's a little bug though. Watch, cool. I mean, I can like delete this and it'll do that and go back to that, but let's do SAM again. So now here we are. Now hit cancel, I'm done searching. Oh, I just lost all our followers. Wait, what? We're in a weird state right now. So what we want to do here is when we hit cancel, we want to go back to our original list of followers. So we need to do something on the cancel button action. So in order to do that, let's stop running this. We need to conform to the UI search bar delegate, because again, the cancel button's in the search bar. Remember, delegate is listening to certain actions. So to do that, let's go up here, type here search controller.searchbar.delegate equals self, because we got to say, hey, listen to me. And then it says cannot assign value because we don't conform. Down here, we're going to conform to the UI search bar delegate. There we go. Now you'll notice, like, remember I said every extension, every time I conform to a delegate, I like to create its own extension. But I also, so I don't have 10 different extensions, I like to logically group them. Like, for example, this extension is the search results updating and the search bar delegate, right? That makes sense to go together, because really the whole reason I create these extensions is to make my code organized and just like compartmentalize things. So right, it makes sense for all the search bar stuff to kind of go in here. So the search bar delegate function we're going to look for is did tap cancel. So if you type search, you see all the methods we get now. So search bar cancel button clicked. So that's exactly what we're looking for. And let's make sure we hooked everything up right. So first of all, let's do print statement, cancel tapped. We're going to print that off. And this is how I usually code. So sometimes when I teach, I'll type out all the code, then test it. But the reality is, it's like usually every step along the way, like I'm testing. And the reason I do that is because it's so much easier to find where the bug is if you're like testing on like almost every step, like not every step, but very often if you're testing the app, it's easy to track down the bug. Whereas if you just coded for 2 hours and then like, okay, let's test my code, and then ran it and it broke, it may be tricky to track down that bug because you've done so much. So again, my recommendation is like test as you're building it. Even though sometimes in this course I don't do all that, it's because it really slows down the pace. But during my actual development, I'm testing very, very often. So anyway, SALLEN, I forgot what we were even testing right now. Oh, the cancel button clicked. So cool, we search, SAM, cool, cancel. All right, so we do see in our printout here, cancel tapped. So everything's hooked up correctly. So now let's write the code. And the code is quite simple. We want to update data on we don't need self, on followers. So basically when the cancel button is tapped, we're updating our collection view, but we're using the original array of followers, not the filtered followers. So let's try that again. SALLEN 0400, get followers. Cool, SAM, and we hit cancel, and we go back to our original array of followers. So that's the behavior we're looking for. So that is the basics of our search controller up and running. We're not 100% done. We're done with this video, but in the next video, we're going to work on the transition from the collection view screen, our follower list screen, to the user info screen. And you have to tap on a cell to go to that screen. So during that transition, we're gonna have to make some tweaks to our search controller to fix some bugs. But after the next video, I believe that's gonna completely wrap up all the collection view stuff. So I know it's been a few videos working on this. It's nice to finally be done with it. And we're gonna move on to the user info screen. Let's go. We left off last video getting our search functionality up and running. In this video, we're going to work on the transition from the follower list screen to the user info screen. Now, we're not going to actually build the user info screen yet, but we're just going to have the screen there, and it's going to be blank for now. But we're going to work on the did tap follower, pass the data, and then we're going to talk about presenting a view controller modally, right, where the card slides up from the bottom, and some of the things you have to think about when doing that. So let's get to it. The first thing we have to do is actually create our destination. It's hard to work on a transition if you don't know where you're going. So in the screens folder, right click, new file, and Koga touch class. Next, it's a UI view controller. No, not enter, back. I do that all the time sometimes. We need to name that user info VC. And next, create. And get rid of the code here. The comments, I mean, not code. So let's think about this user info VC, right? Or just for this transition, not the whole screen, right? Just to get this transition working, we have to do like minimal setup here. So we want to do view.background color equals .system background. Okay, back to our follower list VC. Now the function we need to work in is, remember I said we're going to come back to this UI collection view delegate? There's a function called did tap item, or I can't remember the exact name, all these names, right? It's did select, right? So type did select, and you're going to get item at. So collection view did select item at index path. So basically when this happens, we're going to know what row we tapped on. And so whatever follower it is, we're going to be able to pass the follower's login onto the next screen. And we're going to transition to that next screen when they tap. The first thing we need to do is actually get the follower at the index path, right? We need to know which follower they actually tapped. So let follower equal, and it's in the followers array, but hold on one second. Maybe this is ringing bells right now based on what we just talked about, and that is for index path dot item, right? So this is going to be what they tapped, and how this works. For if you're not familiar with index path dot row and how getting the index path works, basically, so right, you know how you can do. Hopefully you're familiar with basic arrays, right? Where you want to index or we want to access a certain index of an array, you would pass in like followers. Give me the item at the 8th index, right? Well, essentially you're doing the same here, but instead of passing in 8, index path dot item. Did I type that right? Yeah, okay. Index path dot item. You're basically plugging in whatever number they tapped, and the index path, will be the int that they tapped. So that's how you're getting the specific follower from the array. Now, something maybe you noticed, maybe not. You notice we're pulling from the specific followers array that we have, like all of our followers. But remember, just in the last video, we were searching, we were filtering. So, we have this filtered followers array that is on the screen sometimes now, right? When we're actively searching, we're in our filtered followers. So what happens if you start typing something and you only have the 4 filtered followers up, or however many are there, and then you tap on one of those? Well, you're in the filtered followers array at that point. So when you come down here, and you tap on a follower, it's going to pull from the normal followers array if we hard code it like this. So we need to dynamically choose like which array we're actually in. So to do that, we're going to implement a isSearching Boolean and then use that Boolean to determine which array we're in. So let's implement that Boolean up here as a variable. So var isSearching, and by default, it's false, right? When you first come onto the screen, you're not searching, so it's false. And we want to flip that to true when this fires off, when we actually have a filter, right? So isSearching equals true. So now when do we flip it to false, right? So you're searching, the collection view's animating, you have your 3 followers that you've searched for, but when do we want to like stop searching, right? Well, when the cancel button's pressed. Well, good thing we have a function for that, right? Search bar button clicked. So here we're going to flip isSearching to false. And so I like to kind of, in this situation, even though toggle may work, anyway, in like Swift 4, I believe, you can do isSearching.toggle, so where it just will flip the Boolean. That'll probably work. I like to be explicit here just in case there's a weird situation where, like, I don't know, it doesn't get toggled. It may work. I like to be explicit in this type of situation, but I do want to show you that the Booleans do have a .toggle functionality that can work depending on the situation. But we're going to explicitly say it here. So now we're not searching. Okay, so again, we flip the isSearching flag to true when we're updating the search results, and then we flip it back to false when we cancel. Okay, makes sense. We need to determine the array. Like, that's the first thing we're going to do. So let active array equal isSearching, and this is a ternary operator. I don't know if we've used these yet. So the way ternary operators works is like you put in your conditional, something that'll be true or false. So isSearching. And so the first one is true and the second one is false. You'll see what I mean. So if isSearching is true, we want the active array to equal filtered followers. And then if it's false, you do the colon, whatever's on the second part of the colon is false. And so if isSearching is false, we want it to be just the regular followers array. So now based on the isSearching flag, we are determining what array to use here on line 126. Instead of followers, we're gonna pull the index path from the active array, right? We'll start tabbing these over. So a good way to remember a ternary operator, if you've never used these before or if this was foreign to you, is I always think of like WTF, right? It's a very common phrase, but that means what. So again, true or false, this is the what, and then T and then F. So true and then false. So what, and then question mark, true, colon, false. It's a good way to remember it. But anyway, it's a nice way to write. If you find yourself writing very basic if statements, like if isSearching is true, do this, else do that. Like, this is a good way to clean up those very, very basic if-else statements, is using these ternary operators. All right, side note there. So now we have our follower that we're pulling from our active array. And the reason we have the follower is because, right, we have to pass that information. We're not going to do that quite yet. I want to test something first. But for now, let's create our destination VC. So let dest VC. This is just my subjective naming. I always call it that. You could call it the user info VC. I always like to call it the destination. We're going to initialize a new user info VC. And then now we do present, because we're presenting modally, right? Remember in the navigation controller, you would call navigation controller.push to push on a new one onto the stack. Here, we're going to call present view controller, and that is dest VC. Animated is true. And we're not doing anything in the completion handler, so we can delete all, whoops, nope, not that. So we can delete that. So again, this is like the first step. This is not the full implementation, but I want to show you something. It's the process, right? Because we're not even using our follower yet, but we will. So we're going to talk about modality in a little bit and presenting these view controllers modally. So enter SALLEN 0400, get followers. All right, let's tap on DM. Okay, so you see we presented the view controller modally. You see how it's slid up. There is a deep, so this is new in iOS 13, this new modal where it looks like a bunch of cards at the top. You can just slide it down, like you get that slide down behavior by default. However, if you open up the human interface guidelines about modality, I'll link to this in the video notes as well, but it talks all about like how to properly do modals in iOS 13. Like here's an example in the mail app, right? You got the cancel, send, mail. So one thing I want to point out, because my initial design, I didn't want to do what we're about to do. We're going to put a navigation controller up here so we can get the cancel button, the send button, done button. That's why we're going to do that. So let me tell you why. Okay, it says this line here, when I was reading about this, says always include a button that dismisses the modal view, right? At first I was like, hey, we can just swipe down. Cool. We can have a clean UI because we swipe down to get rid of it. We don't need the button. Cool. It'll be nice and clean. That was my initial thought. And then I was reading more about the modality and came across this. And it's a good note about accessibility, because often as able-bodied people, you may not think about this kind of stuff. Like I didn't until I read this, admittedly. So again, always include a button that dismisses the modal view. For example, you might use a done or a cancel. We're going to use a done button. Including a button ensures that the modal view is accessible to assistive technologies and provides alternative dismissal gestures. So yeah, assistive technologies like voiceover, all that kind of stuff. So even though I don't like the design, we're going to do it because it's the right thing to do for the design. So we're going to put in the navigation controller that has the cancel button up there. And I use the navigation controller, let me pull that back up, just because it goes along with the kind of the look that iOS goes for, right? The cancel, send, like that looks native to iOS. The other option was to just, you have this blank modal screen here, create your own done button, right? And just format it, make it look nice. That's possible. That's another design choice if you like. Again, I went with the native iOS feel and put the navigation controller in there. So that's what we're going to do. So let's stop running this. And instead of presenting just the destination VC, we want to create a navigation controller. So let nav controller equal UI navigation controller, and then you initialize it with a root view controller. Remember, we did this back in the very beginning, and the root view controller is going to be the dest VC. And then of course, you know what we got to do. So, and then instead of presenting the destination VC, we're going to present the nav controller. So now if we run this, we're going to see, we're going to be inside a navigation controller, but we're not going to have our done button. Again, I'm showing the process like step by step so you understand what's going on. So tap on a follower. Cool, we get that bar at the top. We just need to put a done button in there. So stop this, and we do this actually in the user info VC. And we're just going to do it in view to low right now. When we actually do this view controller, we'll make it look nice, but we're just testing things. So we need to create a bar button item. So let done button equal UI, not plus, equal UI bar button item. And then you initialize this. And you see there's a couple things you can do, like image, title, like you can kind of create your own bar button item if you like. We're just gonna, again, we're going for the default Apple. So we're gonna do the system button because all we want is a done button. It's pretty standard, right? But you could go crazy with like a stylized button, icons, other stuff if you choose. We're not doing that. So bar button system item, and because you get all these for free, like you hit dot, you can see dot action, dot add, bookmarks, camera, cancel, and these will be like icons or words. So a lot of the common stuff that you see in iOS apps, you get it for free if you use the default stuff. Again, remember, like I talked about in the very beginning with the default alert that we're doing, there's trade-offs. Yeah, if you do everything super custom, it can look cool and unique, but you also have to build and maintain all that yourself. Whereas oftentimes using the system stuff, it's going to look like it belongs in the iOS ecosystem, and you get a lot of functionality for free. I'm not saying one answer is right or wrong. I'm just saying that there's trade-offs, just like everything in programming. So you got to understand, the pros and cons of it. So anyway, we're just going to throw up the done button up there. We get all that. The target is going to be self. And then the action, remember we need a function here. So just for now, function dismiss VC. And in here, we're going to call dismiss animated is true and no completion handler. So get rid of that. And then remember, we have to do @objc when we're doing the hashtag selector here. Hashtag selector, not @selector, hashtag selector, and then it's going to take in dismiss VC. So we have created our done button right here. Now we need to add our done button to the navigation bar. So it's navigation item dot right bar button. You could also do left bar button if you like. We want it to be on the right. So we're going to do right bar button item equals done button. So now if we run it, when we pull this up, we should see the done button show up. And then when we click the done button, the modal VC should dismiss. So SALLEN 0400, get followers. Cool, we got the modal, we got our navigation controller bar, we got the done button. Again, see how it's just real easy, not very much code, and we get a nice default Apple look. And then when you tap done, it dismisses. So cool. Our basic navigation is set up, right? Tap on a follower, bam, there you go. So now what we need to do is when we tap on a follower, we need to actually pass that follower data. And it's going to be basically the same thing we do on this search screen, right? When I pass in sallen0400, hit get followers, right? We're just sending the username over to that view controller. And again, there's multiple ways to pass data, but we're going to do it this simple way like we did before. So stop this, go back to the follower list VC, not favorites, follower list VC. And here you see we have our follower, but we need to pass this to the destination VC. And if you remember, the destination VC has to have the variable of username. So back to user info VC, do var username is of type string, and explicitly unwrap that because we're passing the data. This is the same thing we did before. And now in favorites, no, follower list VC. In the dest VC, now we do dest VC dot username. Let's do a command B to get the autocomplete. Just as a rule of thumb, I never trust it if I have to type it in myself. I always, want to get the autocomplete, and sometimes you have to do a build to get the autocomplete. So dest vc dot username, there it is, equals follower dot login, right? So what's going to happen is we're going to pass this user. So over in user info VC, just for fun, let's go print username. So we can make sure we have the data over here. And this is the username we're going to use to make the network call on this screen to get all the information you see that's displayed in our user info screen. So again, pass the username, make the network call, populate the UI. That's a pretty common, order of events. So just to get rid of that warning, unwrap that so we don't get that stupid error message. I can't remember what it is. Where you try to print a string and it says like optional and the string's in parentheses. There's many ways to get rid of that. So anyway, okay, type DMYMA, cool. And then you see in our console over here, that's the printout we got. So we're successfully passing the data. Now let's see if our search conditional works that we were doing. So SAM, okay, now tap that. There we go. You see it printed off that username as well. And again, here's where we'll make the network call. We'll populate the UI and the screen will be looking good. Hit cancel. We're back to our normal followers array. And let's make sure the index paths line up. Let's tap on Caleb here. And then, yep, you see you get Caleb Wells down there in the printout. So we're successfully passing data based on, either in the filtered search or the not filtered search. And our navigation to the user info screen is all set up. So we're good to go there. And in the next video, we're going to work on the network call that actually pulls in that user object. And then in future videos, we're going to start building the user info design that you see here. And as you can see, this app is starting to come together. We only have a couple more screens left, so let's keep it moving. We left off the last video getting our user info view controller all set up. We're passing the data, and where we left off is we have this blank view controller that's scrolling up. You see the done button at the top, and we've passed our data, being just the username of the user that we tapped. So in this video, we're going to work on setting up the network call that's going to take that user and pull down the user object in our model. And then in future videos, we're going to populate the UI that you see here with that information, but one step at a time. let's get into this network call. Now remember, we've already set up our model. We did that a few videos ago here with our user object, right? So this is what we're going to pull in. While we're here, I want to address a slight oversight on my part, and admittedly, a bad habit that I do sometimes. Not all of these have to be vars, right? Some of them can be lets. So the example that can be a var are these optionals, right? Because those can be nil. Those have to be a var. Another example of when they would be a variable is if, say we were changing the login. Like say this was a fully featured GitHub app, you'd pull down the user data. The user would have the ability to change their login name, and then maybe send up a post request to change that, etc. Obviously, our app doesn't do that, but that's just an example of when you would keep it a var. But for our app, we're just getting the data and showing the data. The user can't alter any of the data. So in this case, these should be lets. Right? So actually we'll show off some keyboard shortcuts too. If you hold down Option and scroll down, you can do the vertical highlight and just type let. So basically anything that's not an optional, we're going to make a let. So a let, there you go. And again, do that keyboard shortcut, hold down Option and then just drag down to get your cursor, and you can do that. So anyway, that was a quick little optimization that was an oversight on my part, thanks to a viewer that pointed that out. So I wanted to address that real quick. But this is the model that we're going to be pulling in. Remember, we already set that up. We looked at the GitHub API and pulled those in an earlier video. So we want to set up our network call. So let's go to our network manager. And our network call is going to be very, very similar to this get followers. For example, all this error handling right here, let error, let response, let data, right? That's the same code. The only thing that's going to change a little bit is, we're going to be parsing our user instead of an array of followers. So we're going to be able to copy and paste this. So we have our get followers function. Let's copy that down here. And by the way, this is also why, because there's a lot of boilerplate and redundant code, this is why things like, Alamo Fire exist, or some people write their own networking wrappers that they refactor. I'm teaching it this way for educational purposes, because I know this course is targeted at people that are just learning development and trying to get ready for their very first interview, right? That's who it's targeted at. And I feel that in that situation as a junior developer, it's best for you to know this long way to see everything that's happening, in my opinion, right? I compared it to learning long division before you learn how to do the shorthand stuff. So I think understanding, you get the data back, you get the response back, you get the error, you got to parse all that. I think understanding that is important for, again, the people just learning on their own, trying to get that first job. So just keep that in mind that, this is very refactorable, but we're going to keep it this way because I feel like this is the important information. Knowing what's going on is key. So anyway, like I said, we're going to copy, paste, and reuse a lot of this code. Be very, very careful of copying and pasting, right? We just copied and pasted a lot. And I've said this before in the course, copy paste errors are a thing, but I don't think you wanted to watch me retype out all this stuff. So this title is going to be different. It's going to be get user info for username, still good. We're not going to need a page, so we can delete that parameter. Completed, still. Add escaping, I'll explain that in a second. Once we get this network call working, I'll come back and explain add escaping, because I said I was going to do it in the previous video and it slipped my mind during the video, so we're going to come back to that. So same thing, result type, except we're no longer returning an array of followers, we're returning our user type. Okay, so that's different. Now our endpoint is going to be different. So it's not base URL plus username followers per page, right? That's long. So let's find the URL. In order to do that, we got to go to the GitHub documentation. So again, scroll down to users and get a single user, right? That's what we're looking for. So it's just /users, and then you pass in the user name. You see that right here. And then again, remember we went over this, right? These are all the stuff we're going to get back. We've already parsed out what we want, but what we came to the docs for is to make sure we had the right URL. So back to Xcode. So really this is just this first part, right? We're already passing in the username from the followers one. So it's going to be base URL, which again, remember is this up here. This github.com/users, and then remember the URL again was just /users, and then you throw in the username. So our endpoint here is just the base URL, and then add the username to the end of it. So we're good there. Guardlet URL equal URL, same code. Data task, same code. Remember I just said all these errors, same code. So again, let decoder, we want the same decoding strategy. So now we're not going to do let followers, we're going to do let user equal, and then instead of this being an array of followers.self, it's going to be user.self. We're decoding it from the data. And then remember our result type, we're going to pass in completed success. And instead of followers, we're going to pass in our singular user. And then The catch case is the same, invalid data. And then again, make sure you do task.resume. So you'll actually run into this with network calls, even if you did refactor it, even if you used Alamo Fire. Like, okay, we have 2 network calls in our app, right? Like a lot of the projects I've worked on have 20 different like types of network calls between post requests, get requests, updates, all this stuff. So no matter what, no matter how well refactored my network calls have been, like even in like the Luna app and everything like that, using Alamo Fire, there's still a lot of copying and pasting. Like anytime I need a new network call, it's just like, oh, this one's a post request. All right, let me go to my other post request, copy, paste, change a little bit of code. So to some degree, repeated code in your network calls is kind of unavoidable, just to give you that context. But this, again, this is the long division version. This can definitely be refactored. But yeah, like I said, don't want to go down the road before. We're keeping it this way. So our network call is done, provided we didn't have any copy paste errors. Let's test this just to make sure this is good to go. And then I'll come back and explain at escaping. So we need to stop running that. We need to go to the user info VC. And then again, here in just view to load for now, we're gonna fix this. Network, let's do a command B to make sure we get the autocomplete since we just built that network call. Network manager dot shared dot get user info. So now we got the autocomplete there. For string is gonna be the username that we pass in. The completed, we're just gonna get a result. And I don't like these parentheses. And again, I've said this before, but I want to keep beating the dead horse. Little things like that, like stylistic or maybe optimizing some things, slight optimizations. There's going to be a whole section of the course at the end where we go back over this project, just like you would if you were turning it in. We're going to go over the project and kind of like proofread it, update things, fix things, because that's the natural flow of how this is going to go if you're actually taking an interview project. So the result gets back, and right, we have 2 cases. If you remember our result type, right? We have the success case and the failure case. So we want to do switch. Let's do this because we know we're going to have to do this eventually. Do this now so we don't forget it later. Remember the weak self, because that'll come into play in my at escaping explanation too. So we'll do this too. Guard let self equals self else return, our good old all Swift keyword line. So now we need to do our result. Parse that out with a switch statement. So switch result. And it's going to be case success. And then the user, let user. And we're just going to print user dot, what's something that we know they're going to get back that we haven't got. Let's just print out the user. Like that'll print off the whole thing, I'm pretty sure. And then case. Well, let's do this too. So if you're not familiar with like switch statements, switch must be exhaustive. So that's a good thing too. So when you hit this, it's going to add all your missing cases, which was failure, right? We saw that. And then failure is going to be error. And just break for now. Again, we're going to come back and actually do this later when we come back to the screen, but we want to just test to make sure this works. Oh, I got to do let. All right, and these warnings are just saying like, I'd never use self, so why'd you define it? We're going to use self. And then immutable value error was never used. We're going to use it. In fact, like, again, errors annoy me. Let's just do this real quick. Sorry. Self.present GF alert on main thread. Remember, it's the same stuff we used before. Something went wrong. The error message is going to be error.raw value. And button title is just going to be OK. All right, so like I said, we're going to come back and clean this up, but really I just want to make sure like we can print the user. I think this will print the whole object. If not, we'll go back and print like one of the properties. So SALEN 0400, get followers, tap on a name there. All right, let's look in our printout here. Okay, yeah, so it's not neatly formatted, but you have their login, avatar URL, you see public repos, public gist, created at date. You see some optional stuff that we'll have to parse out when we actually do this. You can see they're following followers. My head might be blocking it. So we have our user. So our network call is working correctly. And that's all we wanted to do for this video, is to make sure that network call was working. In future videos, when we actually start working on this user info VC, we're going to refactor this, make the network call look pretty. But again, I like to talk about the process, right? Get it working first, then go back and make it pretty, refactored, nice, clean code. At least that's how I work anyway. I feel like trying to create the nice, clean, perfect code prematurely often leads to headaches. My experience, maybe you have a different one. So before we finish off this video with explaining at escaping, one other little fix I want to do. Here in our utilities, error message. Remember we changed the name of error message to GF error? Well, now it's changed in our comments. Our file name is not right. I'm going to show you a habit I have. I will be the first to say this may be unnecessary, but I always do it to be safe, because sometimes when I just change the name here, like if I were to just do error message, oh, let's just change this to GF error, and then maybe change it up here in the comment. It really is the file name. I have run into pathing issues when I just change a file name or something like that. I don't know if I was doing something wrong, but now anytime I want to rename something, I do this just to be 100% sure I'm not going to have any pathing issues. By the way, in the comments, if you have a similar experience or you can correct me if I'm wrong, happy to hear it. But I always play it super safe. I just copy this. I will delete this file, right? So there's no pathing issues. Move the trash, utilities, utilities, new file, Swift file. And I know there's a little bit of extra time. Obviously, when I'm not having to explain everything I do, it goes a bit faster. GF error, create, cool, there it is. And then paste that there. And then now I'm good to go. I know there's not gonna be any pathing issues. I've just had it pop up in the past, and it's caused so much headaches that I take the extra 10 seconds. Better safe than sorry, my opinion. But again, would love to hear anybody's opinion on that. Genuinely interested to hear. So the last thing, right? Explain escaping here, this nice little keyword, @escaping. What is this? Well, closures are either escaping or non-escaping. But essentially it means almost like what the word says, right? So basically an escaping closure can outlive this function, this getUserInfo function. And this is used for asynchronous stuff, right? So basically what this means is our closure can be called after a period of time. And remember, our closures are called, after the network call, right? After the data task shared happens, right? And if you don't know, once we call this, that goes on a background thread. Sure, if you're on, good Wi-Fi, that could be almost instantaneous. But if you're on crappy internet connection, right? You remember when we tested our bad internet connection, that took forever. So that's why you have to make these closures escaping, because they need to live longer than this function, right? Because we're going to run this function, it's going to throw the data task on a background thread, and then this function is going to be done and out. But again, that closure has to outlive the function. That's why it's called @escaping. And closures are non-escaping by default. Non-escaping means that it doesn't outlive the life of the function, right? And when you do when something escapes it, now you get into memory management where you have to manage its reference count. That's why we have to use the weak self in this closure. So again, escaping just means it can outlive the function that it was created in, in a nutshell. And if you want some more information on that, I have the documentation up here, escaping closures. I will link this into the notes on the video. But yeah, it says a closure is said to escape a function when a closure is passed as an argument to the function, but is called after the function returns. When you declare this, you have to use the @escaping keyword. There's more information, more examples too. And if you want to just read all about closures, this is definitely a good thing too, because I know closures can be confusing. But back to the code. So yeah, that's our network call in a nutshell. Like I said, very, very similar code. But now on our user info VC, we have our user. We got it successfully with our network call. Now it's time to start populating this UI that you see here. But as you can see, this screen's got a lot going on. A lot of child view controllers, a lot of custom views. So the next video, I'm going to talk about the overall big picture plan on how we're going, the strategy behind how we're building this. What's a child view controller? What's going where? Because when I sat down to actually build this, I brainstormed this for a good half hour, 45 minutes on the exact best way, or the best way I thought to build it. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next video. So we finished off last video making a successful network call to get the user info, right? So we have the data. Now we need to put that data into a UI. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to build this user info screen that you see here. And maybe as you can tell, there's kind of a lot going on this screen. Initially, if you're thinking ooh, how would I constrain that? How would I build that? I wonder where your mind's going, but we're going to talk about that in this video. We're going to back up and talk about just the strategy of building this view. Because like I alluded to in the previous video, when I had this design, I sat there and kind of brainstormed, a couple different ways to do it for about half hour, 45 minutes. And I would advise you to plan out your kind of complex screens way in advance before you start coding. So all that being said, let's dive into kind of the nitty gritty of what's going on this view controller and just the strategy of how we're going to build it. I'm going to kind of talk about the big complex like pieces of it, because in the next, I don't know how many videos, 5 to 10 videos, we're going to be building all these small building blocks. And then eventually we're going to put it all back together to create this final view controller. And that's a concept known as composition. It's a really big thing, especially with MVC. Like that's how you avoid the massive view controllers, is you just build a bunch of little building blocks and then put all those building blocks together to create one final object. And the other thing about that, like for example here, like this, where the avatar image view is, the name and the bio, like that's like our header child view controller. And then these two cards, like the public repos and the followers, like that's a reusable view controller. That's just like a card view. And then there's the GitHub since 2014. That's just a label. But how this view controller is actually set up, like just the user info view controller, it's just 3 container views, right? 1 for the header and then 2 for the cards. Just stacked on top of each other. Like that's all that view controller is. But then we populate those container views with the header view controller, the card view controller, right? So it makes it really easy to change the layout of this view controller in the future if you want to like shuffle things around or take a view out. Like, because really you'll see once we build it, like you're dealing with just 3 large puzzle pieces essentially. So shifting those around is really easy. So like I've kind of mentioned, right, we're going to have a header child view controller that's going to contain the avatar, the name, the bio, all that stuff that's at the top. That's going to be its own view controller. So you can kind of maybe get an idea of how we're going to constrain that, right? Like the avatar is going to be in the upper left. We're going to pin the names and the location to that. And then the bio is going to be underneath it. And that's that view controller. And then the card view controllers below it, right? The GitHub one and the follower one, that's the same view controller. We're just shoving in different information, right? Because the UI is the same, right? The layout, all that is the exact same. And then another thing that's reusable is this view right here, like the icon, public repos, and the count of 46. That I believe I called like the GF item info view, but that's its own reusable view that we can pass in the SF symbol, the title, and the count, right? We're passing in 3 pieces of information and it's going to populate that view. And what we did here to set this up is we put that in a stack view. So the public repos and the public GIS are 2 item info views in a stack view, just side by side. And then we have a button pinned below it. So it's actually a relatively simple layout when you break it down like that. And then the GitHub since July 2014 is really just a label. The only interesting thing about that is that we have to convert the date from what we get back on the server to an actually nicely formatted date. And if you ask any developer that has any experience, date formatting and dealing with dates is always a pain. So that's going to be fun. But anyway, this is just a short high-level strategy video talking about how we're going to do this. Because like I said, we're going to spend the next 5 to 10 videos actually building all this stuff. So again, to wrap it up in a nutshell, we have our header view controller that contains all the personal information. We have the reusable, it's not called the card view controller, but I'm going to call it that now so you know what I'm talking about. Like that's its own view controller we got to build. And then we got to build the item info view that has the repos and the count and the icon. And then once we're done building all those individual pieces, we're going to put it all together. It'll be fun. Can't wait. We left off last video discussing our plan for our user info view controller, right? How we're going to create all these puzzle pieces of child view controllers to create this one screen. Well, in this video, we're going to start with the first piece of that puzzle, and that is our header view controller, right? With the avatar, the name, the location, the bio, all that stuff. That's what we're going to build in this video. Before we dive into that, you may be asking yourself, like, why are we using, child view controllers? In this particular case, wouldn't just a UI view be fine? And you'd be right. And to be completely honest with you, this is a bit of a contrived example. There were certain topics I wanted to hit in this course because after all, this is an educational project and child view controllers was one of them. But let's talk about some of the advantages of using view controllers rather than UI views. First up, you get access to all the view lifecycle methods, right? View did load, view will appear, view will disappear. So if your UI is very dynamic and views are coming in and out, that can be very helpful. And also view controllers are very self-contained, right? Not only can they present the UI, but they can also have the logic to drive the UI in and of itself. And then also, a view controller can be pushed onto a navigation controller, in a stack. So you do get flexibilities. And again, be very, very clear. In this particular app, we don't need those benefits. I'm trying to just tell you why you would use them. Again, this is a bit of a contrived example because I wanted to demonstrate using child view controllers. Here's an example of when I used one in real life, just to kind of bring the lesson home here. Here in the Luna app, we have this chart that is pulled up on a slide up card on the bottom of the home screen. This chart can do, 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, and show different data. It's a pretty complex view, right? So this is a child view controller because it's also being reused on a different screen, a patient's history screen that shows more details about the measurements. So in this case, that is a child view controller. So you can see how it's being reused. And because it's a pretty complex view, right? It's got the segmented control switching the views. It's actually got a network call pulling in the measurements, right? That made sense to be a child view controller, and it's nice and compartmentalized, and it's reusable throughout the app, as you can see. So hopefully you understand a little bit more about when to use child view controllers versus just a UI view. And again, this example is a bit contrived, but it is an educational project, and I do want to showcase how to use child view controllers. So with that out of the way, let's move on to creating our header view controller. Over in our custom views folder here, we have our view controllers folder. I don't think anything's in there yet. Oh, the alert view controller is in there yet. So new file, or you can do Command N, CocoaTouch class, hit next. And we're going to call this the GF user info header VC. It is a UI view controller. And create. And get rid of the comments here. Clean this up. So before we start coding, let's pull up the design and let's break down what we need here. You can see we have the avatar in the kind of the upper left. And then to the right of the avatar, we have three labels, right? We have the login, the actual user's real name, if they have it, and then the location. Now, if you remember back to our model, the location and the name are optional. So our user may not have that. So we'll have to handle that. And then down below, we have a label that holds the bio. So looking at this, our bio is going to be our body text label. That makes sense. Our login is going to be our title label. But you see under the login, right, the name and the location, that's not quite a body and it's not quite as bold as a title. It's kind of like this middle label. So we're going to create a new label called a secondary title label. And this is very common kind of font weights throughout apps, right? You're going to have like your big bold titles, and then you're going to have your body for like your text. But then there's always usually a need for like a secondary title label, right? Not something as bold as a title, but not as small as a body. So that's what we're going to create for our app. So we see how we're going to create this view and then lay it all out, but we're going to need to create that secondary title label first. So let's go do that. So here in our labels folder, let's open that up, do new file, Command N, CocoaTouch class, next. This is going to be a UI label now, a subclass of a UI label called GF secondary title label. And we're going to talk about this real quick before we build it here once I get it up here. And this is because these are going to be similar, right? And matter of fact, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the body and we're going to copy, again, kind of the advantage here. Be very, very careful. And then paste into the secondary title label. I want to talk about how we're going to use some similar code here, right? This may not be the most dry. And this is the constant balance you have to walk, but let's talk about it. I like the fact that we have a specific title label, secondary title, body. Like throughout the app, those are very logical of what they do. Of course, we could have taken the approach where we had one label and we made that label super flexible, right? Where we passed in a size, we passed in a font weight, maybe some dynamic type stuff, right? You could make one generic label that was flexible enough to handle this. That is one approach, that is fine. However, what I want to talk about is I think there's a balance of making things more easy to use and obvious. Like, right, again, we're going to have a title label, secondary title, body, and we use those three labels throughout our whole app. And it's easy to change a certain type of label rather than if you had one label that was flexible to do everything. So again, it's a constant balance between making things flexible, generic, reusable versus very straightforward, very simple to use, right? And that's a constant balance back and forth. So I have chosen to create very explicit title labels, even though they may be similar, because I feel that's easier to use throughout the app. And I went through that whole discussion because, like I said, there's going to be very similar code with some slight tweaks. So the first change we're going to do is in our custom initializer. We're not going to pass in a text alignment. Text alignment's always going to be left, but we want to pass in a size, CG float. And then here, instead of text alignment, right, we're going to set our font. Font equals UI font.system font of size, and we're going to pass in the size there. And actually, you know what? Let's do this again, right? We want font size, right? Because could be confused with the size of the label, not the actual size of the font, so be specific there. And then here's the major difference, right? Our secondary titles are medium. Remember our body was of weight, body, well, we're using dynamic type there. So we can get rid of the font down here. And we do want to do, well, text align is left by default, so we don't need to type that in. Our color is going to be a secondary label. That's fine. Adjust fonts, size to fit width. That is going to be true. We wanted our body to allow it. We wanted to allow it to shrink a lot, 0.75. Similar to our title, we only want this to shrink to 0.9. So that is a bit of a difference. We are not going to word wrap because this is a title label. Title labels are generally one line. So we want to do the truncating tail. So ... if we need to. And then we're doing the tamic here. Translate auto resizing mask equals false. So with that, we now have our secondary title label that we'll use here on the design for the name and location. And again, just to reiterate, I do know this is very similar to some other labels, but I like being very explicit with having a title label, secondary title, and a body. So now that we have our secondary title label, let's go back to our header view controller, user info header VC. Now we're going to start listing off all the UI elements we need, and we're going to lay it out within the view controller. So I like to do things kind of top to bottom, left to right. So the first thing we're going to need is the avatar image view. Let avatar image view, all right, tab these over a bit, equal GF avatar image view, right? Initialize with a frame of .0. And then pulling up the design, now you can see we have the three labels, right? We have the username label, the name label, and the location. So let username label equals, this is a GF title label, right? This is going to be align left, right? And then font size is 34. Again, I've dialed that in, I've figured that out. And then below it, we have a name label. So let name label equal GF secondary title label, the one we just created. And we want to pass in a font size of 18. Again, I've dialed that in, I've figured that out. Now, before we create our location label, let's pull up the design. Let's look at this, right? We have the location SF symbol right there, and then the word location. Well, that's not all one label. Actually, that's an image view, and then like a little square image view, and then to the right of that is the label that has the location. So we're going to need a let location image view, and that's just a regular UI image view. Initialize that. And we're going to need a let location label equal, and this is a GF secondary title label, again, with a font size of 18, just like up above. And then the last thing we need on the design is the bio label. So let bio label equal GF. This is a body label, and we're going to do that with text alignment dot left, right? Because it's not text align center. So these are the UI elements we need. Again, we went through the design, we've initialized all these. So what we need to do now is add all these subviews to the view and then constrain them. And then we need to configure the UI with the user object. Now we don't have a user object right now. Well, let's get that. So do var user, whoops, and that is of type user. And we're going to create a custom initializer. So when we initialize this view controller, we can pass in a user, set that user, and then whatever user we pass in, we're going to set the avatar, we're going to set the username, we're going to set everything based on that user. So let's create that init. Here we have init, and we want to pass in a user, which is of type user. And we have to call the super.init, super.init with the nib name bundle, nil. And then we need to set self.user equals user. So now when we initialize our GF user info header VC, well, we need the required storyboard init. That's what we call it there. So now when we initialize a GF user info header VC, we can pass in a user, and then we're setting that user to it. And then in a future function, we're going to set all this stuff equal to like user.name, user.login, that kind of stuff. Now, the way I organize my functions in this view controller is going to be a little bit different. I realize, one could argue that's inconsistent throughout the project. I get it. You absolutely want to stay consistent with whichever style you choose. However, educational content, I want to show you different styles so you can pick and choose which you like the best, right? I want to expose you to different ways of laying things out. Very minor differences, by the way, but I just want to point out like why I might not be being consistent when consistency is something you want to do in your code bases for sure. So the first function I'm going to create down here is going to be one called add subviews, because we have a lot of them. So func add subviews. And just going to basically add all these on 13 through 18. So view.add subview avatar image view, view.add subview user name label, view.add subview name label. Another thing you could do, which I'm going to do in a future view controller, is you could throw all these views into an array, and then now you can just do a for loop through the array to add these subviews. View.add subview location image view, view.add subview location label, view.add subview bio label. And then here in view to load, we got to make sure we call it add subviews, plural, put an S on the end there. Again, like I said, just doing things different ways to expose you to different ways of doing things. If you don't like it, do it the way we're doing it, do it your own way. This is just organizational, kind of subjective stuff. The next function we're going to create is called layout UI, which is going to be all the constraints, which as you see we have quite a bit of objects here, right? So going to be a lot of constraints. Remember, all throughout the course, I said we're going to get a lot of practice laying out views programmatically. Here's a good example of it. So function layout UI. Let's make sure we call this, because I'm going to be typing a lot, so I may forget it. So make sure we do that. And I know we're going to need two variables a lot. So again, let padding, and it's a CG float, equal 20. And then let text image padding, again, CG float, equal 12. And what padding is the left and right side of the screen, which you'll see. And then the text image padding is, the avatar image. I'll show up the design here. The labels on to the right of the avatar image, right? The name, the location, all that stuff, that is going to have 12 from the image. We're going to pin it there. And again, with these constraints, you can pin these in a numerous amount of ways, but we're going to be doing it this way. And then before we start the constraints, the last thing I need to do is location image view dot tamic, right? Equals false. And then now we can start laying out the constraints here. So ns layout constraint dot activate. And this is going to be more of the same of what we've done, except we're going to be doing a lot of constraints, again, for all these objects here. So looking at the design, we're going to base almost everything on this avatar image view, right? The avatar image view is going to be placed in the upper left, and then we're going to be pinning each label to the avatar image view, kind of like at the top of it, the middle of it, and the bottom of it, make those spaced out nicely. And we're going to put the bio label beneath that. That is the general gist of the layout of this header view controller. Now, one could argue these labels here to the right of the avatar image view. One could argue you could throw those in a stack view. Sure, that's fine. I'm choosing to do it this way. I think both ways are fine. The benefit of the stack view, right, is that no matter what screen size, they're going to space out equally. Well, we're not really making this view dynamic based on screen size, so we're not really benefiting much from the stack view. But again, that is one way you could do it. I chose not to do it that way. Now, like I said, everything's going to be based on this avatar image view in the top left, so let's get that pinned first. Avatar image view dot top anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to this. It's going to be view dot top anchor, and it's going to be padding. So 20. So we're going to be 20 from the top of the view. And the view is in this view controller, but this child view controller is going to fill whatever container we create. And we're going to create the container for this view controller on the user info VC later on. So we want that to be 20 from the top of this view controller. And leading is going to be also 20 from the left of the screen. So avatar image view dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to that. Yep, view dot leading anchor. And again, padding. Got to make sure we get some commas in here. I always forget those commas. And then now that we have it pinned to the top and the left, now we need the height and the width. And we want our avatar image view to always be a square, right? So we're going to actually hard code this. So avatar image view dot width anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to 90. And again, I dialed in 90 to figure this out. Avatar image view dot height anchor dot constraint equals 90. So again, we have our avatar image view in the upper left. So we're going to base everything off of that is good to go. So the next item we want to do is our username label, which again is that kind of aligned at the top of the avatar image view and a little bit to the right of it. So let's do that. Username label dot top anchor. Now here's going to be, I don't think we've done a constraint like this before. So we're going to do equal to, but with no constant. So this is going to be equal to the avatar image view dot top anchor. So what we're doing here is we're lining up the top of our label, our username label, to the top of the avatar image view, right? So the tops are going to be aligned. That's what we wanted. And then now username label dot leading anchor. So we want to pin this to the right side of the avatar image view, again, with our text image padding that we've created up here. So username label dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to avatar image view dot trailing anchor, right? Because this is the right side of the avatar image view. And then the constant is going to be text image padding. And let me scroll up here. My head's probably blocking that. And then now the username label dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to, now we want to pin this to the view trailing anchor, because we do want this to go all the way to the right side of the view. View, no matter what width the phone is, we want this to go all the way over. So view dot trailing anchor, and then the constant is going to be negative padding. Remember, on the trailing we use negative. The padding is the 20 that we've been using. And then now we need a height for our username label. So username label dot height anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to 38. And again, that's just something I've dialed in. And how I came up with 38 was, if you look, our font size of our username label here is 34. And if you remember back, we have like the letter Y, J, G. Remember the letters that go lower? So that's why you got to make your label a little bigger so you don't cut those off. So cool, we have our username label. Now let's keep going down the list. We have our name label. And this is going to be very similar to the username label. Name label dot center Y anchor, because we're going to line up the center of the label to the dot constraint. Is going to be equal to the avatar image view dot center Y. So again, we're using the avatar image view as our anchor, if you will, to line up this UI. Now the tricky thing here is the label here. You'll see I had to dial this in. I had to put a constant of 8 because if I just left it with no constant, it was like a little too, it wasn't exactly center visually. Like, the label was lined up, but the way the text was lined up in the label didn't quite look right. So I had to tweak that to a constant of 8. And maybe I'll come back once we're running this and showing it. I'll show you what it looked like with a constant of 0, so you can see how I had to tweak that. But now same thing here. Name label dot leading anchor dot constraint is equal to avatar image view dot trailing anchor, like we did before. And then the constant is text image padding. Now again, there's numerous ways to line this up. I could have done name label dot leading anchor is equal to the username label leading anchor to just line all those up, or you could just make it the same constant. However you choose, it's going to accomplish the same thing. And then name label dot trailing anchor dot constraint is equal to view dot trailing anchor, and the constant is negative padding, just like we did up there with the username label. Again, or you could have set this label's width equal to the username label width. That would work too, missing commas. Like I said, many, many different ways to do this. Do it however you like that works. And then now we need a height. Name label dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 20. And again, same concept here of why I picked 38, because the font size is 18. So I make it a little bigger to accommodate the, again, the Y's, the G's, and the J's, all that stuff. So now that we have the name label, now let's do the location label. But the location label is a little bit tricky, right? Because we have to put the UI image view to the left of the avatar and then pin the label to that UI image view. So it's a little bit of a two-step process here. So let's do that. So location image view dot, now we do bottom anchor dot constraint is equal to avatar image view dot bottom anchor, because we want to line up the bottoms again of these to make everything look nice. And now we're going to do the leading, same thing with the text image padding. So location image view dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to avatar image view dot trailing anchor, and then the constant is going to be text image padding. Again, that's why we set the constants up here, right? So we didn't have to constantly keep typing out the number. And if we ever want to change those numbers, just change it here in one spot and everything, will line up if you want to tweak your UI a bit. So now location, image view. Now we need height and width because this is going to be a square because it's just a quick SF symbol. Width anchor dot constant equals 20. And again, 20 is the number that I just dialed in. Location image view dot height anchor dot constraint 20. So now we have our location image view pinned to the right side of our avatar image view. Now we need to pin the location label to the right side of our location image view, like the little pin thing. So let's do that. So location label dot center Y, because we want to center this right with the location image view that we just constrained. Dot constraint equal to the location image view dot center Y anchor, and we actually don't need the constant. We're just going to keep that as 0, comma. And then now we need to pin it to the right of the label, right, of the image. So location label dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to location image view dot trailing anchor. And the constant here is 5. Again, I just dialed that in. Text image padding of 12. Push the label too far over to the right and there's too much space there. It looked weird. I just dialed in 5. And now we need to pin this to the right of the view, right? We want the location label to extend all the way to the right side of the phone screen. So location label dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to view dot trailing anchor. And this is negative padding. So again, this is the same thing we did for the username label and the name label. And then now we just need the height of 20, just like our name label. So location label dot height anchor dot constant constraint is equal to 20. So now we have this little section here on the design with the avatar image view, our username, our name, our location, little pin, SF symbol that we're going to use, and then the name of the location. We have all that set up. Now we're just missing the bio label underneath. So let's do that. So we do bio label dot top anchor. So we're going to pin this to the bottom of the avatar image view. Top anchor dot constraint is equal to the avatar image view dot bottom anchor. And the constant is going to be text image padding. So we want the same padding that we have up on our username here for this. And then now the leading anchor, we want it to line up perfectly with the avatar. So bio label dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to the avatar image view dot leading anchor. So we're going to make sure those two line up nicely. And then now we need the trailing anchor, which again is going to go all the way to the right side of the screen, just like our username and all that stuff. So bio label dot trailing anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to view dot trailing anchor, and constant is negative padding, just like we've been using. And then the final constraint is the height. We're going to hard code this. Bio label dot height anchor dot constraint equals 60. And here's why I chose 60, because we only want our bio label to only be 3 lines long, because the GitHub bio does have a limit of characters. And when I did the design, I figured that at our height for the body, or our body label, our body label also can shrink a lot. So 60 will give us a good 3 lines of readable text. And, because we don't want this bio label to be super dynamic and stretched so far. So that is our layout. That is a lot of constraints. Remember how I said we're going to get a lot of practice at it? Hopefully you followed along with that, because we've done a bunch of constraints before. We added a new kind of constraint where we're just, lining it up, the anchors with each other, like lining up the top of one item with the top of another. Other than that, these are pretty straightforward. Hopefully by now you're starting to pick it up and you're starting to get it. So we've added our subviews, we've laid out our UI. Now the last thing we need to do is actually configure all this stuff based on the user we get. And because this is kind of where like the meat of the logic is, I like to put this up at the top. So func configure UI elements. And then here's where we're actually going to set all this stuff here, right? So let's just start from the top of our UI here. Like we're just going to use this as the list here, right? So avatar image view dot download image from user.avatar URL, right? Because we have our user object, right, in our custom initializer. We're creating that there. And so we have that. And now the next thing we need is the username label. So username label.text equals user.login, right? And now we need name label. Now remember, name label is optional, right? Our user might not have entered their real name. So we're going to use nil coalescing here to give it a default value. Text, I'm going to tab these over, equals user.name. Now see, name is optional, as you see here. So if we do the double question marks, we can get some nil coalescing. So basically what this says is if user.name is nil, use this default value. I'm going to keep this blank just for the UI. I like a clean UI. You could do, no name. You could do NA, not available. You could type out not available. Whatever you want to put in for your placeholder, sure. I'm going to keep it a blank string. And then the same thing with our location label. We're going to handle the SF symbol here in a second. .text equals user.location. Again, it isn't optional, so I'm going to leave it blank. Again, if you want to write no location, that's fine. I'm going to leave this blank. Actually, you know what? I am going to do no location because we're always going to have that pin there. So if the pin with a blank, that kind of looks weird. But if there's a pin and it says no location, we're going to keep that. And then the bio label.text is going to be equal user.bio. And that could be nil as well. So we'll just leave that blank or no bio available. Again, you can choose. I'm going to leave the name blank, no location, no bio available. We'll put that in there for now. But you could leave it blank. You could type in something else. And then remember, we need to set the number of lines for the bio label. Bio label.number of lines. Dang it. I thought I had these lined up nice. Again, the trials and tribulations of lining up your equal signs, I totally get if you don't want to do it. But like I said, I'm going to do it. Is going to be 3. So we have everything set up except for the SF symbol in our location image view. So we have to do a little bit of work here to set this up. So let's do location image view dot image equals, and SF symbols, if you remember, let's pull up our SF symbols app here and you'll see, well, this is all of them, but if you type in pin or map, oh yeah, this is one we're going to use. We're using this one here in the upper right, map and ellipsis. But you see this string, like you have to type in this string exactly. So mapin.and.ellipsis. So you'll see here. So in order to get that, you would do equals UI image, and then it's a system name here. So system name, and then you would type in that string, right? And mapin.and.location, I believe it was. Maybe let's double check that. Probably wrong. Ellipsis. Okay. ELLIPSE. ELLIPSE. Easy for typos, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put this in a constant. So we haven't created our constants file yet. This will be part of more optimization. But let's do that right now because we're going to be using more SF symbols. So in your utilities folder, do Command N for new file, Swift file, name it constants, hit create. And then here we're going to have an enum called SF symbols and static. Let call this location is going to equal, and let's go back to our header info VC, copy paste this, and we're gonna be building out this constants file more in the future, as well as this SF symbols enum. But for now, this will be our first one. And so now in our user info header VC, instead of this string, we can type SF symbols dot location. And like I said, we're going to have more SF symbols that we use in future videos, so that will get fleshed out more. But now when you use SF symbols, it'd be very, very easy rather than, worrying about typing that string exactly as is. Now these SF symbols are like blue by default, so you have to change the tint color of your image view. So location, image view dot tint color, these dang equal signs, equals dot secondary label, right? Because that's the same color as our secondary title label. So we want it to be the same color there. So hold Option, drag up, tab once. It's not that bad, right? Anyway, so now make sure we call configure UI elements, configure UI elements. So that is going to call this. We're going to set all of our stuff based on the user that we initialize our view controller with. We, adding all the subviews, we're laying out all the constraints. So that will fill whatever container view we create for this child view controller in with this view that we just set. So now in our user info VC, we need to create that container view and then add our child view controller to that container view. So over in our user info VC, let's create this called, say, let header view. It's going to equal a UI view. And we're going to have more. There's going to be all the elements, the cards that we saw in the design. We're going to have those container views. So our user info VC is going to be those 3 container views laid out like we mentioned in the planning video. And then those 3 container views are going to be populated with the view controllers that we create. So real quick on this user info VC, it's going to be a mess for the next couple of videos because right now we're building each individual item piece by piece and then putting all those pieces together into this user info VC. So while we're creating those pieces, this is going to be a mess. Remember, sawdust in the wood shop. We are going to come back in a later video and clean up this view controller, refactor it, make it look nice and pretty. It's going to be a mess in the time being though. So anyway, here's the header view. Let's create a function called layout UI. Func layout UI. And so view.add subview, we want to add the header view that we just created up there. And now we need to create the constraints for this header view to lay it out. And as you see in the design, we want this header view to be at the top. So ns layout constraint.activate. More constraint fun. This is the kind of the good and the bad with the programmatic UI. A lot of typing of constraints. So we have header view dot top anchor dot constraint equal to, now we're going to do view dot safe area layout guide. This is how you deal with the safe area with the notch, because we are at the top of the screen for this header view. So we do have to worry about the safe area, right? We don't want to pin it right up to the notch. Got to deal with that. Dot top anchor. And actually we don't need a constant because we're going to have it pinned right up there, because in our view controller, remember we pinned the avatar 20 from the top. We kind of handled that in there. You can either handle that here in the user info VC or in the header child VC. We handled it there. And so now we need the leading and trailing. Header view dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to that. So view dot leading anchor 20. Header view dot trailing anchor dot constraint. Again, same thing. View dot trailing anchor -20. And then the height is going to be 180. And again, this is a height I've dialed in, I've hard coded. Height anchor dot constraint equals 180. So let's do something real quick to make sure we have this looking like we want it. Header view dot background color equals dot system pink. It's been our debug color. Let's make sure we call layout UI in view to load, our crazy view to load that we will fix. Layout, well, it's actually, that shouldn't be the first thing. We'll just call it down here. Again, crazy view to load we got going on here. So let's run this and see if we get our pink header view like we want it. So SALLEN 0400, get followers, tap on a user. Oh boy. I know what I did. I forgot to hit done. Usually when you get all these crazy things, like these are all just conflicting constraints. So you will notice what I forgot to do. And it's something that I said, you're going to forget to do it. What did I forget to do with the header image view or header view? Header view dot tamic, right? Translates auto whatever equals false. Trust me, you will do that many a times. And again, we're going to refactor all of our container views in a later video. You're going to see how we're going to put them in a for loop and do all this stuff there. But again, this user info VC is going to be messy for the time being. 0400, get followers, hit that. Okay, cool. Okay, I thought that was printing out an error, but we're still printing out our user. That's what this is. So cool. We have this is our container view for our header image VC. So cool, we have what we want, right? This is our container view for our header info VC, right? So that header info VC that we put in there is going to fit right into this pink square that you see here. And actually, I just noticed something that we can optimize. Remember how we pinned it to the very top because we're handling the top padding in the actual header VC? Well, we can do the same thing with the edges here. So basically what that means is instead of doing -20 here, we can just pin it all the way to the edge. Because if you remember, we're doing the -20 in the user header info VC. So if we run that again, that should go all the way out to the edges. Hit get followers. Cool. And then, yeah, we're going to fill it in there. And then, like I said, we'll handle the padding actually in that header info VC. So now we have to actually add our child view controller to this container view. So to do that, we'll create a function to add child VC. So func add child VC, and that is a UI view controller. And then to container view, because we're gonna be adding multiple child view controllers to specific container views. So we want to make this flexible enough so we can just pass in whatever child VC we want to add to whatever container view. Container view is going to be a UI view. And here we have an add child, right? And we need to pass in a view controller. So that is going to be the child VC that we pass through. And then we need to add our child VC's view to the container view as a subview. So container view dot add subview, and this is child VC dot view. So our container view is going to be our header view that we set up here, that pink view that we set. And let's do this before we forget. We don't want it to be the background to be pink anymore because we're going to be filling it with our actual view controller here. And then we want our view controller to fill up the whole container view. So we do child vc.view.frame equals container view.bounds. And then the last line to make this all happen is child vc.did move to, and then the parent is going to be self. All right, is going to be this view controller, our user info VC. So when we call this, we're going to add a child VC to a container view. And how we want to do that is once we have our successful user, like right here, we're just printing it. Now we want to actually do self.add child view controller. We want to, we're going to initialize the header VC. So GF header or user info header VC. Give us an initializer, right? We have the custom initializer that takes in a user that we created. We're going to pass in this user here that we're getting back in our success case. So user, and then the view we want to add it to is header view, right? Our pink view that we created. It's no longer pink. We fixed that. Actually, we got to use self there. Self.headerView. So again, how this reads, we're going to get our user. Once we get the user, we're going to add that and do all that. So now we're doing a lot of UI stuff here, right? We're adding child VCs to the view and all that stuff. So we got to get to the main queue here. Dispatch queue.main.async and throw this on the main queue once we get our successful user. So make sure we're calling layout UI here. Actually, let's call layout UI above the network call just in case something weird happens. Again, we're gonna, you know what, I might do it here. This video is already super long. I may do it in the next video. Just clean up this view to load a little bit because I don't want it to get too confusing. But we want to make sure we call out layout UI before we make the network call. So anyway, that's what's gonna happen. Make the network call. We're gonna add our child user info VC. Everything should populate. This is the moment of truth. We did a lot of coding without really running it. Fingers crossed. See what we got here. SALEN 0400. Get followers. Let's go down to Jason here. And there, yeah, we have our header view looking good here. Dev J. Mitchell, we have his name, Arizona, there's his bio, and avatar. Everything's looking quite good. Let's try somebody else just to see. Yep, good. We can click on a bunch of other people, click on Caleb. There we go. So as you can see, our header child view controller is running, looking good. The next thing we're going to do is add our container views for the other cards, like the GitHub section and the followers section. And we got to create those view controllers in a few steps. There's going to be a process to create those reusable view controllers as well. But now you see some child view controllers. We talked about why you would use them. Again, this was a bit of a contrived example. A UI view would be fine, but I wanted to showcase how to use these. But anyway, yeah, we got our header up and running. On to the next one. Last video, we left off getting our header view controller up and running, looking nice. In this video, we're going to pause for a second and we're going to clean up this user info VC a little bit. If you look back, remember here, I have this sloppy view to load. I'm worried this is going to get too sloppy if we wait till the end. So we're gonna pause, clean this up, and do a little bit of more setup for our future child view controllers. So what we're going to do is we're going to refactor the view did load, and then we're going to create, like we did with our header view, like our container views, we're going to create the containers for the card views, the item view controllers, the GitHub item and the follower item. We're going to create those containers. So the overall structure of our user info VC will be in place after this video. So with that being said, let's start creating those container views. That's the main thing we're going to do here. So let's item view 1 equal UI view, and let item view 2 equal UI view. Again, we're just doing more of the same like we did with the header view. So back down here, and this is, once we build these, then we'll refactor it here. So similar to what we did up here, view.add subview item view 1, view.add subview item view 2. And like I said, once we get this up and running, we're going to refactor this into basically what I'm going to do, a little sneak peek. So we're going to put these views into an array. That way we can loop through the array and do a lot of this repetitive setup using that array. But I want to type it out the long way first, so then the refactor will make more sense. So again, forgive the bit of repetitive code here for a little bit. It's only temporary. So item view 1.tamic, right, equals false. Item view 2.tamic equals false. And then now we want to lay out the constraints for the item view 1 and 2. So item view 1.top anchor. So we're going to pin this to the bottom of the header view, right? That constraint, the header view container, I should say, is going to be equal to header view dot bottom anchor, and then the constant is going to be 20, but we're going to do what we've been typically doing here. Let padding of a CG float equal 20, and constant is padding. And then same thing with the leading and trailing. Oh, always forget my commas. Item view 1 dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to view dot leading anchor, again padding. Man, these commas killing me. Item view 1 dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to view dot trailing, and then again negative padding, and then the height is going to be 140. Again, I've just kind of hard coded and figured out that height. Item view 1 dot height anchor dot constraint is equal to 140, and then we're going to copy and paste this for item view 2 because it is very, very similar. So now if we hold option and highlight that, and then if we type item view 2, top anchor isn't going to be equal to the bottom of the header view. It's going to be equal to bottom of the item view 1, right? Because we're just stacking these on top of each other, again with the 20 padding. And we have the leading and trailing. Like I said, you see a lot of this repeated stuff. This is where the for loop is going to come into play. And then the height is equal to 140. And I like to do this. Let item height CG float, just in case we ever want to come in and tweak the height of our item. We can just quickly do it there. So item height, and then item height. So now real quick, in order to see this, we're gonna have some temporary code here. Item view 1 dot background color equals dot system. Remember, our system pink is kind of our debug. Item view 2 dot background color equals dot, we'll do system blue for this one. So we just want to see our containers, right? We're gonna work on building those view controllers in later videos. That way, once we get them built, we don't have to do all this setup again. We just kind of plug them in. So like I said, we're doing some cleanup and setup in this video. So I want to run this real quick before we refactor, right? There's a lot of repeated, kind of sloppy code here, but let's run it to see if we got our, just the overall structure of our screen, right? That's what we're looking for. That's what we want to get set up. kind of the foundation. So click on a follower. Cool. Again, we have our header view controller, and then you can see where our item view controllers are going to go, right? This is where the GitHub section is going to go. This is where the followers section is going to go, right? And we're just going to plug those in once we build those. So you can see the structure of our screen. That's what we wanted to get going. So now that that's up and running, let's stop this. Now it's time to, let's refactor this. Let's make this look better, right? This view to load is, it's a mess. I couldn't take it anymore. So let's start taking this out piece by piece, right? We have this view controller stuff here, right? So let's create a function called configure view controller. Func configure view controller. And we're gonna yank this out here. So Command X to cut, Command V to paste. And there are shortcuts to refactor that they were new in Xcode 9 that you can like do that quicker. I don't know. I'm just in the habit of doing it that way. But there are other ways to refactor that Xcode has implemented. So now that we are, oh, I forgot my parentheses. Now that we're configuring the view controller, laying out the UI, here's where we have our network call now. So let's create the network call here. And like I said before, I like to have my layout UI kind of towards the bottom, just because I like to have the logic up front. So func get user info. And then cut out this network call here, paste it there, and then call it here, get user info. So you can see now our view to load, much neater. I like the two vertical spaces there. We've refactored that out. We have our network call separate. Again, we're still not done with this screen. This is kind of like the first pass of cleaning it up, but you can see it's becoming much nicer here. So now we want to take care of this layout UI function. A lot of repeated code here. So like I said, we're going to throw these views in. We're going to add another view later, like the date label view. So there'll be more added to this. And but we're going to put these into an array and do a lot of this stuff via a for loop that will kind of get rid of this repetitive code. So let's go up and create that array here, variable down here, var item views, and it is an array of UI view, and it's going to equal an empty array. And then you know what we got to do. So now that we have this empty item views array, we have to populate those views, and I'm going to do that here in layout UI. So item views equals, and it's going to be header view, comma, item view 1, item view 2. And then so now that we have this array, let's write our for loop. So for item view in item views, the array. And now we can do item or view.add subview item view. So it's going to iterate through all of these and add the subview. So that can get rid of this chunk of code. And you can see we're just going to kind of go line by line here and put it into a for loop. So you can see we're doing the translates auto resizing masking constraints for all these. So we can do that. Item view dot translates, yep, equals false. Cool. That gets rid of all this. This is temporary code. We're going to keep this in here for now, just for our debugging purposes, but that will get deleted later. Now you can also see we have some constraints we can move up in there as well, right? If you notice the leading and trailing, we're using negative padding and padding, right? But remember, we handled the header view. We have a little bit of an issue, right? We can't, like ideally I want to move this leading and trailing anchor into the for loop because they all have that same padding left and right. But if you remember, we talked about last video, we were handling the padding in the header view in actually the header view VC. So we removed it from here, but we're going to switch that back because if I handle it out here, now I can throw it into the for loop. Remember, it doesn't really matter where we handle it. So if I go into the user info VC and instead of handling all this padding here that we're doing on all of these, if I just get rid of this constant in here and pin it to the edges here, so get rid of the constant padding here on the leading and trailing. Well, there's no trailing on the avatar. So username label, leading and trailing, well, text image padding, that's not it, right? We're only dealing with the outer edges of the header view, right? So username label dot trailing anchor. This is the one that goes all the way up to the edge of the screen. Let's get rid of the constant there. This way it'll go all the way to the edge of the child view controller or the container view. Well, remember, we're going to push in the container view in our user info view here in a second. So all this trailing with padding we can get rid of, because we want it to go all the way to the edge. remember, not the text image padding. That's like the inner padding. We want the outside padding. So again, here, get rid of that. And then bio label padding, get rid of that as well. So scroll up. Are we even using padding anymore? Yeah, we are using it right there. That's fine. We'll keep this still as a variable just in case, but we're only using it once. So now let's go back to our user info VC. So now we can add the padding here like we did before. And remember, we took it away. Now we're adding it back. But that is because you'll see why. It's going to allow us to refactor a little bit more. So you can see that, you know, sometimes you can go back and forth as things develop while you're programming, and you know, sometimes you'll go back and you know, reverse things like we're doing here. So now you can see by doing that, by handling the padding out here on the container view rather within the child view controller, now we can refactor this little bit of constraints into our for loop, which will clean this up a bit. So sorry if that was a little bit confusing. Hopefully you followed along, but now we can do ns layout constraint.activate, and here we can do item view dot leading anchor. Well, actually, we'll cut, paste, and instead of header view, this will be item view. And we don't need the comma there. And now we can get rid of view here as well, and get rid of the leading and trailing here as well. Tighten this up a bit. Whoops. Nope, that was too much there. We don't need a comma there. Oh, and here we don't have the padding variable. So if we move these variables up to the top of the scope here, that way we'll have access to them. And clean up the spacing down here. And that cleaned that up a little bit there. So now we only have to deal with like the top and the height, top and the height, top and the height, because those are going to be different. But you can see we're doing a lot of the repetitive stuff in here. And this is gonna, when we add our date label, like it's gonna have the same leading and trailing padding. So it'll just go right in the for loop and automatically work. So let's run this and see what we got here. Make sure everything is still looking good. We still have our pink and blue squares there. Get followers, click on a follower. There we go. Things are still looking good. Our header view didn't get messed up. Let's pick somebody who actually has like a decently long bio so we can see. Cool, that all works up. Everything's lined up nicely. Still good to go. We didn't mess anything up. Looking good. And like I said, we cleaned up our view did load here. Looking nice and neat. Refactored it out into this configure view controller. Refactored out our network call. We refactored out our layout UI, because again, we're going to be adding to this when we add our date label, and you'll see how it kind of fits in nicely. So we cleaned up a bit. Again, we're absolutely not done with our user info VC, but like I said, we cleaned up the workspace a little bit, and we got the overall structure of the screen done and ready to go for future videos. So we're actually just going to inject our child view controllers into that pink and blue square, and all the structures set up. So on to the next video when we're actually going to start creating those item info view controllers. So let's do it. We left off last video getting the basic structure of our user info screen all set up. So now it's time to build those item info view controllers. The first piece of the puzzle though is we're going to start with one of the basic views. So pulling up the design here, let's start dissecting what we're actually going to build first. The first view we're going to start off is this SF symbol view that you see here. Like the example here, you see the folder SF symbol, public repos, which is like a little title label, and then we have account label below it. So that little view, as you can see on the design, gets reused, right? We have the public repos, public gists, the following, followers, right? There's a different title, different count, and different SF symbol for each one. So we want that view to be reusable. That way we can just pass in a type of item info, and based on that type, it'll populate the correct SF symbol, title, and the count will have to come from the user, obviously. So we're going to make that view reusable. And in future videos, as you can see, we're going to put those into a stack view. So public repos and public gists will be in a horizontal stack view, left and right. But that's in a future video. This video is going to focus on creating this reusable view, the item info view. So let's do it. All right, so if we stop this from running, and in our views here, our custom views, let's minimize this, clean up a little bit here. We don't have a view. Oh yeah, we do have a views folder. So do Command N on the views folder. It's going to be a Cocoa Touch class. Hit next. It's not going to be a UI label. It's going to be a UI view. and this is going to be the GF item info view. Some of these naming are going to be very similar. Naming is the hardest thing in programming, but here we go. So we have our GF item info view. Now, let's start off by talking about, what are the items we need? Pulling up the design again, right? We're going to need a UI image view for the SF symbol. We're going to need a GF title label for like the public repos, that title. And then we're going to need a count label for the count. So it's 3 simple elements. So let symbol image view equal UI image view, and let title label equal, it's a GF title label, right? And this title is going to be aligned left, and our font size is going to be 14. Again, the font size I've dialed in. And then let count label equal GF title label. The count is going to be centered. If you remember on the design, it is centered on the label. And again, it's going to be 14, same size as our title. And then as always, we need our init methods. So init with frame, we got to call the super.init. And again, with frame, we're going to pass in the frame we did there. And then we're going to, well, we don't have the configure yet. We're going to get our storyboard error. There we go. I'm faster than you, Xcode. Get our spacing correct. Create our configure function, private func configure. And this is where we're going to lay out everything. Let's make sure we call configure up here in our initializer method. So now what are we going to configure? We have to just lay out the UI basically, how you saw it in the design. And then the other functions we're going to create a set function where we're going to pass in an enum of what type of info it is, and then it's going to adjust accordingly. We'll get to that in a second. Let's lay out our overall UI first. So the first thing we got to do is add those subviews. So add subview of the symbol image view, add subview title label, add subview count label. And now remember, title label and count label, we take care of the translates auto resizing mask into constraints in the actual subclass, but we're not doing that for the default UI image view. So we have to do that here. Symbol image view dot translates, that equals false. And then we'll also do symbol image view dot content mode equals dot scale aspect fill. And we're doing this here because we're passing in any number of different SF symbols, right? We got the heart for the followers, the folder for the repos, and basically, if you don't do that, they won't be aligned. They won't kind of look right. So we want to scale the aspect to fill the image view, and then remember we have to also adjust the tint color. Symbol image view dot tint color, and that is going to equal dot label, right? Because we want it to match our title, and our title label's color is the label color. Now it's time for constraints. You getting tired of constraints yet? So similar to, well, let me type this first here. NSLayout constraint.activate. So similar to the header child view controller, we're going to base everything around our SF symbol, like that image in the upper left. That's kind of like the anchor of our layout here. So the symbol image view is what we're going to do first. So symbol image view dot top anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to the self.top anchor. We're just pinning it directly to the top. No padding, no nothing. So same thing for the leading edge. Symbol image view dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to self dot leading. Again, no padding at all. We're going to handle the padding when we put them in the stack view in a future video. Now we want the height and width hard-coded of our SF symbol. So symbol image view dot width anchor dot constraint equal to 20. Same thing we did for the location one. Symbol image view dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 20. So now we have our symbol image view pinned in the top left, just a square of 20 by 20. And like I said, we're using that as our anchor. So we're going to pin our title label to that SF symbol. So title label dot center Y anchor dot constraint is equal to symbol image view dot center Y anchor. We're just basically aligning the centers of the image with our label. We're going to center that up nicely. And then title label dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to symbol image view dot trailing, right? The right side of the image view. And then the constant is 12. And again, that's just a number I dialed in to get it looking good. And title label dot trailing, we want this to go all the way to the edge of the view. So dot constraint is going to be equal to not simple image view, self dot trailing anchor. So this view, we want this to be pinned all the way to the edge of the view. And then title label dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 18. And again, I know I'm repeating myself, but repetition is key. The reason it's 18 is because our font is 14, and we're making it a little bigger to adjust for the Y's, the J's, and the G's, those little hang down letters. And then now let's do our count label, which is going to be below these two and fill the whole view left to right. So count label dot top anchor, we want to pin this to the bottom of our SF symbol, dot constraint equal to symbol image view dot bottom anchor, and the constant is going to be 4. Again, I've just dialed this in. Oops, not an M, comma. And the leading and trailing, again, we're just going to pin it to the left and right edges. So count label dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to self dot leading anchor, no constant. We don't need that. Just pin it all the way to the edge. Count label dot trailing anchor dot constraint, again same thing, self dot trailing anchor, pin it all the way to the edge. And then the height is going to be the same as our title label, dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 18. So now we have our UI all laid out nice. We're good to go there. That's in our configure method. It's going to get called on initialization. Everything's all set up. So that's when it actually gets initialized. Now we want to create a function to where we actually set it and we pass in an enum of what type of info that is. So we need to set up that enum first. So back up to the top here, we're going to do enum. It's going to be called item info type. And we're going to have a case of repos, gists, followers, and following, right? The 4 different types that we can have. Again, pulling the design back up, you can see the 4 different types, and you can see how if you were going to add more different types, like you wanted to add another card to this this UI, you could just add this item info type and pass that in. So now that we have the enum, again, 2 vertical spaces, I like that. Let's go back down and we're going to create a function to where we're going to pass in an item info type, and based on that type, we're going to format the view. And this will make more sense once the function is written here. So func, and it's not private because we're gonna be using this function outside here. So func set, and it's going to be item info type, and then we're going to pass in the item info type. And then here's where we're going to use a switch statement based on the enum. So switch item info type. We want the local lowercase one, and then I like to just let Xcode tell me case dot repos. I was going to say I like to have Xcode like tell me, hey, we're not, switch statements must be exhaustive, and it fills it in for me. It's not doing that. So I guess we just got to type, right? Case dot gist, cool. Just put a break right now just to get Xcode to stop yelling at me, because you can't have blank stuff here. We'll see if Xcode now tells me it's not exhaustive. There we go. This is the error I was looking for. Switch must be exhaustive. Fill in the missing cases. Cool. That's the lazy person switch statement. Break, just to get Xcode to stop yelling at us. We're going to fill in the code here in a second. So basically what this is happening here is in a future view controller, we're going to call set on our item info view that we create in the future view controller. And we're going to pass in either .repos, .gist, .followers, .following. And based on whatever we pass in, the item info view is going to be formatted for that type. So basically when we see case.repos, we need to set the SF symbol and then also set the title. So symbol image view.image is going to equal UI image. And if you remember, SF symbols are of the system name and then the string. Okay, so for our repos, again, pulling back up the design, we have this folder. So you see repo, we have the folders, we have the text align left icon for gists, we have the heart for followers, and the persons for following. So let's get all these right now and set up our constants file. Remember I said we were going to use more SF symbols. So for the folder, let's pull up our SF symbols app here. And if you go into search, type in folder, and you see it's just here in the upper left, folder. That one's quite simple. So let's go back to Xcode, and the string is going to be folder. I'm going to actually type these out here first. No, never mind. I shouldn't have said that. We're gonna just go ahead and set up the constants right away here. Do this all at once. So remember in our SF symbols constants file, static let folder, or I'm sorry, repos. Let's call this what it is, and it's going to be folder. And static let gis equal blank string for now. Static let followers blank string for now. Static let following blank string for now. We're going to come back and fill those in based on our SF symbols. So back to the SF symbol. I believe I did the text align left here. Yeah, text align left. This one here. I'm going to point the arrow to it. So it's just text dot align left. I wish you could copy and paste. I don't know. Maybe there is a way to do it. Maybe list. No. Okay. Anyway, text dot align left. So let's make sure. I guess we know if it breaks, we had a typo. Text dot align left. Cool. So that's for gist. For followers, we had the heart. So back to SF symbols. Type in heart. Cool. We had the empty suit.heart and heart are basically the same thing. So we're just going to take heart because that's much easier. So back to Xcode, just type in heart. And then for following, we had persons one. So back to SF symbols and person. And here you can see in the left, we use person.to. So you can see there's a wide variety of ones you could have used, but we use person.to here. So back to Xcode and person.to. So do a Command B to make sure we get some autocomplete, because that is the benefit. Now that we have our SF symbols all set up here in our constants file, back to the GF item info view. So instead of doing, system name.folder, we can do SF symbols dot repos, and we're good there. And so we're setting up the SF symbol image view. Now we need the title. So title label dot text is going to equal, and this is going to be public repos, right? That's the title we had in the design. So let's just copy and paste this, because we're going to have to do this for every case here. So for followers, following, all that stuff, except now this is not SF symbols.repos, this is SF symbols.gis. And instead of public repos, public gis. Cool. Now for followers, we want to do SF symbols.followers. And instead of public repos, followers. And again, same thing here. This is now following. Make sure you remember copy paste errors, be very, very careful. And again, following. So now what this function does, when we call set, we're going to pass in one of these item info types, repos, gist, followers, following. You'll see this come into play in future videos. And based on whatever we passed in, we're going to set the SF symbol image view to whatever SF symbol is appropriate. And we're going to set the title to whatever's appropriate. Cool. Now the one label we're missing is the count. So let's actually add a count to this one. You could have a separate function to set the count, but we can do set info item type, and then we can say with count, and pass in an int for that. Because remember the count on our user object, if we go back to our model of user, we're going to pass in basically the number of public repos, the number of public gist, the number of followers, etc. And you see that's an int. So that's what we're going to get back from our model. So if we go back to the item info view, we're going to pass that in as the count. So we can also do count, count label dot text. And now this is a string, so we can easily do equals string and then pass in the count. So we're basically casting the int as a string to fill in our text here. And we actually don't need to do that in each case, my bad, because the count is always going to be the same no matter what case it is, right? Like the count is always going to be the count that we passed in. So basically what's going to happen is it's going to go through the switch statement, act accordingly based on the item info type we pass in. And then after the switch statement runs, we're always going to be setting the count label.text equal to whatever count we pass in here. So with this one function, this is how we're actually formatting our item info view when we use it here, when we create the view controller. So pulling up the design, we have our item info view all done, ready to go, ready to be used. We can't quite see the fruits of our labor just yet, but here in the future video, when we're actually going to build these, this GitHub item info view controller and the followers item info view controller, once we build those, you're going to see how, back to the code here, you're going to see how this item info view and this set function comes into play really, really nicely. So on to the next video. In the last video, we completed our item info view, and that was the first piece of the puzzle to creating this view controller. In this video, we're going to create the second piece of the puzzle, and probably the biggest piece. And what we're going to create here is our parent or superclass view controller. Now, what is that? Let's talk about how we're going to build these. So as you can see on the screen, these two like cards, if you will, right? The one with the purple button and the green button, like they're the same structurally, right? Of course, we show different information, but the overall structure of those child view controllers is the same. So what we're going to create here is a superclass called the item info VC view controller. And that's going to hold all the common logic, basically the layout of the UI. And then we're going to create subclasses of that superclass view controller that are more specific to the GitHub stuff, right? That's going to show the public repos. It's going to create the purple button, and that purple button has a different action than the followers button. So we're going to customize that. So basically when you're dealing with like superclasses and subclasses, like the superclass has all the shared code that's going to be the same between the two, whereas the subclasses are going to be all the specific stuff. So in this video, we're going to create that superclass, and then in the next video, we're going to create the individual subclasses of that view controller. So let's get to it. So over in your view controllers folder here, let's open that up. Make this bigger so we can kind of see what's going on there. Do a command N, and we're going to create a CocoaTouch class. This is going to be a UI view controller. Nope. I don't want to create it called view controller. We want to create this GF item info VC. Hit next, create. And then as usual, we're going to get rid of all these comments, all that stuff, clean up the workspace, and then we're going to start creating this. So as usual, I like to start with the elements of the UI. Pulling up the design again, you can see here. Remember we talked about we're going to have a stack view for our item info views, right? So we're going to need that stack view. We're going to need our two item info views, and then we're going to need our button. So 4 elements on this view controller that we're going to lay out. Let's create those. So let stack view equal UI stack view, just initialize that. We're going to configure that in another function. And then let item info view 1, it's going to equal a GF item info view, right? The one that we just created last video. And then let item info view 2, because again, we have 2 of them, GF item info view as well. And then our action button, let action button equal GF button. And we're not going to initialize this with our typical background color and title. And the reason being is because this is our superclass. This is kind of like our generic class that holds all the common stuff. Like, right, like we don't know if it's a purple one or a green one yet. This is just the generic one. So we're just going to initialize a general GF button with our basic configuration. We're not going to give it a background color yet. We're going to do that in the subclasses that are more specific to each type. We'll get to that in the next video. Like I said, most of what's going on in this super class, this GF item info VC, is going to be the layout and just the generic stuff. So let's start laying things out. And the first thing we want to do is basically create our background. Pulling up the design, you see how we have this card looking background. We got the corner radius around it, and it's like a secondary background color. Well, that's what we're going to configure here in this function. So func configure background view. And that's view.layer.corner radius, and that is going to equal 18. Again, 18 is just a number I dialed in. You can tweak this number if you want, more rounded corners, less rounded corners. 18 was what I found to look good. And then we want view.background color equals .secondary system background. So again, if you pull up your semantic UI app, you can see all the different colors. Well, secondary system background will give us this, on light mode, just a very, very light gray. And then on dark mode, as you see here in this design, just a lighter version of the dark mode. So let's call this function here before we forget, configure background view. And then the next function we want to do is we want to lay out our UI. So func layout UI. And again, these can be private, right? Because we don't want to call these outside of this class, private. And so when we're laying out our UI, the first thing we want to do is add the subview. So view.add subview. We want to add our stack view. So we're going to add the stack view there. And then our item info views up here, those are going to be added into the stack view. So we don't have to constrain those. Those constraints are going to happen within the stack view. So we don't need to add those to the subview. We need to add the button though. So view.add subview, and we want to add our action button. So these are the two main items in our UI that we need to lay out. And before we forget to do this on our stack view dot translates auto resizing mask into constraints equals false. And then I know we're going to need this. So let padding of a CG float equal 20, right? Same old stuff we've been doing, because now we're going to lay out some constraints here. NS layout constraint dot activate. Get our array of constraints. And the only two we're going to lay out, again, are the stack view and the action button. And pulling up the design again, you can see when we're only laying out those two items, it's a relatively simple layout because the stack view is just that rectangle at the top, and then the button is, the button. So it's a relatively simple layout when you have using the stack view, because again, the item info views go inside the stack view and the stack view handles the layout. We'll get to that in a second. So we want to do stack view dot top anchor dot constraint. It's going to be equal to the view dot top anchor, and then the constant is going to be padding. We're going to do 20 padding all around. So stack view dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to view dot leading anchor. Constant is padding. And again, more repetitive constraints. And like I said, while we're doing this, hopefully you're getting a lot of good practice on these constraints. But there are some libraries you can use if you choose to, like SnapKit, tiny constraints that really make this concise. If you find this to be too repetitive, there's extensions you can write to do this. We're still doing this again for educational purposes, doing it the long way, because I really want to drill in the fundamentals so you really fully understand how to do it the long way before you start, shortening it and making it better. So stack view dot, now we need the height anchor dot constraint, and we're going to make that equal to 50. And again, that's the number I dialed in based on what I know the height of our item info view is going to be, with our SF symbol label and our count label. I know 50 is a good number there. So that handles the stack view. Now we need to handle the button, and we're going to pin this to the bottom of the view controller. So action button dot bottom anchor dot constraint. It's going to be equal to view.bottom anchor. Remember, when you're dealing with the bottom and the trailing, you got to do negative padding. So again, we're doing 20 padding all around. And same thing with the leading and trailing. Stack view.leading anchor.constraint. It's going to be equal to view.leading anchor padding. See, this is kind of the bad thing about doing all these constraints is it's very repetitive and sometimes your mind wanders. So you see, I just typed in stack view there, but no, we're doing the action button dot trailing anchor dot constraint equal to view dot trailing anchor negative padding, because we're dealing with the trailing. And then now the height is going to be 44. So action button dot height anchor dot constant equal to 44. So this is our UI for now. Let's make sure we call this layout UI. Now the third function we need to do is to configure our stack view. So remember I said I like to do the layout UI stuff at the bottom, because usually, you're dealing with logic. I like to push that to the bottom. So private func configure stack view. Stack view dot axis, because we want this to be a horizontal stack view, right? We don't want it to be vertical. We want it left and right horizontal. So you have to let it know if we're going top to bottom or left to right. And we need to do stack view dot distribution. So this is how things are distributed within the stack view. You'll see here, let's line up some equal signs. You'll see I'll do a dot. You'll get some options here. Whoops. Dot equal centering, equal spacing, fill equally, fill proportionally. So this is how your items in your stack view will fill. So equal centering will take the center of each item and equally space it from the center. Equal spacing, we'll just put an equal amount of spacing in between it so it's evenly distributed. We're going to do equal spacing. You can do fill, where it'll make sure it fills up the whole stack view, but they might not fill equally. Fill equally will do that. And you'll see you can experiment with trying these different ones. We're going to do equal spacing, but if you want to experiment, see what they do, you can see how it affects your alignment. And that's really all we need to set up. You can do stack view dot spacing to set like a minimum spacing amount in between each one. If you want to make sure there's a big gap in between it, you can customize that. We don't need to do that for our specific layout, but I just wanted to let you know there's a little bit more configuration you can do on your stack view should you need to tweak it a little bit more. And I'll leave a link to the stack view documentation in the notes, so you can kind of explore that if you like. But now we need to add our views here. So stack view dot add arranged subview. So you can't just add subview. That's not going to work. Add arranged subview is what we need for the stack view, because that's what will lay everything out. And we want to add item info view 1. And then stack view dot add arrange subview item info view 2. And there we go. So let's make sure we call this, bad habit I have, configure stack view. So like I said, our superclass of a GF item info VC is very generic because, like I said, it holds the shared code amongst all the different types of view controllers. So what we did was we basically set that background of the card, the curved kind of background of the view controller. We configured our stack view to be horizontal, equal spacing. We've added our item info views to the stack view. That's going to lay out nicely. And then we laid out our UI, which when you do it like this is relatively simple, right? You just have that rectangular stack view up on the design and then your button. And our UI is set. And this is almost all the generic stuff. We have to do a little bit more with the buttons. We're going to do that in a little bit in the next video. But for the most part, our superclass is done. And the reason we did it on the superclass is because, like I said, pulling up the design again, these two view controllers are laid out the same. You don't want to repeat that code. So you put all that shared code in the superclass and then just do the custom code or the individual code, that makes each one unique in the subclass. So hopefully that all made sense. Let's go on to the next video where we're going to create those subclasses, and then we'll be able to start to see the fruits of our labor. We'll be able to plug those into our child view controllers our container views on the user info screen, and we'll be able to see this all in action. Last video, we set up the superclass for our item info view controller. In this video, we're going to set up our two subclasses that are unique, right? The follower VC and the GitHub information, like the repo, the gist, that VC. So we're going to set that up, and then we're finally going to get to see, build and run, and see all this in action. So let's do it. So here in our view controllers folder, and we're going to organize this here in a little bit, do Command N, just do Swift file, and hit next. And it's going to be the GF repo item VC. Again, we're getting specific with the naming here. So import UIKit is going to be a class. It's going to be the GF repo item VC, and it's going to be a subclass of, not a UI view controller, right? We're going to use the specific superclass that we just created. So this is a subclass of GF item info VC. So now we're inheriting all this logic, right, that we got in our GF item info VC. We're inheriting all this stuff. So this is the concept of inheritance, if you're not familiar with this, in object-oriented programming. So now that we're a subclass of that, we inherit all that stuff. So that's what we want. So when you're in the subclass, you can create new functions, new behaviors, new functionality, or you can overwrite the parent ones. So we want to overwrite view did load. So view did load, and you're going to see it's going to automatically override it. But we definitely want to call the super.view did load. And in this one, we're going to call our configure items. This is where we're going to do all the custom stuff, the stuff that's custom to repo item VC. So here, let's do private func configure items. And here, we're going to configure our item info VC, right? So if I go back to the item info VC, I'm sorry, right? We have a stack view, we have a item info view, we have this stuff. So in the repo, I want item info view 1 to be very specific to repos. So watch, now all that item info view code we wrote a couple videos ago, this is where you're going to see it really shine. So here we can do item info view 1 dot set. Remember, and then we pass in the item info type. We want this to be of type .repo. And with count, we want this to be the user's repo count here. Again, back to our model, we want to pass in user.public repos to get this int. So back to our GF repo item. We don't have access to a user. Let me call configure items here. I'll forget. We don't have access to a user right now, right? I can't just do user.public repo. Like I don't have a user. So something we forgot, let me just hard code this in here for Xcode doesn't give me errors. Something we forgot to do, or I forgot to do, we didn't forget, I forgot, in the item info VC is to give us access to a user. So here we're going to do the same thing we did in our user info header. Remember how we created this public init? I'm not public init, I'm sorry, custom initializer to give us the user. So we're going to copy that and basically in our item info VC, paste that here as an initializer. So now our item info VCs get this custom initializer where we pass in the user, but we got to give ourselves a user here, var user of type user exclamation point. So now when we initialize any GF item info VC, we can use this custom initializer to give us a user. Again, we got to get the storyboard init, that good stuff here. So we forgot to do that to give us access to a user. So now back in our GF repo item VC, we're setting it of type repos with count. Now we can do user dot, let's get to it, public repos. So that's how we're going to do it. And if you remember back in our item info view.set, let's go to jump to definition. Remember, when we pass in repos, we're going to go into this case, and it's going to set the SF symbol accordingly, it's going to set the title accordingly, and it's going to set the count. So again, this code we wrote back here in our item info view is really shining here when we just write one line to set the information we want. So now we can do that again here with item info view 2.set, and this one is of type gis, right? And then the count is user.public gis. So here we're setting up our UI very simply because we've done all the heavy lifting before. And now we need to customize our button, right? We want to give it that background color with the title. So if we go to our GF button here in the buttons in our custom views, remember we have an initializer where we can set the background color and the title, but we don't we've already initialized it here in the item info VC as just a generic GF button. Because remember, this is the generic superclass. We don't know what type we want it to be. So a way we can fix that is in GF button is to create a function that we can call on our GF buttons to actually set those. It's going to be very similar to our custom initializer here. So we're going to do a func set. It's not private because remember, we're actually going to use this out in the wild here in a second. So set, and you can do background color of UI color and title of type string. Background color equals background color. Well, let me do self dot, right? Because we got to let it know. Set self dot background color equal to the background color that we pass in. And then let's do set title. And the title is going to be the title that we pass in. And for control state is dot normal. So now we have this function on our GF buttons here that we can call set and pass in a background color and a title, and that's what we're going to use. And this gives us flexibility. Like, yes, we have this in our init method, but if we ever want to change the background color and the title of our button on the fly, we can do that here with this function. So back to our repo item VC, let's do action button dot set the new. We're not getting our autocomplete here. Do a command B. Again, I always like to make sure we get autocomplete rather than typing in ourselves. So set. And there it is, background color of .system purple. There it is, system purple. And the title is GitHub profile. So there we're setting the UI of our action button, do a command B. And for now, this is all the custom code in the GF repo item VC that's custom to that one. We have a little bit left to do with the button action, right? Because this button, when we tap it, is going to open up a Safari view controller to show the GitHub profile. We're handling that in a future video. So we're not quite done, but I want to get this UI displaying on screen so you can see, what we've been working on the past couple of videos. So that is our GF repo item VC. Again, it's just the individual custom stuff for that one. Again, because all the shared logic is in our superclass here that we have here. So you can see where this really comes into play when we create our subclasses. You just do the custom stuff. So on that note, let's create our Swift file, create our GF follower item VC. Create. And it's basically the same as the GF repo one. So we're going to copy and paste this. Again, kind of the benefit of programmatic UI and programmatic code, all that stuff is a lot of copying and paste. But you got to be very, very careful when you do this because copy paste errors are a thing. So what I did was I changed the title to GF follower. Again, see, I just did follow. It's follower. Got to be very, very careful. Follower item VC. It's a subclass of our GF item info VC. Cool. We're overriding view did load. We have the item info, except now it's not .repos, it's .followers. And instead of user.public repos, user.followers. Again, it's no longer gist here, it's following, and user.following. So you can see how we're easily creating these view controllers. Once we have the infrastructure set up, we could create a number of these cards relatively quickly. We're not system purple for the color, we're system green, right? And it's not GitHub profile, it's get followers. So you can see just like that, yes, we did some copying and pasting, but like that view controller took like 10 seconds to create once we had all the infrastructure set up. So I want to organize this more. Let's go to our view controllers, do new group, and I do item info VCs. And we'll take the parent and the children, or superclasses and subclasses. I don't want to, the parent and child stuff, I don't want to get confused with the child view controller stuff we did before. So we'll call it superclass and subclasses, right? So we have our item info superclass here, and then our subclasses there in the folder, just again, some organization. So now let's go to our user info VC here. And here in our network call, remember we were adding the child VC once we got the user. Well, now we need to replace those two container views that we had. Like let's run this right now, just to show the before and after, to show you what we're gonna do here. So SALLEN0400, get followers, click on one. Cool, look, so remember we still have our pink and our blue child VCs. Now we're gonna populate what we just created in each one of these. So stop that, and let's actually get rid of these background colors here, the system pink, system blue. We're done with you, we got the real deal now. So up here is where we're adding these view controllers. Remember this add view controller here function that we created? So now we're just gonna call this, right? We've already set up the infrastructure. That's what we did a couple videos ago. And I did that in a separate video. So now we don't have to like set all that up. We can just do self.add, and we wanna add the child VC. I'm not getting autocomplete. I don't like this. All right, I just had to restart Xcode because it wasn't giving me the autocomplete. Just to let you know, it does happen. Sometimes you just got to restart Xcode. So let's do self.add. There we go. Child VC. So the child view controller we're going to add to we're going to add it to item view 1, which is the top card, is the GF. Whoops, I'm in the wrong spot. Down here is the GF repo item VC. Now remember, we can initialize these with the user, right? We created that custom initializer on the superclass, and the user we want to pass in is our user here that we got locally in our result type. Now the view is self.item view 1. So we're creating our repo item VC with the user. It's doing all that custom code, and we're putting it into the item view 1. So same thing, we can do self.add GF follower item VC. And we want to initialize that with a user, and we're going to put that in self.item, self.item view 2. So you can see we're just kind of plugging in these view controllers in the container views. So now when I run it, fingers crossed, we've done 3 videos worth of code without really seeing this. Hopefully everything looks okay. First take, let's see what we got here. I'm a little nervous. All right, click on a follower. Hey, there we go. It all worked out. I mean, of course, I've built this before, but sometimes you never know. So you can see we've just injected the view controller into those container views, and everything worked nicely. And the beautiful thing about like creating these like components like that, like we just did, is like, what if your designer comes to you and says, oh, you know what, let's put followers at the top. Well, here in our code here, that's super simple. We just changed item view 1 to item view 2, and then item view 2 to item view 1. You just kind of flip whichever one you're injecting it with. And now our followers VC is going to be on top of our GitHub kind of VC. And it took 2 seconds to change that. So see, now the followers are up top. You know, the repo stuff is on the bottom. Well, let's change that back. But you can see when you build these components like this, super easy to like move big things around on your screen. Let's run this again just to make sure we're back to normal. SALEN 0400, get followers, pick one. There we go. Okay, we're back. Wow, 2,000 followers. So there you go. We have our child VCs working. The thing that we don't have quite set up here is we're missing our date label. On the design, we have like GitHub since 2014 or whatever. And then also our buttons don't do anything yet. So we need to open, we need to show a Safari view controller to go to the GitHub profile, and then get followers. We're going to like dismiss this VC and then reload our collection view with the new username. So that's going to use some delegates and protocols. So that's a little preview of the upcoming videos. First, we're going to tackle that date label. Let's do it. In the last video, we finally got to see our item info VCs in action. Everything looks great. We're missing the date label though. So in this video, we're going to tackle that date label. And the tricky thing here is that we have to convert it from what we get back on the server, this kind of funky format, into something that's more pleasant to the human reader eye, right? We're going to create this GitHub sense, label that we're going to do here. So we're going to create a date extension and do all that logic there and get this date label up and running. Let's get to it. So we're here in our user info VC, back up to the top, right? We have our header view, item view 1, item view 2. Now we're going to create our date label. So let date label equal, and this is going to be a GF body label. And we're going to initialize that with the text alignment of .center. We want that to be centered. So cool. Now remember we set up this item views array. We're going to plug that date label right in, and a lot of the heavy lifting is going to be done for us already. So down in our layout UI, remember we created these item views with the array. We're going to add our date label to that array. So date label. So now just by adding it to the array, we're automatically getting view.addSubView. We're translating the auto resizing mask into constraints. We're laying out the leading and trailing anchor with the same padding, which works because we want it to stretch across the whole screen with 20 padding left and right for our date label. Cool. So just by adding that to the array, bam, a lot of the heavy lifting done. All we have to do here is tell it where to be vertically in the view and then give it a height. So let's do that here. So we go date label dot top anchor dot constraint, and we're going to make this equal to the we're going to pin it to the bottom of item view 2. So item view 2 dot bottom anchor, and the constant is going to be padding. Again, we're using this 20 padding all around here. And date label dot height anchor dot constant, we're going to make it equal to 18. So that's it. Our UI for the date label is done. Now we need to set the text here. And where we're going to set the text is up here, the same place we added these child view controllers. We're going to do self.datelabel.text equals, and right now we're just going to, let's just test this real quick, equal date to be entered, right? Let's just see that we have our UI laid out nicely. So let's run this. SALEN 0400, get followers. I'll pick a random follower here and see, there it is, date to be entered at the bottom. So UI looking good. That was pretty quick because again, we've set up the infrastructure already. So now what we need to do is basically do user.createdAt, but let's actually do that. That text equals user.createdAt. Again, I want to show the steps all along the way. Let's run this so you can see how this is formatted and how this is not exactly what we're looking for. So get followers, another one. So there's our date. There we go. Let's just leave that in there. That'll make sense to people, right? What this is January 11th, 2013, and then you get the exact time. But remember, we just wanted to say GitHub since Jan 2013 is all we want this to say. So we need to take this date and format it, basically. All right, so stop this. And to do that, we're going to create a date extension here. So in our extensions, do Command N. And actually, we need to kind of do this in two parts. We're going to do it in two parts because these are very handy and common used extensions. So I want you to have the separate components of this whole function that we're going to do because those are going to come in handy, going to be very, very useful. In theory, you could combine it all into one function to do exactly what we need, but we're going to keep it separate for the reasons I just said. So Swift file, and we're going to call this date plus ext. This is how I format my extension files. And it's going to be an extension on date. And here we go. But before we do the date, like I said, this is in two parts. So user.createdAt is a string. Again, back to our model, created at here. It's a string that you saw there. So we need to do actually an extension on string as well. What we're going to do is we're going to convert the string to a date, and then we're going to convert that date into a formatted string. So we're kind of going from string to date, and then from date back to string. So like I said, it's a two-step process. But like I said, that converting this commonly used string from the server to a date is a super common extension. You're going to use this in a lot of apps. And then when you convert that date to the formatted string, that's what's more custom to our app because our format is unique, right? Jan 2013, right? We may need different formats. So anyway, Swift file, next, string plus ext. So the string extension. Same thing, extension, string. And here we're going to create a function called convert to date. So func convert to date, and that is going to return a date. I'm using functions. You could use a computed property and return. Right now, just to get Xcode to shut up here, we're going to return the date. And anytime you do date like that, it's just going to create a date that's right now. So it would be today's date, today's time. That's obviously not what we want, but it'll get Xcode to stop yelling at us for the time being. The first thing we need to create is a date formatter. So let date formatter equals date formatter. And then date formatter dot date format equals, and here's where we pass in a string. And dealing with dates are tricky if you've never dealt with them before. Let me pull up a website real quick that will really come in handy. And here it is, called nsdateformatter.com. And you can see the date formats you can use here. So you can see we're getting this format right here from the server. So you can see we want this string is how we want the date format to be. So we're going to copy this, Command C, and this is a very, very common format from the server, by the way. You're going to see this a lot. So that's why I kind of know this is the one it is. But you can see when we want Jan and then the year. So not January. So we want basically, see how this is like 4 capital M's and then the Y? We're going to just use 3 capital M's to get JAN, 3 letters of the month. So that's what we're going to use in the future. And you can see how the 3 capital M's here will give us this Jan. So whatever, format of the date you want, this is a great site to come to see kind of the format. So this is a good tool to use. So anyway, we're going to use this one, like I said here. So back to Xcode. So the date format is, we're going to paste that in there. And then here, let's do date formatter dot locale. And this is another string here. Let's line up the equal signs, equals. And then you can pass in a locale. Now this could be different depending on where you're at in the world. So locale with an identifier. And this is the US one. Again, back to Safari here with our date formatter site. You see here the locale. You can do a bunch of different ones based on your country. To be honest with you, I'm only familiar with the US one. If you are from somewhere else, you may have to do a little bit of research, but this NUS POSIX here is the locale we're going to use if you're in the US. So back to Xcode, and you got to type in N_US POSIX. I think it's capital. Let me go back to that. Back to Safari. Yes, and capital US _ capital POSIX. And then you can do date formatter dot time zone to make sure you're always getting the current time zone, right? Because time zones are always tricky. And then now that we have all that formatted, we can return date formatter dot date, and you can see from string, and it returns an optional. Let me go back to that so you can see. So dot date formatter from string. You see here it returns the optional. So the string we're going to pass in is self, because this is an extension on a string. So on a string, we're going to be able to call convert to date. The reason this returns an optional is because the string has to match this format exactly. Like this is pretty key here. So if I just did it on a string Sean, it's going to return nil because it can't convert a date from Sean. But if I get a string exactly in this format, which back to our user model, our created at string is in that format. Remember, we printed that out. So it will work on the date, but if it's not on that created at, it'll crash, right? So you could just do that, but we don't want to do that in case somebody calls convert to date on a string that's not compatible. So let's make this date optional that it returns right here. And there you go. So now this is optional. It can return nil. So now we're going to get a date object. And the reason I'm leaving this separate is because oftentimes you want to convert this to a date, because when you have dates, you can do a lot of date comparison stuff. Like if you want to find out, hey, what is 30 days from today? Swift can do that with their date objects. You can do a lot of cool stuff as long as your date is in a date object. So that's why we're leaving this separate, because this function right here, very, very, very handy. You'll probably use this in almost all your projects. So this is a big one. And now that we have our date object, now we can turn that date into a string that's formatted nicely. Remember, we talked about this being a two-step process. So in the date extension, func convert to month, year, format. Again, being very, very specific in what it does, and it returns a string. And again, we're going to need a date formatter. So let date formatter equal date formatter, and then date formatter dot date format, again very similar to what we did, that date format equals, and this is the string. Now if we go back to Safari, back to our NS date formatter, right? Remember we're going to need to pass in a format that we want. So we don't want the full January 2020, right? So it's not 4 M's. And you can kind of like piece these together to build what you need. So I know I want 3 M's, 3 capital M's for the month to get the Jan, to get the shortened month. And then the full year is just 4 lowercase y's. So I need 3 big M's, 4 lowercase y's for my string to get the type of string we want. And again, this is a very, very good tool. You're going to use this a lot if you deal with dates. So back to Xcode, we want MMM, Y for our format. And then the same thing, we want to return date formatter dot string from date, and then the date we're going to pass in is self, right? Because we're doing this on the date object that we get. So now we get that Jan 2013 format that we're looking for. So again, this is what I talked about, the 2 kind of steps that I wanted to keep separate rather than combining it into one function. And I wanted to keep it separate again because these are common functions you're probably going to use, right? Like I said. So back to our string extension here. This is where we're going to combine them into our kind of our function that we need to use for this app specifically. So let's do func convert to display format. And that's going to return a string. So we're going to use the functions that we just created here. So we're doing this on a string. So the first thing we're going to do is convert that string to a date. And remember that date is an optional, so we're going to put it in a guard let. So guard let date equal self.convert to date, which is this function right up here. And basically if it's nil, so else, we want to return n/a. Whatever you want the date thing to say, if this does mess up, it could say not available. Maybe you can leave it blank. You can put NA, whatever you want to show up if this breaks, because we don't want the app to just crash, right? We just want the label to show something. So now that we have our date, we can return date dot convert to month year format. Again, this is the function here in the date extension. So that returns a string, remember, returns the string in this, month year format. So do a command B. So that returns a string. So again, what we did here is we're converting the string to a date. We're basically just combining the 2 extensions that we just did. Like I said, I could have did this all in one function, but that would have been very restrictive to this specific use case. And I wanted to give you pieces of code that you can use, in your other code bases. So now in our user info VC, instead of just doing user.createdAt, well, that is a string. So back to our string extension, we want to call user.createdAt .convert to display format, which will give us that month year format. So again, user.createdAt.convert to display format. And we should be good. Well, no, that'll just give us the format. We're not going to be completely done with that yet. So let's actually pull this up, make sure this works before moving on to the final little addition here. Yep, Oct 2011. So we got our date formatted nicely, exactly what we want. So the only thing we're missing is this needs to be in string interpolation. So put that into a string. This is kind of a backwards way of like doing this, but there we go. We want to type GitHub since space our date, right? So now let's run it. This should be the final piece of the puzzle to get this working. Let's pick another random follower here. Yep, GitHub since, we don't want the since capitalized, so I can change that real quick. GitHub since October 2016. So you can see our date label is all set up. We use the string extension, the date extension, to just create a nice one line of code to say convert to display format, and we're good. So let's make this S lowercase to finish it off. I'm not going to rerun it. We'll just trust that it's lowercase, but our date label is done. So now in the next videos, we're going to move on to getting these buttons working, and that's going to involve delegates and protocols. So big lesson coming up. Let's do it. Last video, we got our date label nice and formatted. Now in this video, we're going to get these buttons working, right? When I push the GitHub follower button, I want to present a Safari view controller and show the GitHub's profile on the internet. And then when I press the get followers button, we're going to dismiss this view controller and show the list of followers. Now, this video is going to be all about communication patterns, mainly using delegates and protocols. So let's give a quick overview. So essentially we have our item info VCs, right? The GitHub profile one and the followers one. Well, these child view controllers cannot present new UI, right? Our user info VC, right? This overall view controller is what needs to present the Safari view controller. So what we need to set up is a communication pattern between our item info VCs and our user info VC, right? Because we need to basically say, or I'm sorry, the user info VC is going to sit back and listen and wait for our item info VCs to say, hey, my button was pressed. Here's my button press. Do what you got to do. So our user info VC is going to sit back and wait. Once we know the button's been pressed, then we're going to act accordingly. So that's the communication pattern we're going to set up. That's kind of the first one. We're going to get good practice at this. The second one we're going to set up is the followers button tapped, right? Because when the GitHub profiles button is tapped, cool, we're showing Safari view controller, done deal. However, it's different. When the follower button is tapped, we are going to dismiss the user info VC, and then now we need to communicate with the follower list VC, because now the follower list VC is going to update with the new user's followers, right? Because we have to kind of reset that screen, make a network call to get the new user's followers that we requested. So there's going to be two communication pathways that we set up in this video. So if you're not familiar with delegates and protocols and setting up those one-to-one communication pathways, going to get some practice here. So the first thing we need to do in our user info VC is to create our user info VC delegate. So let's do that. So I'll talk through this whole process, and hopefully by the end of the second one, it'll start to make sense. So we do protocol, and this is the user info VC delegate. And it has to be class protocol there. And function did tap GitHub profile, and then func did tap get followers. So we're being very specific with our direct actions. If we wanted to, we could have made this one function like did tap action profile and then pass some sort of descriptor to let us know which button was tapped and then like act accordingly. I don't know. I feel it's very, I like it better to be very, explicit with what's going on. Like what happens when I tap the GitHub profile button? What happens when I tap the followers button? But just, there are other ways you could write this. So we've set up the basic protocol, which again is just like a list of commands. These are the list of functions that are available to us. So now if I scroll down, this is where we're going to conform to that delegate here, just like we do before with the extensions. Extension, user info VC is going to conform to the user info VC delegate. And then I'm going to get some errors here. It does not conform to the user info delegate. So if I do that, it's going to say, do you want to add the protocol stubs? Maybe get my head out of the way. Hit yes. Cool. Now these are the stubs. So basically now we have conformed, and in this code, we need to say what we're going to do. So when we tap did GitHub profile, do a comment here, we're going to show Safari view controller. And these are just kind of placeholders. Did tap get followers is going to be basically dismiss this VC. And then we're going to create the other delegate, so tell follower list screen the new user. So that's what's going to go on in these two functions. So remember, the delegate kind of sits back and waits to act when it's told something happened. In this case, it's going to be told, hey, I did tap the GitHub profile, or I did tap get followers. So now we need to set up the communication pathway so our item info VCs can tell this that, hey, my button was tapped. So in order to do that, we need to go to the item info VCs. We're going to go to the superclass, right? Because both our repo and our followers are going to have this delegate. So we can put it in the superclass, the item info VC. So this is going to be var delegate and is going to be of type user info VC delegate, right? So when these are initialized right away, we need to set this delegate that we're going to use. So if we go back to where these are initialized in the user info VC, in our network call, right? Remember, we're initializing the repo item VC with the user, and we're initializing the follower item VC with the user. Here's where we need to set the delegate. However, we can't do it in this line. Like we could do something like let repo item VC equal GF repo item VC with the user. Cool. And that takes the user. So now we have that object. And then now we do repo item VC dot delegate. Let me do a command B, get the autocomplete. Dot delegate. And you can see it is of type user info VC delegate. And then we set that equal to self. Self being the user info VC here, because this is the one that's listening for, right? Down here, these functions. So now this is getting messy here in our success case. So we're going to refactor this real quick. And this is part of the optimization. We're going to go do this throughout the project because I like my switch statements to read really, really simple. Let's refactor this and then we'll talk about it reading simple. So here, let's create a function called configure UI elements with and then user. And it's going to take in a type user. Whoops, user. And then we're going to basically just cut and paste, and we're gonna make this neater here. So let's move the header info VC down here because we're gonna have to do this a couple times, right? So let follower item VC equal GF follower item VC, and again the user. And take the user we're going to pass in, because we're going to call this function right here, self.configure UI elements with user, and then we're going to pass in our user that we got back here. So before we do the full refactor down here, let's talk about how our switch statement looks. And again, because this is such a simple line of code, I like to put these on one line. So back to just kind of readability of code, and back to the concept of your code being like a table of contents, right? Because ultimately, you want your code to be readable because you want some stranger, some new developer coming into your code base to be able to read it real quick and figure out what's going on. So now in this network call, instead of having all this logic in the success case, now they can see, okay, network call, cool, I'm familiar with results, so I know I get a success and a failure. And upon success, what am I doing? Okay, I'm configuring the UI elements with the user. Hey, that makes sense. And then upon failure, cool, I'm presenting an alert. So right away, like, you know what's going on. Now, if you need to, back to the idea of a table of contents, if that person needs to know, like, okay, what I'm trying to figure out is how are those UI elements configured, then they can drill down deeper into this function. But if that's not what they're looking for, that's not what they're trying to understand, they can easily skim over this network call and know right away what's going on this screen. So again, that's why I like to have my success and failure statements in a switch statement just be very, very, very straightforward and readable. So that's why we're refactoring this down here. Okay, so anyway, remember what we're doing? We're creating our item VCs so we can set the delegate on them. So we have our repo item VC. Now we have our follower item VC dot delegate equals self. And you know what we're going to do, right? You know what we're going to do. Cool. So now I have these two objects, and then now instead of initializing it right here, the child VC that I can pass in is just the repo item VC, and then we don't need to initialize it because we already did that up here. Now it's the follower item VC. And then we have the rest of the UI configuration. You can kind of space that how you like, that's more readable to you. So like I said, we just kind of yanked it out of here and pulled it down here. But now, like I said, we're declaring these items kind of separately rather than just initializing them in line here in the function call. That way we can set the delegate on them. So now our connection, our communication pathway is hooked up, right? On our item info VCs, right? The repo and the followers, they each have a user info VC delegate. So now they can call delegate dot, and we can use these functions, delegate dot did tap GitHub profile, did tap Git followers, and then we'll let this VC know, and then it'll act accordingly. So let's go into our item info VC because we haven't done something. We haven't given our action button an action, right? We've just set up the UI. Our action button needs to have an action so it knows, what to do. So to do that, again, we're going to do this above the UI function here. So private func configure action button, and it's going to be action button.add target. Remember, this is how you add an action. Target is going to be self action. This is where we need a function here. We'll put that right here. Func action button tapped. And we're actually not going to put anything in here, and I'll tell you why. But it does need to be at objc. So if we do a command B, so we can make sure we get this autocomplete, hashtag selector. Remember, we need the at objc method. Call action button tapped. There we go. For dot touch up inside. There we go. We've done that before. Hopefully that was review. So what I'm doing here by not putting anything in here is, remember, this is our generic superclass, right? That's why we didn't give our button a style. So we gave it an action, but the action doesn't have anything in the function, right? It's just a stub. And the reason it's a stub is because in our subclasses, right, here in the repo item, remember, we can override our parent class. So here we want to override we can just type action button tapped. We get the override automatically. Xcode is smart enough to know that we're overriding this. So now we're overriding our superclass and saying, hey, when my repo item VC button is tapped, now we want to do delegate.did tap GitHub profile. There we go. So now we've set up the communication pathway. We know when that GitHub profile button is tapped, we know that this is going to fire off back in our user info VC. This did tap GitHub profile. This is going to fire off. We're going to do a quick print statement just to showcase that it is working. Print my button was tapped. Yay. Okay, so let's run this to make sure our communication pathway is set up. And then if it is set up, we're going to work on setting up the Safari view controller and showing the GitHub profile. So here we are, SALLEN 0400, get followers, pick a random follower here. Cool, now if I tap GitHub profile, nothing happens. You know why nothing happens? Because the classic Sean Allen mistake. I do this all the time. In the item info screen, right? We created this configure action button. Well, we never called it. Configure action button. Helps when you call your functions to have your programs work. I do that all the time. Maybe you're like me. Happens all the time. So now let's try this again. 0400. Pick a random follower here. And GitHub profile tapped. Cool. I'm covering the console here. But see, my button was tapped. So our communication pathway is working. When we tap this button, our item info VC told our user info VC, hey, sir, or ma'am, my button was tapped. Not you, Siri. So now that we know that that's set up correctly, we don't need you super high like that. Let's go to our item info VC. And instead of just, printing this off, let's actually show a Safari view controller. So the first thing we need to do to get access to Safari view controllers here is import Safari services. And now we have access to that. And basically what Safari view controller does is it opens up a special view controller, but you have to pass it in a URL. So we need to do guard let URL equal URL from string. And that string is going to be the user that we have here. Nope. User. Do we not have a user here? Okay, so we don't have access to the user. My bad. So that's an easy fix. So back up into our protocol, we can do tap GitHub profile for user and of type user. And we're going to need that did tap get followers for user. So we're just going to pass it in through our delegate. So back to the repo item VC. This is no longer, we'll do a command B. We're going to get an error because this is no longer the proper function. So delegate.did tap profile, did tap GitHub profile for user. And then remember, we have access to the user here. And then we still have more errors. That's in our user info VC. These are not correct. So you see it says user does not conform to protocol anymore. We can do that. We can get our new stubs that are correct. So we'll delete those. And then now we have access to the user. So we can do guard let URL equal URL from string. And that string is going to be the user dot HTML URL. Remember, this is the the user's GitHub profile that we're going to go to. So else, and then we're going to show an error. So present GF alert on main thread. Title is going to say invalid URL if this is wrong. The message is going to be the URL attached to this user is invalid. And then the button title string is just going to be OK. Put a period after that. So that's just showing an error. Should some reason the URL just be invalid. But now that we have our URL object, now we can do the Safari view controller stuff. So let Safari VC equal, and then Safari view controller. You see here, you can initialize it with a URL. And it's going to be that URL that we just did up here on line 121. So cool. And then one quick little thing, because the Safari URL defaults to a tint color of blue, just like the default stuff, we're going with this green theme, right? So we can do Safari VC.preferred control tint color, and that is going to equal .system green. System green always gets me. And then we do present view controller Safari VC animated true, and we do nothing on the completion. We don't need the completion handler. So now let's test it, or let me run through this real quick. Basically, when we did tap the URL profile button, we're going to pass through the user. We're going to check to make sure that URL is valid. If the URL is invalid, we're going to show our custom alert. If the URL is good to go, then we create our Safari view controller from that URL. We are making our control system green, and then we're presenting that Safari view controller. So let's give this a shot. Oh, temp, sorry, the placeholder code there. Oh, I forgot to return. Thanks, Xcode. Keep me straight. All right, move this back over here. SALEN 0400. Get followers. Pick a random follower here, Mike. Hit the GitHub profile, and then you see we have the Safari view controller here with the full GitHub profile that we can click around. Like we're basically in Safari right now within our app. That's the value of the Safari view controller. Before the Safari view controller, it would literally exit out the user from your app and open up Safari. So the user would no longer be in your app. Well, with the introduction of Safari view controller, which was a couple, iOS 9 maybe, not that long ago, now you can stay within your app but still be surfing like Safari. And then you see up top we got our green tint here, so we can hit done and be done with it. So get our profile, there it goes. It didn't animate properly the first time, so I wanted to test it again. Done, there we go. We can test out another one. Let's go to Homer Simpson. There we go. Get our profile, there we go. So cool, our Safari view controller is up and running. Our delegation pattern with communication is communicating properly. So that is the first part of this. Now, when we tap get followers, we want to, again, dismiss this view controller. So what happens is we dismiss, we're going to pass MVC Santos. We're going to dismiss this, pass MVC Santos to our follower list screen here, and then we're going to make the network call to reload the followers. We have to set the title to the new username. It's basically resetting this screen with the new user. Well, that requires another communication pattern. Remember, that requires our user info VC, what I have showing here, to communicate with our follower list VC, because I have to tell the follower list VC what username to use. So basically how we just set up the communication pattern between our item info VC and the user info VC, we got to do the same thing between our user info VC and our follower list VC. So let's get to that. So let's stop this, but first let's do a little bit of refactoring, right? Because this Safari view controller is pretty common, right? You could potentially see how many places throughout your app you may want to present a Safari view controller. A common example is like your privacy policy, terms and conditions, or just other random things. So I don't like to have my Safari view controller stuff limited to just one view controller because I don't want to have to type this code out like every time. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Command X, we're going to cut that. And then we're going to go to our UI view controller extension. This way, all of our view controllers will have this Safari view controller. So I can do func present Safari VC with URL. And now I can paste that there. And this will all work. Actually, it won't work because I don't have import Safari services. Now it'll work. And then I need to make sure I delete the import from the other place here. So let's go back. Now we need to do present Safari VC with URL. There that is. And then let's get rid of Safari services from here since we don't need that. We got it over there. So now we've exported that out. Again, this way, multiple view controllers can present a Safari view controller if need be. They just need a URL. And before we move on to the next delegate, one thing I forgot to do, good memory management stuff, is in our item info VC. These need to be weak. Our delegates, our delegate variables need to be weak, right? Because they can, this will prevent the retain cycle, similar to how we did the weak self in the network call. Anytime you're dealing with the delegates, they need to be weak. Again, so you can avoid the retain cycle. So my bad, I forgot about that. While we're on that topic, let's go to our follower list VC and not favorites. I've done that a bunch, right? Our follower list VC, right? We haven't been here in a while. This is our good old collection view. We need to create the delegate here now. So protocol follower list VC delegate. And this is typical naming, is like the name of the view controller and then the delegate, right? You've seen this in table view, UI table view delegate, UI collection view delegate, that kind of stuff. And again, let's be type class and func, let's say did request followers and then for username, and it's a string. So we're just basically going to give this a username. And then as we've set up here on this follower list VC, as long as we have this username, we know we can get the followers from it, right? In our get followers function here, get followers, we just need a username and a page. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to pass through that username. So again, the same process, right? We've created the protocol. Now we need to conform to this delegate. So down here at the bottom, again, amongst all of our other delegate conforms, right? UI collection view delegate, UI search results updating, all that stuff. We're going to create another extension. So ext extension follower list VC, and that is going to conform to the follower list VC delegate. And we're going to get the error saying, hey, we don't conform. We need the stubs. There we go. So again, the follower list VC is just waiting. It's waiting for somebody to tell me, hey, I did request followers for username. So here we're going to put this. We're going to basically call get followers for that user. And then we got to do some other stuff to reset the screen, but we'll come back to that. So that's the basic setup. But now, you know, the follower list VC is ready to listen, right? It doesn't know who's going to tell it what to do yet. So who's going to tell the follower list VC what to do? Well, that is our user info VC, right? Because our user info VC is going to know that, hey, the get followers button was tapped. So the user info VC has to tell the follower list VC, hey, get these followers. So or we need to set the delegate for the user info VC now. So in the user info VC, we need to have weak var and then delegate. And this is a follower list VC delegate, right? So now when we initialize our user info VC, we need to set this delegate. So let's go back to where we're initializing this user info VC on the follower list VC. Remember, this happens on did select item. So in our collection view delegate here, collection view did select item at, right here, we're creating the dest VC, which is a user info VC, right? And we're setting the dest VC.username equal to that. Well, now we can do the same. So dest VC.delegate. Remember, let me go back to that. I went over that pretty quickly. Dest VC.delegate, and you see it is a follower list VC delegate because we've declared that. And we can just make that equal self. So now the user info VC, I'm sorry, the follower list VC is now listening to the user info VC. Let me get back to it. Oh, I went past it. Scrolling too fast. Here we go. Yeah. DeskVC.delegate is equal self. So this is saying follower list VC is listening to the user info VC. So our communication pathway is set. Now we just need to go to the area where we want to make the communication happen. And that's going to be in our user info VC. And it's going to be all the way down here on did tap get followers. But that's actually the second step. That's like the final step. But we can call it here. We can say delegate did request followers for user login. Right. Okay. But what we have it. So basically what that is saying is whenever it's almost like a game of like pass it along. Right. So let's go back to the first part of the pass it along, our follower item VC, right? Which we haven't we haven't overridden our action. So action button tapped, remember override. And this is the same thing we did in our repo item VC, where we did tap GitHub profile. Well, now in our follower item VC, we're going to do delegate did tap get followers for user. We're going to pass this user along. So remember, this is kind of what we're passing along the information. When we tap the follower button, our item info VC is going to say, hey, delegate, which is our user info VC, my follower button was tapped. So let's go to the user info VC. So here in did tap get followers, our user info VC is like, cool, got it. Now I need to pass that information along to the follower list VC, which that's what's happening here. Delegate.did request followers for, remember we keep passing this user along, user.login, because we want the username specifically. But before we do that, let's stop here for a second and think of a potential edge case. What happens if they tap did get followers and the user has 0 followers? Well, we don't want to pass it to the follower list VC, make the network call, reset the screen, right? That's unnecessary. So what we want to do is if the user has 0 followers, let's just stop right here and show an alert. So let's check against that. Guard let user, whoops, I should spell guard correctly. Guard user dot followers, right? Not equal to 0. We want to make sure it's more than 1. So else we're going to present alert on main thread. Try to think this user has, or say no followers. The message can say this user has no followers. What a shame. And then if you do command control space, we can get a little frowny face action here in our alert. And call the, we'll put so sad on the button title. And then we return out of here. We will not request the new followers. So again, when they press the follower button, if the user has no followers, we'll show an alert. So sad, ha ha ha. Hit OK, and then we're just still on that screen, right? We don't want to unnecessarily go and make the network call and do all that stuff. But if the user has followers, then we're going to go ahead and call delegate did request followers, and then we also have to dismiss this VC, because dismiss the user info VC. Okay, so again, where we're at, our item info VC, our follower one said, hey, my follower button was tapped. Our user info VC says, okay, cool. Let me pass that information. Okay, cool. There's more than 1 follower or more than 0 followers. Let me pass that information onto the follower list VC. So the follower, I do that every time. So the follower list VC here in the follower list VC delegate is sitting there waiting for that, message. And it does. It says, okay, did request followers for username. So now here is where we have to basically make their network call to get the followers and then like reset this screen. So we got to do a little bit of work here. Let's do self.username equals username. And what we're doing is remember this username that we have that kind of, where is it? Right here on line 19. We're basically setting that equal to whatever username we pass through. And then we also need to update the title. So title equals username, right? Because we don't want the title in the nav bar to say something else. Let's also followers dot remove all. Let's empty out the followers, and just in case, filtered followers dot remove all. Basically, remember, we're just like resetting this screen completely. Let's actually go back up here. We need to set the page number to 1. Whoa, what happened there? Page number equals 1. Do we have page number? Did I call something different? Yep, just page. It's not page number. So page is equal to 1. And what that is remember, if they would have scrolled through a couple times, maybe page number had been incremented up to like 5. Well, we want to reset that to 1 because this is like a brand new user. And then we also want to scroll the collection view like up to the top. So we can do that. So collection view dot set content offset, and CG point is going to be .0. We want to go up to the top, and then animated true. So we're going to see it like scroll up to the top real quick if it's not. And then finally, after we've reset the screen, right? We've set the username, we've set the title, reset the page to 1. We've cleared out our arrays. We've scrolled back up to the top. Now, finally, we want to go ahead and call get followers for username, and page is going to be page, right? Because we just reset the page to 1. So this is basically resetting the page and then making the network call again. So let's test out this little game of phone tag that we got going on. Remember, item info VC is going to say, hey, my button was tapped. User info VC is going to say, cool, let the follower list screen know and dismiss myself. And then we're going to make a new network call. Hopefully I'll pick somebody random. Hopefully they have followers. iCoder 86. Okay, 2 followers, cool. So when I tap get followers, we dismiss, make the network call, and we have their 2 followers. And we can even keep going down the line, right? Let's tap to Medine. He has 22 followers, get followers, dismiss. Here's the 22 followers. There we go. So you can see our communication is working, our buttons are working, and if we go back to search, we can work on clearing that out in a future optimization video. But the buttons are hooked up, delegation is working. Again, just remember, it's a communication pathway between 2 views. Delegates and protocols are what's called a one-to-one communication pattern. You see, we're just setting up a communication pathway between 2 views. The other communication pattern, like notifications and observers, that's known as a one-to-many. That's where if you want to have like many different things communicating with one thing, that's a whole different topic. But just so you know that exists, that is a common interview question too, talking about the different types of communication patterns. I got videos about notifications and observers on my YouTube channel. You can check those out. We're actually not going to be covering those here in this course, but delegates and protocols are like the main one. So now that we got these buttons working, that essentially finishes our user info screen. In the next few videos, we're going to work on persistence, where we're going to be able to add to favorites and then show those favorites in a table view on our favorites tab, right? We've been working in the search tab the whole time. We haven't even looked at our favorites tab. Well, I've accidentally clicked on favorites list VC about 10 times, but we haven't really gone in there. We're going to do that in future videos, so stay tuned. In the last video, we wrapped up our user info VC, getting that button functionality up and running. In this video, we're going to start talking about the favorites section of our app and talk about persistence. This video is going to be more of like a setup and planning video because I'm going to give you the overview of what we're going to do before we actually start diving in. So the plan for this feature, as you can see on the screen, right, we have the little plus button in the upper right of the follower list VC. That's the add button. We want to be able to tap that add button and whatever username we're on, in this case, SALLEN0400, that's me, we hit that and then we add that username to our array of favorites. Now, if we look at the table view in the favorites that we're going to build in a future video, you can see we're showing the avatar and the name. That's the design we came up with. We wanted to not just show the name, we thought the avatar was a nice look. So that does put us in an interesting problem though, because right when we tap that add button, we're saving that username, sure, but we don't have the avatar of SALLEN0400. Like we just have the username. So part of the plan for persistence is we got to make a quick network call to get the user info so we can grab that avatar URL, and then we're going to create a follower object, right? Because the follower object that we've used before has the login and avatar. That's exactly what we're looking for. So once we have that follower object, we need to add it to an array of favorites in persistence. So with persistence, we're basically keeping this array of followers in user defaults. And anytime we want to update that, whether we're adding to it, or as you can see, we have a swipe to delete feature. So we have the ability to delete from favorites. So whether we're adding or deleting, we're modifying this array of followers that we're saving in user defaults. So there's a couple steps we're always going to have to do regardless whether we're adding or deleting. The first step is we're going to have to retrieve that array from user defaults, and then we're either going to add to it or subtract from it, and then we're going to have to resave that array to user defaults. So we're going to have a retrieve function and a save function. And then in our persistence manager, we're also going to have another function that kind of combines those two. So we can just call like update with follower and it'll do everything in Persistence Manager. So that's the overall gist of what we're going to accomplish. Again, to repeat that, to really drive it home, we're going to keep an array of our follower object in user defaults. And anytime we want to update that array, we got to retrieve it from user defaults, do whatever update we need to do, and then save it again into user defaults. So the last part of this video is we're actually going to create this plus button on our follower list screen and get that hooked up and ready to go. So again, this is part of the overall setup. So here we are in our follower list VC, and to set up this add button is relatively simple. We've done this before in the user info VC, right? We're actually going, this done button we set up here. Remember when we slide up the user info VC, we have that done button. We're actually going to copy and paste this. Again, the benefits of doing things programmatically, right? Because it's basically the same code. So copy that done button code, go to favorites, follower list VC, and again, in our configure view controller function, hit return, paste that. Again, be very careful of copy paste errors. You've heard me say this many times, but it does happen. So instead of done button, this is the add button, and it is a UR bar button item. The bar button system item style is not a done button. We're going to change this to. Remember, we had this whole list of options: action, add, bookmarks, camera, cancel, compose, done. Well, add. We want to add. That's going to give us the little plus button. So we do add, target is self. So now we need to create the action. Well, we don't want it to be dismiss VC. So we need to create the function here, and we'll do it down here kind of towards the bottom after update data. This is going to be at objc and add button tapped. And do a command B so we can get the autocomplete. Whoops, we need the function keyword. Might need that. Do command B again so we can get the autocomplete. So back up to our add button up here. Instead of hashtag selector dismiss VC, it's going to be hashtag selector add button tapped. And the navigation item right bar button is no longer the done button. We want it to be this add button that we just created. So command C, command V, add button. Do command build just to make sure. And let's run this. Well, let's put a print statement in the add button tapped. Print, whoops. Add button tapped. And of course you could use a breakpoint. I like doing print statements, especially for educational purposes, because it really illustrates what's happening. But let's pull up our simulator here and see our add button in action. Of course, we don't have the logic behind it, but we want to get everything hooked up. That way, when we actually write our persistence manager, everything's hooked up and ready to be tested. So SAL0400, get followers. Okay, here on our follower list screen, you can see in the upper right, we do have our plus button. So when I tap that plus button, there we go. In the console, we get add button tapped. So the setup is ready to go. Now in this add button tapped function is where we're going to do all of our persistence manager magic, but we got to write that persistence manager. That's what we're going to do in the next video. So let's do it. We left off last video just discussing the overall plan for our persistence manager and how we're going to do it. And we finished off with getting this add button tapped function all set up and good to go. So this video, we're going to write our persistence manager. We're going to write 3 functions that we're going to use. And that way in the future video, when we hook everything up, we're good to go. So let's go into our managers folder, open that up, do a command N. It's a new Swift file, and it's going to be called persistence manager.swift. And here, let's create this here. We're going to create it as an enum. And the reason we did an enum and not a struct is just a small minor difference. With a struct, you can initialize an empty struct. It's kind of like a safety thing. Super minor difference, but with an enum, you couldn't initialize an empty enum. So persistence manager. And the first thing we want to do is create our instance of user defaults. So static private let defaults equals user defaults dot standard. And this way we don't really have to type user defaults dot standard every time. You'll see when we use it in the future. And the first function we're going to write is the function that actually retrieves the user defaults, right? Because that's the first step we're going to have to do is, before we update the array that we're saving, we have to retrieve that array. So that's going to be the first one we write. So static func retrieve favorites. And this is going to have it's going to be similar to the network call where we're going to have a completion handler and a result type. Because this can fail with an error when we decode. We'll get to that in a second. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Completed at escaping. Again, very, very similar to our network calls. And again, very, very similar. The two types here are going to be an array of follower. It's going to be our favorites array, but remember, we're saving a type of follower, and a GF error. And then again, this returns void. So that is our function signature, retrieve favorites with a completion handler that, again, we're going to get the result type, which is a success or failure. Upon success, we're going to have our array of follower, which is going to be our favorites array if we got it back. If not, we're going to have a GF error. Again, very, very similar to our network calls. Now, the thing with user defaults and why we're getting into like the encodable, decodable, why we're using this result type with the completion handler is because anytime you're saving a custom object to user defaults, you have to encode it and decode it. It gets saved as data. Whereas if you were just saving an int, a string, a Boolean, something super basic like that, you wouldn't have to do that. User defaults can hold those, no problem. But again, we're saving a custom object, this follower array. So that's why we have to go through this. So let's try to retrieve it here. We do guard let favorites data, because again, it's going to be data equal defaults. So this is where we're accessing our defaults. And then it's dot object for key. And you see it's going to be a string. Now, when you save something into user defaults, you have to give it an identifier, which is a key. And again, and it's a string. So we'll call ours favorites. But now again, you're going to see this stringly type stuff. Hopefully this, rings alarms here. So we're going to create an enum to hold our constants essentially. So enum keys, and we'll do static let favorites equal, and we'll cut and paste this. Cut, paste, there we go. Now for object for keys, we're going to do keys.favorites. And because we're going to be reusing this throughout our user defaults. So we don't want to have to retype the string every time. So that's what we did here by putting it in a constant. So basically what we're saying here is let's pull favorites data. It's going to be the object for key. Basically whatever is at the key favorites, that's what we're going to pull up. Except if you notice, let me rewrite this again. So defaults.object for key. If you notice, it's an any here. Basically what that means is like Swift knows there's an object there, but it doesn't know like what type of object it is. So we have to cast it as data. We have to tell it like, hey, this is data. So object for key, and again, it's keys.favorites, and then as data, this is us casting it. We're saying, hey, Swift, this is data. Else, this is where we're going to, we're not going to return an error here, because basically if this is nil, this means we've never saved anything to favorites before. It's kind of like the first time use. So we don't want to return an error, right? Just because there's no favorites ever in there. So we're going to return an empty array. So we're going to call completed. Completed. And completed takes in a success case dot success. And instead of giving it an array of followers, we're going to send back an empty array. Because again, this is the example of the very first time you're ever trying to access this. So here's your empty array of followers. And then we want to return. So now that we have our favorites data, again, provided it's not nil, now we can do our do try catch to decode this. Again, remember when it's in user defaults, we had to encode it. So now we need to decode it into our follower array. And this is going to be, again, very similar to our network manager. So let's go to the network manager. Here where we're creating a decoder and we're decoding it, it's the same process. So let's actually copy and paste this do try catch, copy, and then persistence manager. Paste it there because it's the same thing, except decoding strategy, we don't need to convert from snake case, right? Because we're no longer dealing with like server stuff, but it is the same code, and I'll run through it real quick. So we create our decoder, our JSON decoder. We don't, again, need to do any convert from snake case or anything like that. Let followers, let's use the proper name here. Let favorites equals try. We're going to decode it. We want to decode it into an array of followers, same thing, except the data we're decoding it from is not data, it's favorites data that we got up here, right? So copy that, paste that favorites data in there, and completed, we want to send in through, if it's completed, we want to say success, good to go, and send up the array of favorites, which we just decoded here on line 28. Send that through to the result type for the success case. Again, hopefully this is all review. This is the same stuff we did in our network call. And now the catch, if it tries to decode the data and it can't decode it, there's an error, it goes into the catch case, and we don't want to pass invalid data. We want to be a little more specific. We want to say like unable to favorite. So here in our utilities, we have our GF error. We're going to add a couple more error messages. Case unable to favorite. There was an error favoriting this user. Please try again. Again, maybe not, I'm not the best at writing error messages, but you can write whatever you want in here. So, and then back in Persistence Manager, that's what we want to return. We don't want to return invalid data. Do Command B to get the autocomplete. We want to do dot unable to favorite. So that's the error we're going to pass back through our result type in the failure case. So this is our retrieve favorites function. Let me walk through it again real quick. Again, repetition is the key. We are going to call retrieve favorites. It's going to return a result type. In the success case, it's going to be an array of followers, which is our array of favorites, or an error. So this first section here, we're reaching into user defaults and seeing what we have. Again, in the first use case, if there's nothing there, it's going to return nil. And in that case, we're going to return a blank array because it's like the first time using it. If there is something in there, we're going to get that data as favorites data, and then we're going to use our decodable, codable stuff to decode that data into an array of followers, and then we're going to return that through the success case of the result type as our array of followers that's also called favorites. If not, we're going to send the error of unable to favorite through the failure case of the result type. So that's retrieving the array. Now let's work on saving the array. Remember I said there's multiple steps here. So now we want to save favorites. So down here, static func save favorites, and that is an array of follower. And this is actually going to return a GF error because, again, when we're saving it, now we're encoding it. Remember when we were retrieving it, we're decoding it from data. When we save our array of followers to user defaults, we need to encode it into data. And just like when we're decoding up here, it has the possibility of catching and failing in the encoding process. So that's why we're going to return a GF error, which is going to be an optional because it could be nil, right? If the save goes successfully good, we're going to return nil as the GF error. So similar to the decoding, it's going to, well, let's return here, return nil, just for now, just to get Xcode to stop giving me errors. So we need a do, try, catch, very similar to the decoder. So do, and we're going to say let encoder, not decoder, encoder equal JSON encoder. Make sure you pick the right one there. And then we do let encoded favorites equal encoder dot encode, and then the value is, we have to put a try in front of it. Try encoder dot encode, and the value is going to be favorites that we passed in here on line 36. And you see we get the error. It says errors thrown from here are not handled. We have to handle that in the catch block, right? So just type our catch, and we need to, in this point, return, whoops. Remember, we're returning a GF error. So if this encode fails, we're going to return dot unable to favorite. Again, the same thing we did up here. So now we have our encoded favorites if it was successful. So now what we need to do is save that to the user defaults. So to do that, we do defaults dot set value of type any for key string. So you see it's very similar up here to object for key where we were retrieving the object. Well, now we're setting the object. So set encoded favorites. Remember the C, it's of type data. You can see we've already encoded it there. Encoded favorites for key. Remember I said we were going to reuse this keys dot favorites, right? So that's how you know what you're getting. Whatever string you save it as, essentially, that's what you're going to pull from when you retrieve the favorites. And then here we want to return nil. We're returning nil, right? Because we're returning a GF error. So basically in this do, if this all goes well, we're returning nil because there's no GF error. However, if it doesn't work out, right, something goes wrong with the encoding, we're going to return unable to favorite. And then we can get rid of this return nil down here, which was our kind of temporary get Xcode to shut up error. Clean this up a bit. So here you see we have our save and retrieve are very, very similar, right? When we're saving the favorites, we're encoding it as data, saving that data into user defaults. And then when we're retrieving, we're just retrieving that data and decoding that data into an array of followers. All right, so now that we have like the two main building blocks here, now we need to write the function that kind of combines all these. And it's gonna take in one of the parameters. We need to know whether we're adding or removing, right? So we can act accordingly. So we're going to create an enum to handle that. We'll create that up here above the persistence manager. Enum, we're going to call it persistence action type because it's going to be if case add or remove, right? That way we can pass this in and we'll know whether we're adding or removing. And you'll see how this all ties together once we actually use this here in a little bit. But we're building the foundation here. So the function here is going to be static func update with, and we want to pass in a favorite, which the favorite is going to be of type follower, not an array, right? This is where we're actually favoriting the one individual. So we're going to update that with the follower, and then action type is going to be of type persistence action type. That's what we just created up here on line 11 and 12. So here in the function, we're going to pass in .add or .remove so we can act accordingly. And then this will have a completion handler as well, because we need to know, like, again, remember when we're adding or removing, we can get errors if the data doesn't get encoded properly. So we want to have a completion handler that will send back an error if that does happen, so we can present our error messages on our view controller. So that completion handler is going to be at escaping again, at escaping, and it's going to be a GF error. And again, it can be nil, can be an optional, and this returns void. And give us our curly braces here. We'll make this smaller so that fits in a little bit better. So again, to repeat that, we're going to be able to call update with. We're going to pass in our follower, and then we're going to say, hey, we're either adding or removing, and it's going to complete with an error if all doesn't go well. So let's start writing this function. So the first thing we need to do, remember, regardless whether we're adding or removing, we need to reach into user defaults and retrieve the array so we can update it. So luckily we have a function for that here called retrieve favorites. So let's call that retrieve favorites. And you see we get the completion handler here, and it's just a result. Again, very, very similar to the network call here, result. And anytime you get a result, right, you want to switch on that result because you're going to get a case.success and let favorite, again, just to keep the naming here, favorites, and we'll put a break in there for now just so Xcode doesn't yell at us, case.failure, and let error, and a break. And again, remember, that is this retrieve favorites function where we're either going to get our array of followers or the error based on all this code we did down here. So let's handle the failure case first, because that's pretty simple. So if we fail here, we're going to call completed, and we're going to pass in the error, right? So remember, this is the completion handler up here that is going to pass back a GF error. So if things fail, we're just going to pass back the error that we passed through that result type earlier. The success case, where we actually get our favorites, this is going to be a bit more involved. So let's work on that. Now this favorites variable that we get here, this is going to be immutable. However, we need to either add or remove from our array. So we need to create kind of a temporary array here. So let's let var retrieved favorites equals favorites. So basically, I'm just kind of creating a new array that is equal to the one we get back, because by making this a var, I can mutate this. I can add items to it, I can remove from it, and that's what we need to do. So now we need to switch based on our action type, right? Because we're either going to be adding or removing. So here, switch action type, and then the case is .add, or the case is .remove. And again, we'll put breaks in here just so we don't get the Xcode errors. So now we need to act accordingly on retrieve favorites, whether we're either adding our favorite or removing our favorite. We're going to handle both those cases. So the first thing we want to do in our add case here, let's give us some space here, is if you think about it, right, we don't want to add a favorite if that favorite already exists, right? If we've already added sallen0400 to our favorites, we don't want to add that again. So let's check for that. So guard not retrieved favorites .contains, and you can see we can get the contains element. So we're going to see contains favorite that we pass in here. That's the favorite that we passed in up here as the parameter up on line 25. So we're going to make sure that this doesn't contain our favorite already. And if it does contain the favorite, we're going to call completed, and we're going to pass back an error type, right? Dot, well, we'll put invalid data for now, but let's go to our errors. We're going to create a new one. So gf error, let's put case already in favorites and say, you've already favorited this user. You must really like them. Okay, so that's our, have fun with your error messages, you know, type whatever you want in there. Or if you're actually doing a take-home project, be serious about it. So back to our persistence manager. So now instead of passing back completed.invalidData, we're gonna pass back dot already, again, Command B, get some autocomplete action, dot already in favorites. I did not spell that right in my my error here. Already in favorites. There we go. Back to persistence manager. There we go. Command B, make sure that's all good. And then we want to return, right? Once we show that error, we're done. We want to return out of here. So that's our check to make sure like our favorite doesn't already exist. So if that favorite doesn't already exist, now we just need to append that favorite to our array. So retrieved favorites dot append new element favorite. So we're just going to throw that favorite into that array. And that's all we're doing actually for the add case, right? Add case is good to go. So let's work on the remove case. So basically we need to go through the array and remove all instances where these followers match. So we can do that. We can do retrieved favorites dot remove all, and not just remove all. We want to do remove all wherever that is. There it is. Wow, this is way down here. Remove all where, and then you can put in a closure here to make sure it matches. Again, you know, I like to use the shorthand closures here. So let's get rid of this. And then again, it's very simple. $0. Remember, $0 is each item as it's iterating through. I always put the dot in front of it. $0 dot login. Remember, this is a follower object. Our follower object has an avatar URL or a login. We're going to compare the logins. So equals favorite dot login. And that favorite is again, this favorite that we passed in here on line 25. So basically we're iterating through that array. Anywhere the login equals the favorite login, that's where we're going to remove it. So just that one simple line of code will go through and remove any instance of the username that we're trying to remove. So again, we're only doing this when we're removing that. This is when we're going to do the swipe to delete on the table view. So that's what's going to happen here. So again, to walk through this real quick, in our add, we're taking care of that. We're checking to make sure it's not already there. Then we add it. And if not, we remove all instances of it. So now that we've either added or removed accordingly, now we just need to save our array back into user defaults. Remember, like I said, we retrieve it, we update it, either add or remove, and then we save it again. So in that case, we can call completed. And remember, this completed is either going to return, it's going to return a GF error, either nil or an error. Well, if you remember, our save function here is either going to return, it's going to return nil upon a successful save that we did here, or it's going to return a GF error upon any failures. So here in the completed, we can call that function save favorite or favorites, right? We want to save the whole array that it takes in there. So again, the completed is either going to be, if the save went successful, we're going to complete it with a nil. And if the save was unsuccessful, it's going to be completed with the GF error, and we're going to pass up that error. So that is our update with function. Again, you're going to see this in action in the next video where we update it with our favorites. We either say, hey, we're going to add or remove it. And then, like you said, we acted accordingly. When we added it, check to make sure it's not already in there. Then we add it here. If we're removing it, we're removing all instances of it. And then we save it back to user defaults. Done deal. So that is our persistence manager. Again, we have the building blocks of save and retrieve. And then here in this update with, we put those building blocks together, acting accordingly, whether we're either adding or removing. So let's put all this together in the next video and see how this works. In the last video, we worked on getting our persistence manager all set up. So in this video, we're going to test it. So let's go to our follower list VC, here where we have the add button tapped, right, where we just did that print statement. Now it's time to actually start writing some code. And again, to go through the process, remember, when we add the add button tapped, we're going to have the username. However, we need to download the user info so we can create our follower object. That way we have our avatar and our username. Because again, that's the design we chose to go with. We didn't want to just show the username. That would have made our lives a bit easier, but showing the avatar and the username made for the nicer design, so that's what we went with. So let's go. That first step we need to do is network manager.shared get user info for username that we have here, and completed. Here we have our result. All right, we get the result type, result, not the capital R, the lowercase r. And look, we're doing a network call, so let's do some other stuff we've set up before, right? Show loading view. We want to do that before. And then also in our result, we want to definitely do the capture list of the weak self, because we're going to be using self here. So that means the first line we got to do is guard let self equal self, else return. This will give us access to our self object. And once we get this back, we can do self.dismiss loading view. And now we can switch on our result type. So switch result. And again, we get a case.success and let user. And we have case.error. Whoops, I'm sorry, case.failure. And then let error. And again, put breaks in here for now, just to not have Xcode yell at us. So now we have to handle our success and failure case for getting our user info. And as always, I like to handle the failure case first because it's relatively simple. Self.present GF alert on main thread. Remember, we've done this before. We can say something went wrong. And the message is going to be error.raw value. And the button title we're going to use is just, okay. So failure case handled, like I said, that's always usually the easier one to do. So in our success case, what are we going to do here? In our success case, now that we have our user info, and the whole reason we're downloading the user info is because we need to get that avatar URL, right? Because our follower object, if we go back to our model here, right? Our follower object is a login, which we already have. We have that username. However, we didn't have the avatar URL. And again, the whole reason we have to do this is because our design, we chose to show the avatar and the username in our table view. Again, if we were just showing the username, this would be much easier, but we want it to look nice. So what we need to do here, now that we have that, is to create a follower object. So let favorite equal, and we're going to initialize a follower. And you can see we can initialize that with a login and an avatar URL. So the login is going to be user.login. From the user that we got here. And the avatar URL is going to be user.avatar URL. So now we have our favorite object. So now we can use our persistence manager that we just created. Persistence manager.update with, remember, we're going to pass in the favorite. So that's the favorite that we just created up here on line 125. That follower object that we just initialized. So we're going to pass that in. The action type, here's where we're adding it, right? Add button tapped. So now we just pass in .add, and then completed here, we're going to get, we're just going to call it error that we get back. And now we need to basically handle the error if need be. So let's do guard let error equal error. And this is to make sure we have an error. Like if we have an error, like, right, we didn't get the success case, it didn't come back nil, then well, if we don't have an error, that means everything went smooth, everything went great. So now we can do self dot, and because we're using self, we need to make sure we do the capture list here, weak self. And then again, guard let self equal self, else return. Don't want no memory leaks. So now we can do guard let error equal error dot present GF alert on main thread, and we'll say success exclamation point. So this is what happens again if we don't have an error. The save went well. The save actually worked. So you have successfully favorited this user, and then we can do a nice little celebratory celebrate. Cool. Give us that little celebratory emote. And the string is going to be hooray on our button title. And we can return out of here. So again, this is the case when the error is nil. That means everything went well. So now we have the case where the error wasn't nil. Let me do a Command B to get rid of these errors. Oh, I forgot the else here. Command B, get rid of the errors. So now we have an error value, right? Error was not nil. So now, something went wrong. Now we need to actually show that. So self.present gf alert on main thread, say something went wrong, and the message is going to be error.raw value, right? Because whatever error we're passing through. So again, back to, just so this can all make sense, let's go back to update with in the persistence manager here, because this is what's actually going on. So you see where the error that we're passing through here, when we call completed, right? It can be already in favorites. The error could be, the error that we pass through here, unable to favorite. So that's where that error is coming from. So back to favorites list VC, and that's what we need to do. Let's delete this here, and I'll walk through this again real quick. So, because it's quite a big function, and we can refactor this, may do this later in an optimization video, but we want to get it working first. So again, what's going on here? When they tap the add button, we're going to show the loading view because we're making a network call. When that network call comes back, we're going to dismiss the loading view, right? And we get this result type back. On success, we get a user. From that user, we're going to create our follower object called favorite, right? Because we need the avatar URL and the username based on auto design. And in persistence manager, we're going to call update with, we're going to pass the favorite. This is an add type, so we know we're adding to it. And in the update favorites, it returns in the completion handler an error. So if the error is nil, that means our save was good. So if the error is nil, we're going to present success. You've successfully favorited this user. If that error is not nil, that means things went bad. So that's where we're going to present this error on the main thread with our error.raw value as the message. Oops, I forgot this string here. Okay. And in the failure case, again, presenting that error. So that handles the add. Let's see if this works here. Again, a lot of code that we wrote. We wrote a whole persistence manager. We wrote this whole thing. All right, SALEN 0400, get followers. Let's add it to favorites. Cool, you have successfully favorited this user. Hooray. So all right, things are working nicely. Now let's test our check to see if I can add myself again. So add to favorites. That's not correct. You have successfully favorited this user. We don't want that. So something's not quite working. Let's check this out. Let's go into our persistence manager and see where we're saving this here. So add, we're checking to make sure it contains it. So I want to go to our save function here, right? Because that's where something's clearly not working in our save function. So we're saving our favorites array, which is the wrong array, right? Remember here on line 29, we created this mutable array of retrieve favorites, not this immutable one. So when I initially retrieve this, it's 0, nothing's in it. It's the first time I used it. And I keep saving that empty array here in favorites. So again, very easy error to make, right? Because retrieved favorites is the one that we're like appending to and removing all that stuff. So let's actually save retrieved favorites, right? Make sure we save the right array, the one we're changing. So actually let's delete that, little bit of space issue. So now we should be working. So SALEN 0400, get followers. And I should be able to save myself, right? Because anything we were saving was the empty array. We weren't saving any addition. So add. Success. You have successfully favorited this user. Hooray. All right, fingers crossed. This should work. Add. Nice. Something went wrong. You already favorited this user. You must really like them. Okay, cool. So our check is working nicely. So our array should have SALEN 0400 in it. Let's pick another user here. Let's do Caleb. Do get followers on Caleb. So now Caleb is the user here. So let's add Caleb. Success. You have successfully favorited this user. Okay, cool. Hooray. Let's try to break it. Something went wrong. You have already favorited this user. You must really like them. Cool. So this is working. So now in our user defaults array, right? I stopped it. I stopped running. And the whole point of user defaults and persistence is to be the same, through different launches of the app, right? If we weren't persisting it, when we close the app, we would lose all the data. So now we want to test retrieving favorites. So now I can legitimately go to my favorites list VC. I've gone to this thing accidentally like 20 times because this is going to be where our table view is. But here in view to load, let's check let's try to retrieve our array, and we're going to print it off to see that Sean Allen 0400 and Caleb are in our array. So we need to do persistence manager dot retrieve. This is all we're going to do. And the result here, that's that. And this is kind of like a temporary call here. We just want to make sure we have the array. So we have the switch on the result. This is going to again have case dot success. And it's going to be let favorites. That's going to be the array we get back. And then case dot failure let error. Cool. Okay. So, and then break on the failure. Who cares? We're assuming success here because we're just testing right now. So if favorites is correct, we want to print in favorites. So when I go to our favorites tab in our app, let's do a Command B, make sure things are good. Cool. That's fine for now. So when I go to our favorites tab, it's going to print out our array and it should have sallen0400 and Caleb in it. Moment of truth. See if this works here. So we're going to finally click this favorites tab. We haven't done that yet. Favorites. Okay, we printed it out. Yeah, here's the array of followers. sallen0400 with my avatar URL, and then Caleb R. Wals with his avatar URL. Great. We are able to retrieve our persisted favorites array. And the reason that's important on the favorites list VC, because we're about to create a table view. And if you're familiar with table views, just like we needed in our collection view, we need an array of objects to populate our table view. Well, now in our favorites list VC, we're able to retrieve that array of followers. So now we can create this table view that has our avatar URL and the username. So that's going to wrap up persistence. We have things working. In the future videos, we're going to build this table view with the whole swipe to delete action, and we'll be just about done. That's going to wrap up like the building of the project. Future videos, we're going to go back and do some optimization, some refactoring, some proofreading, if you will. It's kind of the section of the course that you should always do before you turn in your project, right? Like it's just like if you wrote a book report and you did the first draft, like you don't want to turn in that draft, right? You want to go over it a couple times, make everything perfect. Well, that's what we're going to do in a few videos after we complete the table view. But anyway, table views first. That's up next. Let's go. In the last video, we got our persistence manager all hooked up. So now we have our array of favorites in our favorites list VC. So now it's time to actually start building this table view that you see here. Now this is going to be a relatively straightforward table view. So this is most likely going to be review, but I'm a big believer in repetition, right? Like if you're a basketball player, you don't just shoot 5 shots and all of a sudden you're good at basketball, right? You got to be in the gym, getting up shots all the time. So repetition is the key. So let's build this pretty basic table view. And the first thing we're going to do is build our custom cell. And as you can see here in the design, the cell is just our avatar image view and the label. So we're going to go and create that in the custom views folder. Open up our cells folder here, just where we have the follower cell. Do a Command N. Koga touch class, hit next. UI table view cell. There it is. And then we're going to call this the favorite cell. Hit next. Create. And then some may, like I've got this question before, and this also goes with, you know, why we're not just going to use a table view controller. And also like the default table view cell has an image and a label. I get all that. I've just had, in my experience, and this is a completely subjective opinion, using those table view controllers and the default stuff, like, is great for the very default looking table view. I've just always found them so restrictive that I just prefer to create my own table views and create my own table view cells pretty much every time. So I will say, just so you have the full context, that is my like subjective opinion. That's how I feel based on my experience. Others may, you know, live by the table view controller and love using the default stuff. That's fine. I just want to give you the context on why I'm creating all my own custom stuff. So with that out of the way, let's delete all the boilerplate stuff here. And just like, let's look at our follower cell, because it's going to be very similar, right? This is what we did for the collection view, right? Except instead of a collection view cell, it's going to be a table view cell. But we have our avatar image view, our username label, our reuse ID. So we're actually going to copy and paste, again, benefits of doing everything programmatically. So let's paste that here. So the reuse ID is not going to be follower cell, right? It's going to be favorite cell. And then we have our avatar image view, just initialized with a frame of 0. And this is why we created this custom class, because we knew we were going to reuse this avatar throughout the app. And our username label, good name for that. Let's actually line up those. GF title label, so this is going to be different. Our text alignment's not going to be center. We actually want this to be text aligned left. And then font size 16, that's going to be too small. 26 is the font size that I've dialed that in on the design, so I know that number. It took me a little bit to tweak to get the look I wanted, but there we go. So we have our basic elements of our cell. Now we need to create our init method. So init, we want to override this UI table view.cell style. We have to call the super.init, pass in style and reuse identifier that we're passing in there. And then now here's where we're going to call configure. We haven't created that configure yet. Here we get our storyboard initializer. Hopefully a lot of this has been repetitive, right? But that's good. Like I said, repetition is the key. So let's call create our private func called configure. And this is where we're going to basically lay out our UI. Let's make sure we call configure up here in our initializer that we're overriding. And now let's start talking about the custom layout that we're going to do. So just like before, the first thing we need to do is add subview. We want to add our avatar image view, add subview, add our username label. And then now this is going to be different. Let's pull up the design. Table view cells have an accessory view, like that little disclosure indicator, the arrow on the right that you see. We want to show that on our cells. So we call that accessory type, and that is going to equal dot. And you can see you can do check mark, detail button, disclosure indicator. Disclosure indicator is what we want. As you can see, it says a chevron shaped control for presenting new content. So typically the disclosure indicator means, hey, this is tappable and there's more to see. So that's what that disclosure indicator is for. And then I know we're going to need padding for our UI, just like we've done before. Oh, I forgot to make that a CG float, and line up these equal signs. And padding is going to be 12. Again, just a number I've dialed in. So now we need to lay out our constraints for everything. So ns layout constraint dot activate. Again, more of the same. We've been here before. And we need to lay out 2 items here, right? Pulling up the design, you see we have our avatar image view kind of off to the left, and then we have our label, pinned to the center of that image view. Pretty straightforward layout. And like before, we're going to use our avatar image view as kind of like our anchor. So we're going to constrain this first. Avatar image view dot center y anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to self dot center y anchor, comma. So we're basically just centering this in the cell vertically. And then we're going to give this a leading edge of padding. So we want it 12 points from the left of the content view. So avatar image view dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to, we're going to need a constant here, self dot leading anchor, and then the constant is going to be padding. Again, this is all very, very similar. Repetition, we've done this before. And we want our avatar to be square, just like before. And we're going to make this 60 by 60. Because in our table view, pulling up the design again, just for visual, each of our rows is going to be 80 points tall. We're going to hard code that. And we wanted that to be like fat enough to look good and be spacious because our font is pretty big, right? It's pretty chunky font, as you can see. So avatar image view dot height anchor dot constant or equal to constant is going to be 60. We're going to do, like I said, 60 by 60. Avatar image view dot width anchor dot constraint equal to 60. There we go. So now we need to lay out our username label. So username label dot, again, we're just going to do center y anchor dot constraint. Again, we want this centered in the self dot center y in the cell. We just want it dead center vertically, by the way. And then now we're going to pin it 24 points to the right of the avatar image view. So avatar image view dot, let me scroll up here in case my head starts to block stuff. Not avatar image view, sorry. Username label dot leading anchor dot constraint is going to be equal to avatar image view dot trailing anchor. Again, this is going to be the right side of the avatar image view, and the constant is going to be 24. Again, a number I dialed in to get the spacing that I was looking for to match the design. And we want username label dot trailing anchor. We want this to go all the way to the right of the screen, again with our padding, dot constraint equal to self dot trailing anchor, and then the constant is negative padding. Again, remember if you're doing trailing, you got to do negative. And then we just want our height to be 40. Username label dot height anchor dot constraint equal to 40. And again, I hard coded that based on our font size of 26, just made it a little bigger, just to, again, account for the Y's, the G's, and all that stuff. So this is our relatively straightforward table view cell. Wanted to do this in a separate video so we can focus on the table view in the next one, but actually forgot one thing. We forgot our set function. Again, very similar to the follower cell. Actually, it's going to be the exact same thing. So we're going to copy and paste it, right? This is what gets called in the table view self-road index path when we're actually setting each of these functions. So copy that and paste there, except we're not going to set follower. We're going to call it set favorite. And it's going to take in a follower, and then we're going to do username label.text equals follower.login. And then in the avatar image view, we're going to download the image from the avatar URL. So now our favorite cell, whoopsie, forgot to change the name there. Not follower.avatar, favorite.avatar, because that's what we named it up here in the function. So do a Command B just to make sure I didn't forget anything else. Okay, we're good to go. So our table view cell is all set up. So now in the next video, when we actually build our table view, we'll be able to plug this right in and get everything up and running. So on to the next video. So the last video, we got our pretty basic table view cell all set up. Now it's time to actually build this table view, populate it with our favorites, and get this whole thing up and running. So in our favorites list VC, I've got a little bit of a mess because we were just testing things. Let's start cleaning this up here. So out of this view did load, let's create a function called get favorites. And again, for now, we're going to come back and revisit that function here in a little bit, but let's get this persistent manager stuff out of here because we'll be doing that. And we're going to also be configuring our view controller. So just like we've had in our other ones, configure view controller. And in here, this is where we're not going to have our background color be system blue anymore. We want this to be system background. There we go. Another thing we want to do is title is going to equal favorites. We'll line those up in a second. So we want the title of the navigation bar to say favorites, right? As you see in the design that I'll pull up here. So we have that. And now we want to do large titles, just like we have here on our follower list VC. We're preferring the large titles. We can copy and paste this. And I'm doing a lot of copying and pasting on purpose, just to show you how you can kind of, when you do everything programmatically, you have a lot of reusable code. So we can do that. Of course, if you chose to type that out again, that's fine. I like to do a lot of copying and pasting when it comes to that. So here in configure view controller, and we're just kind of setting up, we're not obviously touching the table view stuff quite yet. I just wanted to clean this up, get this stuff separated before we began, kind of clean up the workspace before we start. So like I said, view.background color, system background, same thing we've been doing. We're setting the title to favorites, and then we're making sure we're using the large titles for this navigation controller, right? Because each navigation controller is different. If you remember all the way back to like our beginning lessons, our favorites list VC already has this navigation bar, prefers large titles, but that's a separate navigation controller, right? Remember we had two navigation controllers in both of our tabs. Well, now in the favorites list VC, we're in the other tab, so we're in a whole different navigation controller. So that's why we have to set that here. So with that kind of maintenance out of the way, let's start talking about our table view. So the first thing we're going to need is a table view. So let table view equal UI table view, initialize that. And then remember, like I said, for every table view, collection view, we need an array of objects. So let's do var followers, not followers, var favorites equals, and this is a, it's of type array of followers. And that is going to equal the empty array here. So we'll tab those over. So we have our table view and our favorites, which is empty. So what's going to happen is in get favorites here, we're going to populate our favorites array. There's a lot more we have to do in this function. We'll come back to in a second. But essentially, we're going to do favorites, self.favorites equals favorites, the favorites that we passed in here. Again, we're going to come back to that, but that is essentially what's happening here, just to give you a little sneak peek. When we successfully retrieve our favorites from user defaults, we're going to set that favorites array that we just created up here equal to that array of favorites we got. So now let's create a function called configure table view, because there's some setup we have to do with the table view. So func configure table view. And the first thing, hopefully you're familiar with this, is with the table view, we have to set up the delegates for the data source and delegate. So table view.delegate equals self, and table view.data source equals self. So now, just like we did with other protocol conformances, as you can see, it'll say cannot assign value of type this because we don't conform to the delegate here. So let's do our extension on the favorites list VC, and we're going to conform to UI table view data source and UI table view delegate. Now, one thing somebody has brought up in a past video is it's very common for people to want to have the data source outside of the view controller. You know, it breaks MVC back to like, does the view controller need to know about this? And the answer is no. However, my take on that, just to put it on video, is if the data source is super straightforward, very simple, like this one is going to be, as you're about to see, I prefer to keep it in the view controller with all the table view stuff. And to me, that just makes the code base easier to follow, easier to reason about. Now, of course, these data sources can get pretty complex, right? Like if your table view or collection view has 5 sections, they're coming from different areas, these can get very, very complex. And of course, in that situation, it is absolutely wise to move your data source outside of your view controller. However, again, my preference, because again, it's a constant balance of, you know, you don't follow MVC like at all costs, because sometimes you can be making very, very tiny abstractions that introduce unnecessary complexity, in my opinion. Whereas keeping it straightforward and simple is better. Again, my subjective opinion, but I want to let people know that's why I'm keeping this data source in the view controller. Again, if this data source was really, really complex, I would 100% be moving it out of the view controller. Now, all that being said, let's give us our data source protocol stubs. So we're going to return favorites.count, because this is our number of rows in section. So the number of rows that our table view is going to have is however many favorites we have in our array. And then now we need to set up our self row and index path. So we need to create our cell. So let cell equal table view.dequeue reusable cell with identifier. And remember, the string is going to be, remember we did this in the favorite cell that we copied and pasted from our follower cell, where we're creating this reuse ID of favorite cell. So let's go back to our favorites list VC, and that is going to be favorite cell.reuse ID. Again, same thing we did with our collection view. We need to cast this as a favorites cell. So that way it knows, hey, this is a favorite cell, and we can use our cell.setFavorite, this function here that we created in our favorite cell, right? If we didn't cast it as a favorite cell, it wouldn't know that it had this function. So that's why we have to do that. So back to follower list VC. Now we need to get our favorites list VC. I've been mixing that up a lot. So let favorite equal favorites, and it's going to be indexPath.row. indexPath.row. So again, I explained this in the collection view, but essentially this is our array of favorites. And you know how you can access the items in an array by doing, again, I'll do this example again, repetition. I can do favorites, you know, at index path 2, at index, or not index path, index 3, index 4. Well, indexPath.row basically just says, this is an int. IndexPath.row returns an int, and that's the index that we're grabbing based on where it's at in the table view row. So now that I have my cell in the favorite, I can do cell.setFavorite, and we're going to pass in our favorite that we created on line 60. So now, remember, self row at index path gets called every time a cell comes on the screen. Like if you're scrolling through real fast, every time the cell shows up, self row at index path is getting called. So cell.set is going to get called every time it shows up. And then back to the favorite cell, that's again where we're, you know, setting the username and setting the avatar image. We're downloading the view. So now we need to return cell. So like I said, this is our entire data source right here. And this is just so simple and straightforward. I just think abstracting it away just leads to more confusion. Like I'd rather have it right here in the view controller. Again, if this got super complex with multiple sections, absolutely get rid of it. So now that we've set up our data source, we got some delegate methods we're going to implement in a little bit, but let's go back up to our configure table view, because this is what we were doing before we got distracted with our delegate and data source. I did forget to do one major thing. Remember I said you're going to forget to do this many times if you're doing things programmatically. I forgot to do view.add subview. We have to add the table view to the subview. Forgot to do that. And then we have to basically tell the table view like how big to be, right? So table view.frame is going to equal view.bounds. So basically this says fill up the whole view. That's what we want for the table view. And then the last thing we're going to do is, we'll put it up here, I guess, since this is more UI layout type stuff. Table view.row height is going to equal 80. Remember I said we were going to make them 80, hard coded to be 80 tall. That way it all kind of looks nice and spacious. And then the last thing we need to do is register our cell. And that is table view.register. As you can see here, we want to register cell class, any class. So that is going to be favorite cell.self. And for reuse ID, again, is favorite cell.reuse ID. So that is what we have to configure for the table view. Again, just to kind of run down it real quick, adding the subview. We're setting the frame to say, hey, fill up the whole view. We're hard coding our row height to let our row know, hey, we're going to be this tall. Setting our delegate and data source. Registering for the cell. Let's make sure we call the function, right? Something I forget to do a lot. Configure table view and get rid of that. And then remember we were using our data source right here, where the number of rows is going to be however many favorites we have. And then here's where we're configuring our cell in self row and index path every time a cell shows up on screen. So now we need to go into our get favorites here and do a bit of work. Remember, this was just our real quick down and dirty, let's just test this. Well, let's actually flesh out this function and make it legit. So let's get rid of some of the spacing here. I think I just added that. But since we are going to use self, we're going to need our good old weak self here, capture list. And because we have that, we got to do the guard let self equals self, else return. So let's give our switch statement some breathing room here. So in our success case, there's one thing before we just set favorites equal to favorites is we want to make sure we have favorites, right? Because if we don't have any favorites set, we want to show an empty state. So what we can do here, give it some space, is if favorites.isEmpty, then we will do show empty state. Remember we have this, the reason I can just type show empty state, if you remember, we did on our extensions in our UI view controller extension back when we created our empty state. We have this show empty state function that will add this view for the empty state. So back to favorites list VC, and I have to give it a string because remember the empty state has a message. So for that string, we want to do no favorites question mark. And you can do /n to hard code the next line in your string. And then we can do add one on the follower screen. So you can tell the user like what to do in the empty state. And then we want this to be in self.view. And then I did forget to do self.here as well. Let's make this smaller. Command minus. I don't like the 2-line thing. So if favorites is empty, get rid of this here too. We're going to show the empty state. If the favorites is not empty, now we're going to basically set our favorites like we did before up here. And now we need to reload data on our table view. And if you're familiar with reloading table on a table view, you have to do that on the main thread. So let's dispatch queue.main.async to get to the main thread. And we can do table view.reload data. And that will reload the data. It'll pull our newly populated favorites and populate the table view. Oops, forgot to do self. Now, what happens is though, we have to do this just in case there was, we pulled up the empty state first and then we added a favorite and came back. Our empty state's going to be on top. So we want to do view.bring subview to front, and we want to bring the table view to the front, just in case the empty state gets populated on top of it. This is kind of an edge case, but this way we can always self.tableview, make sure our table view is going to be up front and showing. So that is our success case. Let's get rid of this unnecessary space and do our failure case, which as you may remember, our failure case is usually pretty straightforward. We just want to show an error. So self.present GF alert on main thread, title, something went wrong. The message is going to be error.raw value. And the button title is going to just be OK. So now we have our get favorites function. We can clean this up a little bit, but for now we want to make sure it's working. But yeah, just to run through this again real quick, we are retrieving our favorites from persistence. Upon success, if the favorites is empty, we're going to show the empty state with the message of no favorites, add one on the follower screen. And we're going to fill up that view over the table view. If favorites is not empty, like there's actually favorites in there, then we're going to set the favorites to that favorites that we got passed through on the success case. And then we're going to reload our table view on the main thread. And then just to, again, handle the edge case where the empty state may be showing on top of it, we're going to make sure we bring the sub view to the front. This is kind of like Z-index, like the vertical view hierarchy. We always want to make sure the table view is going to be on top when we actually want to show stuff. And then in the failure case, we're showing our custom alert. Now we need to call get favorites before we run this and test it. And instead of doing it in view did load, remember before, we want to do it in view will appear. View will appear, super.view will appear animated. And reason being, remember, like I said, view did load can only get called once. Well, if they pull up their favorites, they see they have no favorites, then they tab over to the follower list screen, add a favorite, and then tab back, view did load is not going to get called again. So view will appear will get called, so we want to make sure we call get favorites in view will appear to ensure that even if they're mid-session and they add new favorites, we're constantly refreshing those favorites. So now we can test this and see how our favorites look. And if you remember, we should have Sean Allen, we should have me, and we should have Caleb in our array. That's all I've added. So let's tap on our favorites tab. There it is, Sean Allen, Caleb Wals. So let's go add something back into the search. Now, this is where view will appear will come in, right? Because I already have the favorites tab up. View to load's already been called. Let's go to 0400. Whoops, no. I've been using DHH he's a pretty famous developer only because it's an easy name and one of the few that I can remember. So we can hit the plus button there. Success, you've successfully added this user, hooray. Now if we tap favorites, there he is, right there. And now if we tap this, we want to show that user's list of favorites, but we haven't implemented our did select cell yet. So let's go on ahead and do that. And we also don't have swipe to delete. Like I'm swiping, nothing's happening. So those are the two delegate methods we're going to implement now, and that'll pretty much wrap up the table view and the project. Of course, we got to do some optimizations in future videos, but it'll initially be built. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So if we stop this, again, we're going back to the delegate methods here, down here. So like I mentioned, we want to do did select. So if you go here and start typing did select, you're going to get table view, as you see, did select. We need to get our favorite because we have to pass that favorite to the next screen. So let favorite equal, and it's basically the same exact line here on line 82. So I'm actually just going to copy and paste that because we're going to use the same favorites.indexpath.row. We're basically going to grab whatever favorite is at the index that we tapped. So now I need a destination VC for where we're going. So let dest VC, it's going to equal, we'll tab over to line these up. It's going to equal a follower list VC. We're going to initialize a new one. And then I can do dest VC dot username equals favorite dot login, and dest VC dot title, same thing, equals favorite dot login. And then now we need to just push this new view controller onto the stack. So navigation controller dot push view controller. Remember, push is when you're using navigation controller, and presenting is when you're doing modally. And we want to push the dest VC onto the stack. Animated is true, and that will handle that one. But let's test it real quick. So again, just real quick, we're grabbing the favorite from whatever row we tapped. We're creating a follower list VC. We're setting the username on that follower list VC to whatever we tapped's login. We're also setting the title, and then we're going to push that onto the stack. So let's test this out real quick. Say, we're in our favorites array. So favorites, let's tap on Caleb. So cool. So there's Caleb name in the title. These are Caleb's followers. Caleb's got a nice amount of followers. And yeah, so that seems to be working. We can go back and we're at our favorites. We type DHH. There we go. He's got his list of followers. We go back, tap Sean, and you see my list of followers. So cool. So getting to the follower list VC from the favorites is working. So now we need to implement some swipe to delete action. So let's work on that. So let's stop this. And there's another table view delegate method called commit editing style. So if you start typing commit editing style, it'll probably be the first autocomplete. So table view .commit editing style. And there's a couple different editing styles that we can do, but we want to make sure we're doing delete. So guard let editing style, or I'm sorry, not guard let, guard editing style equals dot, and you can see you can do dot delete, insert, dot none, dot delete, else return. So basically, if we're not doing a dot delete, just get out of here. We don't want to do anything else. And just like before, the first thing we need to do is we need to grab our favorite. So again, I'm just going to copy and paste again. Grab our favorite from the index path. Again, this is based on whatever row we're swiping to delete. And then now we need to remove that favorite. And the reason we're grabbing the favorite is because we need to let our array of favorites in the user defaults from persistence. We need to know what favorite to get rid of. But that's for the one that we're saving in persistence. We also have this array of favorites here on this screen up here that we're using to populate our table view. So we need to remove it from there as well. So we can do favorites dot remove at int. So we already know what index we're at, right? Because we have the index path dot row. So at index path dot row. Again, this is whatever row we're swiping on. So we know we can remove from that favorites array. And then now we need to delete those rows from the table view. So you can do table view dot delete rows, and you can see it's at it. You pass an array of index paths, so you can delete multiple rows. We're only deleting one, so we can do at index path, just one array, just one, and that's whatever index path we're swiping. And then you can pick the animation. So if I do dot, you can do automatic, bottom, fade, left, middle, none. We're going to do left. You can play around with this to see if you like an animation better. So delete it with the left. So this is what's going to give us, I'll pull it up here. When you swipe to delete and you actually delete a row, it's going to give us this nice animation here by choosing left. So now we've handled the local array, right? Our favorites run that we're using on this screen. Now let's handle the one in persistence. Actually, I guess I didn't have to tab those over. So persistence manager dot update, right? Same thing we did. We're going to update it with the favorite, right? We grab this favorite here on line 101, and the action type is remove this time, dot remove. And completed here, yes, we are going to get an error, or potentially, right? If the removal is not successful, we're going to get an error. If the removal is successful, we're going to get nil and nothing happens. And because we're going to present an alert from here, we need our capture list, weak self. And again, because we did weak self, we got to do the old guard let self equal self, else return. And here we need to see if we have an error. Because again, like I just said, if we have an error, things went wrong, let's show a message. If we don't have an error, nothing happened. We're good. We don't have to say anything. So guard let error equal error, else. So this is what happens if we don't have an error. We actually don't want to do anything. We're just going to return here, one line, return. We're not going to pop up an error or an alert if something went smooth, because we're animating the deletion of the row. That is enough to signal to the user like, hey, this was deleted, it's successful, right? Because our table view is going to update. They don't need to know that like the behind the scenes user default update went successful. So we're just going to return there. And then if we do have an error, let's go ahead and just delete that here. If we do have an error, we want to actually show that we were unable to remove them. So self dot present alert on main thread, unable to remove, and then we pass in error dot raw value for our message, and then the button title is OK. And that is it for the deleting the swipe to delete. So all we have to do now is test it. Do a Command B, make sure we're not missing anything here. Cool. Let's do our swipe to delete test. Okay, so remember the persistence lasts in between. Last session we added DHH. There he is. So let's delete somebody. Sorry, Sean, you got to go. So I'm swiping. So I get that swipe to delete. If I tap delete, I get that animation that we set up. Now it's gone. So now let's test it. Let's stop this, run it again. And because we updated persistence, now when I type favorites, there should be no Sean, and there is no Sean, just Caleb and DHH. So let's delete DHH, gone, just Caleb. Now I can search for somebody, 0400, cool, we're around here. Let's add somebody else here. Let's add Paul, let's get his followers. Here we go. Let's add Paul Hendricks to our favorites. Hooray, added. Now let's tap on favorites. There's Paul Hendricks. Cool. So our persistence is working. Swipe to delete is working. We won't delete Caleb. We'll keep him. So yeah, we're up and running here with our table view. that kind of wraps up the project. Again, the first pass. This is a simulated take-home project. So once you get everything working on your take-home project, like you're not done. Like cool, like the heavy lifting is done. Like we're home free, but we're gonna spend the next couple of videos going through and optimizing our code. There's a little bit of jank in the in some of the animations. Like again, the first draft is done, first pass, right? You never want to turn in your first pass. So again, we're gonna spend the next couple of videos optimizing, cleaning things up, basically like proofreading and making this very, very good. So when we turn in our project, it's gonna be a damn good project. At least that's the goal anyway. So we'll see you in those optimization videos. So we've got the initial build of our project complete, but I stress on that word initial because it's like our first draft. Over the next few videos, we're gonna go over our first draft and start like cleaning things up a little bit, maybe do a little refactoring and just like optimize it, right? Again, just like if you were turning in like a term paper or a book report, like you would proofread it and you would edit it. That's the phase we're in now. And like I said, the next couple of videos are going to be all about optimization and getting this project ready to turn in. You got to send that fateful email that sends them the link to the project so they can assess your code. But before we do that, I want to talk about some larger concepts here. And I want to start off by sharing a tweet by Lori on Tech here that says, so often mid-level engineers write really terse, clever code because they've been told this is what proves they're an expert, that by knowing these pieces of syntax, they're official now. We can go a long way towards removing that bias with a focus on readability. If you've followed me, if you've watched my content, you know readability, ease of use, ease of understand is like my number one thing. And then she also says here, it becomes, isn't it cool how I know how to use this now, instead of I'm comfortable with the knowledge, but I don't have to use it. And then you got a little shout out to Brian here who responded to my my retweet. But the point is here is developers typically go through phases, right? The junior developers write the very simple code because that's really all they know how to do. However, as you become mid-level and you start to learn a little bit, you become dangerous. You start to want to show off your knowledge, right? Look how clever I am. Look at this cool code I wrote. Where oftentimes that clever, terse code is not the most easy to understand or not the most readable. And then as you become more senior, you start to evolve back into, okay, simpler the better. How can I make this more readable? How can I make it so anybody on my team can jump in, figure out my code right away, even if it means it might not be the most dry code, or sometimes I break MVC or whatever architecture you're using. So that is the typical evolution. And again, I thought this tweet was great, wanted to highlight that. And then one more thing to share before we dive in is a great article. It says, goodbye clean code. And it's a story from a very senior developer, a very well-known developer that decided to on his team. He wanted to refactor a big piece of code because there was like a lot of repetitive code. And I'm scrolling down, you can kind of see, it's repetitive. So any developer might be like, oh man, we can refactor that, right? Don't repeat yourself, dry. Well, it says he thought it wasn't clean, right? You see his quote right there. So it talks about how he refactored it. But at the end of the day, like his whole team was like, no, you just messed all this up. Let's go back. And the moral of the story is, by the way, absolutely read this article. It's great. But he talks about how I see now that my refactoring was a disaster in two ways. And he talks about like why he wrote it. Because oftentimes, like, here's the thing. Firstly, I didn't talk to the person who wrote it. So oftentimes in code, unless you're dealing with somebody super junior, oftentimes in code, if it's not perfectly dry or doesn't follow MVC, very often that was a educated decision, right? We've talked about this sometimes in this course where I intentionally will break MVC because I feel that makes the code base simpler to understand, right? It's an informed decision. So as we said, you didn't talk to the person who wrote it. And at the end of the day, like the refactor made this code very, very hard to use and expand upon. So again, read the article. It's very, very great. Talking about don't use clean code at all costs. And again, to sum this up, the reason I shared that tweet, the reason I shared this blog post is I think some of you are in that mid-level developer range where, you want to write the terse, clever code, or, you want to be dry at all costs. Don't repeat yourself no matter what, or follow MVC no matter what. And I kind of want to dispel that. And again, that tweet in this article will hopefully help you realize that there's nuance to all this stuff, right? There's no paint by numbers, black and white thing that you have to do every time. Again, there's nuance. All right, so let's dive into our code. Let's start optimizing, start refactoring. And how I go about doing this project is I'm going to literally go through, we might not do it in the video, but I literally went through file by file and looked at like every line of code and was like, okay, how can I make this better? Is this simple, etc. And I like to start, I kind of group them by screen, and I'm just telling you how I do it. I'm sure there's other methods to do this, but I want to let you into my mindset on how I'm going about this. So I'm going to go screen by screen. We're going to do like the search VC. We're going to do the follower list VC. Then we're going to do the favorites VC, and I'm going to kind of group it that way. But first I start off in like the app delegate or scene delegate, because that's like the very beginning. So one thing I noticed here in the scene delegate is we're doing a lot of configuration on our tab bar here, right? This create tab bar function, right? We're using these three functions here to create that tab bar. And for our app, again, just to let you in on the nuance, right? For our app, this very limited app, this is probably fine. However, if you're building a real project, you're probably going to want to get rid of or refactor out all this into like a UI tab bar subclass. And that's what we're going to do. Because again, if you're building a very large production app, using the scene delegate where you have to have multi-windows up, remember, like your scene delegate might actually end up having a decent amount of code in it, depending on what you're trying to do. So getting rid of this unnecessary clutter in the scene delegate is very good for like a larger app. Again, just to set the context, it's probably fine for our app, but we're going to refactor it anyway. So we're going to create a subclass of UI tab bar controller. So if we go to custom views, we'll create a new folder, new group, even though there's only going to be one in here, called tab bar controllers. And again, this is just for the extra organization. Do a command N on that folder, Cocoa Touch class, hit next, and it's going to be of type UI tab bar controller. Nope, I don't want to name it view controller. We're going to name it GF tab bar controller. Again, just following our prefix pattern here. Create that. Okay, in here, let's delete these comments right away here. And while we're setting this up, let's actually go to our scene delegate and this whole create our search VC stuff, right? We're gonna, well, let's take it all out so we have everything, and then go to our GF tab bar controller. We're gonna paste it here. So we know we're going to have this is going to be the same here, right? This create search NC, create favorites, that's going to be the same here. Create tab bar, that's going to be different. So we want this UI tab bar appearance. We can go ahead and set this here in view did load. And so when you're using these dot appearances, this is going to handle every tab bar in the whole app. Our situation is, I'm not even going to call it unique, right? Most apps only have one tab bar controller. So we're going to put it in here in view did load. If for some weird reason, I can't even think of an example where you have multiple tab bar controllers in your app, then you would probably put that outside of here, but we're going to put that in here. And we do want to set our view controllers equal to those two here. And we're not doing it on the tab bar because we're doing it on self. And line up the equal signs here, get rid of this comment. And scroll down, we can probably get rid of this whole function now. Yep. And again, I just copy and pasted to bring all that over, so I could just do copying and pasting. Again, a lot of times in my refactoring, I like to rely on the copy paste. So again, what's going on here in our GF tab bar controller? We're creating a search navigation controller like we did, creating a favorites one like we did. We're setting our tint to system green, and we're initializing, or in view did load, we're setting our view controllers equal to create search and create favorites. Again, the same type of code is running. We're just moving it over into our GF tab bar controller. So now back in our scene delegate, we can, instead of create tab bar, we're just going to initialize a GF tab bar controller. And that initialization should happen, view did load will run, and all that should work. And you notice we got rid of all that code in our scene delegate. And again, in this app, we're not going to have extra stuff in our scene delegate, but in big time production apps, you likely will. So we want to clear that out of there. So let's run this and make sure this is working now. So we're just going to go to the 11 Pro, not the Max, run it. And here we are, our tab bar is still working. We got our green, you go to favorites, and you go to search. Okay, so everything's working still. We've got it refactored out, good to go. Okay, so let's stop this from running. And now let's actually run this on the iPhone SE. We're going to tackle this now. Maybe a couple spots in the app where we need to tweak it for the iPhone SE. Fortunately, the iPhone SE still exists, and it's a bane in our existence here, right? So this login screen looks okay, and then you tap that, do Command K to show the keyboard, and the keyboard covers it up. We have a couple options here, right? We could slide the whole view up, put it in a scroll view, slide the whole view up with the the keyboard. And moving the view with the keyboard is kind of tricky. Like I'm really surprised there's no default way that Apple just has, because if you Google this on Stack Overflow, you'll find like 5 different ways to do it. And some of them are janky. I don't know. It's always a pain. So unless I absolutely have to, right, there's no other way around it, I try to avoid moving the screen up with the keyboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the logo and the text field up a little bit only on the iPhone SE screen size. So you may be wondering, how do we do that just for the iPhone SE screen size? Well, of course, in auto layout, we have size classes like compact, compact, or regular, like the iPad. However, that doesn't do the whole job, because like the normal iPhone 8 and 6 are the same size class as the iPhone 5. So the way I always describe this is auto layout size classes, that'll get you like 95% of the way there. However, that extra little bit to really dial your app in to look great on all screen sizes, you need to do something more granular and more precise. And we're going to introduce something into our constants file that helps me do that. So let's put these side by side here, move this over. And now let's get rid of or stop our simulator from running. Now in our constants file, so utilities, constants, I'm going to copy and paste this in because this is a lot of text. But this is something that I have used for since 2015. So for almost 5 years now. I got to import UIKit, import UIKit. And there may be other ways to do this. Like I said, I've been using this for like 5 years, so it wouldn't surprise me if something new's come along. But it's worked for me. It's trusty, so I'm going to show you this way. And I forgot my screen size enum here, so let's paste that in here. Again, I don't want to type this out. It's a lot of code, but I'll explain it. Basically, this enum here is getting the screen size. When I call screen size.width, I'm getting the width or height of the actual screen. And then here in device types, we're basically getting is iPhone SE. We're basically checking if the screen size max length is 568. And here, iPhone 8 standard, 667. iPhone 8 zoomed, 667. And so the reason I have iPhone 8 standard and iPhone 8 zoomed is basically the iPhone 8 screen size. If it is in zoom mode, it basically turns it into an iPhone SE. So anyway, I basically am discerning between all the different phone sizes, and we have the iPad here. And then also I have a func to check if it's the iPhone X aspect ratio, because if you didn't know, the old iPhone SE, iPhone 6, 7, and 8, like the ones that still have the top and bottom bezels, those are aspect ratio of 16:9. However, the iPhone X aspect ratio is not quite 2:1, but almost 2:1. So it's a different aspect ratio. So I have a func here to check for that aspect ratio should I need that. But essentially, we're just using the total height of the screen size to determine what phone it is. And again, where I got these numbers, if you go back to Safari here, the ultimate guide to iPhone screen resolutions, you can see here, right? Like the iPhone SE here is 568 points tall. You see the 6, 7, and 8, 667. The 6 plus, 7, 8 plus, 8 plus, 736, right? So you can see where I got these points from. And again, the reason or how I use these is to get very, very granular with my UI. So for example, in our iPhone SE, we're going to check is iPhone SE or is iPhone 8 zoomed? Because again, if you're out there with an iPhone 6, 7, or 8, put it in zoom mode and that will turn into an iPhone SE. And likewise, the iPhone 8 Plus, like the bigger, older phones, you put that in zoomed, that basically turns it into a regular iPhone 8. So zoom mode is a big deal that you have to handle. And again, I'd be very curious if you know better ways to get the exact screen size. Let me know, leave it in the comments. Again, I've been using this for like 4 or 5 years now, so wouldn't surprise me if there's a better way, but hey, it's been working. I've been using it in every project. I'm sticking with it. So if we go to our screens and go back to our search VC, here we need to get access to the top constraint of the logo image view. So let's go up and create a variable so we have access to it. Where are we going to put it here? Let's put it above the computed property here. So we can do var logo image view top constraint. And that is going to be of type NS layout constraint. And here we're going to set that where we're configuring the logo image view here. And here we can create that, say logo image view, top constraint is going to be equal to logo image view dot top anchor, very similar to what we've been doing here. Dot constraint is going to be equal to and then view.safe area. Again, this is the same thing we did here. .constant is going to be, well, let's create our constant here because it's going to be different based on what we're doing here. So we can do let top constraint constant equal, and then here's where we can use what we did in our constants file. Device types dot is iPhone SE, or device types dot is iPhone 8 zoomed, because remember that's the same thing, and we're going to use a ternary operator here. So if that is true, we want our constant to be let's try 20, and if it's false, we want it to be 80, because that's what we used down here for our actual constant. So here for our constant, when we create our constraint here, we can do top constraint constant, right? Because that's either going to be 20 or 80 based on if it's iPhone SE or iPhone 8 zoomed. And like I said, I try to minimize the use of tweaking things, for specific devices. And I try to let auto layout and size classes do most of the work because, if Apple changes things, you're going to be fine. When you're hard coding things like this, if Apple were to drastically change something with their UI, like introducing a notch or something, you're gonna have to go through and update all this. So again, I use this sparingly, but like I said in the beginning, this is good for like that last 5% of tweaks that you really have to dial it in. You don't want to rely on this too much. Oh, and we got an error here. Oh, I forgot to do .top anchor. So we forgot to do there. So again, it's the same code as right here. And what do we got here? Oh yeah, this has to be, I have to let this know that this is a CG float. CG float. So again, what we're doing, we're creating this top constraint constant. It's of type CG float. Based on if it's an iPhone SE or an iPhone 8 zoomed, we're going to make it 20. If not, we're going to use it 80. And then here we've created our top constraint with the anchor, similar to what we did here. So we're actually going to have to take this out of this array because we're doing it in here. And we do logo, we do top constraint dot is active equals true. So now if we run it on the iPhone SE, we should see the top logo up high, and it should be high enough. I mean, I haven't really tested it, to be honest with you. Yes, it is high enough to not be hidden right there, and we can dismiss that. Now, if we run this side by side here with the iPhone 11 Pro, now we should get the constraint of 80 because it is not an iPhone SE or zoomed. And let's go ahead and run this side by side so we can see. Yep, so you can see side by side, again, do Command K so you can see the thing. So side by side, you can see the GitHub logo is moved up, but being that close to the top actually looks fine on the iPhone SE because it's such a smaller screen size. Whereas here in our bigger screen size, we want it a little lower. So using the device types enum that we have in our constants file, again, you can use this to really dial in and tweak your UI. I want to stress though, don't rely on it too much. Only use it for that last 5% of tweaking like we did here. All right, so let's stop running this and moving on. Right here on line 59, we do not need to force unwrap this UI image. That is a bad habit that I have. That was my mistake. I apologize. So you do not need to force unwrap your UI images. Now, while we're here, let's go ahead and create an images. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go ahead and in our constants create an images enum here for our constants images. And here we're going to do static let gh logo equal, and we're going to do UI image named, and we're going to paste in that. So now we're going to be able to call images.gh logo for, and we're going to do this with like all our images. And again, this is more just polish, refinement, making your code base nice, clean, easy to use. So again, back to the search VC. So now instead of initializing the image there, we can do images.gh logo. And you'll be able to see once we add more, right? If we do images dot, right, we get the GH logo, cool, but eventually any images we're going to put in there, we're going to get it all there for the autocomplete, which really comes in handy if you're using the same image in multiple places throughout your app. And now let's talk about our text field, but I want to do something real quick. Here in our, before we're dismissing our text field or tap gesture, we don't need to put self there. Do Command B, that will work. Sometimes it's a bad habit using self, like it's left over from Objective-C because in Objective-C, you had to use self like everywhere. Well, in Swift, it's not required unless it is required. Meaning in like a closure, right? In Xcode will tell you like, hey, self is required here. Again, I'm all about kind of cleaner code. So if I don't have to have self there, I don't like to put it there. I feel like it's cluttering it up for no reason. And then now let's go to our text field to like optimize that. So in our custom views, go to text fields. We can go to GF text field, and we can add one cool line of code that's going to put up this little X that'll clear off our text field. And that is something, we'll put it above our placeholder because I like the red string to be at the bottom just visually, but it's called clear button mode. And we can do dot while editing. So what this little line of code does, and I appreciate, I can't remember who did it, but somebody in the comments pointed this out, and I'm adding it here in the video. But if we run this now on our iPhone 11 Pro, you'll see in our text field, we're going to get a cool little X when we're editing. So you tap in there, start typing something, you see this little X right here? So now it's a quick way to clear your text field. So I like that little addition. And again, you just get that by adding this one little line of code to our custom text field. So nice little optimization. So for this next one, I actually got to run it on my device because you can't do this navigation type on the simulator, or at least I don't know how to do it. But if you go to any user, put in my username here, and if you start sliding back, we fixed the bug with this before, but now you see the button over the keyboard, right? Like it just looks weird. So we want to dismiss the keyboard when we go to the next screen so we don't get this weird overlapping UI. And again, this is like nitpicky bug fixing type stuff. So let's go ahead and fix that. And we do that here in the search VC when we go to when we push the follower list VC. There's a couple ways we can do this. We can do username text field dot resign first responder. That will get rid of it. We could also just call view dot did end editing or view dot end editing true. I'm gonna be specific here and do username text field dot resign first responder. And we may want to clear out the text field because when you hit back, the name is still in your text field. So in view will appear here, we can do username text field dot text equals blank. That way, every time this new view appears, we're gonna have a blank text field, which is the behavior we want. So let's test this out here. And I'm gonna have to run this on my phone again because you can't do that swiping navigation on the simulator. So we can do SALLEN 0400, hit go. So now when we swipe back, our keyboard is gone, so we no longer have that bug. And then if I hit back on the search, our username text field is empty, so the user can search for a new name. Good to go. Now next we want to optimize back on our push follower list VC. So here we're doing this, and this was a discussion in the comments as well, right? We're just creating a follower list VC, and then we have to set the username and title here before we pass that. I mean, that's fine. After a discussion in the comments, I actually like the idea, and we started doing this later in the course, of creating a custom initializer on the follower list VC that takes in a username, right? Because our follower list VC doesn't work without a user, right? So we want to kind of, make it so you have to initialize this with a user. So here in our follower list VC, after our variables, we're going to create an initializer. So init, and we want to pass in a user, which is of type user. And then we have to call the super. So super.init. And again, nib is nil, bundle is nil. So we've done this before in other view controllers later in the course. We're just kind of coming back and doing this again. So here in the init, now we can set user, or we'll do self.user, right? Because we have to let it know it's the self, equals user. So basically we're setting the user we passed in. Let me get rid of this error. This is our storyboard initializer that we've been using a lot here. Oh, whoopsie, value of follower list VC has no member user. My bad. We're passing the user name here. So this is of type string. My apologies here. So self.user name. I got confused with other view controllers where we're passing through the user, not the user name. So we do that, and then we can also do title equals user name that we pass in, and we can line up the equal signs. So now when we initialize this, we're setting our username to username and also setting the title. So now we can go back to our search VC, and this makes more sense, right? You're setting all this stuff in the actual follower list VC. So back in the search VC, we can get rid of these two lines of code, clean this up a little bit, and here we'll do equals follower list VC, except now when we do the initializer, we get the username one, right? Our normal initializer is gone. So we're kind of forcing the user of the code to, the only way you can create a follower list VC is if you have a username, which is what we want, right? Because it doesn't work without a username. So now we want to pass in username text field dot text. That's what we're going to pass there. And the username text field has to be force unwrapped there. So now, like I said, we're initializing this follower list v, and it's forced to pass in a username textfield.text, which again is going to be the username. So you can see we got an error over here on the left. Click on that. That's because we are initializing another follower list VC here that we need to now use our new initializer on. And this is, by the way, this is on the our favorites list VC, right? So this is the table view on the favorite screen that you tap on the cell and it pulls up the followers. So now we need to initialize this with a username, which is, not coder, username, which is favorite.login. All right, so just like we're doing here. And we already know we're setting the title in the follower list VC as well. So we can clean that up, do a Command B. All of our errors should be gone, build succeeded, no warnings. All right, we're good to go. So again, we updated this in the favorites list VC as well, because that's the other place where we're using our follower list VC. So you can see this code got cleaned up a little bit, and we moved that into our follower list VC initializer, which made more sense to me. So I like that optimization as well. So let's test this real quick before we go. You always want to test your refactoring, right? Because a lot of times you're moving code around, you're changing things. Very often when you're refactoring, you could break it. So let's test it here. So let's do SALLEN 0400. Again, we should be initializing our follower list VC with that username. Good to go. Everything still works. Let's check our favorites VC to make sure that worked, because we changed code there as well. Tap on Caleb. We get Caleb's followers. Everything's good to go. So that wraps up the optimization for our search VC. And again, we're going to go like screen by screen, section by section of the app to start optimizing this. This was just part one. We'll see you in the future optimization videos. In the last video, we started our journey on optimization and cleaning all that up, and we're going to continue right along in this video. Last video, we did like the search VC. Remember I said we're going to do it like screen by screen? Well, not everything's on a screen, right? Some of this stuff is like miscellaneous. Like for example, in this video, we're going to optimize our GF alert view controller, and we're going to optimize our networking layer a little bit as well. So this is kind of like a miscellaneous, not on a screen, but let's dive in. So like I said, we're going to start with our GF alert view controller. So in custom views, view controllers, GF alert VC. And one real quick thing, start this off easy. Here is view.background color. Remember I created a UI color with red, green, blue, all zeros to make black and alpha 75. Well, you can actually write this a little bit neater. You can do UI color.black with alpha component and 0.75, right? Because we did 75% alpha. So that just reads better than what we had right before. We just had a color with 000. Most people know that's black, but some may not. This is just, plain as day. It's black with an alpha of 0.75. Much easier to read. And then some of you may have already done this. We talked about this being the homework, how, we're stylizing this container view, right? With the background color, corner radius 2. And this is the container view here you see on the screen, the white background in light mode or the black background in dark mode. It's the container view for the whole alert. We're stylizing that here. And I said part of your homework would be to refactor this out into a custom view. So if you haven't done that, we're going to do that real quick so we can get rid of this code here. Again, back to kind of the mantra we talked about is like, does my view controller need to know about this? And again, the view controller does not need to know about the specific styling for this container view. So let's go into our custom views folder, do Command N for a new Cocoa Touch class. It's going to be a subclass of UI view, and we'll call it GF alert container view. Hit next, create it. And then just like all of our other custom views, let's delete this. Let's call init. Override the frame, call super.init with frame, pass in the frame. And then here's where we're going to call our configure method. Xcode's going to yell at us for the storyboard initializer. Cool. And so now we need to write that configure method. So private func configure. And hopefully this is like repetition for you. Like I said, this was homework in the assignment. I mean, not like real homework, but this is something you could have done on your own. So in the configure method, we want to go back to our alert VC. And basically, we're going to take all this stuff out. So Command X. And again, you see that really cleans up this configure container view. And go back to our alert container view. Paste that into here, except we don't need to specify container view because that's what we're in here. So if we hold Option, drag down, just delete that. Do a Command B to make sure everything's good. And we need to make sure we call the configure method in our override init. Give us that 2 vertical spaces between functions. This is the style we're going with. So yeah, background color, corner radius, all this stuff. We're translating the auto resizing mask, all that good stuff. And now in the alert VC, we need to make our container view no longer a UI view. This is now a GF alert container view. We'll initialize that. And now we should be good to go. So again, what we did here is this configure container view function. Now all we have to do is add the subview and then lay out the constraints. We're no longer doing any specific customization to the container view in the view controller, because again, our view controller doesn't need to know about this. We move that out into the alert container view, and let's run this to test. Again, you want to be testing your refactoring here. So just hit git followers. Cool, everything still works. Everything's the same. We'll do our environment overrides just to make sure we're looking good in dark mode. Hit dark, go back to our simulator. And dark mode looks good as well. So successful refactor, good to go there. And that's all I wanted to tackle in our GF Alert VC. So on to the next item. And for that, we're going to talk about convenience initializers. So let's go to, and we're going to go through our custom views here to see where we need them, because we're not going to need them on all views. So a good example is, well, let's just start from the top to find, we don't need it in our tab bar controllers, labels. Okay, so here's a good example of when we need it. So, and I shouldn't say it's needed, it just cleans things up a little bit. This is a slight optimization. So whenever we have like a custom initializer here, like on our GF title label, you'll notice like we have to call configure here, and we have to make sure we call configure in the regular init too, because sure, our custom initializer, like the user of the code has the option to either init a GF title label with the regular initializer or our custom initializer, right? That pass in text alignment or font size. The user is going to have the option for both. So for that reason, we have to make sure we call this configure in both spots. There's actually a way to make yourself not have to do that. And that's by making your custom initializers convenience initializers. And we'll talk more about that in a second. So if I type convenience init, so the big thing about convenience inits is it has to call a designated initializer. So what a designated initializer is one of the required ones for the object. In this case, it's a UI label. So init with frame is what's known as a designated initializer. Another example, if we go to our custom view controllers, this super.init with nib name bundle name, this is the designated initializer for a UI view controller. So each objects may have different designated initializers, but a convenience initializer has to call one of the designated initializers. So we're no longer calling super, we have to call self.init, and that takes in a frame and of .0 like we've been doing before. And so now basically what this does is this convenience initializer, when we use it, it will call this initializer here. So configure is going to get called here on line 25. So we no longer have to be sure to call configure here. So by making these initializers convenience inits, we just need to make sure we call configure in our designated initializer, and then we're good to go. So if we were to write 3 more custom initializers, right, for different, tweaks on our object, we just make sure we call self.init, and we don't have to call configure in every single one. So that is how we're going to use convenience initializers, and we're going to go through our objects and kind of re-implement what we just did here. But I want to talk about it a little more, because another benefit to convenience initializers is in the word convenience. So imagine, and I don't have an example of this, I apologize, but imagine we had an initializer that took in 7 parameters, right? We've probably seen some of those. Well, what a convenience initializer can do is give like default values for like 5 of those parameters. So the benefit of the convenience initializer in that case is that, instead of calling that super long 7 parameter, initializer, you can create a convenience initializer that maybe gives default values for like 5 of those parameters. And then your convenience initializer will only take in the remaining 2 parameters that can be different, right? So again, it's a way to like just write a cleaner init method rather than always using like a super long one. If that's the case, again, I don't have an example of that, but that is another way to use convenience initializers. Like I said, the way we're going to use them here is to make it so we don't have to call configure in all of our custom initializers, right? So it kind of cleans it up just a little bit. So again, in our label, our GF body label, same thing. Our custom initializer for text alignment, let's write convenience. And then instead of super init frame.0, call self.init frame.0. And then now we can delete this configure here, because again, we're calling this. And this is going to be pretty repetitive, but we're going to go through and do all this. So convenience, call self, and remove the configure. Okay, so that takes care of our labels. Let's look at our view controllers. So here we have a custom init, but we're not having to like call configure or any other function in multiple places. So that doesn't really apply there, doesn't apply there, doesn't apply there. The alert VC, again, doesn't apply there. And user info VC doesn't apply there. So in our view controllers, it doesn't really apply. Image views doesn't apply because we're just overriding the designated initializer, calling configure once. Cool. Text fields, GF text field, again, doesn't apply. I'm just going through this in real time. GF button, I know this is going to apply here, right? Because we're calling configure twice. So again, convenience init, call self instead of super, get rid of the configure here. Cool. And again, just tidying up, cleaning up little things here and there. Okay, here we're calling configure twice again on our empty state view. So we can do the same thing. Convenience. I got to spell convenience right every single time. I don't get the autocomplete. Self.init, and then get rid of configure. Item info view. Okay, we're only calling configure once. Don't need to do it there, and don't need to do it there. And then our cells are going to be fine. I already know that. Yeah, we're good there. So all of our custom views, we've added some convenience initializers. Let me go back to one as we talk about it. Labels. So yeah, so we added our convenience initializer. So again, we don't have to call configure in all of our custom ones separately because you never know. You might create a new custom initializer, forget to call configure, just makes the code a little easier to use. All right, so now let's kind of shift towards networking. And the first place we're gonna go to is in our model, so our user model. So here you see, we have all the stuff that we get back from the user, except for created at is a string. Well, if we go to our network manager here, and in our get user network call that you see here, you see down where we're decoding the JSON, right? You see decoder.key decoding strategy equals convert from snake case. Well, there's another decoding strategy that we can use to optimize this. So you can do decoder.date date decoding strategy. And we'll say that equals, by the way, we forgot to do this. How could we forget? Oh my gosh. So now there's dot, and you can see there's a couple different date formats that you can, or date decoding strategies. We're going to use ISO 8601 because this is the standard. Remember I said if we do Command B to get rid of those. If we go back to our extensions here, our string extension, right, where we're converting to date. Remember I said this format here that is from the GitHub API of a date. Remember I said you're going to see this a lot from the servers. This is pretty standard. Well, standard is the right word there because it is the, whoops, back to Network Manager. It is the ISO 8601. I'll leave a link in the description to this video if you want to research this standard a little more, but not all, of course, but this is very, very common to see this standard from servers. So what this does, this date decoding strategy, ISO 8601, is it essentially does the same thing in our string extension that we're doing here, this convert to date. It's taking this standard format and converting it to a date object. So back in our user, we can make this created at a date. And then now, essentially what this is doing here, value of date has no, okay, so, well, let me go back before we do this error. So essentially, we can skip this step here, this whole convert to date, right? Because we're already going to get a date. Our date decoding strategy is going to convert it to a date for us. So again, this is a very common string extension. So you can keep it in your project. I'm going to delete it just because we're cleaning up here. We're getting rid of unnecessary stuff. Actually, we don't need the string extension like at all, to be honest with you. So we're going to delete that whole thing because, like I said, we already have a date object. So date plus extension, this is all we need. We just need to convert to year month format because we already have a date, right? Because the decoding strategy is doing that for us. So when I go back to this error here, click on that. Instead of user.createdAt is now a date. So now I can just call convert to year month format rather than the other function we created. So again, we're kind of skipping a step. If you remember, we went from like before in our extensions, we were going from string to date and date back to string. Now we're just getting a date from the server and converting to string. So we're kind of cutting out some steps here. And again, got to make sure our user object is a date. Let me double check our network manager, ISO strategy. Cool. Okay, so let's test this. Again, when you're refactoring, you want to be testing along the way to make sure you didn't break anything. So our labels and everything look good. because remember we did all the convenience initializer stuff. Want to make sure you don't break anything there. Okay, moment of truth. Let's click on a user, pick a random user here, and see that it worked. Cool, we're still getting our user object. You can see our GitHub since Oct 2015, still working fine. All of our labels and buttons look good for all those convenience initializers. Things are still working, good to go. And again, we just added this date decoding strategy to go directly to a date object in our user model. So nice little optimization there. So next up, back to our network manager, we're gonna add a whole new network call, because do you remember in the video, if I go back to the custom views, image views, avatar image view, we're doing the download image in the GF avatar image view. And if you remember in the video, like I struggled with this, I went back and forth. At the end of the day, I was convinced, let's move this into the network manager. That's where it should be. So let's go back to our network manager, and we're gonna create a new function here called func download image. And you can do from URL. We're going to pass in a string for that. And then we do the same old completed, and it's at escaping. And in this case, we're going to return a UI image, which is optional because again, it could be nil if everything doesn't work out too well. And we're going to return void here for this closure. So the difference here, if we go back up to our other network calls, is remember we changed everything to result type where you pass back a user and an error. We're not going to use result type here because you have to pass back an error. And if you remember the video, like we don't want to send an error if the image messes up downloading. We're just going to show the placeholder value, right? Because we don't want to bombard the user with errors. So here we're just going to pass back a UI image, and if it's nil, we're just not going to do anything. If the image is something, cool, we're going to send back the image, good to go. And then now if we go back to our avatar image view, we can basically, maybe I should have just copied and pasted this whole function, but we could basically just copy and paste this into our network manager here. So now that we have that pasted here, well, first of all, little fun fact here, you can see our alignment's like all messed up. So if you highlight the function here, and if you do Control I, neat little trick, that'll just line everything up within the scope there. So we're missing some things, right? So URL string is not, let's keep with the pattern we've been using. So let's call that URL string, do a Command B, clear those errors. And here in our cache, so again, this network call is doing like the same thing. We're checking we're creating the cache key. We're checking to see if the image is in the cache, and if it's not in the cache, we're going to make the network call. If the image is in the cache, we're going to return that image and not make the network call. So we want to do the same thing here. So instead of setting self.image equals image, like we're in our network manager now. We're not in the image view. So here we would call completed and pass back the image, right? Because remember in our completion handler, we're passing back an optional image there. So again, we're still doing the same old cache check. Now we got to make sure our URL is good. And again, we can't just return here because we either have to return nil or an image, right? Those are the two things we have to do. So down here, let's call completed nil. And we can put that down there. So, okay, if our URL is bad, we're going to call completed nil, done, pass that through. And now let's get back to our network call, right? So we still need the capture list for weak self because we're accessing our cache if we get things right. But we can't just return. Again, we got to pass back completed nil. So I don't want to do like, right? I don't want to do this every time, like completed nil and then return and then have like a bunch of this because that'll get really long, right? It'll be just like this up here, except we got to handle like all the cases and completed nil. Here we had to do it separate out because we were passing back a different error message each time. So there we had to do it. Here, we're just passing back nil. So we can kind of combine this guard let statement. And you'll see what I mean here. So we can do, let's actually, just to make this cleaner here, so do guard let self equals self, comma, and we can do error equals nil, right? We want to make sure error equals nil. And we can get rid of this here. And we're going to do this one by one so I can illustrate what I'm doing here. Then I can put this, Command X, at the end. Basically, we're combining all these checks into one line. But as you can see, my line's getting really, really long here. It's kind of ridiculous. So what we're going to do is after every comma, put it on the next line. This is just for just kind of like neatness. And oops, I forgot to do, we have to do let in front of that. And then comma, or sorry, let, and we can get rid of this. We do data equals data here with a comma, get rid of this. And then lastly, we need to get our image here. So Command X, paste that there, line that up a bit, and we can get rid of this. But now we do our else, and then now we would call completed nil. So basically what we did is we just combined all this into like one guard statement rather than having them all separated out like we did up here. And again, we had to do it up here because we're passing back different error messages. Here we can combine them because we're passing back nil in the completed, like no matter what. So all this guard statement is handling, basically if any of these go wrong, we're gonna pass back nil. And I'm gonna tab this over here to basically make my everything like line up nicely. So that is combining the guard statement. And again, all this comes back as expected, like we're not passing back nil. Now we want to set our object. Let's kind of get back our spacing here. Now we're gonna set the object into the cache, just like we were doing before. And instead of setting the image equal to image, now we're gonna call completed and pass back the image. And this image is right here on line 118 that we got if the data from the UI image came back right? Because if it came back wrong or came back with an error, we're going to pass back nil. Let's get that going there. And then again, task.resume for the network call. Oh, I got to call a return here. All your guard statements have to have a return. Let's clean up the spacing a little bit. Cool. So now we've moved download image into the network manager. So now we can call this download image from URL on our GF avatar image view. Speaking of the GF avatar image view, let's go back, and we no longer need this whole function in here. So that's going to clean up this file a bit here. So now we need to use that network call, but we're doing it in the cells and the GF header view. So if we go to followers cell, right, this is already giving us an error. We can't do this anymore. So now here in set, we have to do network manager.shared.download image from the string, and that is going to be follower, right? Because we're passing the follower through here, follower.avatar URL. And then in the completed, we can return here, and we're going to get back image, right? This is an optional. And we're actually going to have to access self because we have to do self.image equals the image that we get back. So we need to do weak self. And then if you remember what we do on the weak self, we got to do guard let self equals self else return. Whoops, I forgot to get some curly braces there. And then now we can, we got to dispatch to the, well, let's get rid of this real quick because this is just causing an error and we no longer need that line of code. So now we can dispatch to the main queue here. We'll do this dispatch because anytime you're updating your UI, you want to be on the main thread, .main.async. And we can do self.avatar image view.image. And if you look at, so .image, image is an optional here, as you can see. So we can just do .image. And that is this image right here that is optional as well. So we don't have to like unwrap it because if it's nil, just not going to show anything, going to show the placeholder. And then like I like to put these on one line if it's super simple like that, just a style preference. So there we go. Now you see a little bit of extra code, but I do feel like this network call should be in the network manager. Again, like I said, I struggled. I went back and forth on that quite a bit, but at the end of the day, reading the comments, talking with people, I was like, yeah, it probably should be in there to teach proper kind of, organization here. So we're going to copy and paste this because this is going to be reused. So this was our follower cell. Let's go to our favorite cell. Again, we're going to get this error here. So let's highlight this, paste that. We're going to have to change our name here. We're no longer passing a follower. We're passing a favorite in this favorite cell. So do Command V. There we go. And then one more place that we're doing this right is our header view. So view controllers, GF user info header view. Again, here we're getting the error. So we can paste that there. Whoops, I did a wrong copy paste. Back to favorite cell. Good old copy paste. So copy back to GF user info VC. Paste this here. And again, here we're not passing a favorite. I believe we have a user, right? Yep, yes, we have the user here. So we can do user.avatar URL. And do we have avatar image view? Is that what we called it? Yes, that is what we called it, avatar image view. So this is going to all be the same. And I actually don't like the way this looks, like having this kind of code, like right, this code looks super neat. This is purely aesthetics. So I'm going to do this, func download avatar image and move this into here. So Command X. This is purely code aesthetics, my personal preference. And then we'll call download avatar image right there. To me, that just looks better. Like this whole configure UI elements, again, back to my concept of having your code read like a table of contents, right? Like to me, this just cluttered everything up. So now I know when I like, okay, how am I configuring my UI elements? I can just be like, okay, downloading the avatar image, cool, setting all this stuff. It just declutters things, make things easier to read. So that's why I like to do little stuff like that. Now, we've refactored a lot. Let's do a Command B to make sure we have no errors or warnings. And then we're going to run this to test it, make sure our avatars are showing up properly now that we're doing that. So favorites, cool. But that was probably in the cache. So let's do somebody else's follower. So DHH. Again, I just know that name pretty quick and easy. There we go. All of our avatars are loading nicely. Scroll down to make sure we're getting the next 100. Again, just testing things. Good to go. Cool. Let's pull up a user. Cool. Our user info header VC is working nicely. Cool. We've refactored. Everything's working great. Good to go. So let's stop running this and let's do one more thing that involves our networking. I'm going to minimize all these to, I don't know, it just bothers me sometimes. So remember, if we go to screens, right? Remember our follower list VC and user info VC? These have network calls, right? Where we have like the empty state, the loading view. And remember in our extensions here on UI view controller, we were having this show loading view, dismiss loading view. Like this can happen on every single view controller. And that may not be the case in the app. Again, our app is pretty simple, only a couple screens, but imagine you had an app with, 100 screens in it. You're not going to want every single view controller to have this ability. That could lead to, misusing that. So what we're going to create is we're going to create a view controller called like a data loading view controller that, follower list VC and favorites list VC will be a subclass of. That way, the only view controllers that have access to like the empty states and the loading screens, the stuff that has to deal with networking, will be our VCs that are actually loading data, which now that I look at it, like our follower list VC, our favorites list VC, and our user info VC all load data. So 3 out of the 4 of our screens are going to be data loading view controllers, but I still want to go through this exercise just because it's a learning thing. But in reality, if 3 out of 4 of your view controllers all need this behavior, you're probably fine to just keep it in a UI view controller extension. But again, I want to go through this exercise to show you how you would do this if you only had, like say you had 15 screens and only 5 of them were data loading view controllers. So just to show you how you could do this. So here in our custom views, in view controllers, let's do Command N. Cocoa Touch class, next. It's a subclass of a UI view controller. Nope, I don't want to name it view controller. I always do that. We're going to call this GF data loading VC. And again, this is going to be like similar to what we did with like a super class. Remember we did the super classes and the subclasses of view controllers. So here we're going to go to our UI view controller extension and literally just copy paste. So show empty state, dismiss loading view. Okay, present Safari VC can be on all view controllers. So let's cut this out of our UI view controller extension. So now our UI view controller extension, we're going to need this container view. We'll come back for that, is just presenting the alert and then presenting the Safari VC. So let's go to our data loading VC. So we'll highlight all this. We can paste that. So we got the show loading view. So this container view, remember we put the container view out here because extensions can't hold variables. Well, that is no longer an issue with us. So Command X, let's go to our data loading VC. We can actually make that a variable inside. So we don't need file private var or anything like that. So now we do Command B to see what kind of errors we get. Reference to container view. Okay, so this requires self.container view. And by the way, in these closures on like UIView.animate or Grand Central Dispatch closures, you don't have to do capture list. Let me put a caveat on that. There are some weird, rare edge cases where you do, but 99% of the time, you're not going to have to do like weak self in your UIView.animates or your GCD ones. Command B, let's see where we're failing here. Okay, we need self down here as well. Self, all right, we got a lot of errors it looks like. Self, Command B, build failed, that's fine. So what we need to do here is basically saying our favorites list VC has no show empty state. Well, let's go back to all of our view controllers that now need to be, remember this is a GF data loading VC, and this is gonna have our show loading view, dismiss loading view, empty state. So now we need to go to follower list VC, and we should have errors in here. Yes, we have errors because we're the loading view. So now our follower list VC needs to be a GF data loading VC, a subclass of that, because when we subclass of that, we're inheriting these functions, this empty state function, show loading view function. So back to our follower list VC. Yep, GF data loading VC, cool. Our favorites list VC is going to need that as well. So favorites list VC is now a GF data loading VC. And user info VC, same thing, is now a GF data loading VC. Let's do a Command B. We should have no errors, hopefully. There we go. Build succeeded. So like I said, just like before, we created a superclass of GF data loading VC, and then we made all of these subclasses of that to inherit those behaviors. Like I've been saying before, let's run this to test all of our refactoring. So let's SALEN. We want to make sure our loading screens and empty states work. Get followers, loading screen is working, cool. Let's go back, let's check our empty state. Hopefully nobody's followed Wendy. Luna, cool, empty state's working fine. Cool, so it looks like we are good to go. Let's just double check a user here. So favorites, click Paul, click on a user. Cool, that's working fine, great. App's working good with all the refactoring, good to go. So video number 2 of our optimization is done. As you can see, like we're doing a lot of work, even when we have the project already done, just to further optimize it and clean up our code. And we still got a couple more videos to go of optimization. So again, just to stress that how important this step is, like just because you're done, you have everything working, you still have a lot of work to do if you want to turn in a project like you're proud of, and that's going to be really clean and really optimized. So on to the next video. All right, let's keep this optimization train rolling. Last video, we finished up with our data loading VC. We put that in place. In this video, we're going to start with some random miscellaneous stuff, and then we're going to come back to this follower list VC to optimize our collection view a little bit. So the first kind of random stuff we're going to handle is go back to our image view, our GF avatar image view. There's a lot of these images, right? Remember I said we were going to update our constants file with the images? Well, first of all, doesn't need to be force unwrapped. You can remember that from 2 videos ago, I believe. But what we're going to do is, again, we're going to search through a whole project for anywhere we're using UI image and just refactor this all right now. So do Command C on that placeholder image, go back to our constants file in images here. We're going to put this one at the top. You can do static let placeholder equal and then paste that there. So now we're going to have images.placeholder. I don't think the H is capitalized. So lowercase h. And now we can go hit the back button. Now instead of this, we can do images.placeholder. Do Command B to make sure that was good. Cool. And we're going to do this for all of our images, right? We don't want to have that UI image equals string. We don't want to have that in our code base outside of our constants file, right? We want all of our images to live here. So if you're not familiar with like searching the whole project, there's a little hourglass up here. You can set the scope here in project. You can also set the scope in like a specific, file, specific area. We want to search the whole project. So let's search for UI image. Search for that. Okay. And let's take we're just going to kind of look through here, the search results on the left. Sorry if that's a little small. And we can kind of click through these to make sure. You can even do this and go down just to make sure you are initializing images in the right spot. Like I'm just tapping the down arrow on my keyboard to go to anywhere we have UI image in our project. And I'm looking for this kind of stuff, right? This is what I'm looking for when I search this. So empty state logo, we're going to copy this and go back to our constants file. Do static let empty state logo. Gotta keep moving our equal signs here. Equals, bam, that. Cool. And again, we're just refactoring all of our images here. So if I go back to the search, we can continue here. Keep going down where we were right here. So now I can do a Command B to make sure I get my autocomplete. I can do images dot empty state logo. Cool, good to go there. And you can see this looks a lot nicer. And again, if I'm reusing images throughout my app, real quick and easy. So let's keep going down our search here. Anywhere we have UI image. Okay, here we have a bunch. Well, these are all of our SF symbols. We've already done that, but we did it with the string, right? We can make this a little better, right? Because we still have to initialize a UI image with, SF symbols repos, right? We can clean this up a little bit. So back in our constants file, we already have an enum for SF symbols, except like I said, we just have the strings here. Well, we can go ahead and make this an image, just like we did here. So if I do UI image, and remember, it's not just named, it's system image, or system name, I'm sorry, system name, and then we'll put this, nope, just this. I think I got the placeholder too. Yeah. All right, we'll delete the placeholder. So now instead of like initializing the UI image in the code, I can just call sfsymbols.location and get the one I want. So let's copy this here, go paste, 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 and parentheses after each one. I'm doing this kind of a weird unorthodox way, but you get what I'm doing here. And then hold Option, drag down, and then hit this. Whoops, that's not what we wanted. Hold Option, drag down, and then hit the space bar to space all those over. So now we're initializing our UI image, system name, and then whatever the string is for our SF symbols. So now if I go back to the search where we were down here, nope, there we were, SF symbols. Cool. Now instead of, like I said, we don't need to initialize this UI image anymore. We can just do SF symbols dot, what was this one? Repos? Repos. This one's GIS. So SF symbols dot gist. I'm going to pause here for a second so you can see how much neater the code is right there rather than what we had down here. Again, these are small optimizations, but they really add up and make your code base nice and easy to use. So this one's followers, SF symbols dot followers, and then following. So now we have SF symbols dot following. Okay, so now we've that's it. Okay, so now we've gone through our whole search. I like to search again because it'll update. And then now I see, okay, cool. In my constants file over here on the left, I see that's where all my UI images, and you can minimize each file as you go. Cool. In my network manager, I can see the images. That's not what I'm looking for. Like I know we've already refactored those. GF user info header view. Okay, looks like we have this one, the SF symbols location, where we're initializing the UI image. I no longer need to do that. I can just do SF symbols.location. Good to go there. And let's just kind of flip through these to make sure we're good. And again, I'm kind of showing off the power of the search feature over on the left if you're not familiar with that. So we've now refactored all of our UI images stuff. Our SF symbols were refactored out, and all the images we're using in the app have been refactored out too. Makes the code base a bit cleaner. And then more just kind of maintenance UI helper here. I made it a struct. Again, I think I've said this before in the class, but you can do enum here. And the reason being is because like if this was a struct, I can initialize, like I'm just going to do this up here. I could do UI helper. It's not going to let me do it now, but here, let me take it back to a struct. I don't know if it'll let me do it here either. I can be like let help equal UI helper, and I can initialize just an empty UI helper. We don't want people to do that because you can't really do anything with an empty UI helper. So in order to kind of get rid of that ability, you can make this an enum so you can't initialize like an empty one. You just have to use it like UI helper dot create 3-column flow layout like we're using it. So small little adjustment there. Next up in our loading view, so let's go to views, or it's not views, it's in our extension for the UI view controller, extensions. UI view controller, nope, it's no longer there anymore. Man, things are moving around. It is in our view controllers, our data loading VC that we just created. So here I made a small little mistake here. If you notice, we're adding the activity indicator. We're adding that to our container view that we have here. However, in my constraints, I am constraining it to the view.centerAnchor, view.xAnchor. It still works, obviously, right? Like the app works. However, it's not proper. Like we should be doing container view dot center Y and container view dot center X because activity indicator is a subview of the container view. Again, it's not going to affect our behavior. It's just cleaning up some sloppy code, if you will. So that's a quick little fix. Since we're on this topic of our data loading VC, let's go to our empty state view here. So that is in our custom views, empty state view here. And let's go to how we're constraining the whole empty state view. And actually, let's run this on the iPhone SE so you can see the problem that we're going to solve here. Pull up the simulator. There it is, good old iPhone SE. So, okay, you see we've already handled our login screen. We got that covered. So let's go to our empty state. So wendy.aluna for the empty state. Doesn't look great on the iPhone SE. And this is pretty standard, right? You'll build your UI looking great for the iPhone 11 Pro size, and it looks great on the iPhone 8, and then you run it on the iPhone SE, and it's just like, ugh. So let's look at this, and you see we have our constraints here. I'll make my face disappear so you can see it. So our message label here, we're constraining to center Y minus 150. So what that means is we're moving it up 150 points, which is fine on the bigger screen sizes. But as you can see on the smaller iPhone SE screen size, that moves it up too far. So we need to do something similar to what we did with the login screen where we moved it up, except we want to move the message label down a little bit on the iPhone SE. And then you'll notice if we move it down, now it's probably going to run into our GitHub, Octocat logo. So we probably want to move the GitHub Octocat logo down as well. And you can see here we have the bottom anchor.constraint. So we're going to do the same thing we did with the search VC, where we conditionally check for is iPhone SE or iPhone 8 zoomed, and we're going to adjust this constant real quick. So like we did before, we need to create the constraint kind of outside of this activate here. So we need to do let message label center Y constraint equal message label. And that, basically we take this. So let's just copy, paste, and then let's get this out of the array. And then we have to do message label center Y constraint dot is active equals true. We have to activate this outside of the array. So now that we have this going on outside of the array, and now we need to create our constant. So we'll do label center Y constant, just to kind of mix up the naming a little bit. Because if I did message label center Y constant, that's very similar to message label center Y constraint. So that's why I named it a little different. And again, this is a CG float. And that is going to equal, and again, we're going to use the ternary operator. This is the same thing we did before. So I'm going to do device types.is iPhone SE or device types.is iPhone 8 zoomed. And if that is true, so if it is on that, instead of the negative 150, let's just try negative 50. We'll move it down 100 points. And then if that's false, let's try, oh no, we want to keep it the negative 150, right? Because we already know it looks good on the other phones. So let's kind of clean this up a little bit here now that we've got a little bit more code in here. And again, this looks like super long because my text is huge. On your normal screen, it probably won't look that big. And oh, I forgot the question mark part of the ternary operator. Let's do a Command B to make sure things are good. Okay, so now we just need to use this label center.y constraint. So instead of negative 150 for the constraint, we're going to put in our conditional constant, which again, if it's on the iPhone SE or the iPhone 8 Zoom, it's going to be negative 50. If not, it's going to be negative 150. And now let's do basically the same thing here for our logo image view. And if we're really cleaning this up, this configure thing is getting quite long. So this would be another aspect where I would break it down into each one. And we'll do that real quick after this. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So I'm actually going to copy and paste this because it's going to be very similar. So copy, paste. So this is going to be logo image view. We'll say logo bottom constant. And we'll figure out the numbers here in a bit. And this is going to be logo image view bottom constraint is going to be equal to the logo image view bottom constraint down here. Let me move this up. So again, we're just going to get this out of here, get rid of the comma at the end. We don't need that comma. Oh, we need that comma there though. And now I need to replace this with that. So it's logo image view dot bottom anchor dot constraint equal to self dot bottom 40. We're going to change that here in a second. So now we need to set the is active to the logo image bottom constraint. So now this 40 number, we need to figure out what's a good one for the iPhone SE. And we'll do a little trial and error here. To be honest with you, I haven't dialed this in. So you'll see some trial and error in real time. So let's change that 40 to logo bottom constant here. And then, so now we know if it's false, we definitely want it to be 40, right? Because that's what it was before. That's what we know looks good. So in the negative 50, let's actually make this, we want to move it down a little bit. So let's try negative 140. We'll move it down 100 points, just like we moved the label down 100 points. So it should be an equal shift down. And actually, that's not down 100 points. This is the weird thing about going from positive to negative, right? It's actually going to be negative 60 to move it down 100 points, right? Because if you're at positive 40 and you need to go minus 100, that's going to be negative 60. So my bad there. So now let's test this before we refactor this big function now. So now on the iPhone SE, when we run this, we're going to move this over here, do Wendy-Aluna, get followers. Okay, I have that backwards apparently. So our label got moved down, except that I think that label got moved down too far. So probably 100 is going to be too much. And then I need to go higher. I need to go 140 here is what I need to go here. I went the wrong way. Again, sometimes I get the negative on the bottom, like confused. So we need to go 140 there. And then moving this down 100 was a bit much. So maybe moving this down 100 is going to be a bit much too. So let's actually just try 100. So we'll move it down 60. So negative 150 to negative 50, it's going to be negative 90, right? If we're only going to move it 60. All right, let's try this again. And again, this is the actual process of like tweaking and dialing in the UI. Nope, I need a empty state. Wendy-Aluna. Cool. Okay, so I think our label's good. I think our AutoCAD is too far down. Let's actually move our label up just a tad, like maybe 10 points, and then our AutoCAD up like 20 points. So let's make this negative 80, not 800, 80, and then we want to move this, up? Wait, let me pull that back up. We want to move that back up a little bit. So maybe 80 here as well. Again, you're seeing the dialing in and the tweaking in real time. This is the only part of any video I've showed this process, but I decided to leave this in here so you can see it. Okay, I think that looks good. I mean, of course, you could tweak it more if you like, but that looks pretty good. So let's also test this on the iPhone 11 Pro side by side. I do this a lot as well. If I pull up the simulator, where I'll have the simulators running side by side so I can see the different, looks. Cool. So that's how you see it on a big phone. And then now you can see we've tweaked it on the iPhone SE. Empty state's now looking good. Good to go. Let's get off that. Moving on to the next topic, which is refactoring this, right? Because now that we've added this code, our configure method, it's pretty big and pretty clunky. So what I'm going to do is split these up again. So we're going to do private func configure message label. And this is just 100% pure code aesthetics, right? So add subview, I know I want that. Into the message label, I know I want all this stuff for the message label down here. And then I need my constraints for the message label. And I'm just cut and pasting all my message label stuff here. And I need to do this for the message label. Well, let me type that out. That'll be easier. If I do ns layout constraints dot activate, and I need an array, which I have here. So I can cut that. We can paste that. I don't need this comma at the end. So now our configure message label is good. Let's check. We're adding the subview. We're configuring a little bit. Here's our custom constraint code based on the iPhone SE. And here's our normal constraints. Cool. So let's make sure we call that now. Configure message label. And then real quick now too, private func configure logo image view. And the same thing, except now all we have left is the logo image view stuff. So we can do a much bigger cut and paste here. And let's make sure we call this configure logo image view. Oh, paste that there. Okay, hit Control I, line that up a bit. And now we can basically just get rid of all this excess spacing that we have here. Cool. And we don't need to do that. Okay. So now we have private func, configure logo image view, configure message label, and we're calling it in configure. And we're still calling it in configure there. So that was a quick refactor of our empty state view. Again, super quick testing, because anytime you're moving stuff around, refactoring, always want to test. So Wendy-Aluna. All right, everything looks good. Good to go. Empty state, tweaked and refactored, moving on. So that took care of like the miscellaneous stuff. Now let's go to our follower list VC for a collection view. So one nice little optimization, and this was discovered through the comments. So again, the comment section in this course has been super valuable. I've even learned some stuff, while people taking the course and listening to the comments. So what we can do here in our update search results. So we can make this whole search bar cancel clicked and conforming to the UI search bar delegate basically obsolete. And the way this was discovered, let me actually run this as it is now, and I'll show you the problem that actually sparked this kind of discovery. So if I do SALLEN 0400, hit get followers, what was happening is if you do like VAL on my, or VAN on mine, and then you slowly start deleting characters, so 1, 2, and then now once this is empty, you can see it didn't go back to my regular followers. I'm still on the same search state as if it was just a V, right? So when I tap just V, like nothing's gonna happen. And when I delete that V, it's not going back. So this bug is what kind of sparked this line of thinking. And you see when I hit cancel, it goes back, but it doesn't do that when I delete everything. So let's go back to Xcode, stop this. Turns out here in this guard statement where we're checking to see if the search bar.txt, is empty, this actually fires off when you hit the cancel button too. So here in this guard statement, if we call update data on followers, and we want to update this on our normal followers, right? Because this is what happens when our search bar is empty. We want to go back to our initial follower state. And we also want to filtered followers.remove all. We want to get rid of those. So what was discovered here was when you do this, like again, this update search results gets fired off even when you hit cancel, and it'll return the filter as empty. So what happens is we can actually get rid of this whole search bar cancel button clicked, except however we want to do is searching equals false. Basically, this code essentially gets moved up into this guard statement, but it allows us to get rid of this whole function, which is a search bar delegate. So that was the only search bar delegate we were using. So now we no longer have to conform to search bar delegate here in this extension. We can get rid of that. And scrolling up a bit, we'll do a command B, you'll see we'll get an error. So scrolling back up to this error, when we configured our search controller, we had to conform to the delegate. Well, we no longer have to conform to that delegate. So I can delete this whole line of code. So that little bug fix allowed us to delete a little bit of code, which is nice, and it's a nice optimization. So now let's test what I just did, and you'll see how it's working now. So SALLEN 0400, get followers. So now just like before, I did V, A, N, and then now as I delete one by one, cool, that's VA. Now we're back to just V. And then now, remember before when I deleted this V, nothing happened. Now when I delete it, we go back to my original list of followers. So that's great. Now let's keep testing it. If I do VAN, back to where we were. And now if I hit cancel, we're back to my initial list of followers, just like before when we implemented cancel button tapped. So we no longer need that. So nice little optimization there to get rid of some code. The best code is always the code you delete. It's always fun. You'll discover this as you start refactoring and writing better code. It's so fun to write better code and then just delete a huge chunk of code. Even though that wasn't a huge chunk, deleting code is always fun. So that is a nice optimization on our search. Next up, another kind of, it's not a bug. I guess it's kind of a bug. It's just kind of janky animation. So let's pull this back up again. Let's get my search results up. And then when we pick a random person, let's scroll down a bit, right? Pick a random person. Hopefully they have followers. Cool, 60 followers. And I hit get followers. Watch this animation. It's kind of janky. So hit get followers, and you see, look where we end up. We're we have half of this top line showing when it really should be here. I got to scroll down a little bit to get there. Well, the problem here lies in, let's get out of here, lies in this line of code down here. This basically collection view.set content offset to 0. Basically, this is moving this up to 0. However, we want to be more specific than that. We want to move it to our first row of items in our collection view. So here we can do collection view.scroll to. We have a scroll to item, right? And it takes in an index path, a scroll position, and if you want to animate it. So we can do index path and then initialize this with item and int. So item is so row is using a table view, item is using a collection view. So item 0, section 0, right? We want to go to the top of the section, top of the item, and then we can do dot top. Let me show you the options there. You can do dot bottom, left, right, top. We want to do dot top, and then animated is true. We want to animate this. And now we can go ahead and delete this scroll content offset to 0, delete that line, and we're going to go ahead and test this now. Now we're going to get a nice or a much smoother animation. So that's 0400, hit get followers. Again, pick a random follower here and hit get followers. And now you can see it scrolls up nicely to the top. We're not cutting those off. It's much smoother and we're already at the top. So good stuff there. Good optimization. We'll stop that and move on to the final one of the video. So actually, let me run this again. I actually can't trigger this bug. Maybe I'm not fast enough. But I'll illustrate it and you can see. I mean, I guess I could go through some hoops to trigger this by like slowing down my network connection. I don't want to go through all those hoops, but in theory, you'll get what I'm saying here. So now that we have this up and running, let's look at our code here, that our pagination code that pulls in the next 100 users. And that's this right here, right? So just to review this, right? If the content offset, or if offset Y is greater than content height minus height, basically are we at the bottom? If we have more followers, right? We increment the page and then we make the network call on the next page, right? So if we're on page 1, we're going to call page 2, etc. Now, what would happen if, say, we're on a super slow network connection, right? And going back up to the simulator, let's get rid of the iPhone SE. See ya. So now you can imagine if I'm scrolling down, if I was on a really slow connection, and while this was loading, I just kept jamming it at the bottom, right? You could see that like we're going to keep incrementing this and keep making this network call on a slow connection before the previous network call is done. And then, these are on concurrent background threads. So now you get into some race conditions. If one, comes back first, now it just can get messy. So what we want to do is we want to like block the user from requesting the next the next page of followers until the current one has come back, right? We just want to keep that loading screen up there. And if they scroll down again, we're just not going to make a network call if we're still loading. So we need to check to see if we're loading. So again, real quick, just like we had is searching, var is loading more followers equals false to start, because we're not doing that from the start. And then here in our network call, here when we first make the network call, we can do is loading more followers equals true, right? We're loading here. And once all this is finished, right, where network call comes back, we run our switch statement, all that stuff. Here we can do self.is loading more followers equals false. So we're done. So basically this is going to flip back to false once our network call is done, whether it gets an error, gets followers, whatever. After all that's done, we're going to flip that back to false. So now we just have to add that check down here in our offset Y. So we can just kind of combine these guard statements similar to what we did when we refactored our network call for the images. So we can do is loading more followers, except we don't want that to be true. We want to check to make sure it's false. So we can do the exclamation point or the bang in front of it. So now this guard statement reads like, hey, make sure the user has more followers, and then also make sure is loading more followers is false. If those are both the case, then we will go ahead, increment the page number, and get more followers. However, if is loading more followers is true, we're just returning, we're not going to make another network call. So that blocks us from making repeated network calls. Again, on a slower connection, this is more of an issue. Like I said, you'll have multiple network calls going on background concurrent threads. You can get into some race conditions. It gets messy. Let's just prevent that. So that wraps up this optimization video. Only a couple more to go. Let's keep it moving. Last video, we optimized our search a little bit. We're going to move on to the user info screen, but again, some more miscellaneous stuff that I'm sprinkling in. Let's keep this thing moving here. So the first thing we're going to do is let's go to one of our custom views here in view controllers, item info VCs. Let's just go to this parent one. So if we scroll down a bit, you see this view.add subview. Like, we've done this a lot throughout our code base, and we've done it on separate lines of code. And some views have a lot of views, so this can really add up. We can introduce an extension onto UI view that can make our add subview code very simple. And that uses something called variadic parameters. So this is a little bit more advanced. I mean, to be honest with you, I just learned about these a couple months ago. But we're going to use them here. So in our extension, we don't have a UI view extension yet. So do Command N on the extension folder, Swift file, hit next. We're going to call this UI view plus ext. That's how we're naming our extensions. Create it. We need to import UIKit because we're going to be dealing with UI views. So UIKit and extension UI view. Cool. Now the func we're going to do is function add sub views. Well, let's make that capital. I believe that's capital, right? No, it's not capital. I just checked. So add sub views, plural. And we're not going to have a name parameter here. We're just going to call this views. And you're going to see UI view. And then if you go ... that is going to be a variadic parameter. Now, what this does is this basically says I can pass in any number of views into add subviews. So I'll call this like add subviews, GF title label, GF body label, we'll just put it in one line. And what the variadic parameter does here with this ... is this automatically turns views into an array that you can use down here in the scope of your function. So for this array, we can cycle through it and add the subview. So for view in views, we're going to iterate through this array of views that we're going to pass in, and we can do add subview, and then we'll add the view. And again, when this is super simple, I just like to make these one line when they are super simple. So now, like I said, we're going to be able to call add subviews and pass a number of views. So let's go back to our GF item VC and put this into use. So here, like I said, we're adding two of them, the stack view and the action button. Well, now what we can do is we can do view.add subviews, plural. And we can pass in, what was it, action button and stack view. I believe it was stack view first, then action button. Just keep the same order. Stack view and then action button. So now all of our add subviews, we can just call this extension view.add subviews, and we're good to go. Now let's test this real quick just to make sure we implemented it properly. So if you remember, our GF item info view is going to be on our user info screen. So that's the one with the stack view that holds the SF symbols. So when we run this, let's see if we get this working here. So SALLEN 0400, we're gonna pick a random person here. And cool, yep, everything's still working, right? We're adding the subview into the stack view. Things are still looking good, so our extension works. So now we're gonna go through the code base and basically clean up anywhere we did view.add subviews. So back to our handy search tool here, we can do add subview, search for that. Okay, in our UI view extension here, that's what we just built. We know we don't need to do that. GF item info VC, that's what we just did. So we can minimize that file. And again, this is how I go through my project. As I go through each file, I minimize it to it's kind of like checking the box, like it's done. So now we're in our GF alert VC, add subview. You see, we're adding the subview in like different functions, right? Configure action button. Well, we're gonna move this all to one function here in view did load. Well, it's not gonna be one function. We're gonna do add or view.add subviews, and then we're gonna pass in all these, right? Container view, and then comma, title label, action button, message label. Those are the next two. Action button, message label. And again, just one line of code to add your views. So now we can get rid of these lines of code down here, or the add subview ones, because we've done that up there. And again, we're just kind of cleaning up. So like I said, we converted that to one line of code, and we're deleting, what, like 4 or 5 lines of code. So there we go. And then again, I just like to test this real quick along the way. So this is our GF alert VC. So if we type get followers, cool, alert VC, still looking good. We're good to go there. So I can minimize the alert VC. We've done it there. User info header VC, right? So now here we have a whole function called add subviews, right? This is where we had like a lot of them. So we can do it all in one line. View.add subviews. And now you can imagine, right? Like, this is kind of borderline where there's a lot of them. So this might get like it to be a really long line of code. Again, my text is super huge, so that really exacerbates it. But avatar image view, user, name label, name label, location image view, location label, and then bio label. And then now we can just delete all this stuff. There was what, 6 of them? Make sure I have 6 subviews here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And then this was our GF user info header VC. So let's run it, pull up another user, make sure our header VC is looking great. And then after a little bit, I'll stop kind of testing this because it's obvious we're doing, yep. Okay, so the header VC still looking good. Pull up somebody that's more information, good to go. So you can see it's just kind of making this one line of code. And like I said, this looks super long because my text is huge, but that did make that one line of code there. Let's keep going through here. Add subview.container view. It looks like that's the only subview we're adding. Okay, so cool. We don't need to, we're not passing in multiple subviews there. So minimize that one. Empty state view. Here we have the message label and the logo image view. Cool, we can do all that up here. add subviews, message label, comma, what was that, the logo image view? Logo image view, cool. And delete these lines, delete these lines. And again, this is kind of the stuff that we're doing, right? This is optimization. We're going through and making our code base cleaner, neater, easier to read. Okay, so here we are adding 3 items here in our GF item info view. So again, change that to 1 line of code, add subviews, symbol image view, title label, and count label. Cool, delete these. So again, we're just tidying up here, making things look nice. Can minimize that one. Cool, we're almost done here. 2 subviews here that we're adding. So add subviews, avatar image view, comma, username label. Cool. Again, deleting code and making things shorter is always fun. But again, you don't want to make it too short to where it's confusing and too terse. But this isn't confusing in my mind. And same thing to the basically, yeah, same thing. So add subviews, avatar image view, username label. Cool. Good to go here. Minimize that file. Search VC. Okay, yep, here we got 2 things we're adding, or logo image view, username text field, call to action button. Okay, so those are the 3 we're adding. And you can see that's also the 3 things up here at the top that we have. So here in view to load, I'm going to do add sub, or it's view.add subviews. And again, we're adding the logo image view, username text field, and call to action button. And now here I can delete these lines of code. And the reason I like to delete these lines of code, even though they're pretty straightforward, is just, the less code there is in each function, the more easier it is to read and understand. So here we're adding the collection view. I believe that's the only sub view we're adding here. Yep. So don't need to do anything there. We're only adding the table view there. Don't need to do anything. And nope, we don't need to do anything here either because we're doing this in a for loop. So we are good to go. We've optimized that, again, using our extension on UI view, add subviews, and this is the introduction of variadic parameters where you can pass in, I could have passed in 100 views if I wanted to, and it would have converted it into an array, and then you can use that array in the scope of your function to do what you need to do. So nice little optimization there. I like that one. And then next we have some quick ones. Actually, I do have the app still running, so let me show you this here. Clicking on a user, let me get somebody that has a decent bio. So if you remember, I know, because I've done this before, his bio is actually 3 lines of code, but we're not basically our label's not tall enough for this font size, right? Now, and also using let me pull that back up, get our simulator up, and we're gonna do this here actually, move Xcode over to the left, put you here so we can do our environmental overrides. If you remember this, I want to show you this, right? This is where we can go dark and light. We've went over this before. The other bug that we have is we've kind of implemented dynamic type, but we haven't fully done it. So watch, when I flip this dynamic type and I'm scrolling this, watch the bio label on the simulator. It doesn't change, and that's because we forgot 1 line of code to fully implement dynamic type. So these are the 2 things we're going to handle here real quick, and we'll come back and test this. I'll just kind of, we'll make it real big for now. So back to our user info VC. Here where we're laying out the header view, instead of 180, I'm going to make this 210, right? So that's the overall header view is 210. And then in our user info view controller, where is that? There, it's right here. Our bio label, which is down here, is only height 60. I'm going to make that height 90 because that'll definitely give us 3 lines. So now if I run that, you're going to see the 3 lines will fit on Jason's profile here. Let's go back down. So yep, now we're back down to the 3 lines. Our dynamic type still isn't working though. So let's check that. And before we check that, I'm actually kind of noticing that maybe that was too high that I made that. We might need to make it smaller. And the reason being is, let's check the iPhone SE. And again, this is the stuff you got to do when you're tweaking and dialing in your UI. Don't forget about this iPhone SE screen size. I'm a little worried that making that big pushed things down too far, but we shall see. And if it does, I just have to tweak it and dial it in a little bit. So let's go back to Dev Mitchell. Yeah, see, it pushed it down too far. And actually, that's farther than I expected. Let's actually undo that and see if it was this even looking good on the iPhone SE in the first place? So I changed that back to 60, and going to the user info VC, let's change this back to, what was it, 180? Okay, now run it again on the iPhone SE. I thought this was looking good on the iPhone SE, but that has me worried. SALEN 0400, get followers. Okay, no, so it's not good on the iPhone 5. All right, we're going to address that in the next video because I didn't plan on fixing that in this video. So we'll get to that in the next video. I thought this was good to go on the iPhone 5. All right, my mistake there. Again, this iPhone SE, man, it always gets you. All right, so let's change that back to 210, at least on the for the normal one. We may have to come back and do some conditional things for the iPhone SE like we did. And then go to, remember, 210 here for the header, the overall header container view. And then in our actual header view controller, we want to change our bio label to 90. And again, that's going to make it look good on the iPhone 11 Pro. We're going to come back and fix it for the SE. So let's run that to check it real quick again. And again, this is the kind of stuff that you have to do. Like I said, just getting the app to work is like half the battle. All this optimization and tweaking, it's a lot of extra work. I say LLEN 0400. So I just want to make sure we're looking good here. Yep, but like I said, it did push it down, but we're good here. Now let's address that dynamic type issue to get our dynamic type working. So in our, if we go to labels here, our GF body label, remember because the body labels are the one that conform to the dynamic type. And just a refresher, UI font preferred font for text style. This is what gives you dynamic type, right? We're not giving it a size. We're saying just of text style body. So there's one line of code. We have to do adjust for content size category. Now, well, set it equal to true. And then now we got to adjust our equal signs because, you know, that's what we do around here. So now if I go ahead and run this, I'm going to slide this over to reveal the simulator so we can do our environment overrides. Say LEN 0400, hit get followers, go to a follower here. So now here we can do our environment overrides. And now when we slide the dynamic type slider, you'll see, watch the body label. Well, it already moved up. Watch the label. See, it's moving as we move the dynamic type down, right? Extra small fits. And then, you know, you can get super big. Now, here's the thing, right? So this is the accessibility. This is the largest crazy big size. Now, you know, if we were to adapt our bio label to fit this, it would take up the entire screen. We'd have to completely rework the screen. That's a whole nother topic if you want to like adapt to that. However, of course, remember, in this take-home project, the whoever's interviewing you is only going to expect you to work on this for 2 to 4 or 3 to 5 hours, right? They don't expect you to put 20 hours into this thing or even more. So they're not going to expect all, perfect accessibility, conforming to it, right? Like adapting to everything. That's not going to be expected of you. However, I think if you show just a little bit and show that you know it and you're aware of it, and then you know that like, hey, if I was building a real project, I would go down this rabbit hole. I think that's actually going to go a very long way because a lot of developers don't think about accessibility and dynamic type or anything like that at all. So the other thing you're going to notice with our dynamic type is our GitHub Sense label. Because we did a hard coding of the height here, you see it's getting cut off. Not even like, okay, it's kind of understandable at the super ridiculous, but even like normal, not super accessibility medium, it gets cut off. So we're going to go back in and adjust the height of our GitHub Sense label to make that a lot bigger. And we can do that because there's nothing below it. Like it's just at the bottom of the screen. So anyway, now we have dynamic type working on our bio label that we didn't have before as I'm just kind of scrolling, back and forth on the size. So anyway, let's go fix our GitHub Sense label and then move on. So make our Xcode big again. And that is in the user info VC. No, it's not in the user info VC. It's in the user info VC down here. So we have date label and we made the height 18. We're going to make the height like 50. And let's see what that does for us. Again, move this over. Get followers. Check that out. Okay. Now, if I do my environment overrides, dynamic type, slide that up. Okay. So now it doesn't get cut off. Until you go to like the crazy, super high ones. And again, if you were building like a super high-end production app, you would absolutely need to adapt for all this and fix everything. Again, this is a take-home project. That's not going to be expected of you, but I wanted to show it to you to show you what you would do if you were building this for real. All right, stop running this, make Xcode big again. Let's move on to the next thing. So let's talk about the delegation that I hooked up. Let's actually minimize these folders. It's getting quite messy. Let's go to our user info VC is a good one. And we're actually going to, I don't know how this is going to work with super big text, but I'm going to try to put these side by side. So let's put our parent or superclass of the item info VC side by side. Okay, well, that doesn't look great, but we just need to look at the top of these files here because we're just going to talk about the protocols. So what I'm messed up. Well, I didn't. Okay, so it works, right? We've done it. We've tested it. This works. The code is fine. Now we're just talking about like, does it make sense logically, like where I put things and how I named it? And again, after reviewing the comments and thinking about it more, I would argue the answer is no. Like it makes more logical sense for the protocol to be defined in the GF item info VC in this case. And the reason being is because the GF item info VC is the one that sends the message to our user info VC, right? Remember, our item info VCs are sending, hey, my GitHub profile button was tapped. Hey, my follower button was tapped. And the user info VC is sitting back listening for that and waiting to act. So because of that, our protocol should be defined in the item info VC. Because in theory, like if you wanted to have a different view controller listen to it, like you could do that, right? But here we have our user info VC tied to this protocol. So that's a little, doesn't really make sense here. So this is going to be a two-step process. So just the location of the protocol is one optimization, and then we can optimize it even further. So hopefully you're sticking with me here. And I'll be the first to admit, like delegates and protocols took me forever to like wrap my head around. And you know, it was one of the hardest things I learned. Like I have said this before, like I was into a year into my career before I like kind of understood them. It was, I don't know. You ever have one of those things that you're learning that just, I don't know, just doesn't stick with you for some reason. So I still probably have some old bad habits with this protocol or delegates and protocols here. But anyway, we want to move our user info VC delegate. So I'm gonna do Command X and we're gonna put it in our item info VC. However, we're not gonna name it user info VC delegate. Now it's gonna be item info VC delegate. So this is just kind of moving things and renaming things. The functionality is not changing. So again, the name here is no longer a user info VC delegate. We want it to be a item info VC delegate. We just renamed that there. And then the other place we have to change it is, remember down here, we're conforming to this delegate. It's no longer a user info VC delegate. It's an item info VC delegate. And do a Command B. That should get rid of all the errors. So like I said, we didn't change any behavior. We just changed the location and the naming to make the code base make more sense. That's all we did here. So let's run this to make sure our button clicks are still working. And if they are, we should be good to go. Click one here, get a profile. Yep, we showed the Safari view controller, get followers. No followers, what a shame. I guess that did work. Let's find, just to be safe, let's find somebody with followers, get followers. Cool, that worked, good to go. All right, so moving that delegate location worked fine. Now, if you remember, we also have our follower list VC delegate. Well, again, this should now be the user info VC delegate that we have in our follower list screen. So we're gonna do the same exact moving, except now we're gonna, remember we set up two different delegates? So now we have to go to our follower list VC here, up at the top. We no longer want to declare this delegate here in the follower list VC. We want to declare it in the user info VC. Because remember, this is where when we tap get followers, we have to tell the follower list screen what username to search for followers on. So that's the delegate we set up here. So now it's no longer a follower list VC delegate, it's a user info VC delegate. And do a Command B here. Now this delegate is, again, no longer a follower list VC delegate, it's a user info VC delegate. And like I said, we're not changing any functionality, we're just changing the location and the names. And then now our follower list VC, that was conforming to that delegate down here, as you can see, should no longer be a follower list VC delegate. Do a Command V for paste. Should be a user info VC delegate. Do a Command B. Build succeeded. Okay. Again, as you're doing this stuff, you're moving things around. You always want to be testing it. So let's make sure our get followers still works, because that's what this delegate, because we're passing back like the name of the username that we want to get followers. So get followers. Still works. He had 2 followers. We found the followers. Okay, we're good to go here. So hopefully you followed along with that. Like I said, it makes sense to define the protocol in the class that's going to be sending out the message, right? It's easier to talk about the user info VC, and then over here when we had the item info VC, this one is kind of easier to reason about, right? Where, when we do did tap GitHub followers, this is the view controller that's sending the message, and our user info VC is sitting back listening. So I thought that made more sense. I had it a little backwards. Again, sometimes bad habits die hard, but this does make more logical sense. So hopefully you followed along with that. Feel free to dive into the comments to ask questions. Now we're going to take this a step further, and I got to thank Tito in the comments for bringing this up. And let's talk about how we can optimize this even further. Now, right, we have this parent. Let's actually get rid of this here. So our GF item info VC, right? This is the parent view controller of our little cards here on the user info screen, right? Remember we set up the superclass, and then we subclass like the repo VC and then the follower item VC. Well, here in our superclass, here's where we're declaring this item info VC delegate. Now, where this can be optimized further is too many things or things know about things that they shouldn't. All right, that'll make sense in a second. What I'm trying to say here is this repo VC, because we have this protocol here, this repo VC can do delegate did tap GitHub profile, but watch this. It can also do delegate dot did tap GitHub. Well, no, I got that backwards. Did tap get followers. Well, our repo item VC doesn't have a get followers button. So it shouldn't be able to do this, and it shouldn't even know about it, right? So by putting it in the parent view controller, I'm sorry, the superclass of the view controller. I call them parent child or superclass and subclass. It means the same thing. The reason I like to say superclass and subclass is I don't want to confuse you with what we were doing with child view controllers in other videos. So by putting this in the superclass, our repo VC and follower VC know about too much. So a way we can break this down even further is to, instead of implementing the protocol in the parent class, we can, let's do a command C. We can implement them each into these subclasses, right? And now this will no longer be an item info VC delegate. This will be a GF repo item VC delegate, right? So we're just breaking this down because this one is not going to know about did tap get followers, right? And in our GF follower VC, again, we're going to paste the same protocol, and we're going to call it a GF follower item VC delegate. Again, we're just kind of breaking this down even further. And now this one does not need to know about did tap GitHub profile. So now back in our parent VC or superclass, right? This is where we were declaring the delegate. Well, now this delegate is broken down. It's more granular. So we don't want to declare this delegate in the parent, the superclass, sorry. So now we're going to take it out of there, and we're going to paste it into the more granular one, the subclass. Except now, again, we don't have an item info VC delegate. We have a GF repo item VC. And then the same thing is going to go for our follower VC. So again, we're implementing the same type of a delegate. We're just breaking it down in a more granular fashion. And again, ideally in programming, like I said, does my view controller need to know about this? Like ideally in programming, if you're really shooting for optimal code, you don't want things to know about things that they don't have to know about or shouldn't know about. So that's why breaking this down even further is a good idea. So now that we've declared our protocols and everything like that, let's do a command B because we're going to get some errors, because we've changed everything. So in our user info VC now, right, it's conforming. We'll come back to this initialization here in a second, but here we're conforming to item info VC delegate, or I should be getting an error here. Oh, I think I know why, because in here. So basically what this is saying here is cannot assign value of user info VC to a GF repo item delegate. So this is basically saying I'm not conforming to the delegate. So if I go down here and conform to the delegate, which is going to be very similar to this extension here, we're actually going to be deleting this here in a second. If I do extension user info VC, and now instead of conforming to the overall item info VC delegate, right, we want to conform to the individual ones that we created, the GF repo item VC delegate. And same thing, we'll copy paste this. You could put these together. I'm separating them out just to really drive this home of why these are separate. So now it's going to tell me, let's comment this out because I don't want to confuse Xcode. So okay. So now if I do a command B, it's going to tell me that I'm not conforming, right? Because I need the protocol stubs. Give me that. Give me the protocol stubs. And again, did tap get followers, did tap GitHub profile from the repo one, and did tap get followers. Again, because the follower one does not need to know about how to did tap GitHub profile. So now back in this commented out code, we can copy and paste here because it's going to be the same thing. So in did tap GitHub profile, again, we're just going to copy and paste that and put it in did tap GitHub profile here. Again, same code. And again, we're not changing any behavior. We're just making the code more logical to reason about. And again, we prevented things from knowing about things that they don't need to know about. So did tap GitHub, did tap get followers, same code in there. I think that looks a little too indented, right? So let's highlight our function, use the handy dandy Control I, line that up, good to go. Whoops, no, see, that's what I did. I copied the whole function name. We don't need the function name. We already have that. And then we probably have an extra curly brace here. So just like before, just highlight the whole extension, Control I, line everything up, good to go. Now we can delete this chunk of code because we just basically replaced it. So you see now our user info VC is, I like a space after my delegates here. We just separated it into two separate delegates, that's all. And again, it just prevents things from knowing about things that they shouldn't. So now back to our initializer down here, everything should be good to go. We have one more bit of optimization that we can do, but let's run this real quick, right? We did a lot of moving around of the delegates. Let's make sure all of our button taps still work properly. Click on there, okay. GitHub profile, working great. We got the profile. Get followers, it's 13 followers. Yep, good to go there. So we moved a lot of delegates around. Things worked great there. Hopefully you followed that. Again, if you didn't, feel free to leave questions in the comments. The comment section has been great. So the last thing we're going to do is clean up these initializers here. Because remember, if you remember, we had the initializers clean down here, and then we had to break them out because we had to set the delegate. Well, we can actually create an initializer here that also takes in a delegate, and then we can put it back down into one line if you choose to do so. Maybe you like it broken out like this. That's fine. But instead of also with taking in a user, we're going to take in a delegate here as well. So let's go to the repo item VC here and create an init that takes in a delegate. So we can basically set that here. So init, and it takes in a user, which is of type user. And it also is going to take in a delegate now. And that's going to be of type our GF repo item VC delegate. That's what type it's going to be. And we're going to pass that in. And what we're getting yelled at for the storyboard initializer, hit fix, give us our proper spacing, 2 vertical spaces. And now we can do super.init with the user. We're passing the user. And we can also set the delegate self.delegate, right? Because we're doing that. Self.delegate equals the delegate that we're passing in up here. So now if I do Command B, go back to the user info VC. Now when I init this, right, it's saying I don't have the correct label and call. So now if I do GF repo item VC, initialize it, now you can see I get a user and a delegate. So now I can pass in user that we get here, and the delegate I can do is self, right? That's the delegate we want to set. So now I can delete this line of code right here, which now this allows me to, I don't need to like declare this repo item VC and then pass it in here in the initializer. Now I can just do this. So Command X and then replace this repo item VC. So now this is back to being one line of code. We got rid of that. And again, I gotta give props to Tito in the comments. He came up with a solution, and I really liked it. So we're gonna do the same thing that we just did with the follower item VC. So actually, let's go to the repo item VC. I'm gonna copy and paste these inits because I know I'm gonna need them. So Command C, and the follower one. Let's do 1, 2, 3. Give me that. Give me that. Except now we're not passing in a GF repo item VC delegate, right? Because we're in our follower one. So we need to pass in the follower item VC delegate. And this is the same. We're setting the delegate just like we did before. So back in our user info VC, now we don't need follower item VC and all this stuff. Let's just delete this line of code. And we're going to type it right in here. Now we can delete follower item VC. Except now we can type GF follower item VC. We can initialize that. Whoops, I didn't I gotta do Command B. Apparently I don't have that autocomplete. So now let's do the initializer. Now I get the autocomplete, pass in a user, and then the delegate we're gonna pass in is self. So again, we just kind of got rid of that extra declaration there to make our configure UI elements function much cleaner at the call site here. So again, let's run it for the final time in this video. Make sure our buttons are still working on our user info VC, 0400, get followers, pick a follower here, or GitHub profile. Cool, that's working. And get followers. That is working as well. So cool. Did a lot of refactoring there and everything still works. So I know that delegate conversation may have been a little bit confusing. Hopefully you followed along. But again, I want to preach. If you have questions, please use the comments and read through the existing comments. Like I said, especially back in the original delegates and protocols button functionality video, that's where all this discussion happened that led to this optimization. So if you're confused, go back and read that discussion. And then if you're still confused, leave a comment. We'll be happy to jump in. All right, so that wraps up the user info screen optimization. Only got a couple more videos left. Let's keep it rolling. We left off last video talking about the tricky topic of delegates and protocols. This video is going to be a bit easier and shorter. So let's dive in because we're going to talk about our persistence manager and our favorites list VC. So starting with the persistence manager, let's go to managers, persistence. First things first, I had a typo. You can see here, persistence. Okay, I was missing an S. So, and this is like attention to detail stuff, like quick rant here. Attention to detail is a very important thing as a programmer, right? Because as we know, one small typo, one line of code that's slightly in the wrong spot can break everything or cause a lot of bugs. So attention to detail is very, very valuable as a developer, and especially when you're turning in a project to be assessed, right? That's the whole point of this course, right? Is, you know, you're going to turn in a project, somebody's going to assess your code and see if they want to send you on to the next round of the interview. Well, if you have commented code everywhere, your code base is sloppy, your attention to detail sucks, that's not going to be a good look. However, if you turn in a code base where, you know, everything's on point, everything's lined up nicely, you can tell you put care into the attention to detail, that's a good look. That's what you want to showcase. Anyway, rant over. So things like that, things like fixing the typo, big deal here. So do a Command B, and if I click on my errors, I can go to every place where I need to add my S to persistence. Click there. Nope, not there. Persistence. Okay, now do a Command B. All of our errors should go away. And cool. Back to the persistence manager. So if you remember the bug I had, if you remember this retrieved favorites bug back when we did our persistence manager video, if you remember, like I was trying to add a favorite here. I was appending the favorite to my favorites array right here. And that just wasn't working out. So, and mistakenly, I was like, yeah, let's create a new retrieve favorites variable. So it's mutable because this is going to be constant and I can't mutate it. Like I can't add or remove. And that caused that bug. Well, turns out you can just make this a var instead of a let and get the same behaviors here. So we can delete this whole retrieved favorites array that we created because, thought we needed a mutable array. So let's copy favorites here. And then everywhere there's retrieve favorites, paste it in. I know there's a replace all in scope shortcut. I'm just in the habit of doing it like that. So now we've gotten rid of that retrieve favorites array. We just got favorites and we got rid of that unnecessary code. And getting rid of unnecessary code is a big deal because unnecessary code can lead to bugs, which is exactly what happened in this case. And that's it for our persistence manager. Let's go to our favorites list VC, and we're going to talk about our table view and ways we can optimize this. So actually, let me run this so you can see what I'm talking about. This is just a small adjustment, personal preference that I like how my table views to look. So if I go to favorites here, you can see, right, my table view has all these extra cells at the bottom and they're blank. Well, there's a quick and easy way to basically get rid of those extra cells so you only have 2 cells, and that's what we're going to do. And we're going to implement that into an extension of UI table view. Reason being is because this is something I carry from project to project, right? Because table views are so common and I want to do this all the time. So I want to share this extension with you so you have it, so you can maybe potentially do that as well. So new Swift file. We're going to call this our UI table view. Is that a capital I? Yeah. View plus ext. Create that. And we need UIKit here. UIKit and extension UI table view. Cool. And we're going to create the function called func remove. I'm looking for autocomplete. I'm creating a new function. Remove excess cells. And so what we're going to do basically is make the footer of our table view just a blank UI view. So you can do table footer view equals UI view, initialize that with a frame of just .0. And we've been doing that before. So now do a Command B, to make sure we get it. So now if I go back to the favorites list VC, and here where we're configuring our table view, here if I just do table view.remove excess cells now, and now if I run it, you'll see, hopefully it shows up. These cells are kind of faint. But now you can see we have just 2 cells at the top, and then the bottom of the table view is just nice and clean, just blank. I like that style. Maybe you like having the empty cells. Up to you. But this is an extension that I use in like every project because I always want to call tableview.remove excess cells just to get rid of it. And the other thing I always have in this extension, we're actually not going to use it in this project, but again, it's so common that I think, a lot of you may get some use out of it. So, right, anytime you make a network call in a table view, right, you always have to dispatch to the main queue to do tableview.reload data, right? That's a very, very common thing. Maybe you've done that quite a bit. And we actually do that here in our favorites list VC. Right? Once we get our favorites, we have to dispatch to the main queue and reload our data. More on that in a second of why we're not actually going to use this. So what I like to have here, and again, this is just purely extra, we're not using this, is func reload table, reload data on main thread. And here I just do dispatch queue.main.async, and then I do self.reload data. And I'm going to make this one line because it's super simple, straightforward. So let me show you how I would use this here. Back to our favorites list VC. Like let's pretend this didn't exist, right? I didn't have to do all that. So here, if I got favorites, I would just call self.tableview.reload data, reload data on main. I didn't get the autocomplete. Command B. Forgot to do my Command B to make sure I got it. So, and then I wouldn't have to dispatch queue main.async. I wouldn't have to do that there. I would just call self.tableview, reload data on main thread, and we're good to go. The reason we're not using it here is because, as you see, like we're doing other stuff on the main thread with this bring sub view to front. So let's uncomment that. That's why we just can't use this one line, because we're doing other stuff in the dispatch on the main thread. So, but like I said, that extension here, this UI table view extension, I bring this into every project. I use this function all the time, and I use this on all my table views. So hopefully you can get some use out of it too. Now, the final bug that we're going to fix, or potential bug, I should say, on our favorites list VC. If you scroll down to the bottom here, this is in our swipe to delete. So actually, let me bring back up the simulator here, right? If I swipe to delete, ooh, I didn't mean to do that, but hey, I guess I'm gone. It's fine. But so that swipe to delete, what happens here? This is the code that runs when we do swipe to delete. Well, if you notice, we're updating our UI in our favorites array that's actually on the view controller before we do our persistence manager stuff. So let's kind of walk through this and talk about what's going to happen. Well, if this persistence manager, you see, it has the possibility to send back an error and say like unable to remove, right? Like if our data doesn't get decoded properly and it gets all messed up. Well, the way we have it set up now is our favorites array in our UI is already going to update. But if persistence manager gets an error, the array and persistence manager didn't update. So now our UI and favorites array is out of sync with what's actually in the persistence manager. And that's not good. So the way we can fix that is to move our UI updating stuff into the persistence manager upon a successful update of the array. So here we can do that here in this guard statement. You see guardlet error equals error. So basically what this is saying is like, hey, if I have an error, continue. If I don't have an error, then we go into this block that has the return in it. So this is where, basically, this is where everything went fine. So this is where we're going to want to bring down this code here. So Command X, Command V, and I know I'm going to need self dot for the favorites, Command B. So now if I don't have an error, now we're going to remove the favorite from the array, and then we're going to update our table view, the UI of our table view. And we're only doing that when we know we've had a successful persistence manager task. So that's going to solve that problem. And then here real quick, we're just, initializing this favorite and then passing the favorite right here, just to get rid of this line of code. Going to do, replace that with that. And then that'll just clean this up a little bit here. So that was kind of one potential bug that we had that we've now fixed. And that wraps up kind of the optimization and the fixing of the favorites list VC. I told you this was going to be short. Now, if you remember last video, I said we were going to update the user info screen on the iPhone 5 because remember how bad that looked? Well, I looked into that before making this video, and it's going to be a pain. And that's typical for the iPhone SE. So we're going to do it, but that deserves its own video, and we're going to get into that next. In this video, we're going to tackle this problem, the good old iPhone SE. As you build more involved, bigger apps, this screen size is going to become like the bane of your existence. Luckily, I think in the next year or two, we should start to see it phase out because the next generation iPhone SE allegedly is going to be in the iPhone 8 body style, not this screen size. So hopefully we don't have to deal with this for too much longer, but for now we do, and it's always a pain in the butt. And looking at this design, I remember when designing it, I strategically designed it so the iPhone SE wouldn't be a huge issue, right? That's why there's only 2 cards. However, what I didn't account for, and again, I want to keep sharing this stuff so you see some of the hurdles that, developers run into when designing an app. But looking at the screenshot, right, what I didn't account for when I designed the screen to make it fit on the iPhone 5 screen size was the nav bar at the top. That pushes everything down a little bit. And then also on iOS 13, this card format. Look how much spacing at the top of the screen we're losing. So when you put that little card format at the very top, as well as the navigation controller, look where the top of the avatar image view starts. We're losing 10 to 15% of our screen height. So I didn't account for that, and that's why this is messed up. But we're going to fix it. Now, we're also going to talk through the thought process of fixing this because I've seen in the comments a lot of people have trouble dealing with the iPhone SE. So my initial thought was to do something similar to what we did with the login screen. If you remember the login screen, all we had to do was adjust the top of the GitHub logo image, move it up to the top more. That moved everything up. We were good to go there. And for that, we conditionally set constraints, based on is it iPhone SE or not. Well, my first take on this screen, the user info screen, I started with that approach. And looking at this screen, I was like, okay, where can I save space? And I started looking okay, cool. I could, make the bio label smaller. I can, decrease the spacing between the cards. Maybe for the iPhone SE, I could make the button thinner, I believe it's 50 height or 44, but I could make it thinner and then make the cards height smaller. What it really boiled down to as I was digging into that approach was, it was getting ridiculous, right? I was like, man, I'm going to have to conditionally set 20 different constraints. 20 is probably a high number, but it was a lot. It wasn't like, hey, change one constraint and you're good to go. And anytime when I start doing something, I have that voice in the back of my head, all right, this is getting silly or this is getting ridiculous. I immediately start to think of okay, maybe I'm going down the wrong path. Is there another solution that may be better or just as good? And when it comes to the iPhone SE, let's talk about this a little bit because oftentimes these apps, when they're designed by the designer, they're designing with the iPhone X models and the iPhone 7 or 8 in mind. They're not really designing for this iPhone SE. So oftentimes, if you want to make it look as beautiful and elegant as it does on the larger screens, that's a lot of work to make it look that good on the iPhone SE. And I'm a believer in when it comes to the iPhone SE, make it passable, make it usable. Don't worry about making it amazing. And here's why, right? Because that's a lot of work to do that. And I'm going to share with you a nice resource here down on the internet. It's mixpanel.com/trends. I'll link to it in the description of the video. But if you scroll down, they have all kinds of different charts. We're going to go to iPhone models here. And if I click on it, you can see the current adoption of all the iPhone models. But we're just going to, you can scroll through time. You can see the timeline at the bottom. We're going to scroll to now, which is all the way to the right. And I'll just remove my head here. So if we're now, this is as of Monday, January 27th. So a couple days behind, but you get it. Actually, let me click on the iPhone SE down here. For some reason, it defaults is not even on there, but we can click on that. And then now if I move to the right, look at the iPhone SE at the bottom, 2.36% of iPhone models. So when it comes to your app, do you really want to do a ton of work for 2.36% of your user base? Now that question is not going to be the same for everybody. Let me get out of here, right? If you have a small app, 10,000 users, 50,000 users, 2.3%, that's not enough to really put in that much effort. If you're Facebook or YouTube, 2.3% of your user base is a ton of people, millions of people. So in that case, it is going to be worth the effort to make it look good on the iPhone SE. So again, this is the nuance. It depends. Depends on how big your user base is, how much effort you want to put into this. So back to me looking for other approaches, right? I went down the rabbit hole of trying to find space amongst all the items. That started to get ridiculous. So I looked for an alternative solution and I was like, you know what? Why don't we just throw it in a scroll view? And on the iPhone 5, the user can scroll up. I felt that was the simplest and just easiest solution to implement. Again, that was after moving elements became ridiculous. So that's why, back to the search screen, when all we had to do was move one element up. In that case, I'm not doing a scroll view. I'm just going to move that element up and be good. In the case of the user info screen, the scroll view ended up being the better answer. And here you're going to see the power of doing things programmatically. I actually find this scroll view relatively simple. Whoops, we're on the wrong screen. User info screen. Relatively simple to implement when it comes to programmatically. So let's do this. We'll talk more about that in a bit. So let scroll view equal UI scroll view right there. And we can delete that. We don't need that extra space there. And then now here we're going to create a new function called configure scroll view, very similar to how we've been creating all of our other objects. So func configure scroll view. And of course, the first thing we need to do is view.add subview scroll view. Now, the thing with scroll views is when you're dealing with a screen like ours, all of our UI elements, like the cards, the user header info, VC, all that stuff, that needs to go into a content view. That just doesn't go right into the scroll view. So we need to add that content view here. So let content view equal UI view. And then now that we have these two, I'm gonna create like a logical visual space in between them, because this is like our scroll view content view, and then this is like all the stuff that goes in it. So back down to our configure scroll view. The content view actually goes inside the scroll view. If you've ever built a scroll view on Storyboard, maybe you're familiar with that. You drag the scroll view on, you pin it to the edges, then you drag the content view, drop it inside the scroll view. That's essentially what we're doing just programmatically. So we've already added our scroll view to the view. Now we want to do scroll view dot add subview content view, right? We're adding the content view to that scroll view. And then now we're just going to do the typical constraint stuff here. So scroll view dot tamic, right, equals false. Content view dot tamic equals false. Okay, so now we need to constrain these two items. ns layout constraint dot activate. Again, very similar to what we've been doing. And the scroll view is just going to get pinned to the edge here. So if we do scroll view dot top anchor dot constraint equal to view.topAnchor. Oh, no constant. We don't need a constant. We're just pinning it to that. Comma. We're actually going to create an extension to do this here too. So we'll get back to that in a second. Scroll view dot leading anchor dot constraint equal to view dot leading. Again, hopefully this is super repetitive by now, right? We've done a ton of constraints in this course. So hopefully you get this stuff real quick. Equal to view.trailing, right? We're just pinning it to the edges of the view. Haven't filled the whole view. So scroll view dot bottom anchor dot constraint equal to view dot bottom anchor. So before we move on, we're actually going to add an extension to our UI view, because this is actually a pretty common constraint, right? Where you're just pinning it to the super view, right? Pinning it to the top, leading, bottom. You've probably done this a bunch. I usually have this extension in all my projects because you do this a lot. And if we go to our extensions here, well, let's copy and paste this first because we're going to need this here. Go to UI view.extension. So in here we can do func pin to edges and then of super view, and super view is going to be UI view. So the way this reads is we're going to call like scroll view dot pin to edges of, and we pass in the super view. And again, this is a very common thing. So the first thing we want to do here when we're setting the constraints is tamic, right, equals false. And then now we need to set our constraints. So ns layout constraint dot activate. Again, same thing we've been doing. And this is what I copied and pasted. So we'll bring these constraints into here, except we're no longer on the scroll view. We're just in the extension of our UI view, so we don't need that. And then the view we're constraining to is the super view that we pass in. Again, we're going to call scroll view pin to edges of view. And you'll see we'll use this again as well. So do a Command B to make sure we got that. So this is an extension I bring into like almost every project, because pinning to the edges of a super view is a very common task. So now back to our user info VC. So I no longer need to have all these constraints. And if you noticed, I no longer need to have the tamic because we set that. And we're going to do the content view here in a second. So I'm going to do scroll view, like I said, dot pin to edges of view, right? It's the view. So that's just a quick and easy way to kind of get all that logic out of the view controller and just do that. Now we want to pin the content view. So content view dot pin to edges of, not the view. We want to pin the content view to the scroll view. Right? Remember we said you drop the scroll view on the storyboard and then you put the content view inside the scroll view. It's exactly what we're doing here. So we've pinned the content view to the edges of the scroll view. If you remember earlier in the course, I said a good rule of thumb for constraints is that you're always going to have 4 constraints. If you have more than 4 constraints, you're probably wrong. this is one of those exceptions. With the scroll view, it needs to know an explicit width and height. I'm sorry, the content view needs to know an explicit width and height, even though you've pinned it to the edges. This is just kind of one of the quirks of a scroll view. So content view dot width anchor. Well, I need to do my NS layout constraints. Almost forgot about that. So NS layout constraint dot activate, and then we're passing in an array, and it's going to be content view dot width anchor dot constraint. It's going to be equal to, I gotta go down a bit for this one, right? Equal to, I don't know why they keep moving around in the autocomplete. That's weird. Equal to scroll view dot width anchor. All right, we're giving that explicit width, and then content view dot height. Here's the tricky part. Not tricky, but here's the interesting thing. So height anchor dot constraint is equal to, we're gonna put in 600, and I've dialed this number in. And this is basically how tall this is going to be. Actually, you know what? Let's call this 2000 for now, just so you can see. I can illustrate what's going on. And again, I need the comma here. So what we've done here, am I calling configure scroll view? No, I am not. Configure scroll view. So what's going on here? Just to reiterate, we're adding the scroll view to the view. We're adding the content view to the scroll view. We're pinning the scroll view to the edges of the view, pinning the content view to the edge of the scroll view, and then we got to add these two extra constraints to give it an explicit width and height. You'll see why. But now pulling up our design again, now we have our content view and scroll view, all these elements, right? The header VC, the card VCs, item info VCs, that no longer needs to be in the view. That needs to be inside our scroll view. Now, this is the beauty of Programmatic UI. Like, can you imagine doing this on Storyboard when you have this screen all laid out in Storyboard, and now you got to add a scroll view to that? You're just gonna be like, and you're dragging views around on the storyboard, it would be a nightmare. Like, I don't even want to think about it. But this, again, is the power of Programmatic UI. Watch how easy it is to add all this stuff to the scroll view. If we go down to our layout UI function, we've done. And remember, we were doing this. We have all of our header view, item view 1, item view 2, date label, all that stuff. Now we want this in the scroll view. So instead of here in our for loop where we're iterating through all this stuff, instead of view.addSubView, we do content view.addSubView. Now all that stuff is immediately in the content view. And then again, when it comes to our constraints, it's no longer view. We're just going to copy content view here. So I can paste it here, paste it here. So, and then paste it here in the view. Again, I know you can do replace all in scope. I get that. I'm just in the habit of doing it this way. And to me, it's like actually probably quicker to do it this way. We've replaced all of our views with content view. So just like that, that took me like 4 seconds to basically throw everything into the scroll view. And again, can you imagine on Storyboard dragging all those views around? Like, that would be a nightmare. I don't even want to think about it. So now let's test our scroll view, and it's going to look weird scrolling back up because we're setting our height to 2000, but I'm doing that to illustrate a point. So let's run this on the iPhone SE. Let's get to a user here. Get followers. Tap a random user. Cool. Now you can see we're scrolling. And the reason I made it 2000, look how far down we're going. That's because our height is 2000. Like, we've explicitly set the height. And we can explicitly set the height because like our UI is not dynamic, right? There's no like new card sliding in that will keep, adding to this and making this longer, like, right? So we know, and again, I've dialed in 600 to be like a good height. Like, this is what 2000 gets us, all this space at the bottom, right? That's obviously way too much. So again, I dialed it in to get 600. So now let's change that to 600, run it again, test it out. I should be doing this instead of like typing. Whoop, I have no favorites. Okay. I guess we got to type out the name. Click on a user. Okay, now when you scroll, see now 600 gets us to here. And that looks good. That's about as far as we want to go down. I don't know, maybe you could argue GitHub profile is a little close to the bottom. Maybe you could argue like 610, 620. We're splitting hairs here. Do what you like. But the scroll view is implemented, and that's how we're handling this on the iPhone SE. And again, I felt this was a much simpler solution than trying to make things smaller, minimize spaces. Like, that was just getting ridiculous. Throwing it into scroll view, and you saw how relatively easy it is, right? I find scroll views to be a pain on Storyboard. And you can see, we just, added it programmatically, set some constraints real quick, and then threw all of our existing views into the content view just by switching out view into content view, and we were good to go. So that wraps up the video on fixing the iPhone SE. We threw a scroll view in there. Hopefully it was valuable hearing the thought process and how I tried one method. That got ridiculous, so I immediately switched to, okay, there's got to be a better answer. Landed on the scroll view. That ended up being much simpler, and I think even the more elegant solution. So I like to show the thought process, so hopefully that was valuable to you. On to the next video, which is going to be our final pass. Right? We've done one pass where we did a lot of work. We found a lot of bugs and made a lot of changes. That was one pass. Now we're going to do our final pass before we get ready to turn in our project. We left off last video by finishing our first pass at optimization. This video is going to be all about our final pass, but I want to talk about that real quick because usually when working on these projects, like it goes like this, right? We worked hard to finally get everything working. And then you take one pass at it to like optimize things, refactor. That's what we spent the past 5 videos doing. And we did a lot of work. And now we're going to go do our final pass, but that's only because this is just a course. If I was turning this project in, applying for a job, I would do probably 3 passes, right? Because again, that first pass, all we just spent the past 5 videos doing, you find so much. And then the second pass, you know, you start to maybe find 1 or 2 things or a little bit of things. And then I'll always give it like a third pass right before turning it in. And that's like, hopefully I don't have to change anything. But sometimes you may find 1 or 2 things. But again, I just want to talk to you about the process of kind of reviewing this before turning it in. And I think that is very, very important because again, back to the whole attention to detail. And remember, like you're being assessed on how this project looks, how it works, how you implemented it. So if somebody looks at your code base and they're like, wow, this is super neat, super organized, like everything's lined up correctly, all the spacing is consistent, there's no commented code laying around, like it's not sloppy. That is a great first impression. And that's what we're trying to do. Like I said, I've received take-home projects that were turned in that were just all kinds of crazy spacing. Like I said, commented code. It looked so sloppy. And I was honestly like, wow, like you really turned this in? Like, why would you do that? Like it was shocking to me. And you see that. So again, you're in competition, right? The company's going to be assessing your code against other candidates. So everything you can do to make yourself stand out is good. So that's why we've done all these optimization videos. We're doing this final pass. And I would even recommend doing more passes if you're turning this in for a job. So in this video, we're literally going to go file by file and review things. Now, that may sound like, holy crap, Sean, that's going to take forever. It's not, bear with me. Most files are going to be very, very quick. I've already kind of done like a dry run of this. But this is kind of, again, I want to mimic what you do. And what I'm doing right now is opening up all my folders and subfolders. And this is what I do I use this as like a checklist, just to make sure I hit every file. So you see me going through, opening up all these, so we have them all. And again, like I said, this is going to look like a lot, but most of these are going to go super quick. And what I'm looking for here is code aesthetics. Like, again, is my spacing consistent? Does it look good? Is it easy to read? Like when I say look good, I know many of you out there may be like saying, who cares how the code looks? But when I say look good, I mean easy to read, easy to reason about. You don't get a wall of text that is like 100 lines of just no spacing, just a complete wall of code. That's impossible to read. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. One interesting thing that I think is a good exercise that you should do is I also put myself or try to put myself in the shoes of somebody who's never seen this code base before. So when we go through this final pass, I'm looking at it through the lens of like, okay, if I was new in this code base and I'm looking at this, is this easy to reason about? Is this easy to understand what's going on? So I'm looking at it through that lens because that's a very big deal. And I don't know if any of you out there have jumped into a code base that you didn't write or you've tried to read somebody else's code. Sometimes that can be an absolute nightmare and it actually like demotivates you. Like I've gotten a contract that was on an existing project and I opened up the code and it was just horrendous. And my motivation to work on the project just immediately dropped. I was like, this is going to be a nightmare. You don't want to be that coder. You want people to come into your code bases and be like, wow, this is really neat, really easy to read, easy to understand. I'm excited to work here on this code base. That's what we're shooting for. So file by file, let's go. UI helper. Yeah, this is good. So let's talk about my spacing style. Again, a lot of this is going to be subjective styling, but at least you're going to see how I do it in my thought process. Feel free to adopt it. Feel free to change it, tweak it, make it your own. I'm just going to show you what I do. So under the imports, I like 1 vertical space. After the declaration of the class or the enum, I typically like 1 vertical space. Not in functions though. In functions, I don't do the vertical space. And then in between functions, I like 2 vertical spaces. We'll be talking about this as we go. You don't have to memorize my style. So UI helper, looks good. GF error, looks good. Things are lined up. Like I said, I do like the 1 space after the enum or class declaration. I just feel like that lets it breathe a little bit. So a little change there. Constants file, again, 1 space after the import. 2 vertical spaces in between. And whatever style you choose, the most important thing is to just be consistent, for the most part with that style. So if you like 1 space in between, that's fine. Now, again, I want to throw out a disclaimer. Me having 2 spaces in here, again, looks like it may be a ton of space, but you got to remember for these videos, I have my text blown up crazy big, right? If I were to make this, like this is how I normally code. right? Like if I'm not trying to make a video for you to make it easy to see. So that's why when it's this small, like 2 spaces makes it visually, like there's visual gaps that really makes things stand out. But again, my text has to be so big for these videos that 2 spaces may look huge to you. It's really not. Anyway, this might be going a little overboard. This is just how I think. See all these equal signs lined up? How it, if they're not completely lined up, I take it even further and just like, yep, let's line these up. I completely understand if you think this is ridiculous, you don't want to do this, but you'll see, I think this looks really good here. Again, especially if I like minimize it back to like my normal code, how all the equal signs are lined up. I just think that looks really neat and easy to read. So constants file, good to go. We've already refactored this a bit with our UI images here. So now what I do is when I'm done here, I minimize the utilities folder. I'm done. And we're going to go through the whole project and do this. Onto the network manager. Again, 1 space here. Again, I like a space after the declaration. We're good. We're good. One thing, I'm going to point you in the right direction. We're not going to deal with this in this course because I feel like our URLs are relatively simple. But I noticed in the comments, some people had typos in their URLs here that was causing bugs. There's a concept of URL components where you can kind of create your URL in like a URL component object. I'm going to leave a link to the documentation for that. And then Johnson Dell has a great article showing you how to use those. Again, I felt like it was a bit much for our simple URLs, but that is a very good thing that you could use if you want to research further. URL components, again, link in the description of the video. But back to the final pass of this, I think we're good. We've refactored this a lot already, right? We refactored it to our result type. We have all this spelled out. And again, remember, I'm keeping this is like the long way of doing it. Like I compared it to long division. But again, if we're trying to learn the fundamentals and learn how all this works, I think, leaving it this way will help you understand what's going on if you don't fully understand network calls, right? Like once you understand everything that's going on with network calls, now's the time to like refactor it and abstract some things away. I felt like abstracting this too much would take away from understanding what was really going on. Get user info, looks good. Again, I'm looking for, can I understand what's going on here? The spacing, again, we've already refactored our download image. Let's go let cache key right there. Cool. That's good. Persistence manager. Okay, so I'm going to only do 1 space between any like top enum or top protocol that I define out there. 1 space in between there. 2 spaces is a bit much. Because we only have 1 key, I'm going to do this. Again, this is just kind of like personal preference, 1 line, and then pull that back up there. Obviously, if we had more keys to declare, we would have to do that. Looking through here, looks good. Spacing, one thing we're going to talk about in a little bit, I'm not going to do it here because this is pretty straightforward, but when it comes to my switch statements, I like the cases. I don't like having, like in my add case, I don't like having like 20 lines of logic for the user to figure out. I like my add case to read like, hey, what's going on? Like our remove case is a perfect example of that. So when somebody's reading my code, again, putting yourself in the shoes of somebody who's looking at this, not knowing what's going on, if they see, okay, what happens in remove? Okay, favorites.remove all. Okay, cool, that's pretty self-explanatory. And you'll see in further files, we're gonna refactor this out, but I think this is fine, right? There's just 1 simple guard and then favorites.append. That's not too bad. But my preference, like my optimal, what I strive for is like just 1 line of code telling me what it does. Retrieve favorites, pretty standard, nothing really to do there. Spacing's good. All right, persistence manager done. The model's probably gonna be pretty easy, not much there. Yep, user, not much there. Things look good. We switched out our lets and vars and all that stuff based on the optional. Cool, model's done. Extension, UI view controller extension. Okay, again, consistency, right? 1 space in between the imports and the declaration. Present on main thread, that looks good. Present Safari VC, good to go. Okay, UI view controller extension done. Date extension, like I said, a lot of these are gonna go fast. Yep, looks good, pretty simple. UI view, again, we just put our pin to edges in there, and then we have our add subviews. Looks good to me. UI table view, super simple, no big deal. All right, extensions done. And again, the reason I'm going through these quick is like I'm looking, does it look neat? Is the style consistent? And is it easily readable for somebody new coming into the code base? And if I see an opportunity to refactor, we'll jump on it. We're going to refactor a couple things, but just to let you know my mindset as I'm going through these. All right, now we're in our custom views. UI tab bar controller. Again, we just refactored this a little bit ago. 1 space there, spacing's good. All right, looks good there. Labels, GF title label. We have our inits, convenience init, and all this stuff. pretty straightforward. The body label, same thing, the inits, convenience init, properties, pretty straightforward. So this is, again, back to the wall of text. Obviously, this isn't a wall of text. There's only like 7 or 8 things. But this is getting borderline where I would like to insert a line for just visual, grouping is what I call it. So secondary label, I think we're going to come to our text field is going to be a good example of that. So secondary label, spacing is consistent. Things look good. All right. No, there's really no opportunity to refactor here. So labels are done. View controllers. All right. Now we're getting into some big stuff here because this GF item info VC has a lot of code. Again, 1 space in between like the protocol and the class declaration. Our variables are there. I like to do 2 spaces in between variables and my methods, because like this is the start of the methods, and I like to go init methods, view lifecycle methods, and then whatever, then basic configuration methods, and then whatever else is in there. That's kind of the order and the flow that I like to do. Inits are always up at top. Then you get like view did load, view will appear, view will disappear, that section, and then you get into like the actual code. All right, so this is looking good so far. Our view did load, again, reads like a table of contents. That's what we want. You're gonna hear me talk about that a bit in this video. Looking good, looking good. Yeah, that all looks pretty good, actually. Nothing really to do there. Repo item VC, this is the subclass of that. Again, I like two vertical spaces between all my list of variables and my methods. Got 1 space between the protocol and the class. Cool, pretty straightforward. 1 space, 1 space, 2 space, cool. Again, pretty straightforward. There's not much to these ones. Like I said, a lot of these files, gonna be quick. Alert VC, scrolling down here again. So you can see this is what I'm talking about, some like logical spacing visually. So when we're declaring all of our like UI elements, and then I do, a visual space, vertical space. Now these are like, titles, that type of variable. This is like UI variables. So, one option would be to just make them all like one giant stack of variables, right? Well, to me, this makes it like harder to read, especially if you had like, imagine having like 5 or 6 more of them. It's just a giant wall of text. We try to avoid walls of text. So again, I visually and logically group them with this spacing. So like I talked about, right? Our UI items here, these type of variables here, and then UI stuff here. And again, that's very subjective, but it just makes things stand out and easier to kind of group them in your mind at a quick glance. So again, our initializer methods, view did load here. Okay, so this is another example of visually separating things. I like to put a space there because look, we got our view.background color, view.add subviews, and now we're getting to our individual configurations. To me, that's a logical grouping visually. And you can see how it like just stands out visually as your eye is skimming over the file. Okay, we're configuring the container view, title label. Okay, pretty standard, straightforward stuff. All of our spacing is good. The code looks good overall. You know what I'm going to do actually? I'm going to start minimizing the code a little bit because you shouldn't really need to see the code. Whenever I type new code, I'll blow it back up again. But we're talking about overall file structure, how the code looks. So I think, making it smaller so you can see the bigger picture and how clean and neat and organized the code looks, I think that's going to be more helpful. So user info VC delegate here. We're going to keep going through this. These are all UI elements. 2 spaces there. Things look good. All right, here's our first bit of refactoring. So I'll blow up the font a little bit here. So we just did this last optimization video. So what you're going to see is some of the stuff we did in the optimization videos on this pass, we're even tweaking those even further. So that is also the value of like more passes, right? And the reason I want to stress these passes is because I don't want to give the impression that programming and coding is like, everything perfectly from the start. Like you've seen a lot of my mistakes in this course, right? And at first I was a little self-conscious, like, oh crap, they're paying for a course. I got to be perfect. But after like 1 or 2, I was like, no, that's not giving off the right impression. Like programming is making mistakes, coming back and fixing them. I compare it to sculpting. Like you sculpt your code. You start off, if you're like, I don't know, sculpting a rock, this big giant rough boulder, and then you slowly chisel it down into something beautiful. And that's why we keep going over these, passes and stuff like that. So that's why I left a lot of my mistakes in and went back and fixed them later, because that gives a real picture of like what development's actually like. Like you don't just know everything and have everything perfect, type out your code and you're done. Like that's not how it works. So I don't want to give off that impression. Anyway, along those lines, right, we created this download avatar image function, and we're also calling it here. Well, we're calling this in like 3 spots. You'll see that as well. So I think this can be refactored, do Command X, onto our avatar image view, which is right down here. So in GF avatar image view, we can call download avatar image. Well, we're just going to call it download image because it's going to be like avatar image view dot download image. And then we're going to have to pass in a avatar URL. So we can say from URL, and we'll call it URL there, and that's going to be a string. And the reason I named it like from URL and not just from is because I want them to know that I want the user of the code to know that you have to pass in a URL here. If I just did from and then the type was string, it could be a little bit confusing that they can pass in any string. I want to really let the user know, and you'll see at the call site when we use that. So here, this is instead of user.avatar URL, it's going to be URL, and do Command B. We're going to go up. This is not the self avatar image view. This is just self.image now, because now we're on the avatar image view. Self.image view equals image, and go back here. So now instead of download image, and remember we don't need that function anymore, we can do avatar image view dot download image, and see how it says from URL. You're letting the user of the code know, hey, I need a URL, and it's going to be user dot avatar URL. And we'll refactor it in the other two places and then come back and test it here. So the other places, right? This is that was our user info header VC. So we know we have it in our collection view cells as well. Those are the other two places. So go to follower cell, and then here, see, we're doing this network stuff here to download the image. We can delete that, and now we can do avatar image view dot download image from URL, and again, this is going to be follower dot avatar URL. So this makes this much cleaner, and we don't have to do this network call in all these places. And then again, favorite cell, same thing. We have this network call, boom. But again, I just did this like a couple optimization videos ago, right? This wasn't optimization. Turned out to be a little bit, not fully optimized. So that's why doing multiple passes, you'll catch things like this. So delete that, and we can do avatar image view dot download image from favorite dot avatar URL. All right, so let's test this real quick. Let's go to iPhone 11 Pro. We need to test our favorite screen, our follower, and our header info VC to make sure we're still downloading the image properly. So here we'll check our favorites first. Favorite, cool. We got our avatar. That's good. I guess we can just click here. Our followers, yep, follower avatars are still working. And we'll click on a user, and the user info VC is working as well. So that refactor is done and tested. So let's go back to our user info VC. I'll minimize a bit so you can see the overall layout of the code. So we refactored that. Now look, we have this add subviews. We'll make this big again to show you. So we have this function of add subviews, and all we're doing, right, we just did this in an optimization video where we added our add subviews extension. Well, we need a function for just one line of code. Yes, I get it reads a little simpler by just calling add subviews up here in view to load, but I don't know. I kind of like just yanking this out, and instead of calling add subviews, just doing that line of code because it reads well. View.add subviews and all the views. Like there's no confusion about what's going on there. So that also allows us to get rid of this whole function here. So just a little bit of cleanup. Again, the less code, like you've read some large view controllers, right? If a view controller is 400 or 500 lines of code, it's pretty tricky to read and understand. But, so the less code, the better, again, without being too clever and too confusing. Remember, it's a balance. It's just easy to read. So like this view controller is 92 lines of code, and most of it is just the constraint, the layout. So again, making them as small as possible without being confusing is kind of the sweet spot you want to shoot for. So continuing on down here, this layout UI, again, it's just all constraints, pretty straightforward. Moving on. Data logic VC, again, this is what we just refactored, or data loading VC, I'm sorry, what we just refactored. Looks good. We already kind of fixed this container view thing. All right, looks good to me. Spacing is consistent. So minimize our view controllers. Now avatar image view. All right, we just added to this, but let's double check. Yep, good to go here. Minimize image views, text fields. Okay, so again, spacing is consistent. So this is what I want to talk about that like logical grouping, right? Again, this is what I'm talking about with wall of text here, right? Bam, bam. That can be just tricky to like read. That's just that giant wall. But again, if you group things logically and then separate them visually. So up here, right, we have layer, layer, layer. This is basically our border. So bam. And then this has to do with all like text size stuff, text color, text size, font. So that's a good logical space. And this is kind of all like miscellaneous stuff. So that is how I group things together and then space them out visually, right? I always say, let the code breathe a little bit. If it's just 100 lines of straight code, super hard to read. Let it breathe, group them logically, makes your code base a lot cleaner. So minimize text fields, GF button. pretty straightforward, pretty good to go. Okay, one little minor thing here in this configure. See how it's like equal sign and then you break the list of equal signs. This is like super minor. Cut this and then I'm just gonna put it down here. And again, this is like super nitpicky, super dialing it in, and I probably don't have to even have those spaced over. Yep, we're tabbing it over a bit more. So like I said, that one was like super nitpicky, but again, attention to detail. So our button's good. GF empty state view. So this is where also in an optimization video, I didn't do things perfectly optimal, and we can optimize even further. And real quick, we got 2 spaces between the variables. And scrolling down here, this is where I made a mistake. And this was just in an optimization video. So like I said, we're optimizing optimizations on our second pass. So I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, well, I do know what I was thinking. We'll get to that in a separate file, but you don't need to yank all this out. Like, this was ridiculous. All we need to do, right? This is the only line we need, line 45. We just need different constants conditionally based on our device type. So let's put this back into the array that we did here. This constraint here, our center Y constraint. So put that back into the array. We can delete these 2 things, right? Because the only thing that we need that's conditional is our constant. And we get that constant, and then we plug in the constant here in the constraint. So I overcomplicated that unnecessarily. So that's another thing you got to watch out for. And then we have the same thing down here, right? So let's take the constraint, Command X, put it back into our, that's bottom anchor. Again, I like to do things like kind of logically how they flow. So put the bottom anchor on the bottom. We no longer need this code because, again, all we were doing conditionally is our constants here. And then we just plug that constant in there. So again, that was something I overcomplicated, but now we're further optimizing. All right, so this is good to go. GF item info view. Again, back to 1 space in between like any enums or protocols I define up here between the class declaration. Looking good, just some constraint stuff. Cool. Yep, that looks pretty straightforward. Good to go. Again, like back to like how clean and neat and easy it is to read. Like I think this is a good example of how you can make it look neat to be easier to read. All right, GF alert container view. Pretty straightforward. Nothing too crazy. Cool. Views are done. Cells. I think cells are pretty straightforward. Yep. Spacing is consistent. We just refactored this, so we just did that. We probably don't need that space there. Okay, good to go. Favorite cell. Same thing, check for the spacing. Same thing, probably group this stuff up here. All right, good to go there. So you can see we're moving right along. Custom views are done. Now, obviously, our screens are going to be a lot here. So search VC. So back to, remember when I said with the constraint overcomplication, I was like, I don't know what I was thinking. Well, what I was thinking was and this was completely unnecessary, like creating this logo image view top constraint and creating it as a variable outside of the scope. The reason you would do this, and this is what I was thinking when I did it, was a lot of times when you're animating objects around the screen, whether it's a button or a view or an image view, a lot of times you'll animate the constraint. Well, in order to animate the constraint, you have to create a variable to access it like outside of the scope because your animation is going to be in a separate function rather than your like initial setup. So I was used to doing that. So that's why I did this here, complete brain fart. But we don't even need this variable out here. So we'll delete that. And then back down to here, right? All we needed was this constant based on the conditional, just like we just did here. So we can take our constraint that we had down here, hit Command X, again, put it back into the array, put the comma there. We can delete this line of code. Again, this is the same stuff we just did. The only difference here in the search VC was I had that variable declared up top that was completely unnecessary. Let top constraint, again, we're just conditionally setting the constraint and we're putting it back in here. So cool, good to go there. Let's test that real quick. Again, anytime you're moving stuff around like that, we want to test it. So on the iPhone SE, let's make sure our logo is towards the top on our search VC. Yep, there it is. And if we tap the text field, do Command K with the keyboard, yep, still good to go. Okay, just wanted to test that real quick. Configure text field, configure call to action, spacing looks good, overall is good. Okay, go back to minimizing here. Follower list VC. All right, I don't have my equal signs lined up here. Let's do that. Again, I've said it 1,000 times. I completely understand if you don't like this or don't want to do it. That's fine. I just like the way that looks, and I think it's easier to read. Okay, scrolling down, everything looks good. Again, view did load, reads like a table of contents. Configure view controller. That looks good. Looks good. Okay, so here's a bit of refactoring. Let's zoom in here. So, like I said before, this success case is kind of long in my opinion, right? So again, back to putting yourself into the shoes of somebody reading your code for the first time. They're gonna be like, okay, what happens on success? And they actually have to read code. Like, to figure out what all is going on. Now, they can figure it out for sure, but you're going to make them spend 15, 30 seconds like reading, trying to figure it out, and then you hope that they understand what you did. Whereas if you refactor this into a function, you can tell them exactly what you're doing. So that's what we're going to do here. Let's create a function. So let's talk about it. What are we doing? What do we want to tell the reader of our code that we're doing? Well, we get our followers back, and essentially we're appending it. We're either showing the empty state or updating data. So we're basically like configuring the UI based on the array of followers. So what we can do here is we can create a function, and I'll make this big, 1, 2, 3, func called update UI, and then with, and we're going to pass in an array of follower. And then we literally just going to all of our success case here, Command X, paste that into here, and then call. Self.update UI with followers, and then we pass in the followers that we get here, again, the local one. So again, how I like and this is ideal, right? This doesn't always work out. Sometimes you can't make it nice and neat, one line. This is like the dream, right? But I always strive to make, my switch cases, whatever's in there, to be very, very short and easy to understand what's going on. Again, back to somebody being new into your code base. Now when they're reading this, they're like, okay, I'm getting followers. What's happening here? Okay, on success, okay, I'm updating the UI with the followers. On a failure, we're presenting an alert. Bam, straightforward, like very, very easy to understand. And then again, back to the whole, like your code is kind of like a table of contents. If the reader of this code wants to be like, okay, well, what exactly are they doing in update UI? Then they can like dive into this function and reason about this. But when you just have all this code in your success case, they have to like read and focus on like, okay, what is going on here? Like, am I missing something? Are they doing anything weird in here? You're putting them in that mindset of like, what is going on? But when you just create a function called update UI, like you're telling them what's going on in this little batch of code. Like, hey, we're updating the UI with the followers. And they're like, okay, cool. And then that even helps them when they're reading the code, they're in that mindset of like, okay, all we're doing is updating UI. So now that makes this like way easier to understand. Again, not like this is crazy complex code, but you can imagine if you were doing a lot of complex stuff in your success case and maybe you break it down into like 2 functions, like update UI and then do this. You just make it easier on the reader of your code, and that's super important. So, okay, moving on, scrolling down, we're good here. Again, here's another case, right? This is our add button tapped. This is where we're adding the user to favorites. So here in the success case, yeah, we create our favorite, we do persistence manager update, and then, we're presenting errors. Again, I want to create a new function down here called func add user to favorites. And then it takes in a user of type user. And then we are literally going to cut, paste, and let's make sure we call that here. So self.add user to, do Command B to get my autocomplete. Again, I don't trust it if it doesn't autocomplete. Self.add user. Okay, here's a good learning thing. So when I created this function, I created it like inside this. So here's a neat little Xcode trick. So let me actually cut this function because I put it in the wrong spot, minimize this. So basically this was a curly brace error. I was like, why don't I have that? So if you like use your arrow keys and go back and forth over the curly brace, you can see that yellow thing flashing. That'll tell you where you're at. So when I created that function, I created it inside this network manager closure. That's not what we want to do. So down here on this brace, okay, cool. That's the end of my add button tapped. So I want to add that add user function down here. Again, little chance to show you a tip. So now I'll do Command B to make sure we get that. Now I can do self.add user to favorites and then user. So again, back to the switch statement, reading, super simple. When they do the add button tapped, you can see, okay, on success, I'm adding user to favorites, cool. Failure, done. And then if they want to dig deeper into add user to favorites, they can. It's going to be easier to understand. All right, so let's keep going. And yep, things look good here. I may want to, yeah, probably do that. Again, it's minor details, but they do add up. Okay, cool. So follower list VC, good. Favorites list VC, scroll. Again, you can see like some visual spacing, logical. All right, here, same thing. Our success statement is a bit tricky here. So we're going to basically do the same thing. Again, let's double check this curly brace. Yep, that is after the get favorites. So what are we doing here? We are basically, again, we're basically updating the UI with our favorites. So func update UI with, and then we're going to pass in an array of followers. So basically the same function we had there. And then we're going to Command X, Command V, and then, oh, we didn't give this a name. So update with, we need to call it favorites. Command B. So if the favorites we pass in is empty, show the empty state, self.favorite. So we do need the self so we can, determine between this favorites and then this favorites up here, right? This favorites up here is self.favorites. Whereas just normal favorites down here is this favorites that we passed in. And again, this will turn green, this will be white, so easy way. And then, yeah, we're just dispatching to the queue, reloading data, good to go. So now, just like before, this is very repetitive. We've done this 3 times now. So now we call self.update UI with favorites. There we go. So do Command B, good to go. Let's test that real quick. Again, get off this iPhone SE. If I don't have to be on it, I don't want to be on it. So let's go to our favorite screen to make sure this is good. Good to go. Cool, we retrieved it, we updated favorites. All right, we're working here. But again, switch statement reads nice and clean. All right, so keep moving. Probably don't need these tabbed over this far. Nope, we do. Okay. All right, looks good. User info VC, the last view controller, almost done here. Again, spacing consistent. We just did the scroll view stuff. So remember, we visually separated that. 2 spaces there. Things are looking good. Things look good. Our success and failure case are pretty simple. Things look good. This, I'm going to leave this layout UI function, but what are we at? Like almost 30 lines of code. This is borderline where I would try to refactor this somehow. If anything were to be added to this function, I would probably think about it and think of how to separate it, how to redo it. It's fine, but it's getting close to not being fine. Just to let you know, again, into my mindset here. Yeah, looks good. Looks good here. Looks good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Cool. So we literally just went. Let's double check the scene delegate. Yep. Variable function. Again, we're not doing that space there. Yep. Looks good. Minimize. So we literally just went file by file on our final pass. We are done. We are ready to send the email. Congratulations. Hope you get the job. You'll get to the next interview. Usually the take-home project is like one of the first steps in the interview process, but hopefully this gets you on to the next stage. So that wraps up the course. That's all the videos. There may be some bonus videos about testing and instruments later, but those are going to be pure bonus. I don't want to include those in the marketing of the course, but I do have a conclusion and wrap-up video coming up, so that will be the final video of the course. But this was the final learning lesson. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next video. So now that we've taken a few passes at our project, we've optimized it, we've turned it in, let's talk about preparing you for the next steps. Because remember, like I said, building the take-home project is usually part 1 of this interview. The second part of the interview is where they review your code, and now they want to ask you questions about your code, or you'll have to come in and talk through your code, all that stuff. So let's talk about some of the typical questions you may get asked, or some things to prepare for the second half of this interview. Now, of course, every company and take-home project is unique, so I can't promise you this is exactly what they'll ask, but these are pretty common questions, and even if they don't ask this exact question, it may be very similar, and as long as you've thought about this stuff, you should be good to go. A very common question you're probably going to get asked is, if you had more time, what would you have improved on this project? Because remember, like I said in the very beginning, they typically expect you to work on these take-home projects 2 to 5 hours, right? They don't expect you to put 20 hours into the project. They're trying to be respectful of your time. They know you're not working for them. You're just interviewing for them. So they know, again, typically 2 to 5 hours. So you worked way more than that on this project, I bet, right? So that's why a typical take-home project has much less functionality than what we built here. But again, the purpose of this course was educational, so we went above and beyond so you can reference this in the future. So after turning your project in, start thinking about that, man, if I had more time, what would I have done? Because this is actually a very common question. And, maybe it's little features you would have added, or extra UI polish, or maybe extra refactoring in your code. Oftentimes when people turn in take-home projects, they don't do all the full error handling that we did with the custom alert. So maybe that's a good thing that you would have liked to have added had you had more time. And then there's cleaning up edge cases. Always mention edge cases, right? They are very impressed if as a junior developer, you're not just thinking about what they call the golden path, which means like things work perfectly if the user uses the app as intended, right? You got to start thinking about the weird edge cases, because that's what you spend a lot of your time as a developer is solving for those edge cases. So if you can show that you're thinking about that actively, that's a good sign. A good example of an edge case in our app specifically that could be fixed is our search functionality on our follower list VC. So say you're searching for a user and you just type like the letter D, and you still have like 30 followers that have the letter D. So you can scroll down a bit. Well, now when you hit the bottom of the scroll, we're going to bring in like the next users and reload that, but that doesn't really jive with the search. So you can see that's kind of a edge case little bug that we didn't really consider on our first time through. So if you can point out things like that and show that you're looking for edge cases, that's huge. That's a great way to answer this question, along with I would have improved the UI or I would have added proper error handling. Things like that are great answers to this question. Another common question you could get is, what did you struggle with most when building this project? And be absolutely honest, right? Don't say, oh, nothing if you struggled, right? Be honest, because this is a great opportunity. Like, here's the major piece of answering this question. Talk about the struggle, but the big thing is, talk about how you overcame the struggle, because the truth is, no matter how senior developer you are, if you're trying to build new things, there's always going to be a struggle, and you always have to overcome that struggle. So if as a junior developer, you can show that here's the struggle I had, here's what I did to overcome it, and here's how that all worked out. Like showing that you can already do that and think like that as a junior developer, again, that's a great sign. And the flip side of this question, which is common, is also like, what are you most proud of about this project? Now, this kind of questions typically leans towards the take-home projects where you had some freedom. Remember at the very beginning, I said sometimes you'll get an exact design you have to follow. They'll give you very rigid instructions. So in that case, you may not get this what are you most proud of question because you had to basically paint by numbers. However, in the case of this project where we had to come up with our own design, we had a lot of freedom. If you get a take-home project like that, you're very likely to get asked, like, what are you most happy with this project, or what are you most proud of? So like in our case, like I like the design we build. I think it's very sleek. And also I'm very happy with how we implemented diffable data source, which is a powerful new API, right? I had to learn something new that not many developers have had a chance to play with yet. So answers like that are great to like, what are you most proud of? And another type of question you may get is they may ask, why behind your implementation, like a specific implementation. Like maybe they would say, why did you choose to implement diffable data source instead of the normal data source, right? And it's not so much that they disagree with your answer. They want to hear you talk through your reasoning, right? And this is kind of a way to catch people that just like follow a tutorial, copy paste code that don't fully understand it, right? They typed it and it worked. So they're like, okay, good, right? If that's what you're doing, be very, very careful with that because you could get caught. Because when they start asking, why did you do this? Like you have to know the reasoning behind why and kind of like how your code actually works. So my recommendation, like even with this project, take some time, go through the project and think to yourself like, why did we implement diffable data source? And the reason being is because you see when we search now, the collection view updates rapidly and it's a nice animation. So that's a great reason to take the time to learn a brand new API because we got good functionality out of it. But again, take some time to review the code. Make sure you understand that the big principles that are going on. Again, it's all explained in the videos. And if not, check out the comments. But I guess the moral of this question is know your code, be able to walk through it and explain it. Not only answer the why questions, because again, if you're just copying and pasting or blindly following a tutorial, you could get exposed during the second part of the interview. And then lastly, if you have a certain style, they may ask about that style. For example, you notice like I lined up my equal signs, or you may notice there's no comments anywhere in our code base, right? Comments are kind of a debated topic, right? Some programmers say comment everything. Other programmers say, no, my code's self-documenting. Other programmers say, I like to comment, here and there when I think it's applicable. You're going to get a wide spectrum of answers on when you should comment. So if you have a certain style, I'm not saying defend your style, like definitely talk through why you like that style. But remember, when you're interviewing for a company, you're joining a team. So I think if they question your style, don't get defensive. Definitely say, this is why I like that style. Here's my reasons. But also say, like, I recognize I'm joining a team. This team has a style that has set, before I even joined. So of course, I'm going to conform my coding style to the style guide based on the team because I know the code bases have to be consistent. It's easier for code reviews if everybody expects the same style. Like again, if you can rattle off the reasons why you should conform to that style and show that like, yeah, I have my own style. I like it, but I'm not too proud that I'm not going to conform to the existing style that the team has. So those are some general questions that you're likely to get on the second part of the interview. Again, just to recap, every company, every take-home project is going to be unique. You could get asked some crazy off-the-wall questions, but again, here are some of the common general ones that you're likely to get. So hopefully that was helpful, and best of luck on the second half of your take-home interviews after you've completed the project. On to the next video. In this video, we're going to simulate running our existing project for the first time in iOS 15. And it was a little tricky on how to structure this section because, a lot of people have already taken this course. So some of you are actually coming through this for the first time, but some of you are revisiting, like you're updating the existing code base. So it's a little tricky to cover both angles, but we're going to go with this updating existing code base example, right? And this is a very common thing to do on your code base when a new iOS releases, right? So you want to run your code to find all the bugs, find all the errors to see what's going on. So here I am on the Search VC. And by the way, the code that I'm starting with is the code that you can download from the final pass video that some of you may have just done. Others may be returning. It's 46-gh followers. That's the file you can download on that video. But that was the final, code for the course. We're starting from there just for the context. That's what I got open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the GH followers project. And on the project here, I'm going to just change this to iOS 15 because I want to see all the errors, any bugs, any issues I have when I'm targeting iOS 15. And then check the target down here. Yes, we are. Deployment info is iOS 15 there as well. So I'm going to do a Command B to build it, see what kind of errors, issues we get. And okay, there's one. And sometimes, right, it depends on the Swift update. It depends on the iOS update. Sometimes you can get a ridiculous amount of errors. Back in the day when we did the Swift 2 to Swift 3 update, doing this, what we're doing right now, was a nightmare. Everything was broken. It's gotten a lot better since then. As you can see, we only have one warning. So what I do is I click on this warning, and some of you have pointed this out previously in the course, but how we made our protocols class, this has been deprecated for a while, and I'll actually link to the Swift forums post in the description of this video that discusses that. But now they finally are starting to enforce it in Xcode. So you can say, and not even enforce it, right? They're just putting a warning. They're not like breaking your code. But now anywhere you have class, any object, and they do the same thing. So I'm going to copy that, and we'll do a Command B to get my warnings to show up because I'm lazy. That way I can just click on that, go to that, make that any object. Do a Command B, get the next warning, go to that, make this any object. Command B, I think that's the only places we had that. Nope, looks like there's one more. I mean, you could go through your code and find them, but I like the warnings to guide me. But that's going to take care of all the warnings, right? So relatively easy, not too bad. Again, just to be clear, not every update is this simple and easy. And it also depends on your code base, what frameworks you're using, all that stuff. But we had it relatively easy. So after I clear my initial errors off of an update, I like to run the app and just see hey, anything going on here? Anything weird going on? I check every screen to see if there's any layout issues, UI stuff. Again, just make sure your app is working and running on the new iOS, in our case, iOS 15. So here we are, the app is running. Everything looks fine. The first thing you may notice is look at our tab bar. There's no more bar looking thing. Remember there was that gray bar at the bottom to separate the tab bar? Well, that is nothing we did wrong. That is the new iOS 15 style built into the system. That's how Apple does things now. You'll see on a future screen, if there's content behind that, they'll put that bar up there to differentiate. But if there's no content, they keep it like this. Again, that's not our code bugging out. That's the new iOS 15 style. So this screen behaving as normal. All right, let's find a user. Do myself as always, get followers. That's not right. Okay, so again, you're going to run into stuff like this anytime there's an update. And this is why Apple puts out the betas in June so developers can handle all this stuff so they can be ready by late September when everything's official, right? You get those few months to work on your app. So you're going to have to deal with stuff like this. So, okay. Yeah, that's not great. But you see how our tab bar now is differentiated down at the bottom? That's because there's content scrolling behind it. So it's kind of like a smart tab bar. That's the new thing. Okay, let's click on a follower. Okay, so our modal is fine. It's working. Button's looking good. That is as expected. Hit done. Okay, cool. So our follower cell is a little messed up. Let's add Sean to our favorites here. Okay, our alert looking good. Hooray. Cool. Let's go to our favorites. favorites looking good. I click here, and that's obviously bad. So that is the main issue with our UI. Again, if I go here, our follower cell is a bit messed up. So I'm going to recreate, obviously I've already done this to prepare for these videos, but I'm going to recreate the process I went through to show you how I discovered the fix for this. So the first thing I do when I see weird UI issues like this is I hit our little icon down here to blow this up. I think I showed this off before earlier in the course, but this will blow up the UI to see what's going on, right? And I can spin this around so I can see like, okay, my cells, right? You can see like the individual squares for the cells. That looks to be the right size. However, the image is just expanding well beyond the cell. Okay, so this was the first step, just to see if maybe like my cell was a different size, but it looks like the cells are the right size. My image just is not adhering to that. Okay, so that was the first clue. And then the second clue, if I will stop running that, I think I could have just stopped that, but I'll go back. So the second clue, right, I'll just go to the favorites, right? I was like, well, okay, my favorite cell seems to be working fine, right? If everything with my cells was messed up, wouldn't this image be messed up? So that was a second clue. So again, this is my process. What I decided to do, stop running this. I was like, okay, if my favorite cell is fine, but my follower cell isn't fine, let me see what I'm doing differently. So that's what I did. I opened up my custom views, cells. I opened up my follower cell on the left, follower cell on the left and favorite cell on the right. By the way, if you option click on whatever file, that'll open it up in the assistant editor. Now, like I say, for these videos, I have to have my text super blown up, so it may be hard to see. Maybe I'll go like this for now to give us some more room. But anyway, yeah, I'm recreating my process here. So I was looking at my follower cell and looking at my favorite cell and like, okay, what did I do different? Because the favorite cell is working. And if I come down here to the constraints, and it's going to be hard to read because I'm going to minimize the text, right? Just for my sanity. Okay, sorry if you can't quite read that, but I'll point out what it was. So I started looking at my constraints and I noticed the difference, right? Over here on the right, my favorite cell, I am just constraining to self, right? Which is just the cell itself, right? Because this is a class of a favorite cell of type UI table view cell. So I was like, okay, but over here on the follower cell, if you look, I'm pinning all my constraints for like my image and stuff to the content view. So I was like, I don't know what Apple did behind the scenes, but for some reason now in iOS 15, it doesn't like being pinned to the content view. So now that I've shown the difference, I can delete my favorite cell. And all I did was basically delete all the content views, right? And just instead of pinning it to content view, just pin it to leading anchor, top anchor, trailing anchor, just pinning it to the cell itself rather than the content view within the cell. Because again, I didn't dig under the hood to try to figure out what Apple was doing with auto layout. I mean, that would have been, I didn't want to go down that path. I was like, okay, so obviously that's not it. And then for consistency, back to our favorite cell here, we'll open that up. Super minimal thing, right? I just get rid of the self. And that's just purely code style. If you like self there, fine. I like to be consistent in how I do it. We're just going to get rid of the selves there. Not sure why I didn't even do that the original time around, but hey. Okay, back to our follower cell. That's good. So now I run it again, and this should be working. Okay, enter username, my name, hit get followers. There we go. Now our cells are as expected. Click on one of them. Everything's still working as expected. Okay, so we'll close that and double check on our favorite cell just because we did make some changes by deleting self. Shouldn't affect it, but I always like to better safe than sorry and check that out. So anyway, I don't know why I pulled that down, but that is the process that I go through, right? I run the project, with iOS 15, clear out any errors, any deprecations, any stuff like that. Again, we had it easy in this case. It's not always that easy. And then I run the app, go through, make sure there's no UI issues like we saw, and then I fix the UI issues. And now it's at a state where, okay, it's running fine on iOS 15. I fixed the errors, I fixed the UI stuff. Now, once I've got it good to go on iOS 15 with the existing stuff, now it's time to look at like new functionality, right? Like refactoring into async await or doing the new UI button configurations, all the new stuff. But the first step is to fix anything that got broke in iOS 15, and that's what we just did. In the last video, we did our first run on iOS 15, fixed some warnings, and fixed some UI issues. So our app is now good to go for iOS 15, so we can implement the new stuff. And the first bit of new stuff that we're going to talk about is the new UI button configurations introduced in iOS 15. Before we dive into the code, let me back up, give you the big picture overview of like what these buttons are and their purpose of them. So as you can see in the background behind me, these are like Apple's like system style buttons, right? It really fits in with Apple's ecosystem. It looks like it belongs in an Apple app, that kind of thing. So essentially what these new configurations do is give you these 4 different variants, right? Plain, gray, tinted, filled, which as you can see on the screen, and like I said, these are very Apple looking buttons. So instead of us having to recreate these Apple looking buttons like we did in our app, these new button configurations give you a lot of the stuff like out of the box for free if you want them to look like Apple buttons. Now, if you have your own crazy custom button, you would do it the way we taught it before. You wouldn't worry about these button configurations. But again, if you want the Apple looking buttons, these configurations are great. Before we dive into some code, let's do an overview of our current like button setup. So I'm going to open our GF button, right? This is the custom button that we created. And you know what, for context, let's show you all the places we're using these GF buttons just to refresh your memory. So here on the main search screen, that get followers, that's a GF button. And if I hit it, our alert, that OK button is a GF button. And then if I go to favorites, Sean, click on someone, the GitHub profile, GitHub or get followers, those are GF buttons. So those are the places in our app that we're using our GF button. And if I close this now, basically every one of those buttons is type GF button. So right, all of our work is going to be done in this file. Well, I shouldn't say all of it because we're going to change some initializers. So we're going to have to update where we're calling them. But for the most part, all the work is done in here. And this is a nice benefit of doing things programmatically where I can just change my GF button class and then everywhere I'm using GF button will update automatically. Okay, so in this GF button, I'll make it a little bigger here. Let's review real quick because we have 2 ways to initialize a GF button, right? We have our typical initializer, and then we have our convenience initializer that we put in play because we want to, be able to set the background color and the title. And real quick, just to refresh your memory in case you're coming back, the reason we set it up like this, if I go into the view controllers, our item info VC, remember we had this parent item info VC, and these are I'll put a screenshot up. These are the cards you see of the repos and the followers. Remember, those were subclasses of the GF item info VC. So here, as you can see on line 21, we're initializing a GF button without all the background color and title because we don't know what title it is yet. Those are handled in the subclass of those view controllers. Okay, I know that was a real quick overview, but you can go back and watch the videos if you want the in-depth version. But back to the GF button, we're going to be messing with these initializers and set and stuff like that. So actually, if you notice, our convenience initializer sets the background color and the title. Well, if you notice in the set function, right, we are setting the background color and the title. So one quick optimization, right? This has nothing to do with iOS 15, by the way. I could have just done this from the beginning. We can just call set. And the set function, as you see, takes in the background color, which we'll just continue to pass in, the background color, and then the string of title, which again, we have, whoops, hit the return button accidentally, that we have right here and right here. So again, that's just a small, easy refactor. And I'm doing that because we're going to be adding a lot to these functions down here. So the first thing I want to do is adopt one of these styles. Again, here's the 4 styles on the screen. For this app, we're going to go with tinted to change the look up a little bit and show you this, but I'll run through each of the 4 styles to show you what they are. So in our configure method, we want to set a configuration, right? And this configuration is what we're going to tweak to get the look we want. So I'll do configuration equals, and I'll do dot, and you see we get tinted, filled, gray, plain, right? Those were those styles that I showed. So we'll do tinted to get that tinted style. So now we can adjust the configuration how we want. And a lot of this is similar to what we already have because again, we recreated this Apple look button. Okay, so layer corner radius 10. We no longer have to hard code that. A great thing about the new buttons is they have built-in corner radius, right? So configuration dot corner style, and you'll see we'll say equals dot, and you see we get medium, capsule, dynamic, fixed, large. Now, what is this? So small, medium, large is basically how big the corner radius is. Like we had 10, so maybe large would be like 25, right? Small would be small. Capsule would be what it sounds like, right? A capsule shape. So a perfectly like rounded circular corners. We'll play with that later, but we'll do medium for now. Real quick, dynamic, as you can see, the description says a style that adjusts the background corner radius for dynamic dynamic type. So as the dynamic type changes, the corner radius will change with it. So for now, we'll do medium. And real quick, we're going to get our initial setup, and then we'll come back and change some of these around and play with it. But I encourage you to change some of these properties around, run the app, play with it, just to learn more about these buttons. And I'm also going to link to the WWDC talk that goes really in depth on these buttons if you really want to do the deep dive. Okay, now we're going to actually get rid of the font, because again, we're going with the default Apple style in this configuration. And the title color, we're going to keep the default. We're not going to set it to white, because again, this is the tinted thing. With the background of the tinted buttons, they're already super light. So if you put white lettering on top of that, that won't look good. So we'll keep it the default style, because remember, this is our basic configure, right? We do our custom stuff where we set background color, set the title down here. So this basic configure function is setting up just the base stuff, the stuff that every single button is going to have. So we don't want to set specific colors because each button is going to have different colors. So just write the standard stuff, right? We're going tinted configuration. We know all of our corner styles are going to be medium, and then we're going to do TAMIC. We're going to, translates, auto resizing, masking, and constraints. That's what we're going to have here. So let's clean that up a little bit. Now, again, that's just the standard configure. In our set function here, this is where we do all the customization. And we're pretty much going to replace these with the configuration way of doing things. So we can do configuration dot base background color. So again, pulling up the screenshot, the tint, right? You see we have the light green in the back, dark green in the front. So it's going to be the same color, but the tinted style will take care of the lightness and the darkness, right? They just changed the opacity, I believe. So we'll say that is the background color that we pass in, right? So when we set up these buttons, right, we pass in a color, except I'm going to change the name of this parameter to just color, because it's no longer just the background color, right? We're doing the tint style that has, the same color for both the background and the foreground. So again, we'll do configuration.base foreground color. So again, foreground color is your text in these buttons, and we'll pass in color. I forgot to change that to color as well. And again, color is what we're passing in here. So here, down here in 42, the old way of doing the background color, that's gone. Here's also the old way of doing the title, that's gone. We can do configuration.title, and we'll equals title, right? Whatever we pass in. And that should do it for our initial version. We're actually going to add images to these buttons, as you may have seen in the previous screenshots, but we're going to come back and do that later. But I want to show you how the basic button works, so you can kind of see this in action. Because I know we've just been doing code. You haven't seen it yet. I'm a firm believer, and once you see it in action, the code makes more sense. So let's see it in action. As you can see here, this no longer takes in a background color. This just takes in a color. And that will be good there. So Command B. Cool. And then we still have errors because remember, we're calling this set function in other places. So let me click on that, right? Remember on our individual, right, GF follower item VC, which is a subclass of GF item info VC. Again, pulling up the screenshots, these are these individual cards that are subclasses of the overall view controller. Again, we did that earlier in the course, but this is where we're setting that stuff. So instead of background color, it's just color. And then there's one more in the other, child. I keep calling it child, subclass. Subclass, there you go. So now when I run the app, our buttons are going to have the tint style that I've been showing off in the screenshots. See, there's the get followers. Again, light green in the background, dark green in the foreground. And again, this is a choice of style if you want. So now when I click on, I don't know if we updated our alert, did we? Yeah, the alert updated. See that again, that's the power of like just updating your GF button subclass and all your buttons are good to go. Should be anyway. And then the last thing we'll look at is that card, which I guess I can just go to favorites, click on a follower, and then now you see get a profile button, looks like the tinted style, get followers, looks like the tinted style. Now real quick, before we move on to adding images, I wanna show you how you can play with these styles here. So back to our GF button. So let's say we wanted to do dot filled. Now we would do our foreground color will be white because the fill is gonna be the background color that we pass in. So we want the text color to be white. So now just like that, all I had to do was change configuration to filled and then my foreground color, because if I have a green background and a green foreground, you're not gonna be able to see the words, obviously. So change the foreground color to white, run it again. And real quick, I'm doing this just for testing purposes. Of course, if you were gonna use filled, maybe you would change your naming of your parameters and that kind of stuff, but I'm just showing you the different type of buttons real quick. So again, there's that button, get followers, cool. So you see very quickly to change between the styles. Let's take a look at gray here. So instead of filled, let's do dot gray. Now dot gray will always give you the gray background, However, so we don't want to change the base background color, right? So I'm going to comment that out for now because the whole purpose of this gray style button is to have gray backgrounds. So we only want to change the foreground color, and instead of being white, we can change that to the color that we pass in, right? Because we're passing in green, red, purple. So now we're going to have a gray background button with purple letters. And again, you can see how I'm changing the style of my buttons relatively quickly using these new configurations. And again, if you like the style, there's the style. So the button's gray, but the words are green. And if I hit that to get our error, cool, you see that's red for the letters. And again, if we go to here on a user, there you go. You can see you can get some different colors. So again, this is all about the style you want for your app. But like I said, using these configurations, super easy to change from each one. So we're gonna go back to tinted and give me my background color back, color. Cool, everything should be good to go there. I'm gonna run it real quick just to check. Okay, cool, we're back to our tinted button color. Okay, we'll stop that. Now let's add an image to these buttons using SF symbols. And that's just more configuration stuff. So I'm gonna put a little extra space in there to visually separate them. So configuration.image, right? You can see we have image padding, image placement. Oh, and that's something I forgot to like really check. If you wanna see all the stuff on the configuration, you just hit dot and you can see all the different properties that you can change, and then you can read the descriptions to see like what they do. And there's a lot more than we're doing here. And again, I recommend watching the WWDC video for the deep dive. So we just wanna do image, right? And we're going to set that equal to UI image, and then we're going to initialize the image with system name. Remember, this is how we get SF symbols. Don't just do, named, unless you actually have your custom image. We're using SF symbols, so we want to use system name, which will give us SF symbols. And then the string we're going to pass in, well, we don't want to pass in a specific string here, right? We're going to pass that in when we hit set. So we have to add another parameter here, right? We're going to tell it the color, we're going to tell it the title, and then now we also need to tell it what image to show. So we'll do comma, and I'm going to actually name this system image name. And the reason I didn't just do image name is because we're relying on SF symbols. So I want it to be very clear to the user of my code that, hey, this needs to be a system image name, not just any image name. That's how I'm communicating that. And then now we'll pass in the system image name there. So now when we're setting our colors and our titles, we're going to now have to pass in an image name. We'll get to that later. But you can also do configuration.image padding equals, and we'll do .6, because you'll see, and you can play with this on your own. If we didn't do image padding, the image is really tight to the title, and I like a little bit of breathing room between the elements. And then another thing you can do is configuration.image placement, right? You can do trailing, leading, bottom, top, right? So leading would be to the left. That's the default. That's what we're going to do. You could do trailing to put the image on the right, and then obviously top and bottom as well. So we're going to do leading. I'm going to leave the code there, even though if you want leading, you don't have to do any code because that's the default. But for you to play around, we're going to leave that there. Okay, so now that takes care of our image. I'm going to do a command B, and we're going to get some errors because anywhere we're using this set function, we're not passing in the system image name. So we also need to update our convenience initializer here. To pass in the system image name of a string, and then this our set function that we've been changing down here takes in a system image name. And you notice like the parameters on our set function are the same as our convenience initializer, and that's because we're just passing everything through. So do command B, make sure we're good. Well, we're not good because we got all these errors. So I'm going to click on the error, and we'll go to the missing parameter, right? As you see, we're passing in background color. And you know what? I'm going to go back to our convenience initializer here, because now we don't want this to say background color. We want this to just be color because we're tinted. And that's just simplifying our initializer here. So instead of background color, it's just color. And we'll have to update that as well. What did I mess up here? Oh, okay, yeah. We're just going to update all of our GF button initializers here again to say color. And then we need to pass in a system image name. It's already going to do that. So for our GF alert VC, like this is always okay. So we'll do a little check mark. So open up SF symbols, or you can just type what I type, but I'm showing you how I do it. I type check, can't type, there you go. And we're going to go with this little circle motif, right? So I'll do Command-Shift-C, or you can right-click, copy name, however you prefer. So that'll give me the checkmark circle. Go back to Xcode. That's the string I'm going to pass in for my alerts. Do Command-B. Again, same thing here. Let's get this down to color. So where are we at? We're on our search VC. Okay, so this is the green get followers button, as you can see here. So here I'm going to have like a little system image name. And then the string I want, again, back to SF symbols, type in person. And okay, you have all kinds of stuff here, right? We're going to go with this person 3 here. So Command-Shift-C to get that. And again, you can choose whatever you like and play around with it. But back to Xcode. So now we'll paste that in there, do Command B. We're just going through basically all my buttons, right? So, okay, so where are we at here? We're in GitHub profile. Okay, so I want something that looks like a profile for the SF symbol here. So the image name, we'll go back to SF symbols, probably this person thing. We'll go back to just this one person fill. So I'll right click, copy name, or it's just person. I guess I could have just typed that one. That one's pretty easy, right? Person. Okay, Command B. And then the last button here is get followers, which we'll do the same one we did before just to stay consistent. So add the missing parameter name, system image name. I think that was just person.3. Yeah, person.3 is what it was. Person.3, do Command B. Okay, so again, what we're doing is back to our GF button. We're passing the system image name, and that is going into our set function here that basically adds the image to our button configuration, gives it some padding, and puts it leading. So now let's run it, and you're going to see our buttons just have a little extra spice to them, right? Like get followers. There you go. There's our image. And you see it's on the leading. If we did .trailing, it would be after the letters. If I tap this, okay, now you see our OK button has a little SF symbol there as well. So we'll hit OK. And then the last one here, we'll go to any user here. Now you see GitHub profile has a little profile, get followers has the multiple followers. So again, super simple, right? 3 lines of code, maybe even less if, leading's the default. You can delete that. If you don't want padding, you don't need that. So very simple to get these, again, Apple looking buttons. And that's what I think is so great about them. But again, feel free, watch that WWDC video that goes a lot deeper. Play around with different styles, the fill, tinted, gray, play around with different color combos, make this your own, put some different images in there, put them on the top, put them on the bottom, right? I believe there's even like subtitles for buttons, right? Configuration.subtitle, right? Yeah, so you can have like get followers, and then you can have a subtitle under the button. So you have like multi-line text buttons. There's a lot you can do with these new configurations. I think they're great. And again, the main use case is if you want an Apple style button. Again, if you have some crazy custom button, you got to do it the way we've been doing it. But if you want the Apple style buttons, these are great. In this video, we're going to dive into the new concurrency system introduced in Swift 5.5. Now, this is a ridiculously large topic. In fact, it's not even fully released yet in Swift 5.5. It's so big, it's going to release over multiple Swift versions. I say that just to give you the context that you're not going to know everything about Swift concurrency and the new async await system and all the stuff you can do with it in this iOS 15 update section. Like this could be an entire course in and of itself. So just to set the expectations there. However, how I decided to structure this section is to give you a big overview on what this new concurrency system is, the plan for how it's released, like why is it even happening? And then we're going to refactor our existing network calls in our GitHub Followers app to utilize async await, and that will get you, touching and using the code and give you more context, because here's how I think you're going to learn the most with this. Because again, this is a huge topic, and I think if you just dove in and started watching WWDC videos without understanding async await, you'd be lost. But I think running through this, me giving you the big picture overview, and then you actually playing with some code and refactoring network calls, actually using async await, and then when you go do your deep dive into the WWDC videos or other content, you're going to have all this context and you're going to get a lot of value on your learning, right? So I'm hoping this is the kickstart of you learning this big new concurrency system. That being said, let me point you to some resources on the history and the why, right? So here is a GitHub gist by Chris Latner. If you're not familiar with who Chris Latner is, he's no longer at Apple, but he was at Apple in a big part of the creation of Swift itself. So he put out this Swift concurrency manifesto, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously. I'll do a quick scroll. It is insanely long, very detailed, very thorough. But if you're really curious about all this concurrency stuff, highly recommend checking this out. But this manifesto is just kind of illustrating their plans, their outline, what they want to do. And you can see it's broken up into parts. Part 1 is the async await. Part 2 is actors. 3, reliability. This is what I was talking about, how this is going to be released over multiple Swift versions, right? So I think in Swift 5.5, which was just released with iOS 15, we got part 1 and 2. So again, we're in the middle of this huge rollout, but I highly recommend checking out the manifesto. And then speaking of that rollout, here's a link to the Swift concurrency roadmap. So more of a plan on, how this will go. So like I said here, I'll blow this up a little bit so we can read it here. The introduction of these features will span multiple Swift releases. Features will be introduced broadly in 2 phases, right? The first phase, which was just released, introduces the async syntax and actor types, yada, yada, yada. The second phase will enforce full actor isolation, all the other stuff. You can read it. But that's what I was saying, is how this is so big that it's being released over multiple Swift versions. So this is going to take, a couple years to fully roll out. That's how big this new system is. But again, I highly recommend, reading through this as well. But have the context when you read through both the manifesto and the roadmap. This was written, as you can see, October of last year. So this is a year old before they really started implementing things. So maybe some of their, syntax examples might be slightly tweaked, just to keep that in context. This was them illustrating their plan. So again, if you want the context, the history, here you go. And then I also recommend checking out, and obviously this will be all linked in the description. Here I'm at the WWC 2021, and I just searched async, right? And these are all the async await or concurrency stuff that was released at WWC 21. You can see there's a bunch of videos on it. Again, I'm just illustrating how big the topic is. And then I would start with this one, by the way, meet async await. That's kind of like the introduction. So if you are going to watch these videos, start there. But you see Swift concurrency behind the scenes, update a small sample app, right? Using async await and URL session. That's what we're going to do a little bit in our app. And then what's new in CloudKit SwiftUI, because a lot of existing APIs like CloudKit got await specific functions for how to do things. So anyway, huge topic. Hopefully you're getting the point by now on that. But I'm going to link to all this stuff. Highly recommend going down this rabbit hole. It is going to be a big deal for Swift and iOS development. And again, what we're doing in this video, the update to this course, is hopefully your introduction to that rabbit hole, to that journey you're going to go on. All right, here we are in our code. And again, I'm just picking up on the project where we left off from the last buttons video. But this is our network manager, right? We've done this before. Hopefully it looks familiar. This is the existing way we did network calls, right? With the completion handlers. I'll actually make this a little bigger, right? Where we had to call completion handlers everywhere. A lot of code, right? So backing up big picture again, the purpose of this new concurrency system, well, maybe purpose is too strong of a word, but a couple benefits of the new concurrency system, because there's a lot going on, is that it's going to make your code easier to understand, right? All this code, as maybe you were learning network calls for the first time, it's quite confusing. So one is to make the code easier to understand by implementing structured concurrency, whereas this is unstructured. We'll talk about that later, but that's a big thing. So anyway, the code is going to be easier to use. And then 2, it moves a lot of the common errors into the language itself. For example, right? You notice we have to call completed everywhere this function can exit, right? Completed. And if we don't call completed, let's say we just forgot this, right? I'll comment it out. I won't delete it, but let's just say we forgot that. And if this error happens, we're not letting the user know, the app's going to hang, and it's up to us, the developer, to remember to do this, right? It's not forcing us to throw an error in this old way. So that's one potential error. And then remember how we have to move things to the main thread manually, that's taken care of in this new system. We'll talk about that later. But again, 2 of the biggest benefits are your code is going to be easier to understand and it's going to execute in order. And a lot of the common errors are just abstracted away into the language to prevent us from making them. So that's the big benefit here. Okay, so here's how this is going to go down, right? We have 3 main network calls, right? We have get followers, get user info, and then downloading our image. So we're going to refactor all of these. So I'm going to really explain things a lot as I refactor this first one, and then maybe I'll go a little quicker on the second 2 because it's a lot of, the same stuff. But as I've said many times in this course, repetition is the key. But maybe if you want a challenge, right, we'll do the first one together, maybe pause the video and then try to refactor the second one, on your own, and then come back if you want to really push yourself. So in order to refactor this, what I'm actually going to do is, for educational purposes here, right, I'm going to copy this whole thing, comment it out, and then paste it here. Now, the reason I did that is that way we can keep the old way just for reference, right? So if you ever want to compare the new way with async await to the old way, you still have the code commented out. So again, that's purely educational purposes. So now that I have our get followers function copied, we're going to start hacking away at this, right? Really start chopping it down. So the first thing we're going to do here is this whole completion handler way of doing things, that's out the window. So we're going to completely get rid of our completion handler. And instead of it returning that completion handler with the result, right, it just returns an array of follower. All right, if I go back up to the top, you can see that's what our result did, right? It either returned an array of followers or an error. Well, again, we're not messing with that. We just want to return an array of followers. But you may be thinking, well, how do I What if it's an error? Like, how do we handle that? So in order to make this function utilize the new async await, you got to mark it async like that, and then give it a throws, because that's how we're going to handle our errors. So what these two keywords do is we're saying like, hey, this is an async function. We can use async await, and then this also throws. So it will throw an error. So that's the new function signature, right? Get followers, and then we pass in our usual parameters, right? We need the username, and we need to know the number of pages. That didn't change, except now we don't have a completion handler. We just say, yep, this is async. It is going to throw an error. And then in the success case, we return an array of followers. So now anytime we want to throw an error, we use the keyword throws. So here's an example, right? We want to make sure we have a valid URL, right? In the old way, we were calling the completion handler with failure case, and then the error was .invalid username. So here, instead of calling the completion handler, we're going to say throw gf error.invalid username. So very similar syntax here for this first part. But again, this is just making sure we have a good URL. But the purpose of this throws here, by marking it throws, is this solves that problem of making sure we have to throw an error. Remember what I said, a common error when doing this asynchronous code was forgetting to call a completion handler on every possible exit, right? Like if we didn't have anything here, we just had if let error returns, nothing would happen. The user wouldn't know what was going on. We wouldn't throw an error. So that was an error that could happen with the old completion handler way, right? It was up to the developer to remember to call completed at every possible exit point. Now that we've marked this throws, this is kind of like, it has to throw something, right? So there's no way we can have a situation where we forget to properly handle an exit. It's kind of like a catch-all. Catch-all is a good word because, you maybe have used throws before, but usually you use a do, try, catch block. And the catch is where you handle the error. So anyway, we're going to use that in a second, but we're going to go little by little here. So this was just the typical handling of the URL, and we don't need a return here because we are throwing. Now this task here, right, where we have URL session shared data task with URL and returns data response error. So URL session got a new awaitable method. So this is a new method here, but it will be similar. So it'll be let data, response. So this is a tuple here, equals try await. Let me type out the line and we'll come back and explain this. Again, URL session dot shared. So this is the same code, down here, except now we do data from. And you can see it's marked async throws. That's the key difference. It's got to be marked async. Oh, no, it's data for. We want data from. So make sure you get the async one. Again, this is brand new in iOS 15, Swift 5.5. You can't use this in an earlier version of Swift. While I say that, let me be clear. The async await stuff requires iOS 15 and Swift 5.5. If your app still has to support iOS 14, you can still implement async await, but you have to have a lot of conditionals, like if iOS 15, do the async await stuff, else do the old stuff. And that just makes your code cluttered. You're better off waiting until you can support iOS 15 at a minimum. But that's the big thing here. Async await does require the latest iOS. So anyway, data from, that's async throws, and then the URL, which is what we have up here on line 61. Same thing, right? This is very similar to what we've done before. And then this delegate is optional. We don't need it. So now let me option click on this data here to pull up the documentation. So you can see it retrieves the contents of a URL and delivers the data asynchronously. The reason I wanted to show you this is to show you how I got that data response tuple, is because if you look, this is what it returns, right? It returns a tuple of data and response. And you'll notice they're not optional, right? That's the whole reason why you're using try and throws. You're not going to get back an optional. You don't have to handle the optionals, all that stuff. So this data URL response tuple is what we have right here, by why I said let data response equals try await response. So what happens if this fails, that's why this is marked throws. So this will throw an error, based on this failing. So again, we're covering the exit pass with all of our errors. And that will be covered again in the do, try, catch block when we actually call this function later on. So like I said, that handles the error. So we don't need this. And that handles this data task, right? So we don't need this. And I'm just going to be like going down the line, like deleting stuff, because we are going to reuse a lot of things here. So like this guard let response equals response, we still want to do this. Now, again, this is kind of optional. Like if you wanted to check against response status codes, like 404 page not found, 500 server error. And remember, we just want to make sure we have a successful 200 status code. But again, if you did want to have a different error based on a 404 or based on a 500, based on individual status codes, this is where you would have a switch statement on the status code and handle them individually. Remember, we just did an invalid response. But again, instead of returning here and instead of the completion handler, we're going to throw the invalid response error. So throw gf error.invalid response. And then I'm going to line, this shouldn't be indented anymore. I'm going to line this up, once I'm done like messing with all this. And then here, we don't have to unwrap the data, right? This is us unwrapping the optional of the data, because remember, this URL session, this new one, it doesn't return an optional. You actually have the data. So we don't even need this line of code, so that can go away. So now we have our do, try, catch decoders, right? So now we have the data, which is the good JSON. We made sure we had the good response. And then now we're going to decode that JSON into an array of followers. Now, because we're going to use this decoder a lot, I'm actually going to refactor this out. And we could have done this before. By the way, this has nothing to do with async await. This is me just refactoring the code to clean it up. I'll let you know when we get back to the async await specific stuff. So I'm going to cut this decoder out here and put it up as another variable up here. And then in the init here, let me scroll down, we are going to give it the key decoding strategy of convert from snake case. We'll cut that, move that up here into when the network manager gets initialized. We're setting the decoder properties there. And then I believe there's one more on another network call down here. Yes, date decoding strategy. So we'll copy this, paste this here. And you'll see this is just so we can clean up our code a little bit by reusing the same decoder with the same strategies. Okay, so that was just a quick refactor. And to explain that, so when network manager gets initialized, it's initialized with a JSON decoder. And then in that initializer method, we are setting the properties of decoding strategy, key decoding strategy, and date decoding strategy to what we were using before. So that way here in our do, try, catch, we just have the decoder ready to go. So with that, again, we don't need our completed anymore, right? The completion handler is gone. So what I want to return is the result of this decoder decode follower, right? So instead of let followers equal, I can do return and then, try decoder. And if the decoding fails, it goes into the catch. So what happens if the decoding fails? I want to throw, again, this is us handling the error, gf error.invalid data. Right, so we took that do, try, catch block, made it pretty simple, and then we no longer need this task.resume because we don't have the task. So let me highlight this all, do a Control-I to line that up. So now this is our network call now, and I'll run through it again real quick. So get followers, we're taking in the username again, taking in the page number. That was the same as we did. We marked it async throws. Async lets us know that we are using the new async await. Throws lets us know, hey, this is going to throw an error because it's a network call, right? Bad things can happen in a network call. And then in the success case, we are returning an array of followers. Endpoint is the same. We're just making sure we have a valid URL. If it's not a valid URL, we're throwing invalid username. Here on line 69, we're using the new share.data from. Again, this is new in Swift 5.5. This is the async version of it, and it returns a tuple of a data in response that is not an optional. And I keep saying not an optional because if we go back up here onto this line 32 here, remember this, these were optionals, data, response, error. Remember we had to handle all the optionals in our return. So that takes care of that. And then we are checking to make sure we have a valid response. Again, you might not have to do this, but we kind of did that before, so I kept it in there. And then I greatly simplified our do, try, catch. We're here, now that we have data, we are going to decode that data. And if it's successful, that's what we're returning, that array of followers. If it's unsuccessful, we're throwing the GF error invalid data. So that is the initial setup. If you don't quite get that, feel free to ask questions in the comments. Again, I understand this is a big topic, but hopefully after we've done this one and we've done 2 more of them, it'll start to click and you'll start to get it. So now let's go to where we call this function. Well, hold on. What's this cannot find base URL in scope? What did I do? Did I mess something up? That shouldn't be an issue. Okay, I'm probably missing a curly brace somewhere or a parentheses somewhere. No, okay, this is a copy paste error. I have an extra curly brace. That's what that was. That was a copy paste error from copying this whole function. So careful when you do that. And again, that's only because I copied this so I could keep that. So now let's go to where we are calling get followers. So we're doing this in the follower list VC here, and then we should just go to the error, right? So here, okay, this get followers function, right? This is what we need to refactor as well, right? Because here we're using the old network manager. And this is another thing, this whole weak self dance, you don't have to do that. And then, here we're presenting GF alert on main thread, or I believe when we update our UI, we're switching to the main thread as well. That whole switching to the main thread, weak self, this is part of what I was talking about, gets abstracted away into the language, into the system itself. So we as developers can't make those errors. And let's talk about the main thread real quick. So certain things, again, in the system, like UI view controller, UI label, have been marked actor. Let me show you that and let's talk about that. So I'll scroll up here. I guess GF data loading VC. I'm trying to get to UI view controller, right? Okay, so I'm gonna option click on UI view controller and we'll go to the full documentation so it's easier to read here. So see UI view controller, right? And then you see it's marked at main actor. And again, that's new in Swift 5.5. And essentially what this does is if you're updating UI on something marked main actor, it automatically routes it to the main thread for you. So the super simple, just tell me what I need to know answer is that's how it handles routing to the main thread automatically in our network calls without us worrying about it. And again, let's go back here to our follower list VC. But if you want to do a deeper dive on actors, again, I'm trying to give you the big picture overview to not like overwhelm you. Again, just know that actors are what routes it to the main thread for you. But again, the WWDC videos go deeper. There's tons of articles on it. I'm trying to keep this high level as your introduction to this whole new concurrency world. So now we need to refactor where we're calling this. But this is a good spot to show you structured concurrency versus unstructured concurrency. Basically what that means is the order things happen, right? So when network manager share.getFollows, that gets called initially, and then the function exits. And then once this asynchronous call returns, right, our network call, because when you make a network call, it could take half a second, depending on the internet connection, right? The whole point is that it takes time. So what happens is this gets called and then the function exits. So step 1, call, step 2, exits, and then maybe a second later, step 3 happens where it comes back into the function, right? So the order of operations is like 1, 3, 2, right? When you look at it like vertically. So that would be unstructured, meaning it's kind of out of order of the way things happen. Whereas structured concurrency, which is what this new async await system shifts to, is so that your code can read top to bottom, and that is the order things are actually happening in. So that's where I say it makes the code easier to read and understand, because you're not like jumping around in the order trying to figure out the flow of the code. The code just reads top to bottom. That's the order things happen. And again, that's structured concurrency, whereas the old way is unstructured because it's all out of order. Okay, so again, what I'm going to do is copy and then comment, because again, I want to keep it there just so you can, see the old way of doing things and compare. So now, like I said, because our function throws, we're going to be in a do, try, catch block. And when I say our function, I'm not talking about this get followers here. I'm talking about the get followers in the network manager, right? This get followers, right, is async and throws. So because it throws, that's why we're going to put it in a do, try, catch. So back to the follower list VC. Here we'll go do, and then let me complete the catch here so I have it. So back in the do, we will say let followers, because if you look at our old code, in the success case, we get back an array of followers, right? And then in the failure case, we get an error. So this is the case where we get back followers successfully, right? So do let followers equals try await network manager.shared.get followers. And you see now our get followers function is marked async, as you can see right there. So that's what we want. For string is username, and then page is page. And where I'm getting that, by the way, is from our old network, right? If I uncomment this so you can see it, right? How we did network manager share.getFollows for username for page. So that kind of function signature is the same, except now we're not dealing with the completion handler and weak self and all that. So let me comment that back. Okay, let me do a command B to clear up some of these errors. Okay, so this error, you'll see, says async call in a function that does not support concurrency. Now this is a big part, right? The function that does not support concurrency is this function here on line 82. That's the function we're in. This get followers function is not marked async. So it's like saying, hey, like I can't support concurrency. So a couple ways to handle that. We could restructure this function to support async. Not going to do that. A simple way to do that is to wrap it in a task here. So this task here looks like SwiftUI code. Do that, and then now put the do, try, catch here. So what this task does is this puts you in a concurrency context, if you will. So here's where you can do your asynchronous code. So again, if you get that error that says this function does not support concurrency, whatever concurrency you're doing, wrap it in a task. Okay, so in the do block, this is like our success case, right? So we've successfully gotten followers from our network manager, right? If we were unsuccessful, right, if this try failed, we would go into our catch block. And this is where we're going to eventually handle errors. We'll get there in a second. So we successfully have followers. So if we go back and look at our old function here, what did we do in the success case? We updated the UI with the followers. Okay, So I'm going to update, and you notice we don't have to do self because we're not in a closure anymore. So I can do update UI with followers. And then I will also have to dismiss loading view. Now let me comment this back. I keep uncommenting that just to like show you the code because I know my comments are kind of gray and hard to read. So back to this, right? This is it's kind of like our success and failure case in the result. Where here we're getting followers from the async await, updating the UI, and dismissing the loading view. So cool. Now we have to handle what happens when this fails and we get various errors, right? And if I go back to the network manager, this could be the invalid username error. This could be the invalid response error. This could be the invalid data error, right? There's a couple different errors that we're choosing to pass back. And I'm setting you up for an example is why I say that. Because in our example, right, our product, we chose to show very specific errors, right? We want to let them know when it's invalid username. We want to let them know when maybe they're disconnected from the internet. We want to let them know when it's invalid data. Not all apps or situations like need to be specific with their errors. Sometimes you can just do a general could not complete your request at this time error, and then you don't have to deal with that. So the reason I'm saying that is because there's multiple ways to write what we're about to write based on what errors you want to show. So what we're going to write is going to look kind of long, and that's because we want to show specific errors. So I'll show you that way first, and after that, I'll show you how you could write it if you didn't care about specific errors. Okay, so in our error handling here, we have two different errors that we can get. Let me go back to the network manager and show you. So here where we're explicitly throwing a GF error invalid username, GF error invalid response, and that is of type GF error. But we can also, like I said, this throws is kind of like a catch-all errors. Like if this fails, for whatever reason, we're going to get just like the generic error, like the Swift error, right? Not a GF error. So that's why in our follower list VC, our GF errors are the ones we specifically like want control over. So that's why we need to do if let GF error equals error as, and we're casting it as a GF error. So that's when we throw our specific GF error. So that means we have our specific, invalid username, invalid data. That's our specific stuff. We want to do present basically this, what we have here, right? I'm going to uncomment this, right? We want to do this. I'm just going to copy and paste it because it's literally the same thing, except we don't have error.raw value. Ours is a GF error.raw value. So I'm going to switch that error with GF error right there. And then we'll go back to commenting this line so not confused and Xcode's not yelling at us. Now, what we want to do here is, so this is our specific error, and then in the else statement, right, if this isn't a GF error, if it's not one of our specific errors, we can throw like a generic error. And a generic error meaning like just the catch-all, like the unable to complete your request at this time. However, we don't have that. So there's two things I want to do with our errors before we move on. Is you notice we abstracted this on main thread into the error, and this was on the extension of our UI view controller. So extension UI view controller, see present GF alert on main thread, and this was us putting it there. We just did that to abstract it away. But remember, we no longer have to worry about this dispatch queue.main.async to go to the main thread. So we can simplify this. Instead of present GF alert on main thread, we can just say present GF alert, get rid of dispatch queue.main.async, get rid of that, get rid of the self, highlight this all, do a control I, clean it up a little bit there. So now that is just present GF alert. That's good. But we want to create another function that's going to be similar to this. That's just present default error alert or something, right? This is our catch-all error. So I'll copy that. We'll say present default error, and we're not passing any specific string message title, right? We're going to hard code that because that's our default. So we can simplify that there. But you notice we got some errors, right? Because we were passing in the title, we were passing in the message, we were passing in the button title. Now we're actually going to hard code that. So for that reason, we'll put these on their own lines here. So for the title, we'll say, and again, this is just something super generic. Something went wrong. And then for this message, we'll say we were unable to complete your task at this time. Please try again. And then for the button title, we'll just say, okay. Right? That is just, again, this is like our catch-all generic error, right? When we don't have a specific thing to tell the user, this is just our catch-all error. Ideally, we're giving them specific information, but worst case scenario, this is what we show. Okay, so back to the follower list VC, no longer present GF alert on main thread. This should just present GF alert. And then else, we'll say present default error. Do a command B to make sure everything's good. Okay, cool. So now this is us calling our function. And like I said, it just reads top to bottom. Give me my followers with the try await of our network call, update the UI dismiss loading view. In the catch block, this is if things go wrong with this. And then again, we're specifically handling our GF error. And if we don't get a GF error, we're presenting our default error. Now, this was a little long in our catch block because we have to differentiate between our specific errors and the normal errors. Another way to write this, and I want to point this out just to let you know that like, there are many different ways to like work with this. I don't want you to leave this course or this update thinking this is the only way to write your network calls, right? Again, we had to do it this way because we want to show specific errors. Well, let's say you didn't want to show specific errors. All you wanted to show was just a default error. You didn't care about being specific. I'm not saying that you're writing a bad app, but sometimes the situation doesn't call for you to be specific with the user. So in that case, you don't even have to mess with all this. Actually, before I forget, because I almost did, here we also have to call dismiss loading view, right? Because if we get an error, we still want to dismiss the loading view. But okay, so in this same task, I'm just going to comment that out and we'll write a new one below it. And again, I'm leaving these commented ones here for educational purposes, but let me show you how I can simplify this. So if we didn't want to show a specific error, we can make our try optional, which will either give us the value of our array of followers or a nil. So again, if we get our array of followers, great, we'll update the UI. If we get a nil, we'll just present the generic error. So that can be guard let followers equals try with the optional, right? Await network manager.shared.get followers for username and page. Cool. And then you say else. So this is where we would present default error and then return. And then now we have followers and we can do update UI with followers and then, dismiss loading view. We'll probably have to dismiss loading view in here as well. But you see now that all this right here got simplified to this because we don't care about the specific error. We're either going to get an array of followers or nil. If we get nil, just show a generic error. So again, the lesson here, I will just comment this out and then uncomment this because this is how we're actually going to do it. The lesson here is there's many different ways that you can write this depending on the situation. I showed you two of the more common ones, but again, this is part of your deep dive, more of your learning that you will use this base knowledge to continue on. So the quick run through of this function now, right? We call get followers, we show a loading view, then we go into a task, which is our concurrency context. So we can use our await here. In the do, we say, hey, let our followers equal the result of our network call. And then if that is successful, update the UI, dismiss loading view. All the success stuff happens in the do block. And if this throws an error, now we're in our catch block. And then in our catch block, we need to differentiate between our GF errors and then just the normal like Swift errors that get thrown. And we're handling that accordingly by presenting our GF alert or by presenting just a default error. And then we dismiss the loading view. So it reads top to bottom how things happen. You're not like jumping in and out of order. And I know that old way that we had down here, I'll uncomment it now, may not seem like you're jumping out of order that much because this is a pretty simple network call, but it's not uncommon to have like nested network calls. And now you're like going steps 1, 6, 4, 2. You're jumping all over the place when you have like some nested network calls. So just the context there. But yeah, that's the whole point of this, async await Swift concurrency. Remember, structured concurrency versus unstructured. Structured is in order. Unstructured, you're jumping all over the place, out of order. And then it basically abstracts away a lot of the errors. You notice we are not dealing with weak self. We are not dealing with making sure we're updating the UI on the main thread. That is all handled. And then in the network manager, we don't have to make sure we handle all the exit points. By making this throws, we kind of have that catch-all that we're going to throw an error like no matter what, right? We can't make a mistake. So that wraps up the initial video. I'm breaking it up into two, so it's not a marathon video. That's the initial lesson. And the next video, I'm gonna move a little quicker, but it'll be review to where we refactor the rest of our network calls, right? Our get user info and then our download image. We'll refactor those pretty quickly as practice. But again, if you want the challenge, maybe before you watch that video, try to refactor them yourself and then watch the videos and see how you did. We left off last video getting our first network call refactored, and I explained all the concurrency async await stuff. In this video, well, one, we're going to clean up all these errors I left, and they're mostly that GF alert on main thread stuff. But we're going to refactor the remaining 2 network calls a little more quicker into this async await for the repetition and for the practice. Maybe you did the challenge in between videos. I hope you did. Hope you challenge yourself and push yourself. But here's where we're going to do it together. And to be honest with you, it's pretty similar to what we've already done. So let's go back to our network manager here. We were on get followers. Now let's go to get user info. And if you want to do the whole, copy and comment it out to leave it there for educational purposes, that's fine. I'm not going to do that on these future ones. We've already done that once. That'll be up to you. So first step, let's get rid of this completion handler, right? We don't need this. But before we do, I probably should have done this the first time. Before you just randomly delete stuff, right? What does this return? Okay, this returns a single user. The reason you need to know that is because after you delete the completion handler, you need to return that same type, right? But again, we have to mark this async and throws. And again, similar stuff here, right? We have our endpoint on our URL. We're not calling the completion handler anymore. We're not returning. We're just throwing gf_error.invalid username. And then here on our task, we're not even using this task anymore. I'm going to hold off on deleting it quite yet, but we want to do let tuple of data, response equals try await URL session.share.data from, right? And again, make sure you get the async one. As you can see, there's a ton of data task data. Make sure you're doing data from, and then it's async throws. It's what we want. And then from the URL is, again, the URL we got up here on line 86. And then this delegate is optional. We are not going to use that. So now that we have our data and response, again, I just kind of go through and chop away. We no longer need this task. We no longer need this error because this is handled in all the throw stuff, right? So we can still check for our response. So this is similar code, except we're not returning and calling the completion handler. We're just throwing gf_error.invalid response. And again, data is not an optional anymore, so we can get that. And by the way, in case you're wondering, we're unwrapping this still because we're casting it as an HTTP URL response. So, response itself isn't an optional, but when you cast it, that's when you do that. So now this decoder, remember we refactored this decoder stuff out, just to refresh your memory. It is up here now. We put it on the network manager itself, and in the initializer, we set these properties. So we did that last video in case you're skipping around. So that just means we can delete that code. Again, that has nothing to do with async await. That's just some quick refactoring to clean this up. And then now that we have our user here, right, just like we did before, I don't need to call completed with this user. I just need to return the user. If I go back up to the function signature, right, it returns a user. So I don't have to call completed, get rid of that. And then, yeah, I could just do return user. Cool, that's the same thing, but I want to put this all on one line, again, for cleanliness. So instead of let user equal, I will return try decoder, and then we're decoding all that stuff. And then instead of calling the completion handler, I call throw gf_error.invalid data. And again, we don't need this task.resume anymore. And then I'll highlight this whole function because my indentation got messed up. Hit Control-I just to line everything up. Clean up some spacing. You can style it however you like. Some people like to do this on one line. I wouldn't fault you for that. I'll do this one like that just for the sake of, showing different ways to do things. Of course, my text is blown up. I'm going to minimize the text just a little bit. So like if you did want to style it like this, up to you, right? Everybody has different preferences on how they want to structure their code. I'm going to show you a couple different ways as you're seeing here. This could be a way, and then you could line up your equal signs if you want. Totally up to you. But this network call is a lot simpler looking than it used to be. Okay, so that is now our get user info network call. And again, I'll run through it real quick, right? We got our endpoint, and then we create our URL from that username, right? Just make sure it's a valid URL. If it's not a valid URL, we throw the error invalid username. Here, where you get a data response tuple. And remember, these aren't optionals. Back in the old way, these used to be optionals because this new URL session.share.data doesn't return an optional because if it fails, it throws an error. And then here, once we have our response, we check the response code. Again, this is kind of optional, and this is where you can really specify, 404, 500, whatever specific codes. If not, you throw the invalid response. And then with our good data here, we decode the user from that data. If that fails, we throw the gf invalid data error. Okay, so now let's use this. Let's see, where is this being called? Nowhere. Okay, I think it's because we rewrote it. So I believe this is being called in our user info VC. Yep, okay, so here's get user info. So I'll start typing this above it. Again, we know we got to be in a task context. And the reason I know that is because get user info is not marked async, right? So we will put this in a task. And I want to do a do try catch in here. So do let user equal try await, and then our network call. network manager.share.get user info for, what do we do? Username, right? Username. And then if that's successful, you see what we did in the success case. Well, here we're switching to the main thread. Don't got to mess with that. So here we'll just basically copy that and put that there. So configure UI elements with user. So that handles that. And then in the catch block, again, because we are showing specific errors for this case, we will do the if let gf error equals error as a gf error, present gf alert down here, and then the title, we can say something wrong, and then the message again is gf error dot raw value, because remember, just to refresh your memory, some of you may have been a while, here on gf error, right, we have our raw values of our error response. So this is what populates the error alert with the specific response based on the error, just in case you haven't done this course in a while and you're returning to see this update. So, and then the button title, we'll just say, oh, okay. And then again, the else here, this is where we're just going to present default error. And then I will delete this old way. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, cool. Then we can delete this old way. Again, we're not messing with weak self. We're not dispatching to the main thread. All that is handled for us. So get rid of that. Do a Command B. Okay, I'm actually going to move that up there. I like that. And there are more errors down here. What's going on? Okay, yeah, so this present GF alert on main thread. Remember, we renamed that to just present GF alert. I'm going to start cleaning up some errors here. Just say present GF alert. And again, this is only because we renamed it, because we're not doing it on the main thread anymore. Okay, one more Command B to make sure all of our errors are up to date. Let's click on the errors. I think we're using, oh, okay. I have another copy paste error, I believe, somewhere. Yep, I did it again. Line 95 on the get user info. Too many curly braces here. Okay, let's start cleaning up these errors here, right? All this GF alert on main thread, this renaming it, probably could have done that a little better. I'm sure I'll get corrected in the comments here. And actually, I'm just realizing in real time that our persistence manager, we're using closures here. So we're presenting a GF alert from the background thread. So we will have to add a dispatch queue.main.async and then put that in here. And then also do that on the bottom down there as well. So do dispatch queue.main.async. And you know what, to be honest with you, there's probably a better way to like structure this because I'm focused on the async await in these videos. Kind of just doing this as a patchwork for now, but we really should go back and like refactor and rethink our errors. Maybe we have a specific error that's not on the main thread. Maybe we have a specific one that's on the main thread. That's kind of like refactoring code structure, how you want to do that. And the only reason you would do that is so you don't have to like do dispatch queue.main.async, right? That's kind of refactored away like we had before. Again, that's a whole different rabbit hole. I want to stick to async await and not get too caught up in that. Same thing here with present GF alert here. I got to put this in dispatch queue.main.async. And again, I leave this in, kind of regretting maybe doing that now. We'll see here. Again, I already just mentioned how I would, restructure all of that. Okay. Man, I guess I forgot how much we were using this persistence manager. Dispatch queue. But again, I think this is valuable learning, right? You're watching me do all this, so now you're seeing the value of like, okay, yeah, we should have kept that error and then maybe created a new error that wasn't on the main thread in our UI view controller extension. Okay, this doesn't need to be on the main thread. Command B. Okay, this is what I was searching for, by the way. I was searching for, I knew we were using get user info somewhere else. Kind of got sidetracked with all those errors. So now we need to rewrite this function again with the new task do let user equals try await. And I'm just going to copy this here. See, now that I've done my explaining, I'm starting to get lazy. That's how coders are. So we'll copy that. And then here I need to, in the success case, right, it looks like we're adding user to favorite. And I need to remember to dismiss loading view. I might have forgot to do that the last time. I guess we'll see when I run the app. So I need to add user to favorites. And then that is the user. And then dismiss loading view. And then we're presenting the alert in the catch case. So we're good here. I can delete all that stuff. Make sure I don't have any extra curly braces here. And same thing, right? If let GF error equals error as GF error. Again, this is just us making sure this is of type GF error. If that is the case, we will present GF alert with the title of something went wrong. Message GF error.raw value, and then the button title OK. And then if we don't have a GF error, we just get a Swift error. We'll do present default error. And again, just to reiterate from the last video, the reason we have to do all this is because we're differentiating between our specific errors and then the normal errors. If all you cared about was just the generic error, you could write it that simpler way that I showed in the last video. And again, don't forget to dismiss a loading view. And I'm almost 100% sure I forgot to do that in the other one. So actually, we'll go to user info VC and see where we rewrote this network call, which is right here. And actually, we're not even showing a loading view here, so I don't have to dismiss it. Okay. Can't remember the UI reasons we did that. Again, it's been almost 2 years since I created this course. So it's been a while coming back to it, but that's also good practice. So hopefully those of you coming back to this that maybe did it way back in the day, it's a good practice in like when you come back to a code base you haven't really touched in like 2 years, it's good practice kind of getting used to that situation. Okay, so Command B, we have no more errors, right? We're good on that one? Yep, no errors. Let's run the app. I realized I didn't run it last video to make sure our network calls are still working. So hopefully they're still working. If not, I'm really gonna hate myself because I'm gonna have to re-record both these videos and it's been like an hour and a half of recording. Fun stuff. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, so let's add my username. Please work. Hey, okay, cool. Working as expected. And then get user info. I'll go to Max here. That pulled it up, working as expected. Let's do get followers here. Cool, working as expected. Go back and cool. Favorites, dun, 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 dun. Yep, nice. All right, so we'll stop that. Okay, so the network calls are still working. Really did not want to re-record all these. Now the last one is in our network manager, right? So this one's gonna be a little different, right? So get user info and get followers were very, very similar. Download image is a bit different because remember, we're not handling errors here, our GF error and all that stuff, because if we can't get the image, we're just showing a placeholder. We're not gonna show them an error for every image we can't get. We're just gonna show the placeholder. So this will be an example of when we don't care about the error. Okay, so just like before, right? Okay, we are returning an optional UI image. Again, that's us not caring. We're gonna return nil if we don't get it. So let's get rid of our completion handler here and down to there, but we still need the URL string. But this now returns an optional UI image, right? And then we're not gonna mark it throws. We're just gonna mark it async. The reason we're not marking it throws, because we don't care about the errors. Like I said, I only wanna mark it throw if I wanna make sure I send a specific error. Remember, all we care about is, do I have an image or is it nil? That's it. So that's really going to simplify things. So here, if let image, we're basically just seeing if the image is in the cache. So instead of calling completed image, we're just going to return image. And I can get rid of that completed line. And in fact, because that is such a simple line of code, again, this is code style. If you want to put it on one line, cool. If you don't, cool. We're going to really jumble this up here. Again, same thing with the URL. If we have a bad URL, we're just going to return nil, right? We don't care about the error specifically, just return nil. That's all I care about. Do I have an image or do I have nil? Super simple. Okay, cool. We're going to bring this up here. Now, back to what we did before. We don't want this whole big task. I'm going to leave that here for now, but we're going to do let the tuple of data, comma, response. And I typed that out, but we're going to actually change that here in a second. So try, await, URL, session.share.data from, again, it's the async throws ones, and URL, which again, what we have up here on line 100. We don't need the delegate, so that's pretty simple. Now, down to, so I'm going to delete this line. Now look at we're kind of doing this already where we combine everything, but let's kind of walk through this step by step. I don't care about the response anymore. Like if we went up here, how we're handling the response, right? Status code. Again, we don't care about errors. It's either nil or it's an image, one of the two. So I don't even need this response. So instead of giving it a name, I'm going to just give it the unnamed variable here. Okay, we don't need guardlet self equals self. We don't care about the error because we don't have to do that. We don't care about the response. We're not unwrapping the data because again, this isn't an optional. We already have our data. And then here I'm going to get rid of these completion handlers. We don't need those to clean those up. So get rid of that. Get rid of this completed image. Okay, so now here's where I'm going to get rid of this task resume. We're going to clean up before we start writing it. So here we have our data if this try is successful. So I'm going to put this in a do actually. So this is again slightly different. Like I mentioned before, there's many different ways you can write this kind of stuff depending on like your situation, I guess is the best way to put it. So here is the do, right? So the try is always in the do, and then I'll complete this here and we'll do catch. If I have the good data, that's where I'm going to say let image equal that data, right? Let image equal UI image from data. And then once I have that image here, you see I need to
basically set it to the cache. Now, this is kind of like jumbled up code here. Again, I'm just kind of cleaning up before I make it official here. And I'll explain everything once I get done. So in the catch block, we just want to return nil. If like any of this stuff fails, we want to return nil. Well, I can't set nil for the key here. So I need to make sure I have a good image. So like I said, I just kind of put all this stuff in the do block before I messed with it. So what I want to do here is I want to make sure I have a good image from UI image. So let's cut this, and I'll do guard let image equals UI image, else return nil, right? So if for some reason, even though we got good data, if for some reason that data couldn't be converted to an image, then we want to return nil and just show the placeholder. So now that I have an image here, I'm setting the object in the cache, right, of image because I know it's good. And then now I can also return image, right? Because if you look, we need to return a UI image. Okay, so now that I have all this code, I know that was jumbled. I know that was out of order because I was trying to clean all this stuff up. Let me do a Command B to make sure everything's good. We got errors, but that's where we call download image. Okay, so let me run through this code real quick. So here we are, the function signature of download image, which we take a URL string. That's the URL string that we get, from our model. We marked it async, but we didn't mark it throws because we don't care about the error. It's either nil or it's not. That's all we care about, and we're returning an optional UI image. This cache stuff is all the same, right? How we're either pulling it from the cache, and if it's not in the cache, then we try to download it, right? So that's what this does, right? If let image equals cache object for key, then we return that image. If that's not, then we go ahead and run the download it, right? That's the same old stuff we did. And then here we make sure we have a good URL. If we have a good URL, now we do our data from URL await. Once that comes back, our data is good. And if it's not, it's going to go into the catch block, which will return nil, and we show our placeholder. Cool. Then the next thing is now that we got our good data, we try to build an image from that data. And if that data can successfully return an image, cool, we move on. If not, we return nil. And then now that we have a good image from that data, we save our image into the cache, and then we return the image. We have a good image. We're going to show that, not the placeholder. And again, if any of this fails, we go into the catch and we return nil. So that's the much simplified version from what we had before. Now let's go and call this here. So going to follow the errors here, right? Download image, network manager share.download image from URL. Again, we don't need this whole completion, nor do we need the guard let self equals self return, nor do we need to dispatch to the main thread. We can actually put this pretty much on one line. I'm going to put it down here, right? So it does need to be in a task just like before because this function isn't marked async. And what we can do is basically this whole like self.image equals image, we kind of put that into here where we can do image equals await and then network manager shared.download image from the string is the URL that we pass in. And then we can use some simple nil coalescing, right? If that returns nil, we'll do placeholder image, right? So run the network call. If it returns nil, because back to our network call, remember that's the two options. I'm either going to get an image or nil. I don't care about errors. So if I get an image, great, set the image equal to that. And we don't got to go to the main thread, that's handled for us. And if this returns nil, then just show the placeholder image. And then we can delete all this code. And then like I said, I'm going to make this a one-liner. Seems like a nice candidate for it. So now our download image function looks like that. Okay, let's run our app to make sure everything is working, really with just the images, right? Because I've already tested this other stuff, 0400, get followers. Cool, the images are downloading as expected. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Cool, yep, there we go. And they're cached just like before. Things are working as is. So that is the wrap up. Let me go to the network manager. We really simplified our download image because we don't care about the errors. Async await really shines when you don't care about the errors because you can see how like simple that is. And then in our avatar image view, that was just one line. That's awesome. When you care about showing specific errors and you got your own error type, again, it gets a little more complex, but hopefully you've seen a couple different versions of it. Again, this is brand new. Remember, I don't claim to be an expert, right? This literally just released a couple weeks ago. So it's not like I've been dealing with async await for years. No one has. Brand new stuff. So I am not going to be immune to errors, or maybe there's a better way to do things. This is all brand new. So I would love to see the discussion in the comments. If you have a different way, if you have a better way, I'm open to it, right? Because again, brand new stuff. We're all learning together. But hopefully this is a good introduction into this new world of concurrency. Read the resources I linked to in the last video. That'll really get you going down the rabbit hole because again, this is a big deal. This is a whole new big system that's going to take multiple Swift releases to roll out. But again, hopefully this is a good start for you. In the last couple of videos, we explored async await and refactor network calls, and those were pretty long videos. This one, however, is going to be pretty quick, but it's a pretty cool feature with a new date formatter that really simplifies working with dates. So go to your extensions in our date extension, right? This is what we had to write before. Make it a little bigger since we're not dealing with all that much code, right? Convert it to month year format string, right? We had to create a date formatter. We had to give it this stringly typed format, which you had to go look up, and you had to make sure it was perfectly capitalized and exactly how it was and all that. So there's something much simpler here. So as usual, what I'm going to do, copy that, paste, and we're going to comment this out to basically leave the old way so you can check it out. And then we're going to delete all this stuff. Get out of here. Okay. Now, to refresh your memory, let's run the app and I'll show you where this date exists. Of course, why would you delete the code before you ran the app, Sean? Okay. So now we'll run the app to show you the existing way we did it. Cool. Favorites, Sean Allen, pick one. Cool, so you see down here, GitHub since Feb 2010. That was the design we wanted. That's what we went with. So just to refresh your memory, that's what we're working with. We're trying to recreate that with this new formatter. All right, so we'll stop this. Now we'll go back to the commented version, uncomment. Here's the new stuff. So you're gonna see, this is one line of code now. Pretty nice, right? So we'll return formatted. This is the new thing, right? And then I will open up the initializer. See, you can do date time, or we want a format style here. And the format style I want is .datetime and then .month .year. We're gonna dive into this and show you the options, but I wanna show you the basics first. So now let's run this. And to be honest with you, we just got lucky that the default versions of month and year are what we want. So now when I pick someone here, Mar 2010, that's the exact format we want. And it's kind of like the default format. We just got lucky that the default was how we did things. But let me show you how you can change things up a little bit. So in the month initializer here, if you do dot, you see abbreviated, default digits, narrow, 2 digits, wide, and you can see down here, wide month name, for example, September. So let's do dot wide, and then for year, you kind of got the same thing, except it's just default digits or 2 digits. So we'll do 2 digits because that's different. So what this should say is the whole month and then just the 2 digits on the year, right? So this is how you can kind of tweak the date you want. So go to favorites, Sean, we'll pick someone here. So you see GitHub since June 10. This is where it's confusing, right? So that's really June of 2010. That looks like June 10th. So maybe you probably wouldn't want to do that, but I'm showing you the different ways on how you can show the month and the year. So we'll go back to what we had. Well, I'll do a different one here, right? We'll do 2 digits and then we'll keep the year the default. The default is all 4. And then I'll just show you this. This will just be some 4 numbers that'll look a little weird. But again, I'm just kind of showcasing, the different ways that you can go about this, right? So 3/2010. Okay, so actually the 2 digits is a different way. But I haven't played with every single permutation, as you can probably tell. But, if you option click on month, you open up the documentation, symbol month, you can see, right, abbreviated, narrow. You can just see all the different stuff. But actually the documentation does a good job of, even when you just do the dot, right, it gives you that description on what it is down there, right? So abbreviated is the default. So that's why we don't have to actually do abbreviated. But again, for us, we just want month and year, and that gives us the style we want. Feel free to dive in and play around with different permutations on this. For example, the default just formatted. Let's see what that does. I'm experimenting right now in real time, so we'll see. I assume this is a typical, it'll spit out a date here. Oh, well, okay, so 2/24/2009, 12:08 a.m. So that's just the basic formatted, and you can customize it from there. But the whole point is, let me do a Command Z to go back here, right? That's the style we want. The whole point is before, I'll uncomment that line, in order to get a specific format, you had to have some seemingly random combination of capital M's, capital D's for day, capital Y or lowercase y was a different, it was confusing. You had to have a whole glossary to figure out the codes for everything. Now, for the most common dates, again, if you have a super weird date format, you may have to go back to this old way, but for the pretty standard common date formats, the new formatted will help out. And again, we covered a pretty basic version, which is month, year. So many different permutations that you can do that I recommend exploring, but that is the new formatter for dates. And if you want to go even further into your exploration on this, numbers also got new formatting. A number of things got new formatting, but a much welcome change. In this video, we're going to run our app for the very first time on iOS 16. fix any issues, and then implement some new Swift 5.7 stuff. For context, what I have open here is exactly where we left off at the end of the iOS 15 update section. I believe it's chapter 51 of the sample code. I'll include it in the description here if you're coming back to the course and you want to download that. This completed section will be 52, just to avoid confusion. Okay, last time in the iOS 15 section, we went to our project and set our minimum deployment target to 16. You can do that if you like. We did that in iOS 15 to force us to adopt like async await, that type of stuff. However, I'm gonna keep this iOS 15. You can go to 16 if you want, because I want to simulate what it's like to support the older version still, while still supporting 16, right? So this app is now going to support 15 and 16, not just the latest. So again, feel free to change that if you like. Okay, so keeping it iOS 15, let's run our app. You see I have the iPhone 14 Pro selected. That's going to be automatically on iOS 16. You'll see that in the simulator. So we are simulating running the app for the very first time on iOS 16. All right, we're up and running. As you can see, iOS 16. So just like iOS 15, anytime you start a new iOS, you just want to open up your app, run it, test it, see if there's any issues. So let's start using the app. So I'll do SALEN0400, hit get followers. Cool, there we go. Working as expected. See if I can add a favorite. Cool, our pop-up's looking good, added to favorites. Let's tap on someone's tap on Max here. There's Max's profile. If I hit get followers, now we go to Max's followers. Let me add Max to favorites. Cool, let's try our search. Search for SEA. Nope, that's fine. The search is working, okay. Search is working as expected. Cool, let's go to favorites. Okay, so our favorites are working. Let me actually delete these because, oh, that's a bug too. So it doesn't go to our empty state. And these are two bugs I found in rehearsal that I think have been there since the beginning. These aren't iOS 16 bugs, I don't believe, but we're gonna fix them. So this should go back to an empty state, right? Now let me stop this and rerun it. And I also want to point out something about our empty state, which we're going to fix here. So if I go to favorites, look, here's our empty state, which looks great, except it's now down below the new tab bar transparency, which was introduced in iOS 15. So we're going to adjust this to pin to the safe area so it doesn't go down below the tab bar. So we'll fix that. But overall, pretty smooth sailing on iOS 16, and that's what you'll see. If you remember back on iOS 15, we had this issue with our collection view. It looked all messed up. Whereas iOS 16, pretty smooth. Like I said, this empty state is not an iOS 16 specific thing. That was there before I just discovered it. But that's what you'll notice. Sometimes a new iOS update will completely wreck your app. Sometimes it's pretty smooth. So you see two different examples of that between iOS 15 and iOS 16 with our app. All right, let's fix this empty state real quick. So this is our GF empty state view. So let's go to that. And then down here on line 66, we're just gonna adjust the constraints ever so slightly. So our logo image view, we're pinning it to the bottom of the view, right? The bottom anchor is equal to self.bottom anchor. Well, now we can add the safe area layout guide dot bottom, if I spell guide correctly, dot bottom anchor. So now let's stop and rerun. So essentially what we did here, instead of pinning it to the bottom of the whole overall view, we're pinning it to the bottom of the safe area, which will pin it to the tab bar, as you'll see. So now when I hit favorites, there you go, it is now above our tab bar. So looking good, fix that issue. Now the issue we need to fix is after we swipe to delete our users, the empty state doesn't show. Let me show that to you real quick. So SALEN0400, get followers, add me to favorites. Cool, I'm on favorites. Now back to favorites. Cool, no empty state, makes sense. But now when I swipe to delete, I should see the empty state. We're not seeing that. Okay, so we'll stop doing that. Go to our favorites list VC, and we'll scroll down to our swipe to delete code, which is down here, right? This editing style, swipe to delete. Here's where we're doing everything, right? We're removing it, delete rows. Well, now we want to show the empty state if after we delete, the favorites list is empty. So here we can say if self.favorites.isEmpty, now we will show our empty view, which is the same code that we have up here. Self show empty view, self.view. Basically the same code, right? Because we're plastering that empty view on top. So there we go, copy and paste that. So like I said, when we swipe to delete, we're gonna go ahead and delete the rows, and then if the favorites is empty, go ahead and show the empty state view. Let's test this out. Do I have favorites yet? Nope, there's our empty state, cool, okay. Let's do 2 straws. Let's see what Paul's got here. Paul's got a bunch of followers. Cool, now let's add Paul to favorites, 2 straws, cool, hooray. Go to favorites, there's Paul. Now we swipe to delete. Now our empty state shows up. So again, those bugs have probably been around since the beginning. I just discovered them when I was doing this update, but now they're fixed. So Small little UI stuff. Now let's move on to some new Swift 5.7 stuff. And a very welcome change is with the if-let statements and guard-let statements. Let me explain this beautiful quality of life change here. So in our search up here, let's search for guard-let. All right, I'm going down to the follower list VC, and we're gonna go through all of these because I'm gonna show you the differences on like what works, what doesn't. So here in the follower list VC, you see here on our add user to favorites, we have guard-let error equals error. Now you no longer have to have this repetitiveness. You've probably seen that a lot, right? If let variable name equal variable name, guard-let variable name equal variable name. You see that all over the place. Well, now in Swift 5.7, you can just do guard-let error, and that boilerplate is just inferred. So same thing up here, guard-let self equals self. Nope, you can just say guard-let self. And now our project is small, so we can kind of go through and manually do this. But actually, now that I'm searching for all the guardlets, I'm gonna hit return to redo the search. Let's kind of go through top to bottom. Well, this is commented out stuff, so we won't mess with that. More commented out stuff, more, okay. Get followers. So now here's where it doesn't work, just to be clear. Guard-let URL equals, and we actually have something here, right? URL string endpoint. That's not the boilerplate code. So this doesn't apply to what we were just doing. And down here, this is not the boilerplate either because we're casting it. So let's keep going through. Guard-let URL equals a URL. Nope, that's not it. Guard-let response. Nope, we're casting. Keep going through the search. And I know this is tedious. I'm going to show you a little trick. You can do a find and replace later, but I wanted to go through this to kind of, again, drill the point home here. So guard-let equals URL. Nope, that doesn't qualify. Guard-let image equals UI image. Nope, that's not the boilerplate. Guard-let favorites data equals defaults object for key. Nope, that doesn't qualify. Commented out code. Guard-let self, this is what we just fixed. Guard-let self, guard-let error. Cool, that it does qualify. Guard-let filter equals this filter. Nope. Oh, yep, here we go. Guard-let self equals self return, or else return. Nope. Just do guard-let self. Keep going down the search results. Here we go. Guard-let self else, same thing. Guard-let error else, and keep going down. This is a URL. And then window scene equals scene. Okay, cool. That was the guard-lets. Let me do the if-lets. I don't believe we have any if-lets. If-let error, nope, that's commented out code anyway. If-let image equals cache, nope, that doesn't count. If-let GF error equals error, nope, that doesn't count because we're casting it to a specific error. Same thing here, same thing there. So actually our project didn't have a lot that can qualify. But again, if you've been coding Swift, you've probably seen, if-let user equal user, guard-let self equal self. You see that all over the place. So new in Swift 5.7, you can simplify that boilerplate a little bit. Now, like I said, our project is relatively small, so it's pretty quick and easy to search through this. Some projects are going to be huge, and it may not be feasible to just manually search through the results. Here's how I feel about that. You can do a find and replace. I'll link to a blog post that explains all that and shows you exactly how you do it. That just makes me nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, especially if you have a huge project and you just do find and replace everywhere through like thousands of files. I don't know, but on the flip side, right? You don't wanna just manually go through that. That'll take you days. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is if you have a small to medium project where it's not terribly unreasonable to do what we just did and go through all the search results, I prefer to do it manually, maybe even double check it, just because I know I've seen every instance of it. Whereas the find and replace, I don't know, it just makes me nervous. Maybe that's just me. Maybe you're fine with the find and replace, but check that out in the link in the video. That is our initial run of our project. Again, what we did is we fixed the empty state, and then we updated the applicable guardlets and iflets to the new Swift 5.7 simpler syntax. Now we're going to talk about utilizing SwiftUI in your UIKit table view and collection view cells. I know, this is a UIKit course. Get that SwiftUI out of here. Like it or not, Apple is pushing SwiftUI. Apple says SwiftUI is the future. So if you're working in a UIKit project, it's not going to be surprising if your manager or someone says, hey, let's start introducing SwiftUI on simpler views where we can. And a great way new in iOS 16 to introduce SwiftUI into a UIKit project is with a UI hosting configuration on a table view or collection view cell. That's what we're going to do in this video, as well as this is going to be our conditional where we only do it in iOS 16 and then iOS 15 we revert back to the old way. So you're kind of getting two lessons in one here. So the first things first, we need a SwiftUI view. So in our cells folder, let's actually create a new group. We'll call this follower cell, and we'll put our follower cell file in here. You'll see why we're doing this in a bit, because we're not going to do this for our favorite cell. I'll explain that at the end. But in our follower cell, now we want to do a new file. and is going to be a SwiftUI view. Hit next, call this follower view, hit create. Cool, here we are. And I did this so I could get our SwiftUI preview. You don't have to have a separate file for it. I only did this because, I know some of you may not be familiar with SwiftUI, so I didn't want to just build the view blind. I wanted to have the preview up and running. Now, I'm not going to turn this into a full-blown SwiftUI tutorial and explain all the details of everything. We are just going to pretty much build this view. If you are interested in SwiftUI, of course, I have all kinds of SwiftUI courses on my site. You can check those out, and my YouTube channel's filled with them, so check it out there. But for us, we're just going to build this view. So we know our follower view is going to need a follower of type follower, right? Because we're going to pass in, the avatar, the name, and we have to add some test data here in our preview. So our follower, let's initialize a new follower, which is a login and an avatar URL. So the login, we'll just say Sean Allen, and the avatar URL, we'll just pass in a blank one because we'll see the placeholder view, you'll see. So that just gets Xcode to shut up. Now let's start building our view. So in SwiftUI, our view is going to be a VStack, right? If you look at our cell, it's just the avatar image and the name. Pretty simple. The good thing about SwiftUI, though, is we have an async image that you see takes in a URL, content, and placeholder. So the URL we want to pass in is the follower.avatar URL. Remember, we have that attached to our follower. And then the content is the image that we get back. So what this async image does is it goes out and does all the downloading for us. If I go back to my network manager, remember we had this function here, download image, do all that stuff. SwiftUI handles all that for us. We don't have to mess with all this. So that's a nice thing. So down in follower view, async image. Now it returns an image if it downloads it correctly. That's basically what happens. It goes out, tries to download it from the avatar URL. If it gets it, great, we have this image right here. If we don't get it, we have to show a placeholder, which we've already handled in the UIKit version of our cell. So we want to do image and then add some modifiers onto this image, .resizable, and then .aspect ratio, .fit. Oh, and it's saying cannot convert value of type string to a URL. So the URL takes in an actual URL object, and then you can initialize the URL from a string, and the string we pass into that URL is our follower.avatar URL. Basically, I just passed in a string. We need to pass in an actual URL object. That's what's going on there. So we'll get our preview back once we fix all these errors here. So now if we have an image, cool, show that image. If not, let's show our placeholder, which we can pass in a SwiftUI image from a name here, and the name, if you remember, into our support folder, if you did that, assets, right? We have avatar placeholder. So I'm gonna click into there and actually copy that, and then go back to follower view and pass in avatar placeholder there. So there you go. Now our SwiftUI preview is starting to come up. Because we passed in a blank URL, async image says, hey, I can't go get that. So it shows our placeholder. And we do want our placeholder to have these same modifiers, be resizable and aspect ratio of .fit. So resizable will make sure it fits into whatever container it's in. And our container is going to be our cell. If we didn't have resizable, you would see this giant image that wouldn't work out so well. So we have our async image, and then on the bottom, we want our name, like you see in the cell here. Well, we need to have a VStack in SwiftUI. VStack is vertical stack, so whatever's on top, which is our image, is on top. Whatever's on bottom is on the bottom, which is our text. It's a vertical stack of views. So if you highlight this and then just hit the curly brace, that's new in Xcode 14. Nice feature. It automatically indents it into the curly braces, and we can put a VStack right there. So we have our async image in the VStack. The other element is our text. So it's going to be a text. And the string we want to pass in is follower.login, right? We want it to say the name. So there you see it on our preview, Sean Allen. Of course, we need to format this a little bit. So let's make it .bold and then .line limit of 1, because I don't want this to wrap the 2 lines. And rather than wrapping, I want to do minimum scale factor of 0.6. So what that means is if the name is too long, shrink it down to 60% of the size. If it still doesn't fit, then go ahead and truncate it. But 60% of the size of the name should fit. So that is our SwiftUI view. Now it doesn't look like our cell. The avatar image is huge. That is because, again, this is going to stretch to fill the whole container. Right now, the whole container is the whole phone just in our preview. When we actually put this in the code, our container is going to be the cell, which we've made smaller so it will look okay in the cell. Now, before we use this code, I want to point something out. Let's run this just so we can differentiate that we know we're in SwiftUI, because we essentially made the same cell. Let's type in a username here, do myself, get followers. Okay, cool. So you remember we kind of added some corner radius under our profile, but it's mostly square with some rounded corners. We're gonna make our SwiftUI view clip shape of a circle so we can tell the difference, like, okay, we know we're in SwiftUI, we're not in UIKit land. So that's just a visual differentiation. You don't have to do this. I'm just doing this again to illustrate the point. So on our async image, we can do a dot clip shape of circle. And that will crop it into a circle. You can't really tell on our preview because our placeholder image is a circle, but if there was an actual image in there, you would see the clip shape of a circle. Okay, we've built our view, our SwiftUI view. Now we need to utilize this view in our follower cell. Just to refresh your memory in case you're coming back after a while, if we go to our screens, if we go to our follower list VC, you see when we basically get our cell down here in configure data source, right? We say let cell equals collection view cell, a follower cell with the reuse ID as a follower cell. Cool, and then we do cell, once we have our follower cell, dot set, remember we wrote that function, I'll go back to it, and then we pass in a follower. So if I go back to the follower cell, that's this function right here. On the cell, we do set follower, and then here's where we're setting the avatar image view, what we're calling download image, which in SwiftUI, async image takes care of us, and then username label .text. So this is where we're setting everything. So in this function is where we're gonna say, hey, if we're at least iOS 16, put in this SwiftUI view. If we're iOS 15 and below, do this old UIKit way. So this is how you can support older versions of iOS while also supporting newer versions. I'll talk about the pros and cons of that after we implement this one. So this syntax is kind of tricky and you don't use it all the time, so you may not have it memorized. So what I like to do is type out the iOS 16 only code, and then Xcode's gonna give me a warning and say, hey, do you wanna fill this in? Watch, so content configuration equals UI hosting configuration. This is the new thing in iOS 16. And then here's where you would pass in your SwiftUI view. For us is follower view, and then the follower we pass in is follower. Now if I do a command B, Xcode cannot find, import SwiftUI. See, I told you Xcode's gonna help out there. Import SwiftUI up here on line 10, if we're gonna use SwiftUI. Do a command B, this should say, yep, see, init content is only available in iOS 16 or newer. So I did this, now you can see, add available version check, if all these attributes. So UI hosting configuration, we're gonna say if hashtag available is what we want. You can see add available is just for a specific like method or instance. Hashtag available is for just, hey, if it's iOS 16 or newer, do this code, else do this code. That's the one we want here. So what we're saying here is if we're in iOS 16, go ahead and run this, and I'm gonna make this one line. You can choose to keep it 2 lines or not. I don't know, I like it neater like that. So if it's iOS 16 and above, use the content configuration of a UI hosting configuration, which again is iOS 16 only. And that means you pass in a SwiftUI view for your cell. And then else fall back to earlier versions. So our earlier version is our old code. So let's cut and paste that into there. So essentially what we're saying, if iOS 16, do the new SwiftUI cell. If it's not iOS 16 or it's below, do the old UIKit way, the way we had it. Again, I'm simulating supporting the new stuff while also being backwards compatible with the old stuff. Now, the reason I said you may or may not want to do this is because, as you can see, you're essentially writing the code twice. You're writing it the iOS 16 way, and you're also writing it the old way. Now, this is what, 3 lines of code, so that's great, do that, that's fine. However, if you remember back in like iOS 15, when we did I'm going to our network manager, when we did our async await and we rewrote all our network calls, well, you would have to do that same thing, right? Remember, here's our old network call that I left commented out the old way, and then we have our new async way. You would kind of have that like, if iOS, back then it was 15, right? If iOS 15 and above, do this new way, else, and then do all this code. So you can kind of see if it's very code intensive, supporting both the iOS 16 and the iOS 15 can be pretty tedious and really make your code rough. And then you're basically writing everything twice, so that's more opportunities for bugs. Anyway, I'm not saying to like never do it if it's a lot of code. I guess what I'm trying to say is you don't always have to immediately support the brand new iOS 16 stuff. It's a decision you have to make based on your product, what's best for your users, what's best for your code base. So I just want to be very clear, you don't always have to, hey, something's new in iOS 16, let me support it. Again, make the decision for yourself. But this is how you would do it with this ish hashtag available. And then here's the new iOS 16 hosting configuration for the cell. We are going to talk about why we're not doing it in the favorite cell, but first, let's run this and see if our avatars are circles. All right, SALLN0400, get followers. Yep, they're the circles. So now this is our SwiftUI view. And you can see async image working beautifully. Might even argue it almost works better than the initial code we had. And that's because, you know what, that's Apple's code. They've, tried and true, tested. So anyway, now let's click on it and it should still work. Yep, we're going to their profile. So cool, because our simulator is on the iPhone 14 Pro and iOS 16, we get the Swift version of our cell, which again is just our circular avatars. Now, why aren't we gonna do it for the favorites cell? Let's add Sean to favorites, cool. This looks pretty simple, it's just an avatar and a name. However, again, this is where supporting both of them can be tricky, and is the benefit worth the cost? Because you'll notice in our search VC, our cell is static. It's just an image and a name. It doesn't do anything. However, on our favorites, we do have swipe to delete, right? So now, yes, you can implement swipe to delete, but that's a whole bunch more code. And then if you go back to your favorite cell, now you have to, or not favorite cell, if we go to our favorites list VC, now you have this delegate method that is our swipe to delete. So my point is, in the case of our favorites cell, yes, you can convert it to the SwiftUI and do that version, but this is what I'm talking about. It starts to get real messy and real convoluted when you're supporting both the old iOS 15 with all this swipe to delete code, and then you gotta do the SwiftUI swipe to delete code. So if this was a real project, I would say, no, jumping through all those hoops is not worth having a SwiftUI cell, right? Not worth it. So that's an example of when you wouldn't want to do this. Whereas I think, back to our followers cell, go back here, like that's a simple cell. That is a great opportunity to bring in SwiftUI. Again, a simple cell, it's static, doesn't do a lot. That's a good fit for the new UI hosting configuration. So that is SwiftUI in collection view and table view cells in UIKit. Like I said, you're gonna start seeing these older UIKit projects start to implement SwiftUI, whether it's, hey, we're gonna build a new view in SwiftUI, or maybe this subview is in SwiftUI. These cells are a great opportunity to start introducing SwiftUI into your UIKit codebase. As with every update year, we start off with the initial run of our project in Xcode 15 and iOS 17 to see what kind of warnings or errors or issues there are. I'm picking up right where we left off at the end of the iOS 16 section, but just in case you've been working on the project on your own, or maybe you lost the code, check out the link right below this video for the source code. I believe it's going to be chapter 53 of the GH follower source code. That's exactly what I'm starting off right now, so you can follow along if you like. So the first thing you'll notice if you've built your project is you get this warning. So we'll click on the warning, update to recommended settings. This happens every year with a new version of Xcode, but if you click on it, it'll tell you what these new settings are. There's some new build settings, project settings, but the new feature that we're gonna address here is the asset catalog. So go ahead and click that, and you can see it enables generated asset symbol extensions. If you don't know what that means, I'm about to show you. So go ahead and hit perform changes, and this is a great update in Xcode 15. It's gonna clean up a lot of string code and constants files that I've had to create a bunch of. The next thing I want to do is upgrade the deployment target to iOS 17 from 15. Now, if you remember in the iOS 16 section, we left it 15 so I could show you how to do the, if available iOS 16, show you how to handle both. We're not going to do that this section because a lot of the stuff I'm going to show you requires iOS 17, and I'm going to show you how you can go back and delete the old iOS 15 code that we were using. Back to my search VC here. So that asset catalog resource, if we go to our asset catalog in our support file, what that does is all these images, right? App icon, well, we're probably not gonna do it for app icon, but avatar placeholder, empty state logo. Remember in our constants file, if I go to utilities, constants, right? We created these extensions on the image and we had to type out the string. So it was very stringly typed. I've addressed that before where if you make one little typo here, it's gonna mess up your images. Well, now we have a way to not even have these strings. So instead of UI imaged named avatar placeholder, right, I can do UI image. Now when I get the autocomplete, there should be one for resource down here. Yep, there it is, resource. This is what we just enabled in those settings. So now when I do resource, it takes our asset catalog, and now I can just do dot, and you can see I have avatar placeholder, empty state logo, GH logo. That all correlates to, back in our assets, our images. So empty state logo, avatar placeholder. So no longer do we have to type these strings. If you use the resource initializer, back to our constants, you now get the autocomplete, and we can say avatar placeholder. Same thing down here for empty state logo, resource dot empty state logo. So again, so no more stringly typed, no more potential typos. Just do this resource dot empty, oh no, this GH logo, just make sure you don't make that mistake. So great stuff, enabled new in Xcode 15. I don't know why I have this extra space here, but this was an example with image. If we go to our assets, this also works with custom colors. We didn't create any custom colors for our project, but if you do have custom colors that you built and they're defined here, the same concept applies. So now I want to go to our follower view, our cells. If you remember, this was an iOS 16 update. We injected SwiftUI into our cells. Let me refresh the preview here. The reason I'm coming here real quick is so I can show you this is also available in SwiftUI. Before in our constants file, we were initializing the UI image with all that. Oh, quick update, I just thought of this. This whole lining up the equal signs, yeah, I've kind of moved past that. You can still do it if you like it. I don't really do it anymore in my projects. Again, your style, your code philosophies will evolve over time. Just wanted to address that because I get a lot of comments. Some people love it, some people hate it. Just to let you know where I land now on it, I kind of stopped doing it. So anyway, back to the follower view. Instead of image avatar placeholder, we can now do image, again with the resource initializer down there, and just do .avatar placeholder. So super nice, no more strings everywhere, great stuff. But speaking of this follower view, if I go back to my follower cell, remember this is where we did the @if available iOS 16. Go ahead and use the UI hosting configuration. This is where we're injecting SwiftUI. Again, we talked about this in the update for iOS 16 section. Hey, if we're not on iOS 16, we're on iOS 15, use the old school UIKit stuff. Again, this was the example of how you can support the latest iOS while also still, back supporting the older ones. Well, again, in this example, we are only supporting iOS 17. And I did that to demonstrate that as you evolve over the years, you got to remember to go back and delete your old irrelevant code that you no longer need to support. So since our minimum target is iOS 17, we can always support this content configuration hosting controller. So we no longer need this conditional and we no longer need all this UIKit stuff, which means we get to delete code and there's no better feeling than deleting code. So let's get rid of this if else. We're always going to show the SwiftUI cell, which also means we can get rid of username label avatar image view. We're not using the UIKit in our followers cell, which also means we can get rid of all of this UIKit layout code. Get rid of that, which also means we can get rid of this configure function right here. So look at our cell really became simplified. Oh, it says only iOS 16 or newer. I forgot to, if I go to GH followers, yeah, I did the overall project, but I gotta do my iOS target to iOS 17. So I forgot to do that as well. That's why I was getting that error. So again, back to the follower cell, do a Command B, that should all be good. So cool, our follower cell is now crazy simple. Love to see it. Now that we've deleted that code, let's run through the project to make sure things are still working. They're good, so I'm gonna run it in the simulator. All right, so here we are. Again, let's test it out. Everything looks good. Say my name 0400, get followers. Yep, everything's looking good. The circles, remember we did the circles for the SwiftUI one, so we know we're doing the SwiftUI, which duh, of course we just deleted the UIKit stuff, so at least we know it still works. Let's click on someone. There we go, we got their profile. Hit done. Let's add Sean to favorites. Success, double check the favorites. There's Sean, can I delete him? Delete. Cool, there's our empty state. So the app is working fine. Again, we updated our minimum target to iOS 17. We adopted let's go to the constants, all right? We adopted this new UI image resource. And then in our follower view, which is now our SwiftUI cell, we adopted it there as well. And then we deleted the old if available in iOS 16 code because we were no longer supporting that old stuff, which allowed us to delete some more code. Which is an example of, as your project is evolving and you're adopting new things, you gotta remember to go back and delete all the old, we call it zombie code. One of the great benefits of building in SwiftUI is the live previews you get as you're building a UI. You can see it, you don't have to constantly rerun the project. Well, in Xcode 15, Swift 5.9, that now comes to UIKit, which is a lifesaver, especially for a project like ours where we're building everything programmatically and we don't have that visual aid. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We'll start off simple with GF button, just a simple little sub view, right? This is our button. I'm gonna add the macro. Again, macros are new in Swift 5.9, macro preview. And then this, you see I get the preview window already up. It's not showing anything because I haven't told it what to do yet. But here we need to return our view. So, you can type return GF button. Here I have color, title, system image name. So we'll do color blue, title, say test button, system image name, pencil. I'm just coming up with a random SF symbol here. Now if I refresh the preview, I should see our button with the stuff I just gave it. Yep, there it is. There you see it's blue, it's test button, it's got a pencil. Now this is where it's really cool, where you can tweak this live. Again, if you've built in SwiftUI, this should be familiar to you, but just in case you haven't. So let's look, I can change the image placement from leading to trailing. And then look, right live preview, there it is. I can change the corner style from medium maybe to capsule. You see it changed, but the point is, no longer do I have to kind of imagine it in my head, type out all the code, run it to see if it looks good, right? It's just a long, tedious project. Now with these UIKit previews, I can build my UI, play around, test, tweak, and I get the updates in real time. So we'll go back to medium. We'll take it back to what we want it to be. Instead of image placement trailing, let's do image placement leading. I don't know, maybe we want to adjust our padding to 12. Like that's the cool thing. Like these little tweaks, like adjusting your padding from, 6 to 8 to 10, really just dialing it in. Just seeing that live is going to save so much time, again, rather than like rerunning your project all the time. Now to reiterate, you do the macro preview and you need to return whatever view it is. Again, our GF button is what we're returning. Actually don't need that return label there if we only have one line of code, so you can just have it like that. But let's do something a little more complex in a whole view controller. Now my disclaimer when you get to the view controller land here is these previews are probably going to work if you have done a good job of compartmentalizing your code. You have small subviews and you don't have the massive view controller. If you have a massive 1,000-line view controller that's all kind of crazy, I haven't tested it, but I imagine these previews are just going to be a pain in the ass to build. So just another reason to encourage you to structure your code in a composable, reusable way. So we're going to check out these previews on the search VC. So again, hashtag preview search VC, and we can just initialize it right there. So real simple, look at that little line of code that gives us this preview. There it is, there's our search VC. Now where this is gonna be really useful for the overall view controllers, because we have done a good job of having subviews, right? We have our GF text field, here's our GF button. So you're gonna have to go to those subviews to edit those, but what this is good for is just the overall structure of your screen, right? We played around with all these constraints down here, and when we built this, I already had these numbers dialed in, and I think I mentioned earlier in the course that this took a while of me like dialing in these numbers to get it to look how I wanted. And when I was dialing in those numbers, I constantly had to rerun the project. But now let's mess around with our image view here, right? We have 200 by 200 for the size. Well, again, in real time, I can see 100 by 100, can play around with that. Another great thing is all these constraints. Maybe I want to see what it looks like when the username text field is a little lower than the logo, right? So maybe instead of 50, it's 150. Or no, I'm sorry, that's the height. Well, you can mess around with the height too. 50, this is what I want. I wanted the top anchor. Instead of 48, let's try 148. There you go, you move the username down. No, let's go back to 48. So you can see in real time, you can tweak the overall structure and layout of your view controller. Or again, in your subviews, just kind of recapping, back to GF button if you want to dive into the specific subview, and you can tweak all this stuff in there. So again, previews in UIKit are a huge lifesaver. Building this course, like I said, I was constantly building and running, tweaking, build, run, tweak, build, run, tweak. That all goes away. So much time will be saved. We created custom empty states as you see here. I like that style. And if you like this style, cool, keep it, run with it. Keep doing your custom empty states. That's fine. However, iOS 17 introduced UI content unavailable view, which is a pretty standardized iOS empty state that you see here. So if you are going for that like native default Apple look and feel, this is great. It's out of the box. You don't have to create all your own custom stuff. So for the sake of this example, we're going to replace our nice looking custom empty state with the default UI content unavailable view. So on our screen, we have our favorites list when it's empty. So that's where I'm at in code, favorites list VC. Now to make this work is a two-step process. First, we need a function called update content unavailable configuration. And it's, you're overriding the function. So essentially this function is sitting back waiting to execute code when we tell it, hey, our content unavailable view needs updating. When do we tell it needs updating? Let's say we fetch our favorites and we either have favorites or we don't. At that moment, we'll say, hey, update the content unavailable view, and then it'll execute this code. That's the big picture. I'm going to run through that again when we're done. It'll make sense. So we want to show this if favorites.isEmpty, right? We only want to show this when it's empty. And then on each view controller, there's a property called content unavailable configuration. And we'll say that equals, and it's a UI content unavailable configuration. However, we want to set this up because there are some built-in ones. If you do that and you say dot, there's empty, loading, search. So there are some basic ones that we're going to address when we handle the follower list VC. Right now I'm starting simple. That one's a little more complex. So put a pin in that, we'll come back to that. But you see it takes in a UI content available configuration that we need to configure. So for that, we're going to create a variable here. We'll say let config equal UI content unavailable configuration. And then we'll say dot empty for now because we're going to configure it. So we'll do config dot image equals, and we'll initialize a UI image from system name, and we'll just say star. This is a SF symbol because it is our favorites. Say config.text. This is the main text, and this is going to say no favorites. And then we have config.secondary text. We'll say that's add a favorite on the follower list screen. I mean, you can have a better message there if you like. And then I need to make this a var, my bad. So now this content unavailable configuration, this is a property on the view controller. We're gonna set that equal to the config that we just created, right? We created the empty configuration and then we specify the image, the text, and the secondary text. And then to finish this off, if favorites has favorites in it, we don't want to show this content unavailable view. So we'll say else content unavailable configuration equals nil. We'll just nil it out when we actually have something so the empty state goes away. So this is just step one. When we tell the view controller, hey, update your content unavailable configuration, it's going to go, okay, and it's going to run this code. It's going to check if favorites is empty. If it is empty, cool, we're going to show that. If favorites is not empty, right, we have favorites, then it'll be nil for the content unavailable configuration. No empty state will be shown. So now we need to tell it when to update the configuration. So this is when we're going to get our favorites, right? So if there's a success on get our favorites, right, we're reaching into user defaults, getting our favorites, then we call update UI. So let's go down to update UI and put it in here. Well, this is where we show our custom empty state. Well, we're no longer going to have our custom empty state. So I'm going to delete this if favorites is empty. This is where we were doing that logic previously. Get rid of that, get rid of that. And then here I fetch my favorites. I have self.favorites. Let me do a quick little highlight, Control I, that was bothering me. Cool, so now that I know I have my favorites, if any, right, if there's any favorites, now I will call set needs content unavailable update. It's a long thing, right? Set needs update content unavailable configuration. Cool, but this is us telling the view controller, okay, go ahead and run this code. I tried to fetch data, run this code. And again, that's why I did it after I set my favorites to my favorites array. So I know either I have favorites or it's empty. Then I call set needs update, and then it'll run this code, and if favorites is empty, cool, we'll see our empty state. If favorites is not empty, we'll show nil. So let's run this and test out our new empty state. So our favorites, there's our empty state because we have no favorites. Let's go back and add a favorite here. SALN0400, get followers, cool, add a favorite, okay, check our favorites. Cool, there's Sean Allen, and if we swipe to delete, cool, delete it. Oh, we went back to the old empty state because I forgot a line. So we handled it here when we called update UI, but if we looked on this delete, right, this is our table view. I remember having to do this in the iOS 16 section, I believe. I forgot about this bug. So this is our what to do when we do swipe to delete here. So you see we're calling if self favorites is empty, show the empty state. Well, we no longer need that code because now all we need to do is set needs update content unavailable configuration. But again, make sure you're calling this after you're setting your array or you're removing, the stuff from the array. After you're doing all your array manipulation, then check to see if it's empty or if it's not empty, right? Because if you did this before you did all your checks, it's going to be all messed up. So now let's run this and test all that, and we should go back to this default empty state, right? There's the default empty state. Maybe you like that style better than ours. Let's do Paul here. It's just quicker to type than my name. And then we'll add Paul, hooray, go to the favorites, there's Paul, swipe to delete, and now we go to our content unavailable view. So like I said, if you like the custom unavailable view, great, keep that. If you like this default look, there you go, this is how you do it. Nice, neat, new in iOS 17. Now that was a pretty basic example. All we have is if favorites is empty, create your unavailable view, and then let the view controller know whenever you want to update it. Our follower list VC is a little more complex because if I run the app again, and SALN0400, so we have a couple different empty states because when I hit followers, there's going to be the empty state right here. Look, let's say Sean Allen had no followers. This would be an empty state. But then there's also the empty state for when we're searching. So if I'm searching for, FG, whatever, this empty state, this is a blank screen. So we have two different types of empty states based on what the user is doing. So this logic will be a little more complex, but that's what we're going to implement now. So I'm going to stop running that and go to our follower list VC. Actually, let's go back to our favorites list VC just to copy and paste this structure so I don't have to retype that out again. Back to follower list VC, we'll put it under view will appear. Now, it's not if favorites is empty, it's if followers is empty. And instead of a star, we're gonna do person / again, another SF symbol. Instead of no favorites, we'll say no followers. And for the secondary text, we're not telling them that a favorite. We're saying this user has no followers, go follow them. Cool, so that's our configuration. Again, image, text, secondary text, it's the default look. This will handle the case for when our followers are empty. So let me go down to when we're actually fetching the followers, because remember, that's phase one. We need to tell this function when to update it. So we want to do this when we're fetching our followers. So again, we do it here in the update UI. So let's go to that update UI function here. So yep, if followers is empty, this is when we're doing our custom empty state here. So we no longer need this entire chunk of code. I'm going to do it after we do update data. So we'll say set needs content unavailable update. It's just a mouthful. Set needs update content unavailable configuration. Okay, and so I actually see our empty state. Let's go up to get followers. So here where I'm saying let followers equals try await, here let's copy this. I'm going to comment that out And then this is how I always do stuff to experiment with stuff. So let followers equal empty array, right? This is when we're gonna have no followers. Oh, I need to give this a type just for now. So Xcode stops yelling at me. Now it's telling me the catch block is unreachable because I'm not, trying anything or throwing anything. That's fine. This is just dummy data to give us the example of when a user has no followers, so I can see my empty state. So let's search for, again, Paul's name, super simple to type. There's our person / no followers, go follow them. Cool. But that's just step one. So like when I'm searching, I want to show that empty state. So let's get rid of that because we've proven that works. So this is where our logic here gets a little more tricky. We're going to use an else if is searching because we only want to show this one when they're searching. And if you remember, when we're searching, we use, I know we're kind of going back deep into the course here, we use filtered followers instead of followers. So I want to make sure we're searching and filtered followers is empty. So is searching and filtered followers dot is empty. If that is the case, now, well, let's actually do the whole else here because we always want to nil it out, right? If there's something in there, make sure you nil it out because if you don't nil it out when you actually have content, it will show the unavailable view when there's content, and you don't want to do that. All right, so now we want to use a built-in one, right? Here, when we created our own custom one, right? We had our own SF symbol, we had our own text, our own secondary text. Well, on the common cases like searching, loading, Apple gives you one for free. So check this out. So we'll say content unavailable configuration equals UI content unavailable configuration dot searching or search. So now, again, this will show if we're in the is searching, and remember we flip this boolean to true when the user's searching, and the filtered followers is empty. And the cool thing about this is it actually shows you like what the user searched. So let's go to do it here. So search username, SALN0400, get followers. Cool, you saw that empty state flash for a second. We'll come back to that. But now when I'm searching, let's search for my name, whatever, SEA, it's not coming up. That's because we are not telling this function to run. So I messed that up. I forgot to do that. So again, just a good example of you have to tell this function when to run. Again, how do we do that? That is by calling set needs update content configuration. So we want to do that when we're searching. I believe we have a function here for when we're searching. Yep, update search results. So again, we want to do it after we set our filtered followers. So this is us making sure we have a search term in there. So if searching is true, here's where we're setting our filtered followers. We're updating data. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it at the end. Set needs content update unavailable configuration. I'm getting tired of saying that. So now when we're searching, as we're searching it each time, this is being called. So we're telling this function all the way up here. My code is so big because for the video. We're telling this to run. It's gonna check, hey, if followers is empty, do this. Else if is searching and filtered followers is empty, show our search one. So that's what should show. So let's try this again. So we'll do SAL00, get followers. We're going to search, and we'll just search for my name, EAN. There you go. So no results for Sean. We got the default search one. It is showing my search result as I type it. You see it's updating in real time. It's got the secondary text. So that is the search one built out of the box. So now we're handling empty state when we search, and we have the empty state for when there's no followers. So now let's address that little edge case where if I go back here, where you saw, whoops, back to search, 2 straws, you saw the empty state pop up real quick. It flashes and then it goes. Well, we want to show our normal loading screen. So that's a quick little adjustment to our conditional here. So if followers is empty and we're not is loading more followers. If you remember that, we have this boolean that we flip when we're loading because that's how we're showing our loading screen. So now when we run it, we're not going to show our empty state when I initially search. We're going to show the loading screen. And the empty state is only going to show after the fetch happens and we have no users. Well, the loading screen, it's so fast, but you didn't see that empty state. Now you might be wondering, that content unavailable configuration down here for search, there is also a loading one. And that's why I didn't use this, and it's because our unique circumstance. So if I'm gonna take this back to search, pull open the app again, our circumstance is unique because if all we were loading was this initial list and we could show the default loading spinner and then it went to the list, that's fine. But because we're using pagination and then when we get to the bottom, we're fetching again, what happens is when we fetch that again, if we set up the loading screen, this will go away, the loading empty state will flash, and then our users will flash back. It's a jerky, hitchy motion. It's not good. So that's why I opted not to use that to keep our loading state because we just kind of cover up the existing profiles, add a little spinner, and then show that. So you can experiment with the loading view if you like, have another conditional like if is loading more followers, show the content unavailable configuration.loading, but again, it doesn't look good for our specific use case. So there you go. That was a basic example of these empty states. If I go back to favorites, super simple with UI content unavailable view. But again, if you like your custom empty states, by all means, have at it.